Chapter 1. A mid-range hotel in Shanghai. Lin Feng sat in a chair, looking at his phone with a bit of impatience on his face. This morning at work, his mother told him that there was a blind date tonight, and the blind date was introduced by her best friend. Lin Feng didn't want to come at first, but his mother repeatedly told him that this was introduced by her best friend, so he had to go. Unable to resist for the sake of his mother's face, Lin Feng reluctantly agreed. They agreed to have a blind date at 7 o'clock in the evening, so Lin Feng assigned the work to his subordinates early. Arrive at the agreed hotel in advance and wait. As a result, the person hasn't arrived yet. It is understandable that girls may feel a little delayed in getting dressed up when going on a blind date. But Lin Feng checked the time on his phone, it was 6:58. His face looked a little unhappy. What's going on? It's already this late and the other party hasn't arrived yet. Even if you are stuck in traffic and can't make it on time, everyone will understand if you reply. But the time is almost up, and there is no response from the other party. Lin Feng took out his cell phone, dialed the other party's number and called. Before I could say anything, a female voice came from the phone, and it sounded very nice. Hello? You must be the one my aunt introduced me to. Wait for me a moment, I'll be there soon, don't rush me. Lin Feng was so angry that he laughed. It was almost time for the appointment. Not only was the other party not in a hurry at all, she was even impatient with me, as if I was honored to see her. It's almost time, is it reasonable for you to be late? As a result, the girl on the other end just hummed a few times and hung up the phone. Beep beep. When Lin Feng heard that the call was hung up, he shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for his mother's sake, he would have left long ago. Who isn't a little prince at home? Who isn't pampered at home? Why should I put up with your bullshit here? After all, the girl did not come up at the agreed time, but postponed it for 30 minutes. I'm sorry, handsome. I had something urgent to do, so I'm late. I don't think you, a grown man, would be so petty, right? Lin Feng looked up at the girl he was dating and gave her an 85 for appearance and a 90 for figure. Well, it looks good. My mother was quite reliable this time and introduced this beautiful girl to me. Lin Feng's mother had introduced her several times before, but either they were too ugly or their figures were not to her liking. This made him feel terrified every time he went on a blind date. Wang Jialing, right? Wang Jialing held the phone and nodded. Yeah, you can just call me Jialing. Lin Feng took the menu from the side and handed one to Wang Jialing. Now, let's start ordering. Wang Jialing took it and put it aside, showing a little embarrassment, and said embarrassedly. Excuse me, handsome guy. I called a few of my girlfriends over. They have small appetites, and I believe you won't refuse. How much can a few girls eat? Probably just a few bites. It's just a matter of 1,800 yuan. Besides, they might have come here to check for Wang Jialing. After all, they are besties. Lin Feng nodded in understanding and smiled. Is that so? No problem, just let them come over. Wang Jialing was delighted and threw a wink at Lin Feng, smiling and saying, I knew you were the most generous, handsome guy. After saying that, she sent a message on her mobile phone and started chatting with Lin Feng. The person who sent the message was in a milk tea shop near the agreed restaurant. A group of beautifully dressed girls were holding their cell phones and killing time out of boredom. A girl received a text message from Wang Jialing, her eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up and said with a smile. Sisters, the letter has arrived, let's go over there now. When the girls behind heard this, they all smiled knowingly. Oh, I finally sent a message. I was starving. Yeah, I've been waiting for so long. I'm so hungry. What are we having for dinner today? I heard that Jialing's date is pretty good this time, so we can have a good meal this time. Great. This time I want to eat Australian lobster and American abalone. As soon as you hear what these girls say, you know they have done this many times. In fact, this is true. These girls are habitual offenders. They will notify each other in advance when they go on blind dates. Determine the blind date location and have others arrive in advance and wait. The girl went to meet the blind date first, and then after chatting for a while, she suggested inviting her best friend to have dinner together. Most men won't refuse. They took advantage of this opportunity, finished their meal, thanked him and left. There is no need to worry about the meal money because the man will pay for it for the sake of his face. What was originally a good blind date has been treated by them as a monthly snack and a means to improve the quality of life. Soon, the girls arrived at the restaurant. When Lin Feng saw a few girls coming towards him, he smiled slightly to show his politeness. When several girls saw Lin Feng, their eyes lit up. Oh my! I didn't expect Jialing's blind date to be so handsome. Handsome guy, what's your WeChat ID? He's so handsome, he can even be compared to my Chen Chen. Lin Feng's face lit up when he heard this. After all, any man would be happy to be praised by a beautiful woman. However, he did not notice the cunning look in the girl's eyes. This is also their little strategy to praise each other. Most men will be secretly happy in their hearts, and then pretend to be generous and let others order whatever they want. They are really good at being casual, but they often make the guy bleed a lot. But so what? It was the other party who asked me to order it, so I can only swallow my anger and suffer the consequences myself. Seeing that the table could not accommodate so many people, Lin Feng gentlemanly changed the table. Oh, this handsome guy is really considerate. He knew there were so many of us and even changed seats for us. Yeah, he's a real masculine. Well, handsome guy, why don't you just stop going on a blind date with Jialing and pick one between us? Lin Feng smiled and handed the menu to the girls. Here's the menu, everyone can order whatever they want, don't worry. A girl looked at Lin Feng and asked with blinking eyes. Really? Anything? Lin Feng nodded and said with a smile. Real. The girls looked at each other and saw each other smile. Attendant, please take the order. The waiter in a neat suit walked to Lin Feng's table, took the menu, and started writing and marking. It took a full 5 minutes to finish rowing. Are you sure you want these? The waiter glanced at the selected dishes on the menu and looked at the girl in surprise. The girl nodded. Well, let's take care of these first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Good. The waiter went down to take the order. Chapter 2. Lin Feng was still dealing with company matters and didn't pay attention to this side. I saw that everyone had finished ordering, and didn't think much about it. After all, Wang Jialing had said before that her best friend wouldn't eat much. He believed that these girlfriends would not order too much. So, Lin Feng said casually. That's all. Do you want to order anything else? You're welcome. A girl nodded. We've almost finished ordering. Let's eat these first. We'll talk later if we're not satisfied. Lin Feng nodded in agreement after hearing this. What he said just now was just polite words. He certainly didn't want these girls to order anything else. This was a mid-range restaurant in Shanghai, and the average consumption per person was over 2,000. I am just a sales manager and my monthly salary is only about 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. He is a person who is very restrained in his spending. If it weren't for his mother's sake, he would have done so today. I might have met Wang Jialing in a restaurant, how could it be here? After ordering the food, everyone started chatting. Wang Jialing propped her head up with her jade arms, squinted at Lin Feng and asked. Hey handsome guy, where do you work? Lin Feng, working as a salesperson in a real estate company. Wang Jialing, does your family have a car? Lin Feng, I don't have a house or a car, but I have a small building in my hometown. Wang Jialing, then can you please tell me your savings? Lin Feng looked at Wang Jialing with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Why is this woman so nosy? We haven't even known each other for long, but she's acting like she's checking my household registration. Without even a clue about the fate, he's already asking this and that. Although he is good-looking, Lin Feng feels that he is a bit materialistic. My family is not wealthy, so we definitely cannot meet the other party's requirements. Combined with the woman's attitude during the previous phone call, Lin Feng knew very well that there was nothing right between them. Thinking about it, he picked up his phone and replied casually while reading the news. Savings? I don't have any. I live paycheck to paycheck. I rely on Ma's Huabei to get by every month. Wang Jialing was also a very thoughtful person. Seeing that Lin Feng was absent-minded, she knew that her questions disgusted the other party. But, so what? Originally, Lin Feng was not her type. Before the blind date, she learned about Lin Feng's family situation through her aunt. All I can say is that he has no worries about food and drink, but it is probably impossible for him to buy himself brand-name bags and Gucci clothes every month. So, she didn't go there for a blind date in the first place. Wang Jialing's goal is to be a second-generation rich and become a rich wife in the future. How could he be so impressed by Lin Feng's family background? The sisters nearby noticed that the two were in a bad mood and tried to smooth things over. We are here today to eat at a wealthy restaurant, not to quarrel. Suddenly, the desk became unusually quiet, with everyone playing their own games. As time passed, the dishes began to be served, and Lin Feng's face gradually became gloomy. These dishes are not as affordable as I imagined. Instead, they are some relatively expensive dishes. In the end, he actually saw a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands of dollars. When Wang Jialing and her sisters saw the dishes being served, they ate happily and did not seem embarrassed at all. Eat with peace of mind. He also commented on this dish from time to time. Lin Feng is not a fool. He can see that these people treat him as an ATM. Is this a blind date? This is almost like getting free food and drinks under the guise of a blind date. He suddenly remembered a previous news report that seemed to be similar. Lin Feng was cautious and immediately covered his stomach, pretending to be in pain. I have a stomachache, I need to go to the toilet first. After saying that, he rushed to the front desk. Wang Jialing picked up an abalone and chewed it carefully. She didn't hear clearly what Lin Feng said, but just nodded subconsciously. A little sister suddenly looked at Lin Feng's back warily and said, I don't think this kid has a stomachache. I think he wants to run away? Wang Jialing, no way, for such a small amount of money, he would run away without caring about his dignity? The little sister rolled her eyes and said helplessly, Sister, our table starts at least 70,000. You said they are from an ordinary family, and they don't have any savings. How can they afford so much? He must be trying to run away. Seeing that Wang Jialing didn't believe it, the little sister warned again. Don't forget, there was similar news a few days ago. Wang Jialing was stunned and the dish she had just picked up fell to the ground, and she felt panic in her heart. What should we do then? What should we do? Just let it go. Catch him. Soon, a girl with short hair came towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng found the front desk and inquired about the cost of Wang Jialing's table, which turned out to be 80,000. When Lin Feng heard the 80,000, his mentality collapsed. What the hell? What on earth did these women eat that cost them more than 80,000 yuan? Even if you take out all your savings, the amount may not exceed 80,000. He looked towards the exit, a look of determination in his eyes. You want me to pay you this money? That's just wishful thinking. When he was about to walk out, a crisp voice sounded from behind. Stop. Where do you want to go? You haven't even paid for the meal, and you want to leave. Lin Feng turned around and saw that it was Wang Jialing's younger sister. Hearing this, anger exploded in his chest, and he stared at the little sister with endless coldness in his eyes. I'm here for a blind date, not to be a cash machine. You want me to spend 80,000 yuan on a woman I haven't known for long? Even a fool would know that I would refuse. As he said this, he wanted to step out. No, I won't let you go unless you pay. The little sister grabbed Lin Feng's arm tightly and wouldn't let him leave. Release. Lin Feng frowned, and seeing the little sisters behaving like this, he suddenly looked at them coldly. There was anger and a chill on his face. It was a good blind date, but he met this group of disgusting women. Now he just wants to leave. The little sister felt the chill in that gaze and shuddered all over. His previous tough attitude was changed, and his face became pitiful instead. She cried to the crowd around her. Someone come quickly, this is bullying a weak girl. Someone invited us to dinner but didn't pay, and ate and drank for free, leaving us little girls to pay for it. How shameless. Wang Jialing arrived late with the rest of the sisters, and also learned to play the victim. This man is so shameless that he doesn't even pay for the meal. You have the guts to ask a girl out for dinner, but you don't have the money to spend on her. What a joke. Bah! Scumbag! This guy is simply a disgrace to us men. The crowd of onlookers gradually gathered and pointed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face turned extremely ugly. Wang Jialing and others took advantage of the natural advantages of being women and turned themselves into a disadvantaged group. And Lin Feng turned into a bad guy. It is really abominable to attract the crowd and confuse right and wrong. But if the situation remains deadlocked, it will not be good for me, because now the crowd is on the side of those little sisters. Just as he hesitated, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The rich man chooses system binding. Chapter 3. Lin Feng was overjoyed. According to my previous experience of reading online novels, as long as I have a system, it is equivalent to having a chance to change my destiny. It sounds like this system is related to selection, but I don't know how to trigger it. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host is facing a choice. The godly selection system is now handed over to the host to choose. Option 1. Admit your mistake and hand over your savings that you have worked hard to save for several years to pay 80,000 yuan for the meals of Wang Jialing and her group of sisters. You will be despised by Wang Jialing and others, and get a 100-gram golden turtle. Choose 2. Firmly resist and insist on not paying the 80,000 yuan for the meal. You will be refreshed physically and mentally, and get 30% of the shares of Tianyang Real Estate. 100 grams of golden beetle would cost at most 50,000 yuan. 1,000th of Tianyang Real Estate's shares is more than just this. Lin Feng decisively chose 2. Just after the choice was made, Wang Jialing and others started making trouble again. Wang Jialing, I really didn't expect to meet such a weirdo on a blind date. He asked us to order whatever we wanted at the beginning, and he was not happy when we ordered too much. I saw Wang Jialing crying with tears in her eyes, which was really heartbreaking to watch. The little sisters next to him also began to assist. Yeah, I asked him if he wanted to order something cheaper, but he said no. I was sitting nearby at the time, I can testify to that. But this man had no money and was trying to show off. As a result, when he saw the menu, he immediately prepared to run away. You're not a man. The man with a strong sense of justice immediately rushed to Lin Feng and said angrily. You really bring shame to us men. Pay the money quickly. Yes, pay the money quickly. What's the point of bullying a weak woman? It's just tens of thousands of dollars. Lin Feng looked at the men coming over and laughed angrily. This group of women may not be good at anything else, but they are good at confusing right and wrong and putting the blame on others. Why order cheap dishes? I was busy with official business at the time and had no time to deal with it. It's only a few tens of thousands, this is more than 80,000, basically almost 100,000. We all come from common people's backgrounds, and with 80,000 yuan, we can really do a lot of things. These spectators, relying on their mindless justice, think they are on the side of justice and even want to stand on the moral high ground and punish themselves. He also wants me to hand over the 80,000. It's really true that the money is not paid by oneself, but just given by the mouth. After listening to this, Lin Feng took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and said calmly. First, I was on the phone at the time and had no idea what they ordered. There is surveillance footage, you can go to the store and check, is that right? Second, these tens of thousands are not 30 or 40,000, but more than 80,000. If you have the money, you can help her, and I have no objection, but you have to expect me to help her, huh? Third, I am here for a blind date, not to date a girlfriend. I have only known this woman for less than an hour, and you asked me to pay for her meal for 80,000 yuan. Are you stupid or am I stupid? As soon as the 3 reasons were given, the crowd immediately fell silent. Everyone is selfish. When faced with this situation, I believe there are many people who would do the same as Lin Feng. This incident has alarmed the restaurant manager. Upon hearing this, he immediately called up the surveillance footage from Lin Feng's side. Sure enough, it was almost as Lin Feng said. The person in charge quickly captured the video and uploaded it to the installed network point.TV. Now everyone quieted down. The facts are in front of us, and no one wants to be slapped in the face. Seeing that no one was talking, Lin Feng snorted coldly, turned his head and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, a siren sounded. Beep. 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 Some spectators actually called the police. The police car stopped in front of the hotel at lightning speed, and a group of police officers got out of the car. After all, according to the person who reported the case, this case is actually quite simple. In view of the huge amount, they still plan to send someone to investigate. In our country where a case can be filed if the amount is over 10,000 yuan, 80,000 yuan is already considered a large amount. Who is it? As soon as the police called out, the onlookers quickly pointed out Wang Jialing and her sisters, as well as Lin Feng. Then please come with us into the bureau. Lin Feng, Wang Jialing and others were escorted into the car by police. Then he collected evidence in the hotel and copied and pasted all the previous videos to the memory card. In the police station, Lin Feng and Wang Jialing lined up in a row and stood there obediently. In front of them sat a policeman. The police carefully reviewed the information given by the hotel manager, and after combining it with previous field investigations, they have come to a conclusion. Tell me, how do we deal with this matter? Lin Feng said, Officer, even if I go to the police station, I won't pay a penny. The police were speechless. From the evidence above, it could be seen that this incident had nothing to do with Lin Feng. Through investigation, they have determined that this was something Wang Jialing and others had been planning for a long time. It can also be seen that this group of people are repeat offenders, and this is definitely not the first time they have done this. The police quickly released Lin Feng. He looked at the remaining Wang Jialing and others with a serious expression and said, What you are planning now is a scam. I suggest you pay the 80,000 yuan right away. Otherwise, not only will you be held criminally liable, but you will also have to pay the money after being punished. When Wang Jialing and others found out that they might have to bear criminal responsibility, their faces turned pale with fright. They shouted one after another, We hand it in, we hand it in. Let us not talk about Wang Jialing for now, and talk about Lin Feng. As Lin Feng walked out of the police station, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations! The host has completed option 2 perfectly, firmly defended his own interests, and severely defeated the scumbag woman with incorrect values. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 30% of Tianyang Real Estate's shares. Please keep working hard, and don't give in to these women. Tianyang Real Estate has assets worth hundreds of billions, and cashing out 30% of the shares means 30 billion. In other words, Lin Feng's net worth has reached 30 billion. Although in front of some business tycoons, it is nothing special. But for him, it is considered as achieving financial freedom. Lin Feng used to be a real estate sales manager. Not only did he earn 10,000 yuan a month, but he also had to endure bullying every day. He is ready to quit this job. At this time, a phone rang. I took out my phone and saw that the person on it was Director Li of Qingyang Real Estate. The corner of his mouth tilted and he smiled. Chapter 4. Director Li of Qingyang Real Estate doesn't get along with him. The reason is very simple. He wanted to promote a subordinate before, but he had to go through Lin Feng. Lin Feng refused on the grounds that he had a bad character. Therefore, Director Li has been trying every possible way to make things difficult for himself. Little did he know that the subordinate often took money from customers and never changed his ways despite being warned several times. Lin Feng answered the phone and asked in a deliberately deep voice. Hello? A sarcastic voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Hey! Manager Lin, you are so busy. The representative of Tianyang Real Estate came to visit our company today, but no one showed up? Lin Feng heard this and said, Oh, it's Director Li. I was on a blind date and was delayed. What is the representative of Tianyang Real Estate doing in our company? Director Li laughed and said, Our Qingyang Real Estate is doing well and has been favored by Tianyang Real Estate. They are planning to acquire us, and all employees above the manager level will have their salaries adjusted to 50% of their original salaries. He paused deliberately and said in a deep voice, Tomorrow is the day when Qingyang Real Estate and Tianyang Real Estate will sign the contract. You can't be late. When he heard that Tianyang Real Estate was going to acquire Qingyang Real Estate, he felt a little bored. He holds 30% of Tianyang shares, which means that Lin Feng has absolute control over Tianyang Real Estate. You should know that the president of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise rarely holds more than 20% of the shares. Most of them are mainly invested by various groups or even controlled by consortiums. The controlling stakes of the CEOs of companies like Ant Group and Tencent Holdings never exceed 20%. From this we can see how awesome Lin Feng is to own 30% of the shares. The most amazing thing is the decision-making of some matters of the group. For example, some personnel appointments and even some key decisions must be approved by him. For example, Tianyang Group acquired Qingyang Real Estate without Lin Feng's consent, and even if it did, he had the right to interrupt it. So, he is looking forward to tomorrow's acquisition ceremony. 10 o'clock at night. Wang Jialing and her little sisters walked out of the police station with dejected looks on their faces. The police from the police station stood on it and gave instructions. You are still young, it is too early to turn back now, don't think about any evil ways of the outer sect, okay? Wang Jialing and others turned around and nodded expressionlessly, like zombies. The policeman shook his head, put his hands behind his back and went back to the police station. Outside, a little sister said to Wang Jialing, Jialing, what should I do? I don't even have money for a taxi now. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, and several little sisters complained. Yes, that Lin Feng is really too abominable. Yes, you don't have any manliness at all. You won't even pay 80,000 yuan. You're so stingy. Fortunately, Jialing, you are not with him, otherwise your future life would be miserable. Listening to the sisters' complaints, Wang Jialing felt resentful. She was a living beauty, and coming to him in person for a blind date was already a great honor to him. In the end, the other party didn't appreciate it, ate some of his food, and was stingy, not even paying for the meal. It's just 80,000 yuan. Is she, a beautiful lady, not even worth 80,000? Pooh. Rubbish. People like Wang Jialing have completely shattered values, and you can't understand their train of thought at all. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Wang Jialing said to the little sister fiercely. Humph. Sisters, I must get back at you. How did you get it back? A little sister asked, not that she didn't believe it, but today's lesson was a bit profound. They have always believed that men should be exploited by them and that they should kneel down and lick their bodies. Unexpectedly, they met a steely straight man today, who made them suffer a lot. As a result, they are still a little frightened and a little afraid of Lin Feng. There was a hint of viciousness in Wang Jialing's beautiful eyes, and she said triumphantly, I learned from my aunt that Lin Feng is the sales manager of Qingyang Real Estate. And sisters, do you still remember the rich second generation who has been pursuing me? Yeah. I remember, it seems to be from Tianyang Real Estate. Wang Jialing, yes. He is the son of Tianyang Real Estate. I just asked him specifically, it seems that tomorrow is the day when Tianyang Real Estate and Qingyang Real Estate will be acquired. You tell me if I go to Qingyang Real Estate with this rich second generation tomorrow, will he kneel down and beg for mercy? The little sisters were very smart and understood what Wang Jialing meant from just a few words. The girls looked at each other and could see each other's pride. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning. The top floor of the 18th floor of Qingyang Real Estate building. The place was filled with senior executives from Qingyang Real Estate and representatives from Tianyang Real Estate. One of them was skinny, looked to be in his 40s, about 1.78 meters tall, with a sallow complexion and inverted triangular eyes. It was obvious at first glance that he was not a good person. This person was Director Li, who had called Lin Feng before. At this moment, he was looking around, as if searching for something. In the Tianyang delegation, there was also a woman whose eyes were searching for something. This woman was Lin Feng's previous blind date, Wang Jialing. Last night, she called and hooked up with the son of Tianyang Real Estate. The two of them carried out an internal and external collaboration. The next day, Wang Jialing naturally attended the acquisition ceremony as a family member. Wang Jialing frowned her beautiful eyes and kept searching around, but she couldn't find the other person. Chen Zicheng, the son of Tianyang Real Estate, was secretly unhappy when he saw Wang Jialing's absent-minded look. Although I know that I took the initiative last night because I wanted to embarrass someone today. But he still felt a little uncomfortable. He wanted to be with a woman, but it was all because of another man. Therefore, he secretly decided to embarrass the small Qingyang Real Estate sales manager. The agreed signing time has arrived, but Lin Feng has not come yet. Chen Zicheng had no choice but to complete the acquisition ceremony first. Bang! Representatives from Tianyang Real Estate and Qingyang Real Estate signed their names on the contract respectively. At this point, the two companies officially cooperated. At this time, Lin Feng was wearing casual clothes and staggered to the 18th floor of Qingyang Real Estate building. Then, amidst a burst of joyful music, Lin Feng appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Lin Feng's casual attire, everyone suddenly became quiet. Everyone opened their eyes wide, with expressions of shock, surprise, disbelief, confusion, and speechlessness. Any normal person would know what to wear in a situation like this. As a result, Lin Feng just wouldn't go along with you. This is a critical moment in the cooperation between the two real estate companies, but he doesn't pay much attention to it. It's an insult to Tianyang and Qingyang. Director Li of Qingyang Real Estate was delighted when he saw this. He stood up impatiently and shouted coldly. Lin Feng, didn't I tell you very clearly yesterday? Today is a big day for the acquisition of two companies. Who told you to come here dressed like this? Chapter 5. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He knew that when this old dog came near him, he would be the first one to target him. It has nothing to do with what you wear or how you dress. Even if I make it perfect, he will always find fault with it. Lin Feng was used to it. Plus, now that he has acquired that 30% stake, he is not very interested in money. Even the excessive and obvious provocation from Director Lee was treated calmly. But people are like this sometimes. You don't want to cause trouble, but others just want to cause trouble to you. When Wang Jialing and Lin Feng came in, they knew it was him. She gently pushed Chen Zhicheng, the son of Tianyang Real Estate. Chen Zhicheng felt Wang Jialing's hint and he knew who the other person was. Humph. At such an important time for Tianyang Real Estate and Qingyang Real Estate, you are dressed so casually. How do you manage your subordinates as the president of Qingyang Real Estate? Hearing this, the president of Qingyang Real Estate was secretly angry, thinking that Lin Feng did not follow the rules. It can be said that the president of Qingyang Real Estate now loves and hates Lin Feng. This is because Lin Feng has made great contributions to Qingyang Real Estate, and his simple dismissal has upset many elderly people in Huishan. Besides, if the other party changes jobs, he or she will take the resources with him or her. Basically, whoever can dig him back will have no problem generating 10 billion in annual turnover. Hatred. This is because today is the day when Tianyang Real Estate and Qingyang Real Estate just started their cooperation, and this happened. It will leave a bad impression on Tianyang Real Estate. This will have many adverse effects on the subsequent series of actions. The president of Qingyang Real Estate was so angry that his face turned red. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely like an angry King Kong. Lin Feng. What's wrong with you today? Think about what day it is. Today is the day when Tianyang Real Estate and Qingyang Real Estate cooperate to acquire the company. Why are you so lazy? Lin Feng was yawning, looking bored. Director Li of Qingyang Real Estate was secretly delighted when he saw that Lin Fenglian was indifferent to the president of Qingyang Real Estate. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Lin Feng today, he looked indifferent. But he knew that today was the best chance. That is the best opportunity to drive him out of Qingyang Real Estate. In the past, 50% of Qingyang Real Estate's performance was achieved by Lin Feng. The president of Qingyang Real Estate was reluctant to let Lin Feng go because of the company's performance and the abundant resources in his hands. Now that Tianyang Real Estate has acquired Qingyang Real Estate, the resources of the two companies will be tilted towards each other. In the real estate industry, resources are always more important than human resources. Today, land resources are becoming increasingly scarce. What real estate companies lack is not customers, but land resources. Haven't you seen that this year, as soon as Shanghai released a resource, it was sold out in an instant? Lin Feng. What's your attitude? When you see our president, why don't you say hello? Instead, you seem to be indifferent. Do you still have the president in your heart? Does he think that he can ignore the president just because he has abundant resources? I'm telling you, you're totally wrong. Given your attitude, I think you don't need to stay here anymore, speaking only for myself. Director Li of Qingyang Real Estate asked a series of questions, which confused the president of Qingyang Real Estate. He was confused, but Lin Feng was not. He looked at Director Li of Qingyang Real Estate coldly and sneered. Mr. Li, the whole company knows that there is a bad relationship between you and me. I think you have been thinking about getting rid of me for a long time. Besides, who do you think you are? The president hasn't said anything yet, so why are you butting in? Lin Feng's words were extremely vicious, and immediately pushed Mr. Li to the opposite side of the president. Sure enough, when the president of Qingyang Real Estate heard this, he felt secretly unhappy. He stared at Director Li coldly, with a warning in his eyes. Director Li smiled awkwardly, lowered his head and dared not speak. Seeing this, Lin Feng sneered. For this kind of person, only the superior can manage him, he is just a cheapskate. Seeing Lin Feng looking so proud, Wang Jialing gritted her teeth and pushed Chen Zhicheng again. Chen Zhicheng is also a fool. As soon as Wang Jialing pushed him, he was immediately taken advantage of by her. He said to the president of Qingyang Real Estate, "Boss of Qingyang Real Estate, if you can't even manage your employees well, then I have the right to question whether you are the boss of Qingyang Real Estate. Should our Tianyang Real Estate have in-depth cooperation with your Qingyang Real Estate?" When the president of Qingyang Real Estate heard this, he started to panic and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In the contract, there is an unfair clause that Tianyang Real Estate has the right to unilaterally terminate the cooperation with Qingyang Real Estate. There is no way the market value of Qingyang Real Estate and Tianyang Real Estate are not at the same level. Faced with such a giant real estate company, Qingyang Real Estate could only compromise. CEO of Qingyang Real Estate, tell me. Faced with the tough oppression of Tianyang Real Estate, the president of Qingyang Real Estate finally surrendered. He looked at Lin Feng with flickering eyes. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Have you thought about it? The president of Qingyang Real Estate nodded with a guilty look on his face. I'm sorry, Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head gently. At this moment, the system's voice popped up in his mind. Ding! What's the point of staying in a company like this? There's no humanity at all. The system will provide the host with two options, please refer to them. Option 1, do not resign on your own initiative. The result is that the host is persuaded to resign by the president of Qingyang Real Estate, and can get Wang Jialing's gloating, the happiness of directorly of Qingyang Real Estate, and 100,000 yuan in cash. Option 2, resign on your own initiative. Obtain 3 God-level skill cards. The host can use one at any time, silently selecting the God-level skill in mind, with a validity period of 1 per hour. Lin Feng didn't even think about it and decisively chose option 2. Damn, what a crappy company. I have suffered so much and brought no benefits to the company. As a result, the other party asked him to leave, and the CEO of Qingyang Real Estate said he wanted to leave. This is simply an insult to him. Lin Feng stared at the president of Qingyang Real Estate, with a hint of anger in his eyes, but soon he calmed down. A pair of black eyes, when you look at them now, they are as calm as a still pond, without any ripples of emotion to be seen. Ha ha! President of Qingyang Real Estate, I really don't like you. You are a useless piece of trash. If you don't want me, your company won't exist without me, ha. Lin Feng suddenly paused and said calmly. Ha ha. I'll let you fire me if you want me to, so I'll resign on my own initiative. He threw the resignation letter he had prepared long ago at the feet of the president of Qingyang Real Estate. From today on, he is no longer an employee of Qingyang Real Estate. Chapter 6. The president of Qingyang Real Estate was stunned when he saw Lin Feng actually handed out a letter of resignation. Did Lin Feng lose his brain today? He actually did this in front of the president of Tianyang Real Estate and so many people. Lin Feng is not like this on weekdays. Directorly of Qingyang Real Estate did not expect that Lin Feng would be so tough. However, whether Lin Feng was forced to resign or Lin Feng resigned himself, it would be good that we 1T have to see Lin Feng again. There's one less person to compete with. What the hell is this? Wang Jialing muttered softly. Lin Feng said yesterday that he had no house, no car, and no savings. How come he dared to say this today? Doesn't he want this salary anymore? Chen Shiqing thought that Lin Feng was just pretending to be powerful, but he was just a poor boy who was now in a desperate situation. They just resigned because they were afraid of being embarrassed. The young master of Tianyang Real Estate has seen many poor boys, so he doesn't take Lin Feng seriously. Besides, if this guy resigned, it would help Wang Jialing vent her anger and save him a lot of trouble. Young man, don't lose your future because of your arrogance. Chen Shiqing said sarcastically. Future? I'm afraid that without my Qingyang, there will be no future. Lin Feng said disapprovingly, looking at the gloomy-faced president of Qingyang Real Estate. After all, Lin Feng is also a senior employee in Qingyang. Although he has not been there as long as those old employees, the resources and clients he has are unmatched by others. Since he has resigned from Qingyang Real Estate, how can he possibly return the resources in his hands to Qingyang Real Estate? Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Anyway, Lin Feng has no attachment to Qingyang Real Estate now. He holds 30% of Tianyang Real Estate shares. How could he look down on a small Qingyang Real Estate? At this moment, the president of Qingyang Real Estate probably also realized the seriousness of the problem. Although their Qingyang Real Estate looks glamorous, there are actually very few capable people inside. Lin Feng can already be considered their trump card. He had the guts to say that he wanted to fire Lin Feng just now because he relied on the contract he had signed with Tianyang Real Estate. But now think about it carefully, without Lin Feng, the Qingyang Real Estate is no longer that valuable. The president of Qingyang Real Estate couldn't help but feel a little regretful, but things had come to this point and there was no point in saying anything more. Chen Shiqing is a businessman after all, so he naturally knows that a company without those resources would be of little use. But it doesn't matter, since it is clearly written in the contract. As long as he says to terminate the contract, Qingyang Real Estate will have no power to fight back. President Qingyang, you don't really think that Qingyang Real Estate will have a future relying on a parasite like Directorly, do you? Lin Feng straightened his sleeves and said to the president of Qingyang Real Estate. Please don't regret the decision you made today. Lin Feng said with a sincere smile to the president of Qingyang Real Estate. He wasn't wrong in the first place. Director Li is really a parasite. Just because the president doesn't know doesn't mean that Lin Feng doesn't know. Not only did he misappropriate company assets, he also openly transferred his relatives to important departments to eat free meals. How long can Qingyang Real Estate survive with such a termite inside the company? Lin Feng really wanted to see it. Young man, I think you are very arrogant. Are you so confident in yourself? Chen Shicheng asked Lin Feng unwillingly. He really couldn't understand how this poor boy had the ability to be so pretentious in front of him, young Master Tianyang. That's hilarious. Confidence? I have a lot of questions about whether I am confident or not. Lin Feng answered half of it. This aroused Chen Shicheng's interest. Oh? Chen Shicheng asked. What I said was just the truth. Lin Feng grinned at Chen Shicheng. You. Chen Shicheng finally realized that he had been fooled and was a little angry. Mr. Chen, don't be angry. Let's not bother with this poor boy with no future. Wang Jialing, who was standing next to Chen Shicheng, couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. She really couldn't figure out what this madman Lin Feng was doing. But her purpose today was to humiliate Lin Feng, as long as she achieved her goal. Oh, this is Mr. Chen's woman. She is such a beauty. Lin Feng said, pretending to be amazed. Wang Jialing was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect what Lin Feng would do. It sounded like he was praising her. Wang Jialing immediately raised her proud little face. She was very satisfied with her appearance. Still counting on my face to hook up with tall, rich and handsome men. Chen Shicheng looked at Lin Feng and sneered, what a bumpkin who had never seen the world. Naturally, Chen Shicheng's woman must be the most beautiful. A poor boy like him probably doesn't even have the chance to touch a woman's hand. What? Are you jealous of my little brother? Chen Shicheng said proudly to Lin Feng. Envy? Not really, but I really am not worthy of such a woman. Lin Feng said seriously. Chen Shicheng felt that this was a bit sarcastic, and just as he was about to ask what it meant, Lin Feng spoke. How can a beauty like this have the nerve to eat for free? Lin Feng said. It was obvious that Chen Shicheng didn't know Wang Jialing's true face yet. What do you mean? Chen Shicheng asked Lin Feng angrily. Mr. Chen, you don't know? Then I'd better not tell you, so as not to affect your relationship. That would be bad. Lin Feng said innocently. This is exactly the effect he wants. What do you mean? Lin Feng? Don't be shameless. I ask you to pay because I think highly of you. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Wang Jialing couldn't hold it in anymore. Lin Feng smiled and said, okay, since you brought it up first, don't blame me for being rude. What do you mean by paying? Was it the 80,000 yuan meal you and 4 or 5 other women had under the pretext of a blind date? But didn't the police officer teach you a lesson later? That's not right. Are you hungry following our CEO Chen? You still have to go out and sell your face. Lin Feng said deliberately. Sure enough, Chen Shicheng's face turned darker at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could he, Mr. Chen, a big boss, tolerate his woman being like this? Chen Shicheng now understood why Wang Jialing was so enthusiastic. It turned out there was such a thing. He was attracted by her beauty, but now he just felt that Wang Jialing was embarrassing. This woman actually has the nerve to chatter and get angry here. I really don't know where this face came from. However, Chen Shicheng also knew Lin Feng's intention of deliberately saying these words in front of so many people. I just want to see him and Wang Jialing embarrass themselves here. I have to say that Lin Feng is a smart man. Chen Shicheng really feels very embarrassed now. Lin Feng's goal has been achieved. Chapter 7. Chen Shicheng dragged Wang Jialing out of the venue. He can't afford to lose face. As he walked away, he said, immediately terminate all cooperation with Qingyang Real Estate, and today's contract will be invalidated. Lin Feng smiled. He wondered how long Chen Shicheng could talk to him. As a result, it was not long before I could win the argument with him. It's really boring. But now, Chen Shicheng should be dissatisfied with Wang Jialing. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Jialing had used some means to get close to Mr. Chen. Lin Feng thought about it and remembered that Wang Jialing had a blind date with him yesterday. Today I got involved with Chen Shicheng. No, these two, something happened last night, right? Otherwise, how could Chen Ziqing stand up for Wang Jialing today? She's really a woman who is not presentable. Chen Shichun left after saying this, which left the president of Qingyang Real Estate dumbfounded. This time he really lost both the wife and the army. Not only did they fail to keep the contract with Tianyang Real Estate, but Lin Feng also resigned from their company. Originally, if Lin Feng resigned and they joined Tianyang Real Estate, the future development would be good. But now Tianyang Real Estate has said that it wants to terminate the contract with them. In addition, Lin Feng has already resigned from Qingyang Real Estate and taken away so many resources. I'm afraid Qingyang Real Estate won't be able to hold on for much longer. After all, many customers come to Qingyang Real Estate because they recognize Lin Feng as a person. Since Lin Feng has left, there is no need for them to come to Qingyang Real Estate anymore. Director Li stood nearby and watched everything that happened, and now he didn't dare to say a word. After all, he was the one who first intervened in Lin Feng's matter just now. If he said something inappropriate during this opportunity, I'm afraid that the president of Qingyang Real Estate is going to vent his anger on him. So he'd better stay here now. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Lin Feng looked at the president's face and said, there is nothing for him to do here now. He has done everything he was supposed to do. Staying here any longer would only make him feel disgusted by these people. So it's better to hurry up and leave. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the venue without waiting for anyone else present to respond. He doesn't need answers from these people. They are all ungrateful people. It's better to stay away from them. After all the commotion in this conference hall today, I felt really relieved. From now on, I won't have to endure Director Li's sarcasm anymore. When Lin Feng turned around, the president of Qingyang Real Estate moved his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. I guess he doesn't have the face to say anything to Lin Feng now. After all, just now in front of Chen Ziqing from Tianyang Real Estate, he wanted to ask Lin Feng to resign. What's the point of saying these things now? Chen Ziqing was so arrogant towards me at the beginning, did he really think I was afraid of him or something? Lin Feng thought so. In fact, if this had happened before, Lin Feng might have really swallowed his anger and not argued with him. But now it's different, he has the super rich system. Moreover, he himself holds 30% of the shares of Tianyang Real Estate. He didn't take Chen Ziqing seriously at all. I'm afraid Chen Ziqing doesn't know yet that he has already acquired 30% of Tianyang Real Estate's shares. If he really knew, he wouldn't treat me like this now. I guess the same goes for Wang Jialing. If Wang Jialing really knew that I had obtained 30% of Tianyang Real Estate's shares, she might continue to lick my heart. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more relieved he felt. This time, that stinky woman was taught a lesson. I hope he won't follow her bunch of crappy girlfriends to harm other men in the future. I can think of myself as getting rid of a scourge for the people. After Lin Feng dealt with the incident at the company, there was nothing left for him to do. Anyway, he has already resigned and will never have to come to Qingyang Real Estate again. These past few days have been quite tiring, especially since I just received an order from a big customer not long ago. I have been busy for several days, and in the past 2 days I have been involved in Wang Jialing's affairs. So Lin Feng now feels really tired. After thinking about it, I decided to go home and have some sleep since it's already this late. He has nothing to do, so he might as well stay at home. Although Lin Feng's monthly salary is decent, he has always been very frugal. So the place where he lived was a rather run-down neighborhood, and the monthly rent was not very expensive. Anyway, he lives alone, so Lin Feng is quite satisfied with the conditions. Now that I'm home, I fall straight into sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Feng felt dazed as his cell phone kept ringing. After I turned it off, it was still ringing. It seemed someone was calling. But Lin Feng thought about it, who would call him at this time? He has already resigned and is now unemployed. Who would rush him like this? Lin Feng originally wanted to continue sleeping, but the phone kept ringing. After thinking about it, he turned over, picked up the phone and put it to his ear, wanting to see who was bothering him so early in the morning. Brother Lin, where are you now? An anxious voice came from the phone. It sounds like it should be the new person that Lin Feng is training in the company. This newcomer has a pretty good relationship with Lin Feng, but I don't know why he called now. He sounded anxious. Could something happen again? Where else could I be? I must be sleeping at home. What's the matter with you so early in the morning? Lin Feng said impatiently. This newcomer must know that he has resigned from Qingyang Real Estate, so why is he calling now? Although the relationship between the two of them was still good, there was nothing Lin Feng could do to help him now, as they were no longer employees of the same company. Have you watched the news? Brother Lin, you'd better not go to sleep. Go check the news quickly. Something big has happened. Your reputation in our company is about to be ruined. The newcomer didn't care at all about Lin Feng's impatient tone. Now I just want to tell Lin Feng to go watch the news as soon as possible, no later than that. What the hell? Who watches the news so early in the morning? Is there some shocking secret that has been revealed that makes you so excited? Lin Feng was still a little dazed, and obviously hadn't figured out why this person asked him to watch the news. What kind of news has it got to do with you? He just came back yesterday and took a nap, and has been sleeping ever since. Chapter 8. You can find out if you search for the news about our company. I won't say anything more. Director Li is here again. I'll hang up now. Brother Lin, go check it out. The newcomer said a few words and then hung up the phone in a hurry. It is said that Director Li is here. It seems that Director Li is looking for trouble again and is using his power to educate the new employees in the company, Lin Feng thought. Lin Feng turned around and threw his phone aside, wanting to continue sleeping. But just after I closed my eyes and paused for less than a minute, I thought about searching to find out what went wrong with this company. Could it really be related to him? If it didn't matter, then why did the newcomer just now call him so anxiously? Lin Feng felt something was not right and quickly took the phone. I searched for Qingyang Real Estate. You won't know unless you search, and you'll be shocked when you do. Didn't Qingyang Real Estate fail to sign a contract with Tianyang Real Estate yesterday? How come such a big scandal was exposed? Some internal secrets were exposed. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the news that broke. He knew some of these secrets, but he just didn't know them in such detail. Who did Qingyang Real Estate offend? So many secrets were revealed. Now that these secrets have been exposed, can Qingyang Real Estate survive? Lin Feng thought about it. Could it be that Chen Ziqing from yesterday did this? It can't be that vicious. You have to know that these secrets control the fate of a company. What the hell? Why are you still slandering me? Lin Feng, who was lying down and looking at his phone, suddenly sat up and shouted this. He was originally worried about how Qingyang Real Estate would develop in the future. Unexpectedly, when I turned around, I saw an article sent from within Qingyang Real Estate. And the protagonist of this article is actually him, Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Aren't everyone talking about Qingyang Real Estate? How did this turn the blame on him? What does Qingyang Real Estate mean by this? Are you trying to put the blame on Lin Feng? This article actually said that it was Lin Feng who ran away with the money. That's why I resigned from Qingyang Real Estate. You can really say anything. Lin Feng was a little annoyed. Although he doesn't have a very good impression of Qingyang Real Estate now, he never expected that Qingyang Real Estate would do such a thing. Is it already so ruthless? It's a good thing that he had laid so many resources for them in Qingyang Real Estate. He has retained so many old customers, but now they are putting the blame on him. Does he want to push all these debts onto Lin Feng alone and then solve his own internal problems? You are really scheming. There is no need to think about this matter, it must be related to Director Li. If this was the president of Qingyang Real Estate himself, he would not make such a decision and put the blame on Lin Feng. It must be that Director Li who exaggerated. In addition, Lin Feng just resigned from Qingyang Real Estate yesterday, so they took advantage of the opportunity. Want to put the blame on him. Lin Feng got so angry when he thought of Director Li's annoying face. How dare this bastard frame him? Lin Feng's idea is not without basis. Because he had seen Director Li use this account to post the article. I didn't think it was a big deal at the time, and Director Li even joked with me, saying that everyone has a small account. Now think about it, what is that called, a trumpet? It's clearly a cover for keyboard warriors. Now, some unreasonable people have begun to attack Lin Feng. I think it was he who made Qingyang Real Estate what it is today. Ding, they actually framed you like this, you can't stand this, can you? Suddenly, the voice of the Shenhouse system came to Lin Feng's ears. The Shenhouse system said this in a mocking tone. It seems that he has also understood the reason behind this incident and is now mocking Lin Feng. How is that possible? Do you think I'm a good person? Can I say whatever they want? This is absolutely impossible. There is no way I can tolerate this. Lin Feng spoke with some anger. So what is your choice about this matter? 1. Silently bear the blame and make things easier for Qingyang Real Estate, so that Director Li can achieve his goal. Although this choice is very inhumane to you, it will also bring you unexpected wealth. 2. Expose the shady dealings of Qingyang Real Estate and let them receive the punishment they deserve. We will never let that bastard Director Li off easy. This will also protect your innocence and restore your reputation. This choice may bring about a qualitative change in your relationship with Qingyang Real Estate, and you may have the opportunity to take over Qingyang Real Estate. After listening to Lin Feng's words, the system silently gave him 2 choices. After hearing these 2 choices, Lin Feng felt a little ashamed. If he were a normal person, there would be no way he would take the blame for something like this. Besides, he was really wronged. The things mentioned in this article and the insults used by people on the internet have nothing to do with him. He was simply taking the blame for Qingyang Real Estate. Who could endure such injustice? Whoever wants to suffer can suffer, but Lin Feng will not suffer this injustice. He is going to expose Qingyang Real Estate now. There is absolutely no way we can let Director Li succeed. I will never suffer such injustice. Let us not talk about the differences and the consequences and things that these 2 choices bring to Lin Feng. Let us start with the most basic. Lin Feng would not allow these people to slander him like this, as this had already touched his bottom line. Regardless of whether he gets the reward or not, he will choose to expose Qingyang Real Estate. Lin Feng lowered his head and thought about how to fight back against Qingyang Real Estate. Since Qingyang Real Estate has created such news and exposed so much black material and secrets. Then he fanned the fire again to make it burn even more fiercely. Isn't Qingyang Real Estate fond of leaking information? Then let them leak as much as they want. Lin Feng is not a vegetarian. After all, I have been in Qingyang Real Estate for a long time. These secrets are not only owned by Qingyang Real Estate, but also by Lin Feng. Lin Feng dared to disclose the information that Qingyang Real Estate did not dare to disclose. We'll see who reveals more shocking information then. He will never show mercy. Lin Feng quickly stood up and took out his laptop. There are a lot of files stored in the computer, all about Qingyang Real Estate. Although every company has some dark secrets to a certain extent. But if outsiders knew about this, the consequences would be serious. Before, Lin Feng felt that he was an employee of Qingyang Real Estate, so he had an obligation to help his company keep these secrets. But now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Wait for it. Chapter 9. Lin Feng thought about it. How should he disclose the information to more directly reflect his current problem? If I were to type and publish articles like Qingyang Real Estate, it would probably be a bit slow. Lin Feng thought again about the videos of internet celebrities fighting that he had seen online before. If it doesn't work, he can upload a video too. It spreads faster this way. It is much more straightforward than their articles. Besides, some words cannot be understood just by their literal meaning. One also needs to consider the tone of voice and so on. So Lin Feng decided to record a video about himself and upload it to the internet. Lin Feng sat up straight, put on his clothes, and rushed into the bathroom to wash up. You can't just appear in front of so many people with unkempt hair and dirty face. After all, his videos were also uploaded to the internet. Who knows how many people will see his video by then? So it's better to dress up a little and make yourself look more energetic. Lin Feng picked out a simple short-sleeved shirt and put on his clothes. I tidied my hair a bit, but not too elaborately. If it is done too delicately, it will appear a bit deliberate. Just a simple home appearance like this in the video would be great. He turned on the camera of his laptop and placed it on the table. And he sat on the stool. You are ready to start recording your video. Before starting, Lin Feng first went over in his mind the contract regarding Qingyang Real Estate and the unknown secrets he knew. In fact, he had collected these materials about Qingyang Real Estate before. At that time, I just wanted to have a deeper understanding of Qingyang Real Estate. I never expected that I would use the collected information in this situation. But fortunately, Lin Feng had collected this information before. Otherwise, when exposing Qingyang Real Estate now, I really don't know what strong evidence to come up with. After recording the video, I will organize these files. Interspersed in the video. Now that these evidences have come out, no one will say that he is lying. Lin Feng sat on the stool and began to prepare to record the video. Hello everyone, I am Qingyang Real Estate, a former employee. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng first gave a brief introduction of his identity. But I guess even if he didn't introduce himself, these people would have already dug up his information, right? After all, those saints on the internet like to do these things on a daily basis, don't they? The purpose of my video today is to let everyone see the true face of Qingyang real estate. I'm sure everyone has seen the articles on the internet in recent days. But I just want to say one thing here. What they said is not true at all. I, Lin Feng, have never done anything like that. Please believe me on this point. Lin Feng said these words at the beginning of the video. It is to tell everyone what the ultimate purpose of his recording this video is. Of course, this is to clear up the false rumors about him spread on the internet. Next, I will reveal the true face of Qingyang real estate one by one. Over the years, I have been working hard for Qingyang real estate and have made so many contributions. Now that I have resigned from their company, they actually framed me like this. This is something that makes me very sad. Lin Feng clearly and methodically told the false news that Qingyang real estate had reported to him. The expression was very clear and the video recording was also very successful. Lin Feng watched the video with satisfaction and then got busy. I sorted out all the previous files and so on. Inserted into the video. This video will be very important evidence. He just didn't believe that it would not have an impact on Qingyang real estate. As soon as this video was uploaded, it caused a huge sensation. Many people expressed their opinions on Qingyang real estate and Lin Feng. Qingyang real estate has also fallen from the top of public opinion, and its reputation is not as good as before. Public opinion finally began to lean towards Lin Feng. You really overestimate your own abilities. I have so much negative information in my hands, and you still dare to bark on the internet. At this time, Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng took the phone and took a look at it with some surprise. Unexpectedly, the person who called was the president of Qingyang real estate. Lin Feng glanced at his phone screen with disdain. I really don't know what's the point of calling myself at this time. If I had known earlier, I would have exposed the dirty laundry about these Qingyang real estates. Would they still write articles like that to discredit and frame themselves? Anyway, Lin Feng doesn't want to say a word to the president of Qingyang real estate. It's really boring. There are always some people who don't recognize themselves. After all, he is the president of Qingyang. How can he be so stupid? I just do whatever others say and really listen to the director there. What kind of spell did Director Li cast on him to make him so obedient? He had to turn Qingyang real estate into what it is today. Is this a better feeling? Moreover, Lin Feng also visited the president of Qingyang real estate yesterday because he felt that Tianyang real estate had already signed a peace agreement with him. So they need someone like Lin Feng. That's why he dared to say so loudly yesterday that he wanted to resign as Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already seen through this kind of person and resigned from Qingyang real estate. You don't have to get along with such people anymore. Lin Feng simply hung up the phone. He let the president call him 2 or 3 times but he didn't answer. There's nothing much to say. If I had known this earlier, why did I do it in the first place? I don't think about the consequences before doing anything. Isn't this retribution? Anyway, Lin Feng doesn't care now. He is not afraid of these people. Besides, Tianyang Real Estate has now terminated its contract with Qingyang Real Estate. Qingyang Real Estate is now considered to be useless. Lin Feng didn't take it seriously at all. After all, Lin Feng holds 30% of Tianyang Real Estate shares. How could they possibly take a small company like Qingyang seriously? But I really don't know how Qingyang Real Estate will develop in the future. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that the system just said that he had the opportunity to take over Qingyang Real Estate. Is there any chance of turning this situation around? If I were allowed to take over Qingyang Real Estate, it would not be impossible. He is still quite confident in leading the development of Qingyang Real Estate. After all, Qingyang Real Estate still has some foundation. If it really falls into his hands, there might be a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng was thinking this. Suddenly, the voice of the Shinhouse system came to my ears again. Congratulations on your successful exposure of Qingyang Real Estate. No one will ever say such dirty laundry about you again. Chapter 10. After listening to what the godly rich system said, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. How could a mere Qingyang Real Estate be a rival to Lin Feng? But as the super rich system just said, he might take over Qingyang Real Estate. What is going on here? Lin Feng decided to ask about this so-called super rich system. Didn't you just say that if my choice is option number 2, it would be possible to take over Qingyang Real Estate? What's going on? It's like this, Qingyang Real Estate has been defeated now, so it's natural for you to take over Qingyang Real Estate. From now on, Qingyang Real Estate will be yours. Of course, if you don't want to be in the spotlight, you can just not release this information and take over Qingyang Real Estate quietly. Lin Feng became interested when he heard this. I didn't expect that this small choice of mine would actually help me get the Qingyang Real Estate. This is really a good thing. From now on, Qingyang Real Estate will be under my control. Well, then I will take over Qingyang Real Estate now. As for the name? It's too unlucky, so just change it. Lin Feng said thoughtfully. He didn't want to continue using this unlucky name. Since Qingyang Real Estate already belongs to him, Lin Feng, then he would have to completely transform Qingyang Real Estate. Naturally, the name needs to be changed. So what do you want to change Qingyang Real Estate into? The godly rich system continued to ask Lin Feng. Let me think about it, maybe we can call it Li Feng Real Estate. Congratulations! After the name change is successful, Qingyang Real Estate will be officially renamed Li Feng Real Estate, and you will be the president of Li Feng Real Estate. After Lin Feng successfully took over Qingyang Real Estate, he lay leisurely on the bed. Suddenly it occurred to me that I haven't studied this super rich system carefully yet. All I know is that this super rich system will give me options, and each option will bring different results. I don't really have much understanding of the rest. Besides, this super rich system suddenly appeared on Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng was not quite sure what other functions the super rich system had besides providing options. Just like the 3 God-level technical cards I got last time. It is still unclear what the God-level technology card is used for? Lin Feng was thinking this. Suddenly, the data from the Shenhouse system appeared in front of Lin Feng. It's a bit like a screen, full of various data about the Shenhouse system. Lin Feng saw the God-level technology card at a glance, and it seemed to be quite useful. It is said that as long as you silently recite the God-level skill you want in your mind, you can use it immediately. However, the validity period is relatively short, and one card can only be used for 1 hour. But this is enough for Lin Feng. After all, the effect is strong enough, and an hour is more than enough. Lin Feng still didn't understand some of the other data. It seems that these skills have not been activated yet. As time goes by, maybe these things will be unlocked. But now Lin Feng is very satisfied with the godly rich system. This was much better than his previous poor days. Think about the first time you used the godly rich system. Even if you chose to swallow your anger, you would still be given a golden turtle. You know, this golden turtle is worth a lot of money. However, his option does have some problems. Anyone with a positive outlook and a brain would probably choose the correct option. Only those who are greedy for small profits and want things like golden turtles will choose the more direct options. Lin Feng is a very thoughtful person and naturally would not make such a wrong choice. Lin Feng began to study the data that appeared in the Shenhouse system again. It seemed that he could also purchase goods in these systems. The page that came out was somewhat similar to Taobao, but the things inside were much more advanced than those on Taobao, and were even divided into different levels. They are S level, A level, B level, and C level respectively. Lin Feng actually understood this. Isn't this the same as the equipment in the game? The effect of the first level is slightly worse, and the higher the level, the better the effect, but it should also be more difficult to obtain. But this system is really magnificent. Just a mere C-level skill is enough for him to live a good life in this society, not to mention the top-level S-level skills. No wonder it dares to call itself the super-rich system, it really has some skills. As he lay there, Lin Feng felt a little hungry and his stomach started to growl. He started sleeping as soon as he came back yesterday and has been sleeping until now. No wonder he is hungry. More than 10 hours have passed and he hasn't eaten yet. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to go out for a good meal. Just think of it as a reward for myself for all the busy work these days. It's always a good idea to go out for a good meal. Besides, now that he has the super rich system, what kind of food can he not afford? Why don't you go and get yourself dressed nicely before eating? This way you can look more impressive when you go to high-end restaurants. Otherwise, he only had some clothes for daily wear, and his only formal suit was what he wore when he went to work at Qingyang Real Estate. Lin Feng picked up his formal jacket and glanced at it. There is also her name tag hanging on her left chest. Lin Feng looked at the name tag and sneered. He pulled off the name tag and threw it into the trash can, along with the formal jacket. What a shitty Qingyang real estate, when they distributed formal suits, they only gave us a coat. He didn't even know how to match the pants and shoes before giving them out. How stingy is that? I actually did so much work for them at Qingyang real estate before. Lin Feng thought about it and asked himself if he had been a sucker before. Besides, with his skills, he should be able to earn more by changing companies than staying in Qingyang real estate. It's just that Lin Feng doesn't have such a high level of education. Some larger companies only hire people based on their academic qualifications. It would be useless for Lin Feng to have skills without a high degree. So in the end I had no choice but to compromise and stay in a small company like Qingyang Real Estate. I had been thinking of staying here and having a stable job in the future. When I made enough money, I would marry a wife and buy myself a house, a car, and so on. Now it's better. He directly abandoned Qingyang Real Estate and owned such a super rich system. Not to mention buying a car and a house, I'm afraid that finding a wife is also a success. Lin Feng laughed stealthily as he thought about it. I wonder if this super rich system can help me find a beautiful wife. Lin Feng has been single for more than 20 years and has never had a girlfriend. This is something he regrets a little. Chapter 11. Although a girlfriend is not a necessity in Lin Feng's life, she must be the spice of a good life. Just imagine having a beautiful and lovely girlfriend who sticks by your side every day. What a comfortable life these days are. Lin Feng chuckled twice as he imagined and reached out to wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth. I really hope I can find a beautiful girlfriend soon. If his stomach hadn't growled again, reminding Lin Feng that he was very hungry, Lin Feng would probably have continued lying there thinking about random things. Lin Feng quickly took out a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of long pants from his small closet and put them on casually. I'm going to buy clothes later anyway, so just wear whatever you want now. I won't need to wear these old clothes anymore after I buy new clothes. Just throw it in the trash can outside. Lin Feng went downstairs from his small apartment and hailed a taxi at the intersection. After telling the driver where I wanted to go, I sat obediently in the back seat. The commercial street that Lin Feng is going to is where there are many big-name clothing brands. Lin Feng didn't dare to go there before. After all, the prices there are really high. The short-sleeved shirts he wears on a daily basis only cost a few dozen yuan, which is very cheap and quite comfortable to wear. But I'm afraid you can't even buy a button there with just a few dozen dollars. I once accompanied a client to the commercial street over there. The customer said he wanted to buy a piece of clothing for Lin Feng as a way of thanking him for providing him with so much information, which enabled him to make a good investment. At that time, Lin Feng really couldn't refuse the boss's kindness, so he carefully chose a short-sleeved shirt. Lin Feng was shocked to find that the short-sleeved shirt would cost over $1,000. He never thought that such a short-sleeved shirt could be worth several months' rent. So in the end he didn't ask his boss to buy him that short-sleeved shirt. Even after buying it, he probably couldn't afford this short-sleeved shirt. It's really loose when I wear it, so I'd rather not let the boss buy it. But now it's different, he now has a super rich system. You can easily buy him several short-sleeved shirts. That's why Lin Feng dared to tell the driver the address of this commercial street and asked the driver to take him there. The taxi driver had some ideas in mind ever since the young man told him the address of the commercial street. Seeing that the young man's clothes don't look expensive, how can he dare to go to that commercial street? You know, as a taxi driver, he hasn't picked up many people to that commercial street. After all, those rich people have their own drivers when they go out. How could anyone possibly take a taxi like this? As for this young man, I don't know if he is a rich man. Anyway, he doesn't look like one. Young man, we've arrived at Lin Lang Street. The driver looked up and glanced at Lin Feng in the rearview mirror, reminding him that they had arrived at the commercial street. Okay, how much is it? Driver, let me scan the code. Lin Feng looked at the driver and asked how much this trip would cost. He seldom takes a taxi when he goes out on weekdays. Either you ride a shared ride or you take a taxi from some taxi apps. After all, it can be cheaper. So he was not quite sure how much he should pay for this trip. 50 yuan. It's indeed a long way from your small apartment to here. The driver kindly explained to Lin Feng. After all, it was quite a distance from his shabby but not shabby little apartment to this luxurious commercial street. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone with some pain, scanned it and gave the driver 50 yuan, then opened the car door and got out. Lin Feng walked into Lin Lang Street. There is no shortage of big brands here, such as Gucci and Chanel. It's nothing here. There are also some more high-end brands that Lin Feng has never heard of before. But those who dare to open a store on this street are definitely not small brands. Lin Feng thought about it and was a little unsure which store he should go to. But Director Li always boasted about what Gucci clothes he had, and Lin Feng heard it a lot. Why not buy yourself a Gucci suit first? Gucci is a chain store of an overseas brand. Many celebrities and internet celebrities buy clothes from this store, so Lin Feng knows a little about it, and knows that this store has some high-end clothing. Moreover, all of Gucci's styles closely follow the international trends. So Lin Feng decided to go to the store and take a look first. Lin Feng took 2 steps and felt a little embarrassed. Before, he wouldn't have dared to hang around in front of these stores. Because the shop assistants there are so enthusiastic and will ask you to try on clothes and so on. But Lin Feng felt that he would not buy these clothes even if he tried them on. Instead, they have to ask the shop assistants to take the trouble to choose clothes for them. It was really embarrassing, so Lin Feng simply chose to stay away from these stores, but today was different. Although Lin Feng looks good, he has never had much confidence. After all, my life is very busy and I don't have any skills that I'm proud of, so I always lack a little confidence. But if you want to build self-confidence, what is the most direct and brutal way? That means having money. Hello, welcome to Gucci. As soon as Lin Feng entered the store, the clerk greeted him warmly. After the greetings, he began to introduce to Lin Feng some of the latest trendy clothes in the store. Generally speaking, for big brands like this, the store clerks are very discerning. They have seen all kinds of guests and can usually tell at a glance what kind of financial strength these guests have, so as to recommend clothes of different price ranges to them. So they can naturally distinguish which customers are just wandering around the store and which customers are coming in with a purpose to buy something. When the clerk heard that Lin Feng wanted a formal suit, he took him directly to the area where formal suits were displayed in the store. There are all kinds of formal wear in there. And they are all specially customized clothes, which should be what Lin Feng needs. The clerk reached out and picked up a burgundy formal suit and showed it to Lin Feng. Do you think this dress is okay? The color of this dress suits your skin tone very well, and it is more suitable for people of your age group, the clerk explained to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a look at the extremely sexy burgundy formal suit in the clerk's hand and frowned. He has never worn this color. His daily clothes are very simple, just black, white and gray. He would never wear such eye-catching and showy clothes. This color is a bit too eye-catching, so forget it. Lin Feng explained to the clerk and wanted the clerk to recommend another piece of clothing for him. Chapter 12. When the clerk heard this, he knew that Lin Feng didn't like such a flashy color and wanted to be more low-key. So he quickly put down the clothes in his hands. Then come with me over here. Here is one of the best-selling items in our store. The clerk smiled and led Lin Feng to the next area. The model is wearing a dark blue suit. From the innermost shirt to the leather shoes on the feet, everything is matched. It's perfect. The dark blue also doesn't look that dull. Moreover, Lin Feng is usually used to wearing black clothes. He has never worn clothes of this color. It's quite attractive. And the matching leather shoes must be worth a lot of money. Lin Feng even felt that the leather shoes were shining. Very good, very good. This pair of leather shoes is handmade from genuine cowhide leather, which is incomparable to any other pair in the store. Wang Xikong also bought this pair of leather shoes a few days ago. How do you feel? The clerk asked Lin Feng with a smile. Well, it's pretty good. Can I try it? Lin Feng asked the clerk. Although this dress looks good, you still have to try it yourself to know whether it is good or not. After taking the clothes off, he handed them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked into the fitting room to try on clothes. At this time, the clerk was suddenly surrounded by the other 2 female shopping guides in the store. Hey, Xiaoyu, you said you tried so many clothes on him and recommended so many clothes to him. What if he doesn't buy them later? A slightly older female shopping guide looked at Xiaoyu and said. Xiaoyu is the female shopping guide who has been introducing clothes to Lin Feng. That's right. It's obvious that this guy has never bought such high-end clothes in our store. Look at the clothes he wore when he came. They look worthless. Another younger female instructor continued. I don't know whether he will buy it or not, but isn't this our job? Xiaoyu said helplessly while looking at the 2 people around her. She had only been working as a shopping guide in this store for a short time, while these 2 people had been here for a long time. It was difficult for her to refute what these 2 people said. After all, they are both seniors. If you get into an argument with them, you will have a hard time in the store in the future. Let me tell you, our sister Wang is the best at judging people. She's not sure if this person will buy clothes or not, so don't try so many clothes on him. It will be troublesome to clean up later. When he comes out later, just find him 2 cheap clothes to try. The young shopping guide looked at Xiaoyu with disdain. Sister Wang is the older shopping guide. After listening to what the young shopping guide said, she nodded with satisfaction, expressing her agreement with this view. Perhaps it was because the voices they were discussing outside were too loud, and Lin Feng could hear them talking in the fitting room. You really look down on people. As a shopping guide, why are you discussing so many things behind other people's backs instead of doing what a shopping guide should do? What do you mean I can't afford these clothes? Believe it or not, I will buy these clothes and show them to you later. Lin Feng muttered to himself in the fitting room. It's so unlucky. I didn't expect to be talked about like this when I went out to buy clothes. I was just wearing casual clothes just now, there's no need for them to be so malicious. Lin Feng put on his clothes dissatisfiedly and left the fitting room. He had to meet these gossipy little women. After the other 2 shopping guides saw Lin Feng coming out of the fitting room, they also left quickly. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Feng somewhat embarrassedly. This outfit suits you very well. You look much more handsome in it. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Feng seriously and said. I have to say that this dark blue suit really suits him. He looks completely different and more energetic in it. Isn't there a saying that goes clothes make the man? Lin Feng is already quite handsome, and with the combination of this outfit, he naturally looks several levels better. Lin Feng walked to the mirror and adjusted his collar with satisfaction. He also thought that the clothes looked good on him, although he had never worn clothes of this color before. But I have to say, this dress is really nice, so I might as well buy it. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the 2 shopping guides who dared to look down on him. So I thought about it and decided to buy some accessories. I had to dazzle those people. What do you think of this dress? Xiaoyu asked Lin Feng seriously. I think this dress is okay to wear. Please help me pick out some accessories later. Lin Feng smiled and said to Xiaoyu. He had just heard Xiaoyu explain it for him, so he had a good impression of her. Why not just buy a few more clothes and accessories today and add them all to her sales? When Xiaoyu heard this, she knew that Lin Feng just wanted to buy a few more clothes, and she became happy instantly. The 2 shopping guides standing nearby were also stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Feng not only bought the clothes, but also wanted to pick out accessories. Suddenly, as if he realized something, he quickly moved to Lin Feng's side. Sir, how about we 2 pick out accessories for you? Xiaoyu is new to our store and definitely doesn't know as much as we do. Yes, we have been in this store for a long time. Why not let the 2 of us pick out accessories for you? We will definitely be very careful. I didn't expect that these 2 shopping guides would directly compete for the business. Both of these shopping guides are pretty good looking and have nice figures. Especially the one who is a little older, she has the charm of a young woman. Now in front of Lin Feng, everyone was respectful with smiles on their faces. His mouth was so wide when he laughed that his face was probably stiff. Lin Feng glanced at the 2 of them indifferently. They really had no martial ethics. It was obvious that another shopping guide had been in charge of me just now, but now that she saw that I could afford to buy clothes, she came over to steal my business. Xiaoyu, who was about to take Lin Feng to the accessories area, was also stunned. The 2 shopping guides clearly looked down on Lin Feng just now, so why are they here to steal her business now? Although she was also an employee of this store, and Lin Feng was her responsibility from the beginning. But the other 2 shopping guides were more experienced, so she didn't dare to say anything now. Xiaoyu stood nearby, feeling somewhat at a loss. Lin Feng noticed Xiaoyu's expression, so she quickly smiled at him and comforted her. There was no way he would listen to these 2 old shopping guides. Chapter 13. I won't bother you 2 anymore. Let the shopping guide help me choose accessories. Lin Feng snorted coldly and said to the other 2 shopping guides. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Lin Feng would ask her to continue helping him choose accessories. But this also means that we don't have to lose business to the other 2 shopping guides. She hasn't completed her sales for this month yet. It was originally a probation period. If the sales volume was not achieved, she might not be able to continue working in this store. What's wrong? Why are you still standing there? Take me to pick out accessories. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yu again in a friendly manner and reminded her. Ah. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Then come over here, I'll help you pick out some accessories. Xiao Yu smiled and stretched out her hand to lead Lin Feng to the accessories area. The two old shopping guides were left standing there, stamping their feet angrily. I didn't expect that such a rich man would be snatched away by this new shopping guide. Lin Feng symbolically picked out a few low-key accessories and asked Xiao Yu to pack them for him. He himself is not the kind of person who likes to show off, so he doesn't need too many accessories, just some are enough. Okay, that's all for now. Help me settle the bill. Lin Feng looked at the selected accessories in Xiao Yu's hand and felt that this was enough. Okay, then please wait for me here for a moment. Xiao Yu smiled and took the selected clothes and accessories to the counter to check out. The two shopping guides who had just said that Lin Feng couldn't afford these things were immediately dumbfounded. They never expected that Lin Feng could not only afford this formal suit, but also picked out so many expensive accessories. You have to know that these accessories are only bought by rich kids. Hello, the clothes and accessories you just selected cost a total of 132,427 yuan. After Xiao Yu calculated the bill, she came to Lin Feng with the bill. The two shopping guides were even more surprised when they looked at Lin Feng sitting on the sofa. Although the people who come to their store to buy clothes are all rich people, it is indeed rare to see someone like Lin Feng who is not good looking and spends so much money at once. And from Lin Feng's appearance, it can be seen that Lin Feng is not very old, probably only in his 20s. Judging from this, maybe Lin Feng is a low-key wealthy man. Now the two shopping guides finally shut up and never dared to underestimate Lin Feng again. Thinking about it this way, it was fortunate that Lin Feng did not hear what they just said, otherwise who knows what this rich man would do. Okay, just swipe the card. Lin Feng responded, reached into his pocket, took out his wallet, took out his bank card, and handed it to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu quickly took out her bank card, then packed up the prepared clothes and accessories and handed them to Raymond Lam one by one. Lin Feng took the bank card and the bags, and smiled at Xiao Yu in a friendly manner. Lin Feng suddenly started rummaging through his pile of things, then took out a small brooch and handed it to Xiao Yu. This was what he had just picked out from the accessories section. Xiao Yu thought at the time that this was something Lin Feng chose for his girlfriend, so he put so much thought into it. She didn't expect that Lin Feng would give her this brooch. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. What does this mean? Xiao Yu asked Lin Feng nervously. She didn't dare to accept the brooch, which cost at least several $1,000s. What's wrong? This was originally picked for you. Just think of it as you helping me choose clothes for so long. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Xiao Yu disapprovingly. It was just a brooch, he bought it just because he wanted to. This is too valuable, sir. I cannot accept it. Besides, helping you choose clothes is part of my job. You don't have to do this. Xiao Yu looked flustered and kept waving her hands to refuse Lin Feng. She didn't know what to do now. This was the first time she encountered such a thing. I definitely can't accept this brooch. But looking at Lin Feng's expression, it seemed that he would not give up unless she accepted the brooch. What? You don't accept the brooch because you feel I look down on you, right? Lin Feng deliberately frowned and said to Xiao Yu seriously. He did this on purpose, not only to thank Xiao Yu, but also to make the other two counselors envious. Xiao Yu really didn't want to accept this brooch. But seeing that Lin Feng was already angry, and feeling it was not good to anger him, she took the brooch tremblingly. The two shopping guides standing nearby were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that such a good thing would happen to this young shopping guide. When Lin Feng saw Xiao Yu take the brooch, he nodded with satisfaction and said, just take it. He has already bought it. If Xiao Yu really doesn't accept it, he will have no one to give it to him. The two shopping guides standing nearby were becoming more and more angry, regretting that they had not realized at first that Lin Feng was a rich man and so generous. But now nothing can be done. Lin Feng had already finished shopping. No matter what they said, Lin Feng probably wouldn't even look at them again. After Lin Feng handed the brooch to Xiao Yu, he turned around and walked out of the store. He had bought all the clothes and given away the things, and he felt relieved. Now he had no time to stay in this store. No way, you are too pretentious. You can even do such a thing. The voice of the godly rich system suddenly came to Lin Feng's ears, speaking in a teasing tone. What do you know? How can this be called pretending? This is just basic operation. Lin Feng smiled proudly and replied. Lin Feng was strolling around leisurely with the bag in his hand, wondering where to go for dinner. Now Lin Feng is still wearing his own clothes. He was originally going to wear formal clothes, but Lin Feng felt that he was just going to have a meal and there was no need to be so formal. I'd better wear that outfit when I need it. So he put on his short-sleeved shirt and long pants. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to go back to his small apartment and eat some ordinary fried noodles. As for other things, he really couldn't think of what to eat. Maybe he was used to eating these ordinary things on a daily basis. Now I just want to eat 2 mouthfuls of that fried noodles. It's a good opportunity for me to go home and put back the things I bought today. It's quite troublesome to carry them all the time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng walked to the side of the road and hailed a taxi. Getting ready to go back to my little apartment. The taxi driver looked at the bag in Lin Feng's hand inside, saying that this was another rich man who had just finished shopping on Lin Lang Street. Chapter 14. After Lin Feng got home by taxi, he threw all the things in his hands into the room and went out directly. The fried noodles place is quite close to his house, just a short walk away. It's evening now, so I can go for a walk. There is a square next to Lin Feng's small apartment, and there are quite a lot of people there at the moment. But it may also be because there are many schools nearby, so there are always some energetic young people in society hanging around here. They all dyed their hair yellow, had a cigarette in their mouths, and went around chatting up other girls. Lin Feng always sneered when he saw such a spirited young man. At such a young age, they don't study hard in school and go out to pick up girls every day. I wonder how heartbroken their parents would be when they find out. We spent so much money to send them to school, but now they have only learned how to pick up girls, smoke, and drink. Anyway, Lin Feng regrets now that he did not study hard before and failed to get a higher degree, which resulted in him being unable to find a good job now. You can only swallow your anger in a small company. If he were given another chance to start over, he would definitely choose to study hard. At least after the hard times now, life will be better in the future. It's better than the current kid hanging around outside all day. Lin Feng had just arrived at the square when a young and pretty girl came towards him. She was dressed quite fashionably, wearing a short skirt. He was actually holding a lot of flowers in his hands. It seemed like he was selling flowers part-time here. Hey little brother, where are you going? Are you going on a date? Then bring a beautiful flower to your girlfriend. The girl smiled sweetly, holding the flowers and coming close to Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. He was dressed so casually, how could he be going on a date? He doesn't even have a girlfriend. What kind of meeting is he going to have? I guess this girl just wants to sell the flowers in her hand. That's why I came here to ask myself this. But the girl asked this after all. It would be better for her to buy the flowers herself so that she doesn't have to wander around the square. The energetic young man over there has been looking at the girl. I'm afraid that after he leaves, he will come and chat with her. It would be better to let her sell the flowers quickly and go home. Don't hang around here, or you'll be noticed by those young men, or you'll be in trouble. Then sell me all the flowers you have. Lin Feng looked at the little girl seriously and said. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and prepared to scan money for the girl. The girl selling flowers was stunned for a moment. Obviously she hadn't reacted yet. She didn't expect that this man would buy all her flowers. What's wrong, little girl? Seeing that the little girl was still in a daze and had no reaction, Lin Feng called her again. He was in a hurry to eat. Buy these flowers quickly and go eat. How much is all this for these flowers? My flowers cost a total of 230 yuan. Are you sure you want to buy them all? The little girl looked at Lin Feng blankly and asked again, as if to confirm the authenticity. When Lin Feng heard the little girl ask him this again, he said nothing. He took out the WeChat payment code from her pile of flowers, picked up his phone and scanned it. After paying the money, Lin Feng took the flowers directly from the little girl. Now that the flowers are sold out, you should hurry back. Do you see those spirited young men over there? Don't let them bother you later. Lin Feng kindly reminded the little girl. The energetic young man standing next to her seemed to have seen Lin Feng getting ready to leave after buying flowers, and he was already eager to come over and chat with the girl. Oh, okay, fine. The little girl replied blankly. I met a big client today. Not only did he buy me so many flowers, he was also kind enough to remind me to go home early. After Lin Feng saw the little girl respond, he turned and walked away. I have to go eat quickly, I'm really starving. The little girl looked at Lin Feng's back as he left. Some regrets. I should have asked this guy for his WeChat ID earlier. I don't know whether he went on a date or not. I just asked him and he didn't tell me, but he actually bought so many flowers. The little girl couldn't help but imagine how nice it would be if this was her boyfriend. He is so rich, yet he still knows to buy so many flowers for his girlfriend. If this was my boyfriend, I wouldn't have to sell flowers to earn pocket money. Lin Feng went to the fried noodle shop holding a big bouquet of flowers. Hey, what's going on? You brought so many flowers today. Is it because of your new girlfriend? The owner of the fried noodle shop was also very familiar with Lin Feng, and he saw Lin Feng as soon as he saw the door. It was a bit strange to see him holding so many flowers. So I asked him if he had a new girlfriend. What? I saw a little girl selling flowers on the roadside, so I bought them all. Lin Feng explained with a smile. He doesn't have a girlfriend. I didn't realize you were so helpful. What would you like to eat today? Fried noodles again? The boss smiled and looked at Lin Feng and said, Yes, let's have fried noodles again. Let's add an egg to this one. Lin Feng placed the flowers next to his seat and said while looking at the menu. Okay. The boss replied. Lin Feng has often come to this restaurant to eat since he moved here. The owner of this small shop is about the same age as Lin Feng, maybe a few years older. The two of them usually get along well with each other. Lin Feng didn't have many friends, so he would chat with the boss occasionally when he came to eat to relieve his boredom. While waiting for the noodles to be fried, Lin Feng picked up the garlic on the table and peeled a few cloves for himself. As the saying goes, if you don't eat garlic when eating noodles, the flavor will be half gone. The fried noodles came up quickly, and Lin Feng picked up the chopsticks and finished it in no time. Before leaving the store, I gave some flowers to the boss. This boss has a wife. There are so many flowers and Lin Feng has no place to put them, so he might as well give some to the boss. It's getting late now and there are not many people on the pedestrian street outside. Lin Feng was not in a hurry and just walked back slowly. Beauty, hee hee. Lin Feng seemed to suddenly hear some strange sound coming from the alley next to him. It sounds like those lively young men are flirting with some pretty girl again? Lin Feng turned his head and took a look, and suddenly saw the familiar short skirt. Isn't this the little girl who sold flowers to him? How come you are here? Lin Feng was a little confused. It was obvious that these smart guys were trying to flirt with the girl. But from the sound of it, the little girl seemed reluctant. Chapter 15. Ding, Choice 1, turn a blind eye and go directly back to your apartment from here. Leave the little girl alone to deal with these psycho guys. And you are a coward who ran away without helping others. If you choose this option, you can directly get the balance of 500,000 yuan in your bank card. Choice 2, be brave and help the injustice, and rescue the flower girl. But you'll be dealing with those psycho guys all by yourself, and you might get hurt, but this option might help you increase your chances of meeting a beautiful woman. Lin Feng was still sticking his head out to observe the situation of the spirited young man, when he was startled by the voice that suddenly came from the godly rich system. After carefully listening to the options given by the godly rich system, Lin Feng felt a little ashamed. Are you giving me options or scolding me? Lin Feng said in a low voice speechlessly. How could words like fleeing in a panic and watching someone in danger be applied to Lin Feng? Lin Feng must be a brave and fearless person who is willing to stand up for justice and help others. It's not for meeting beautiful women. I would definitely choose option 2, but how am I supposed to handle these psycho guys by myself? Lin Feng thought a little confused. I think his small body can't handle so many energetic young men. Although these energetic young men are still young, we must not underestimate them. These energetic young men who hang out on the streets all year round love to fight. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to flirt with a girl on the street with such a flattering face. The girl was so reluctant, yet you still refused to let her go home. Lin Feng took another careful look at the situation in the alley over there. That energetic young man has tattoos on his arms and legs. There were two men who were tall and strong and looked ferocious. With his small body, he really didn't know how to deal with them. We have to think carefully about how to save that little girl. You can use those 3 god-level technology cards. The voice of the godly rich system came out again. Oh, yes. When the godly rich system reminded him, Lin Feng remembered that he had obtained 3 god-level technology cards last time. It seems that this is the time to use this technology card. A god-level technical card can be used for 1 hour, so the current situation should be able to be resolved in 1 hour. Well, not necessarily. If these spirited young men insisted on pestering him, it would probably take 2 or 3 hours. But if the technique he chooses is stronger, it shouldn't take so long. Lin Feng leaned against the wall and thought carefully, what kind of technology should he use? These spirited young men will definitely take action soon. How about this, I'll use a magic skill card, and you can make me extremely strong, or extremely good at fighting. The details are up to you. Lin Feng said to the godly rich system. He really couldn't think of any specific technical requirements. At least it can prevent him from being bullied by those young men. He didn't really need anything else. It would be even better if these spirited young men could be reasonable. Anyway, he wouldn't have to fight if he could. He is no longer in his 20s and he can't fight wits and courage with a bunch of spirited young men. Ding, the god-level technology card has been used. A voice came from the Shinhouse system. It seemed that the god-level technology card had been applied to Lin Feng. After hearing the sound, Lin Feng went straight to the alley. He had to hurry up and finish the work early and go home early. He didn't want to stay here too long. Beauty, just stay with our boss. Yes, look at our boss, he is a handsome man, why wouldn't you be reluctant? If you follow our boss, you won't have to sell flowers around here anymore. Our boss will support you. When Lin Feng got closer to those energetic young men, he heard that they were not just trying to flirt with the girl. They were actually asking this little girl to be their boss girlfriend. This was really too much. How could they make such an unreasonable request? I'm afraid no normal girl would agree to this. No wonder the girl is trapped here. Hey, what are you guys doing here so late at night instead of going home? Aiming at a little girl. Lin Feng walked behind this group of energetic young men. This group of energetic young men might have been too engrossed in looking at the beauties, and apparently hadn't noticed that Lin Feng had walked behind them. Lin Feng shouted at the group of people with great momentum. The gangsters turned their heads in confusion, not knowing who dared to say such words to them. Who are you? Can't you see I'm busy? A spirited young man who was in the lead yelled in annoyance after seeing Lin Feng. He has been chatting with this beautiful girl here for a long time and wants her to be his girlfriend. He is the leader of this group of energetic young men, or the boss as they call him. But he didn't expect that this beautiful woman was so ignorant. She had been knocking here for such a long time and still didn't agree to him. You know, no woman can refuse him. The energetic young man stroked his yellow hair and pointed at Lin Feng. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. You are alone. Don't you see how many of us are here? Lin Feng laughed after hearing what this energetic young man said. It seems that this group of energetic young men are really good at finding trouble. Your mother raised you up, but didn't she teach you how to talk to adults? Lin Feng smiled and said to the yellow-haired man who was in the lead. What's wrong with you, kid? Why are you guys still standing here? This kid is trying to ruin my business. The yellow-haired leader was angered, looked at his brothers around him and shouted. Boss, don't worry. He definitely can't beat us. You see, he's alone. We can just attack him twice and he'll be scared away. Yes, boss, you can just take your future sister-in-law to watch the show nearby, and leave this place to us. The two shorter guys with red and green hair looked at Lin Feng arrogantly and said these words. It was obvious that they didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. Lin Feng saw at first glance that the red-haired guy and the green-haired guy were just the kind of lackeys who followed the boss around and only made sarcastic remarks. He is so small, yet he acts like a spirited young man. I don't even know if those loafers are available in sizes as small as theirs. It's true that anyone can dare to act like a spirited young man. Is it true that the threshold to become a spirited young man is so low now? All kinds of rotten fish and shrimp dare to stand on the street and call themselves spirited young men. Chapter 16. Come on, you two, stop it. Look at you two. You can't even beat me with one arm, and you still have the nerve to ignore me. Lin Feng shouted at them arrogantly. He is not afraid now. After all, he was a person with a god-level technical card, so perhaps only 5 minutes had passed in this hour. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to just give these guys a verbal lesson and was not going to fight with them. After all, he is such a grown-up, it is not justifiable for him to fight with others outside. But now, after seeing the behavior of these young men and the words they said, Lin Feng really wanted to teach these children a lesson on behalf of their parents. Bah, you really dare to brag. Come on, brothers, what are you doing here? Push him over there. After saying that, a few energetic young men actually rushed up and wanted to fight with Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the two energetic young men who rushed up. They looked malnourished and each of them looked like a pole. His face is as sallow as a day lily. He is not afraid of these guys. The two energetic young men waved their fists towards Lin Feng. But Lin Feng just dodged slightly, then reached out and grabbed their arms, twisting them backwards. The two energetic young men immediately screamed in pain. What the hell, do you really think that your brother Feng is easy to bully? How dare any spirited young man stand in front of me? The two energetic young men bent over in pain, with one of their arms twisted behind their backs by Lin Feng. The energetic young man who was shouting just now saw that something was wrong and immediately called on a few other young men to rush up. It seems that they are determined to defeat Lin Feng today. Lin Feng looked at the spirited young man who rushed up again and smiled. Two spirited young men actually dared to come up. They are those two tall and strong men. Lin Feng was half a head shorter than them. Lin Feng was not short to begin with, he was already about 1.80 meters tall, but he did not expect that these two energetic young men were actually half a head taller than him. Lin Feng looked at the two young men and frowned. It's really a waste of eating so much food and growing so tall. Isn't it a waste of time for him to come out and be a lively young man when he is so tall? It would be better to stay in school and study hard, learn some sports or something. Wouldn't that be more promising than just messing around like this? Two tall and strong young men rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly dodged and avoided the fists of the two young men. The two guys were beaten down by a boy in the first 2 grades. Lin Feng clenched his fists. It was really difficult, but luckily he had a god-level technical card with him. If it were him alone, it would be a bit difficult for him to deal with these two tall and strong boys. This pressure alone is enough to suppress Lin Feng. In addition, there are quite a lot of them, so today they are really lucky to have this super rich system. If this happened on a normal day, he would have encountered this kind of thing on the street. I guess they just took a look, called 110 and then dispersed. But he didn't dare to rush forward by himself. But you know what, it feels really good to teach that young man a lesson. What's the matter, brothers? You look so weak, you can't do this. Lin Feng immediately said to these energetic young men. The boss who was in charge just now is also panicking now. He didn't expect that all his brothers were defeated by Lin Feng. Even the two tallest and strongest men were knocked to the ground. He was beginning to feel a little scared now. He didn't expect that Lin Feng, such a thin man, could be so powerful. With just a few moves, his little brothers were defeated. Who the hell are you? I'm here to find a girlfriend, it shouldn't bother you, right? Why do you have to come and get involved? The leader became a little anxious and shouted at Lin Feng. He really just wanted to find himself a girlfriend, but he brought a few more people with him. He really didn't do anything excessive to the girl. Why do we have to find someone to teach him a lesson? No, little brother, why don't you just look for a girlfriend properly? What's the point of blocking a girl across the street? Think about it yourself, is what you did justifiable? Lin Feng preached to the little boss seriously. Okay, I won't talk about this girlfriend today, is that okay? I'm so unlucky that I have to be messed up by someone like you when I have a girlfriend. The little boss said somewhat angrily. It seems like I am destined not to get a girlfriend today. He had been observing the little girl for several days. The girl fell in love at first sight. That's why I didn't hastily ask her for her WeChat ID. I thought of bringing my brothers to get to know her today. After all, she might become his girlfriend, but he didn't expect to meet someone like Lin Feng who causes trouble. He was really pissed off. He ruined his girlfriend. What a bad luck today. The key is that he also got his brothers involved. Now they are lying on the ground, sighing and unable to get up. I really don't know how severely Lin Feng beat his brothers. After all, these brothers have been with him for a long time. He can't just abandon them because of a woman. So the best thing to do now is to retreat quickly with his brothers. He didn't want to be taught a lesson by Lin Feng later. Why didn't you just let the girl go when you saw me coming? You had to hang around here and keep pestering her, and now you blame me for teaching you a lesson. Tell me yourself whether my teaching is correct. Lin Feng wanted to teach this little old man a lesson. Hey, stop talking, can't I just leave? Brothers, get up quickly, let's go. If I can't provoke you, can't I just hide from you? The little boss was already preparing to leave, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to nag at him again. He was so angry that he kept stamping his feet. He stood there, stamping his feet and talking to his brothers on the ground. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. How come this little boss didn't act like a boss at all? Why is she stomping her feet so coquettishly? She makes him look like a bullied little girl. It's really hard to explain, but it's still cute. The few energetic young men standing next to Lin Feng quickly got up from the ground, followed their boss and left the alley. Lin Feng also took the flowers he had just bought from the side and came to the side of the little girl. Judging from the appearance of this little girl, she shouldn't have been harmed by these spirited young men. After all, these young men are still children. At most they are just bluffing and trying to scare the girl. Chapter 17. Lin Feng brushed off the dust on his body, held the flowers and came to the little girl, wanting to see how she was. "Hey, I'm rough, who hit me?" Lin Feng suddenly shouted out as something hard hit the back of his head. Lin Feng was a little confused. Why would someone come to hit him? Could it be that the group of energetic young men just now did not leave, but instead ambushed me here? But they probably don't have such courage. Who is attacking them from behind? Lin Feng covered his head and was about to look behind him, but he didn't expect to be beaten again, all hitting his head and back. "You filthy rascal, what are you doing to a little girl in the middle of the night? She's crying here." I never thought that in this day and age, there are still people doing such dirty things. "You filthy bastard, just wait for the police to come and find you." A female voice came from behind Lin Feng. He chattered a lot and hit Lin Feng with his hands while talking. The little girl who was standing by the wall wiping her tears was now frightened. She didn't expect what was happening. Why did someone suddenly come? And she's a woman. "No, sis, what's wrong with you? Why did you hit me?" "I didn't do anything." Lin Feng covered his head and explained quickly. He roughly guessed it from what the woman behind him said. "I'm afraid this woman has misunderstood me. He must have thought that I had bad intentions and had done something bad to the girl, which is why he attacked me. The key point is that this is not the case at all. He is a good man. He just saved the little girl. If I don't hit you, who else should I hit? You shameless bastard, how dare you say you didn't do anything? Then why did you bother the little girl just now? Now the little girl is crying again. As expected, all men are bad. You still dare to say that you did nothing." The woman behind him shouted at Lin Feng angrily. She just saw Lin Feng touching the girl. If he really didn't do anything, why was the little girl crying here? Moreover, there are always few people in this alley. If she didn't pass by here every day after get off work, she would definitely not encounter this situation. There's no way to save this little girl. Fortunately, she passed by here on her way home from get off work today. Otherwise, the little girl would have been killed. The woman glanced at Lin Feng, who was covering his head. I thought to myself that he looked like a wretched old man. At such an old age, he still dared to flirt with a young girl. How shameless. "Little girl, don't be afraid. Come over here to your sister." The woman raised her bag and hit Lin Feng. While beating her, he talked to the little girl and asked her to stand next to him to avoid hurting her by accident. No, sister, don't do this, don't hit this brother." The little girl stood there in a panic, trying to reach out to help Lin Feng block the bag that was falling down. But the sister was too strong and she was thrown to the side. Lin Feng is now also suppressed in that place and unable to move. Although he still has god-level technical skills, there is a woman behind him after all. He couldn't possibly lay a hand on this woman. So he could only protect his head to avoid being really hurt by this woman. "The girl has already said no, how can you still have the nerve to hit me? Stop it now and just listen carefully to what the girl says." Lin Feng shouted behind him. He is really suffering now, he clearly did a good thing, why should he be beaten in the end? "Don't talk. Go to the corner, be quiet and squat down. I tell you, I have learned the art of grappling." The woman shouted at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng was helpless and could only do what the woman said. He quickly moved to the corner, squatted down, and covered his head. Now I just want to wait for the woman to calm down and explain to her what is going on. Lin Feng raised his head quietly. What caught my eye was a pair of high heels, and looking up, I saw a long white leg wearing black stockings. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. This woman had a great figure and such long legs, and she even went out wearing black stockings. "Hey, you shameless guy, where are you looking? I told you to lower your head, so just lower your head and don't look at things you shouldn't look at. The woman noticed that Lin Feng raised his head, so she hit him on the shoulder with another hammer, forcing Lin Feng to lower his head quickly. Lin Feng quickly averted his gaze and caught a glimpse of how beautiful the woman was. But how come this woman is so strong? He felt that his back must be covered with bruises, all from being beaten by this woman. Okay, I'll lower my head. Please don't do it again, sister. You are really strong. Lin Feng begged for mercy. Elder sister. The little girl standing nearby wanted to explain to the sister that Lin Feng was a good person. But she didn't expect her sister to glare at her. Sister, don't be afraid. He won't dare to do anything to you as long as I'm here. Yuan Wanqing glanced at the little girl angrily. Why is this little girl so timid? She has already vented her anger for her, why is she still so scared? Yuan Wanqing glanced at Lin Feng, who was squatting on the ground again. I thought this wasn't a solution. It would be better for her to just take her sister away later. Don't wait, this man will get angry and give them a good beating. She really didn't call the police, she just beat Lin Feng up. Yuan Wanqing glanced at her sister, who was frightened by her. He gritted his teeth, grabbed his sister and ran away. Lin Feng heard the sound and looked up. All I saw was that woman running away with the little girl. Lin Feng was stunned. What kind of operation was this? Why did he beat himself up and drag the little girl away? Lin Feng stood up stupidly. Where did this woman come from? There were so many energetic young men here just now, why didn't she see her showing off her prowess? Why do I feel like I am a shameless hooligan who wants to do something bad to this girl? I really don't know what's going on in this woman's mind. How could she attack a little girl while holding a bouquet of flowers? Lin Feng touched his face. Besides, I am so handsome, how can I look like a gangster? You really don't know how to judge people. I got beaten up for nothing. It's really unfair. Suddenly Lin Feng noticed something on the ground. It looked like the woman just now had dropped it accidentally. Chapter 18. Lin Feng rubbed his head and leaned over to see what had fallen on the ground. This must have been dropped here by the old woman just now. It would be strange if the things didn't fall out when you swung the bag at yourself with such force just now. I really don't know where he took the flower girl. I hope he won't really take me to the police station and call the police to arrest me. How will I explain it then? Just now when the little girl tried to explain to the woman was still yelling at her fiercely. I don't know where I took the little girl. But seeing how anxious she was just now, she definitely wouldn't pose any threat to the little girl. Probably took them to a safe place. So Lin Feng felt relieved, and his plan to be beaten was in vain. Not only did he get beaten, but he also got a bad reputation. He wasn't even given a chance to explain. Is it not suitable to go out today? I was so unlucky. I did a good thing but still got beaten. Lin Feng squatted on the ground and looked at the thing in his hand with some disgust. What the hell is this shit? How can this sister in black stockings be so tasteless? She made her wallet so ugly. Although this thing is usually just kept in the bag and not taken out. But you can't keep using it even when the skin is peeling off. At least give yourself a new one. If she can afford those black stockings, can she not afford a wallet? In Lin Feng's hand was a pink wallet. It's leather, but it's peeling a bit. It looks like it has been used for some time. I just don't know why the owner of this wallet is still using such a shabby wallet. From the way she looked just now, she didn't seem like someone who was particularly short of money. Lin Feng squeezed the wallet in his hand. It was bulging, and it seemed that there was something inside. Now that SA problem. The woman left her wallet here. How can I return it to her? I don't even know his name or where he lives, so it's really a difficult situation. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to open the wallet and take a look. Maybe there is some identity information here that can help Lin Feng find this woman. Return the wallet to her. Lin Feng stood up and walked forward while thinking. It's so late now, he should go home and think about this matter carefully. Lin Feng opened his wallet, which contained some cash, his ID card and other items. And there was even a business card of that woman. Lin Feng took out the business card and looked at it with interest. It also has the address where the woman works. That's great now. I've found the address and can return the wallet to her when the time comes. I'll explain to her after I pay it back. I can't let her misunderstand me forever about what happened today. He doesn't want to be regarded as a hooligan all the time. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and decided to search the phone number to see if there was any WeChat account. He could then add WeChat and talk it over. But Lin Feng felt that it was a bit troublesome, so he might as well just go there according to the address. This saves you the step of adding contact information. Besides, there's no point in adding this contact information. He will not have any contact with this woman. I might as well wait until tomorrow when I'm free and return the wallet to her and call it quits. Lin Feng bought some fast food from the supermarket next to the small apartment and brought it home. On weekdays, when he has a lot of work, he spends more time at home. If I'm not out visiting clients, I stay at home to deal with these issues. Because there are these same things happening at work and at home. So sometimes he would just be lazy and stay at home to sort out these things. Besides, it's more efficient to sort these things out at home. Instead, it was the idle people in the company who kept disturbing him, making his efficiency very low. So Lin Feng has always had the habit of storing some fast food products at home. For example, instant noodles, instant hot pot and so on, these things are always available in his home. Lin Feng returned home, threw his things aside and lay down on the bed. He was really exhausted today, especially after being beaten just now. As a result, the back of his head hurts now. Lin Feng scratched his head again. I took out the business card and looked at the phone number on it. Should I add her WeChat? Lin Feng thought for a moment and recalled the pair of long legs and black stockings that he had just seen when he was squatting on the ground. I couldn't help but feel moved. Or they could just add each other on WeChat, maybe they could keep in touch in the future. Besides, who doesn't like a beautiful sister? If they get to know each other better in the future, maybe there will be further developments between them, Lin Feng thought as he chuckled twice. Hey, that's not right. Lin Feng suddenly sat up. I still remember that the godly rich system said that if I helped this girl, it would increase my chances of meeting a beautiful woman. Could it be that the woman who hit me today was also a reward from the super rich system? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. This is really possible. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that a woman like this appeared at that time period? Besides, this woman is really good looking. Really, this super rich system says that it can increase the chances of meeting beautiful women. Can it let me meet some normal beauties? Don't always bring these weird people here. They won't beat anyone up as soon as they meet you. Lin Feng turned over and took out his mobile phone, then quickly clicked on the Add Friend button on WeChat. I entered the phone number on the business card. Don't people usually use their own mobile phone numbers as their WeChat accounts? This way, I'm sure I'll find that person. Let us not worry about whether this woman has a bad temper or is a strange person. The point is, just for those long legs and black stockings, Lin Feng decided to add her on WeChat today. He would not let go of such a gorgeous beauty easily. Searching for the WeChat ID will bring up the person's business card. Lin Feng took a look at the avatar, which was a pink hand-painted puppy, quite unique. Lin Feng took another look and found that the WeChat ID was exactly the same as the name on the business card. This time I definitely added it correctly. Lin Feng quickly clicked on the option to add a friend. Now all I have to do is wait for the beautiful sister to approve my friend request. I'll have to have a good chat with her then. Seeing that the woman hadn't replied to his message yet, Lin Feng opened the video app on his mobile phone and started watching the live broadcast of the beauty. When he has nothing to do, he likes to watch videos and TV series on his mobile phone. He doesn't have any other hobbies or interests. He is a lazy person and doesn't like to go out. So basically all his entertainment activities are on this phone, playing games, watching anime, looking at beautiful girls and so on. Chapter 19. Yuan Wanqing pulled the little girl and ran for a long distance before stopping. They came to the side of an open road. At least the street lights were brighter and there were some pedestrians, so they were not so scared. The little girl followed Yuan Wanqing breathlessly. She wanted to explain along the way, but her sister didn't give her a chance to explain at all. I always thought that she was thinking about speaking up for that man because she was afraid of being bullied by him. But that was not the case at all. She didn't know the brother just now. Apart from the brother who bought his own flowers, he was the one who helped him drive away those spirited young men. In this sense, it was a great help to her. As a result, I am now misunderstood by my sister. The little girl felt a little guilty. I thought I would have to explain it again to this sister later. I really didn't say this because I was afraid, but because this is the fact. How is it, little girl? You are not afraid now that you follow me here, right? Yuan Wanqing said, looking at the little girl who was wiping her sweat. After running such a long distance, she was really tired. And he was wearing a pair of high heels, and his heels were so rubbed that they hurt so much. But when I thought about how I saved a little girl who had fallen into trouble, she felt that this little pain was nothing. If she hadn't appeared in time, who knows what would have happened to this little girl? She still thinks that Lin Feng is a bad man, just a bad man who looks a little good. Sister, please listen to me honestly. This matter is really not what you think. The little girl hurriedly explained to Yuan Wanqing. Yuan Wanqing glanced at the little girl. The little girl wanted to explain this to herself all the way. She didn't even listen carefully to the little girl's explanation. Otherwise, just listen to what she says. Anyway, they are safe now, so there is nothing wrong in listening to her. Okay, then tell me what happened just now. Why were you crying there? Why did the man pull you? Yuan Wanqing looked at the little girl and said something, motioning her to tell him what had just happened. She wanted to see if that man was a scumbag or not. So the little girl quickly told her sister in black silk what had just happened. It also tells the story of Lin Feng's heroic sacrifice to save himself. Yuan Wanqing looked at the little girl with half belief and half doubt. She was not sure whether what the little girl said was true or not. After all, judging from the way she looked when she met that man just now, she didn't seem like someone who would do something heroic. He is thin and looks frail. How can he fight with a bunch of spirited young men like that? And can we still win? Yuan Wanqing expressed great doubt. But looking at the girl's expression, she doesn't seem to be making up stories. Besides, there is no need for her to make up lies. After all, it is all for her own good. Yuan Wanqing couldn't help but think about it. Could it be that I really misunderstood others? Moreover, he had just taught that person a lesson so harshly. Just the few hits on his head were enough to keep him in pain for 2 days. Yuan Wanqing touched her hair embarrassedly. It was all over now. She really meant well but ended up with a bad result. Well, I didn't understand what was going on at first. I saw you, a little girl, crying, and I thought he was a scumbag. I got so angry that I beat him up, and now you're telling me that he's not only not a scumbag, but he actually helped you. What do you think I should do? Yuan Wanqing looked at the little girl a little embarrassedly and said. She really couldn't do anything about it now. This is all my fault. I didn't explain it to you clearly. I started crying because I was scared by those psycho guys. The little girl lowered her head and said a little embarrassedly. It's also her fault. She had never seen such a big scene before and was so scared. I couldn't even bring myself to explain. The brother who helped her got beaten for nothing, and now the sister feels so guilty. Well, forget it, let's not talk about it for now. This is all for your own good. As long as you're okay, it's getting late. You should just take a taxi home. Where is your home? I'll call a taxi for you. Yuan Wanqing waved her hand. There is no time to talk about these things now. The man can't be found now, so there's no way to apologize to him. Let's send this little girl home as soon as possible. After all, it's so late, it would be very unsafe to let her stay outside alone. So Yuan Wanqing quickly called a taxi for the little girl and sent her home. Then Yuan Wanqing came here to walk through that alley and buy some midnight snacks from the small restaurant over there. She stayed in the company late today to deal with some things. So I want to buy some midnight snack to fill my stomach. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. After such a long time, she didn't even have a meal. Now that we have sent the little girl back, let us quickly buy something to fill our stomachs. It's time for him to go home. Yuan Wanqing looked around and found that only the convenience stores open 24 hours a day could buy some food. I had no choice but to go there to buy something to eat. Yuan Wanqing walked into the convenience store swiftly, picked out some bread for herself, and seeing that there was still a portion of noodles left on the shelf, she took that as well. She hasn't eaten anything since noon. There has been a lot of things going on in the company recently, and she is a little overwhelmed. I always spend a lot of time in the company, so I have little time to take care of myself. Now I can only rely on these things to make ends meet. Yuan Wanqing took her things to the front desk to pay the bill. She opened her handbag and tried to take out her wallet to pay with cash. Because she remembered that there was still some change in it, which should be just enough to pay for these things. But I didn't expect the zipper of the handbag to open. Yuan Wanqing was stunned for a moment. What was going on? She remembered that he zipped up his pants. She quickly reached into her handbag and searched, but she couldn't find her wallet. She was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? Did he encounter a thief or something? Yuan Wanqing suddenly remembered the man she had just hit with this bag. Did he drop his wallet at that time? Yuan Wanqing patted her head and thought, this is it, this time she is in big trouble. The cash in her wallet wasn't important, it was her ID that mattered. There's also my ID card and other stuff in there. And she has been needing these things recently. It's over this time. I should have stayed out of this business. The girl was fine, but I lost such an important thing. Yuan Wanqing took out her cell phone dejectedly and paid. Chapter 20. After paying the bill, Yuan Wanqing walked out of the convenience store, took a taxi and went home. Too many things happened today, and she just wanted to go back and rest. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, he opened his cell phone and glanced at it. Suddenly I found a friend request message on my WeChat. Yuan Wanqing was a little surprised. Who was this? Why add yourself as a friend at this time? She opened the person's profile. The avatar used was an anime one, which looked pretty good, but I had never seen this person before. Click on his circle of friends. What he posted were actually some game-related circle of friends, as well as some anime pictures. Yuan Wanqing was a little confused. She had no memory of knowing such a person. The people around him are all busy with work, so they probably don't have the time to play games or watch anime. But how come this person has his own WeChat account and wants to add himself as a friend? Yuan Wanqing thought about it and finally agreed to the friend request. What if one of your clients changed his WeChat account? You never know. So you'd better agree to it, otherwise you will miss any customer information later. Lin Feng was lying on the bed watching videos and was about to fall asleep when suddenly his cell phone rang. Lin Feng quickly opened his eyes and checked the information. As expected, the beautiful lady in black stockings agreed to my friend request, hee hee. Lin Feng looked at the message on the phone screen and saw a message saying, "Who are you?" Lin Feng thought for a while, how should he introduce himself to him? Do I have to tell him directly that it was the man who was beaten today? Handsome, brave, helpful, and willing to help others, handsome guy Lin Feng. After thinking about it, Lin Feng edited a message like this and sent it. Yuan Wanqing was speechless when she saw the message. How could someone be so narcissistic? You still have the nerve to say that you are a handsome and dashing guy. She also admitted that the others were brave and helpful. But isn't this handsome and dashing statement a bit too confident? It seems that this man picked up his wallet and found his contact information in it, so he added him to WeChat. This is fine. Just talk to him nicely and ask him to return his ID card and other documents to you, so you don't have to go through the trouble of applying for a new one. Fortunately, the man picked up his documents. Otherwise it would be a real big trouble. I'm sorry about what happened today. I misunderstood you. I'm very sorry. Yuan Wanqing tapped on the phone screen a few times with her slender fingers. I typed a line of words and sent it. Lin Feng knew at a glance that the little girl had explained her situation clearly to the beautiful sister. That's good, as long as I don't misunderstand myself. It's okay, just explain it clearly, it's just that your hitting hurts. I'm so sorry, I'm really sorry. I was just worried that something might happen to the little girl, so I was so anxious. The two of them chatted intermittently about what happened today on the phone. Yuan Wanqing asked whether her ID was with Lin Feng, and said these documents are very important to her. And he needs it these days. She also asked Lin Feng if he was free tomorrow so that he could retrieve the documents. Lin Feng thought about it. He had originally planned to send these things to him tomorrow. And I just saw the company address on her business card. It's not too far from here, and he has some things to do with Lifeng real estate these days, so he wants to go and get some work done. Why not wait until tomorrow and bring these documents to her on the way? I'll be stopping by your place tomorrow, so why don't I bring it to you? You don't have to come here all the time. Ah, thank you for your help. If I am free some other time, I will treat you to a meal. So the two of them agreed to meet near Yuan Wanqing's company at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After putting down the phone, Yuan Wanqing thought about this person's name and felt that it sounded familiar. Where have you seen it recently? Suddenly she thought of something, took out her cell phone and typed Lin Feng's name on Baidu. Sure enough, some articles appeared, all about this person. It really is him. Yuan Wanqing said to herself while looking at the screen of her mobile phone. She had actually heard of Lin Feng before. Because their company also does related work, they have a certain understanding of people in the same industry. She had heard before that Qingyang Real Estate had a very outstanding employee named Lin Feng. He has many clients with very good resources. Before, Yuan Wanqing was thinking about cooperating with Qingyang Real Estate. Before I had the chance to make an appointment with Lin Feng, I didn't expect that Lin Feng would resign from Qingyang Real Estate. Such a scandal happened. However, Yuan Wanqing also read some of the explanations released by Lin Feng later. She also believed that Lin Feng was not such a despicable person. I think there must be some problems within Qingyang Real Estate, so they asked Lin Feng to take the blame. When you think about it this way, it's actually a bit of a pity. She is really looking forward to working with Lin Feng. After all, she is very confident in her own abilities. If she and Lin Feng join forces, they will surely achieve some remarkable success. But there's probably no chance now. Judging from Lin Feng's appearance, he should be idle at home and has not found another job yet. In this case, their cooperation may not receive a response in the short term. Yuan Wanqing felt it was a pity. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he got up from the bed and wanted to quickly find clothes to wear when he met Sister He Silk the next morning. He was even a little excited. It was too late today and the lights outside were dim, so he hadn't had time to appreciate the beauty of the sister in black stockings. I must make friends with her tomorrow. After all, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, it's always possible for us to be friends, right? Lin Feng chuckled twice. I took out 2 pieces of clothes from the one I bought today and prepared to try them on. Since he said he was going to discuss something tomorrow, Lin Feng felt that it would be appropriate for him to wear formal clothes. Besides, this suit is so handsome, and it will definitely make the sister in black stockings look bright when paired with him. So Lin Feng instantly decided what to wear tomorrow morning. I also carefully hung the dress on the hanger. This way, you won't find it wrinkled when you wear it tomorrow morning, which would be so embarrassing. I will be able to see the beautiful sister in black stockings early tomorrow morning. I will definitely be in a good mood the whole day. Lin Feng thought with a smile. Thinking of this, he felt quite excited. But I don't know if my sister will still wear black stockings tomorrow. Chapter 21. Early the next morning, Lin Feng got up and got himself ready. Ever since he took over Lifeng Real Estate, he has not been in charge of the relevant matters. But it was not a solution to continue like this. He still wanted to make Lifeng Real Estate bigger and stronger. That's why we're thinking about negotiating some collaborations. After Lin Feng packed up, he went out with his laptop and Yuan Wanqing's wallet. As soon as he went out, Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded. He was dressed like a decent man, in a formal suit, but how could he get to the company after he went out? Normally he rides a shared bike, but today he is dressed so neatly, he can't possibly ride a tattered shared bike. Lin Feng was a little worried. After he earned enough money, he would definitely buy himself a car. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. Should he take a taxi or ride a shared bike? After thinking about it, if it really doesn't work, I might as well just take a shared ride. After all, if he took a taxi, it would be difficult to get from his small apartment to the company. That company is basically located in the city center. It is very far from his small apartment, and if he wants to take a taxi, the price will definitely be very expensive. Lin Feng thought about the expensive taxi fare. Although he now had a super rich system, he still had to save on these things. So in the end he just scanned a shared bike on the side of the road and rode over. Lin Feng rode a shared electric scooter for a long distance and stopped at a place a little far away from the company. This would prevent Yuan Wanqing from seeing me like this and feeling embarrassed. When I arrived downstairs at Yuan Wanqing's company, Yuan Wanqing had not come down yet. Lin Feng looked up at the sign of Wanqing Advertising Company. It's very nicely made, and the logo on the front is also very artistic. He had seen Yuan Wanqing's business card. Judging from the appearance of the card, she should hold a high position in the company. Although the specific details are not printed on the business card, based on Lin Feng's long experience, the position of the person who holds such a business card must not be low. I didn't expect that this sister in black stockings is not only good looking, but also so capable. This is really rare. Advertising is a very time-consuming industry. Judging from her age, Yuan Wanqing should be 1 or 2 years younger than Lin Feng. It is not easy to achieve such results in the advertising industry. Lin Feng also had a little admiration for Yuan Wanqing in his heart. It seems that she has put in a lot of effort to grow to this point. After all, Lin Feng had this experience before. So for Lin Feng, his experience is actually somewhat similar to Yuan Wanqing's. And the work they do is pretty much the same. The only difference is that Lin Feng is a grown man, so it seems he will have to work harder in the future. Lin Feng took out his cell phone, opened WeChat and sent a message to Yuan Wanqing, telling her that she could go downstairs. The sound of keyboard clacking could be heard in Yuan Wanqing's office. She came to the company from home early in the morning to handle some business. There is still a small tail left after dealing with these things yesterday. So I got up early today, thinking about finishing these things quickly. She was staring at the computer screen intently when suddenly the cell phone next to her rang, sounding like a WeChat reminder. Yuan Wanqing picked up the phone and took a look, and found that it was a WeChat message sent by Lin Feng. Hearing that she was already waiting downstairs, Yuan Wanqing quickly finished the work at hand. After all, the other person came to deliver something to her, so she should have gone down earlier. But Lin Feng only sent her the message after he arrived, so she should go down quickly now and not let him stand downstairs for too long. Yuan Wanqing picked up the coffee that had just been delivered by takeaway. She bought it specifically for Lin Feng. She didn't have time to treat him to a meal or anything like that, so she could only express her gratitude with this small cup of coffee. Moreover, he knew that Lin Feng would also go to discuss work later, so it was a good opportunity for him to have a cup of coffee to refresh himself. When he has some free time, he will invite Lin Feng to dinner. Yuan Wanqing was standing at the elevator entrance holding a cup of coffee, waiting for the elevator. Suddenly, his secretary Kobayashi came over with 2 documents in his hands. "Hey, Sister Yuan, where are you going? I have 2 documents here that I need you to sign." Xiaolin asked Yuan Wanqing puzzledly as she looked at the coffee in her hand. "Oh, I'll go downstairs to get something. I'll sign the document when I come back later." Yuan Wanqing smiled and said to Xiaolin. The elevator arrived just in time and she walked straight into it. Xiaolin looked at Yuan Wanqing strangely. "Are you going to meet someone? Otherwise, why would you carry a cup of coffee in your hand? It seems like something is going on with my boss. Does she have a boyfriend waiting for her downstairs?" But Xiaolin didn't dare to guess too much. After all, he was just an employee. It is better to think less about your boss's affairs and just do your own job well. Yuan Wanqing stretched out her fingers painted with dark red nail polish and pressed the elevator button. Although she is very busy with work on weekdays, she can't bear to give up the thoughts of these little women. "So when I have free time, I will do my nails or something. This way, you will seem to be in a better mood." Yuan Wanqing got out of the elevator and walked out of the company. From a distance, she saw a man in a dark blue suit standing at the door of the company. It looks like it should be Lin Feng. I didn't expect that Lin Feng would look so serious when dressed up. It's not like yesterday at all. From this perspective, Lin Feng really seems like a brave man who helps others when he sees injustice. I really shouldn't have attacked others yesterday without even confirming the facts clearly. After being beaten up, it was not easy for him to deliver his important documents to the company today. I must find time to treat Lin Feng to a meal some other day. It also has to be a good meal. The sound of high heels was heard, and Yuan Wanqing was getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng heard the sound of high heels coming from behind him, and thought it should be Yuan Wanqing, so he turned around first. The person coming towards me was indeed the beautiful sister Yuan Wanqing. And the beautiful sister is as beautiful as I imagined. Although the light was too dim yesterday and I couldn't see her face clearly. But even in such dim light, he could vaguely tell that this man was a very handsome guy. Plus, when we met today, I found that Yuan Wanqing is really beautiful. There is a relatively cool temperament in her, and she is very attractive. Yuan Wanqing was wearing a work outfit today, a white shirt and a black hip-hugging miniskirt. Lin Feng's gaze unconsciously moved downwards. Chapter 22. What caught my eye was Yuan Wanqing's pair of long, straight legs. She still wore black stockings today. My goodness, who can withstand this equipment? Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Yuan Wanqing reached out and fiddled with her curly hair somewhat awkwardly. Lin Feng's look made him feel embarrassed. She herself had no idea how attractive her outfit was. She just thought that this was just a normal outfit, and she usually dressed like this. Lin Feng raised his head and smiled at Yuan Wanqing as a friendly greeting. Yuan Wanqing was stunned for a moment when she saw Lin Feng's brilliant smile. I have to say, this guy is really handsome, especially after he smiled just now. Have you been waiting downstairs for a long time? Yuan Wanqing walked down the stairs and asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng is almost a head taller than her. Yuan Wanqing is not short in height, her net height is 1.68 meters. Wearing high heels like this, she must be at least 1.7 meters tall. But she still had to slightly raise her head and look at Lin Feng while talking. No, I sent you a message as soon as I arrived. You came down pretty quickly, didn't you? So it's not a question of whether I should wait or not. Lin Feng smiled and said to Yuan Wanqing. He didn't stand downstairs for long. He originally thought that Yuan Wanqing would take a while to come down, but he didn't expect her to come down in just a few minutes. I bought you a cup of coffee. Aren't you going to discuss something later? It's just right for you to have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself. I wish you success in advance. Yuan Wanqing smiled and said to Lin Feng. As she spoke, she handed him the coffee in her hand. Thank you in advance, here's your wallet. Lin Feng didn't expect that Yuan Wanqing actually brought him a cup of coffee. He was quite attentive. He had just ridden a shared bike here and was a little thirsty. I will definitely treat you to a meal when I am free some other day. Thank you for bringing me the documents here. Yuan Wanqing took her wallet and said to Lin Feng. I looked at my wallet and it was indeed a bit worn out. But this wallet means a lot to her. It can be said that this was the first gift she bought for herself. I thought about when I first came to the city to work hard and was nothing. I managed to scrape together enough money to make ends meet every month, and work was not that stable back then. I don't have such good resources and I can't have so many clients. Although it's not bad now, it's still far from the life she imagined. She has a lot to work on. This wallet was bought by Yuan Wanqing when she first won a big client a long time ago. It was a gift she bought for herself when she received a bonus. At that time, the young ladies who worked with her would use their money to buy some luxury goods. Moreover, these little sisters are all very beautiful and there are always some customers giving them gifts. However, since Yuan Wanqing had no clients of her own, she naturally could not receive these gifts. When she saw these luxury goods at that time, she was actually very envious. But she also knew that she should not covet things that she did not deserve. She should earn these luxuries for herself through her own efforts. So when she signed a client for the first time, she used her bonus to buy herself a big brand wallet as a gift. Now it seems that the style of this wallet has long been very worn out. Some of the leather on top has fallen off. But Yuan Wanqing felt that this wallet meant a lot to her. It's a souvenir for myself. I have been using it like this all the time. Every time I see this wallet, I can think of how hard I worked in the past. Although those days were hard and tiring, she never regretted it. If I hadn't been who I was back then, how could I have become who I am now? So she is still very grateful to her previous self. Okay then. I'll be waiting for you to treat me to that meal. Lin Feng smiled and said to Yuan Wanqing. In fact, they may not necessarily have the chance to meet again. After all, there is no other connection between the two of them. So Lin Feng felt that he might not be able to have this meal. But after all, they have said this, which shows that they have this intention. It's good to have intention. Now that the wallet has been delivered, I'll be leaving first. I have to go to other companies to discuss some things, so I won't chat with you for now. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Wanqing and said. This was the first time the two of them met officially. There is nothing else to say. It is more important to deal with your own affairs as soon as possible. Okay, then you go ahead, and we'll see you next time. Yuan Wanqing smiled and said to Lin Feng. Okay, bye. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned and walked away. After seeing Lin Feng leave, Yuan Wanqing also went upstairs and went back to deal with her own affairs. However, after this first meeting, she had a much better impression of Lin Feng. Yeah, I made friends with a beautiful sister. Lin Feng had just walked a short distance away from Wanqing Advertising Company when he thought of this excitedly. No way, there are really people who are so useless that they are so excited just by seeing a beautiful woman. The voice of the Shenhouse system came from Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng was startled. What do you mean by useless? I'm just happy. Making one more friend means one more way to go. Don't you understand this principle? Lin Feng coughed embarrassedly and said this sentence with a different meaning. This super rich system always pops up suddenly, which makes me a little scared. Yes, you are right. More friends mean more paths. I just don't understand. The voice of the Shenhouse system came again. To be honest, Lin Feng thinks that this super rich system is actually quite interesting. Just like a friend, he would sometimes argue with himself, which made his boring life more interesting. And the key point is that this super rich system brings him not only fun, but also money. Lin Feng just discovered this yesterday. I have never paid much attention to the new functions of the Shenhouse system before. There is actually an account balance on the data page of the Shenhouse system. And the account balance is increasing every day. It's just that how much you increase each day depends on the value of what you do throughout the day. Lin Feng now has hundreds of thousands of yuan saved in his account. It seems that rescuing the little girl from the mentally ill young man yesterday was a very valuable act. So the amount of increase yesterday was relatively large. But if you look at today, there is no growth. Because Lin Feng hasn't done anything today. This is a good thing, and it also indirectly motivates Lin Feng to do more valuable things. Chapter 23. Lin Feng's original plan for today was to discuss cooperation with a company he had worked with before. This company has had a lot of cooperation with Qingyang Real Estate before. But Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he had already resigned from Qingyang Real Estate. And no one knows yet that he has taken over Qingyang Real Estate. So he couldn't just go and discuss cooperation with others so rashly. Doesn't this directly expose the fact that it is related to Qingyang Real Estate? Although Qingyang Real Estate has now officially changed its name to Lifeng Real Estate, the information before that can be found out by just checking. Only then did Lin Feng feel that he had been a little hasty in coming out today. Maybe he was overwhelmed by the joy of meeting the beautiful sister. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to go home first. Let us put these discussions about cooperation aside for now. He felt that the most important thing to do now was to improve the internal situation of Lifeng Real Estate. Some people are like termites who stay in their own company. He doesn't allow such things to exist in his company. So he has to go back now and deal with these people. Lin Feng's home. Lin Feng is notifying other people in the company to hold a video conference. Although he cannot be present in person, he can still make a video as long as he does not show his face. Everything is still going on as usual within Lifeng Real Estate. Everyone who should be there is still in their respective positions, except that the company's president has been replaced by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already contacted several other senior leaders when he took over Lifeng Real Estate. But they didn't know that the person who took over Lifeng Real Estate was actually Lin Feng. When Lin Feng notified the leaders of a meeting today, these leaders were a little surprised why they had to hold a video conference. Wouldn't it be enough to just come to their company for the meeting? But since it was the president who notified them, they couldn't say much. I had no choice but to notify everyone and get ready for the video conference. What kind of new president is this? How can he hold a video conference? Director Li said with some confusion. That's right, he is still working at Lifeng Real Estate. But I'm afraid he doesn't have much time left to stay here. After all, he is Lin Feng's #1 target. Although Director Li complained like this, he did not dare not attend the video conference. After all, he is just a small director. And after what he had just experienced, he should keep a low profile and not be so eager to stand out. This would prevent the new president from using this to talk about him again, which would be bad. He still wants to have a good relationship with the new president. After all, he also wanted to continue to make a fortune from Lifeng Real Estate. The previous president of Qingyang Real Estate was a bit stupid. He has no opinion of his own, which is why people like Director Li were able to succeed. But now the president of Lifeng Real Estate is Lin Feng. Lin Feng is not someone who would be deceived so easily. Everyone quickly gathered in the conference room, waiting for the new president to hold a video conference with them. Everyone was talking about it, wondering what kind of person the new president was. After all, since Lin Feng resigned from Qingyang Real Estate last time, such a big change has happened to their Qingyang Real Estate. And a new president was appointed within one day. These young employees were all a little panicked and didn't know what to do. Now they can only wait for the new president to assign them tasks. Some of the previous collaborations have already been terminated. After all, the scandal that occurred previously did cause quite a stir. Some larger companies and more valuable customers have chosen to terminate their cooperation with Qingyang Real Estate and look elsewhere. So in fact, Lifeng Real Estate is in a precarious situation now and is waiting for Lin Feng to save it. Lin Feng found a mask and a hat from his home and put them on. He has to hide his true identity. Otherwise, if these people knew that he took over Lifeng Real Estate, they would be so surprised. He doesn't want these people to know about this yet, so the best way is to hide himself. After Lin Feng was ready, he turned on the camera and started debugging it. From the camera, you can directly see that the conference room is full of people. They are all staff members who hold important positions in Lifeng real estate. From team leaders to shareholders, everyone has gathered here. Everyone looked curiously at the strange man wearing a mask and a hat who appeared on the screen. I don't understand why he covers it so tightly. Why should we hide our true self? The company's shareholders were also a little puzzled. They looked at the new president and couldn't understand what was going on with him. Well, everyone is here, Lin Feng said. There was no need to deliberately disguise his voice. After all, there is really no need to disguise the sound that has been distorted by the 2 layers of protection of masks and the internet. I have already notified everyone who should be notified as you instructed, and they are all here now. The shareholder looked at the new president and replied. Okay, let's officially start our meeting, Lin Feng said. Director Li, who was sitting in his seat, looked a little strange and glanced at Lin Feng on the screen. I always feel that this voice sounds familiar, but I can't tell exactly why it sounds familiar. But he still felt that he must have heard this voice before. This is really strange. Hello everyone, I am the new president of Lifeng Real Estate. Lin Feng deliberately did not introduce his name. His name wasn't very important to these people anyway. Moreover, it is impossible for these people to see their true faces in a short period of time. So there is actually no need not to say your own name. The reason I called everyone to this video conference today is because I have something to explain to you. These things are related to the future of our Lifeng real estate, so they are quite important. I hope everyone can listen to me carefully. Lin Feng looked at the person on the screen seriously and said. Everyone was looking intently at Lin Feng on the screen. Want to know what the important thing he is talking about is? First of all, I have to solve the problem of some employees in our company. Lin Feng went straight to the point and pointed out his primary topic. It is to deal with certain internal personnel. Ding, option 1, directly say Director Li's name, let him be exposed in front of everyone, deeply realize his mistakes, and pay the price for his mistakes. This option will double your account balance today. Option 2 is to deal with the issue rather than the person. Without exposing Director Li's true identity, we can fire him from the company and save his face. It's really not satisfying to do this. But this option will multiply your account balance 5-fold today. Chapter 24. The voice of the Shenhouse system sounded again. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. If the balance in his account doubled, it would become more than 1 million. If it were to increase 5-fold, that would be more than 5 million. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of this? With so much money, can't he buy a luxury car? And so much money can also help Lifeng real estate. But if that's the case, then there's no way to teach Director Li a lesson. Lin Feng thought about it carefully, then suddenly realized something and smiled. Then I'll choose option number 2 and make 5 times the money. How much money can I make? How can I not be tempted? Congratulations on your choice of success. I'm sure everyone has read those articles that were posted online a while ago, Lin Feng said to the screen. After saying this, everyone in the conference room started discussing. The news that appeared in those days was indeed something they could not even imagine. They had been working at the previous Qingyang real estate and had no idea that Qingyang real estate actually had so much dark material hidden. When the news first broke, they didn't quite believe it. I think it might be a competitor who deliberately tried to damage the reputation of Qingyang real estate. But later on, as more and more things were revealed, everyone couldn't hold on any longer. Everyone started to speculate, could it be that what he said was all true? But later, the company talked about Lin Feng again and dragged Lin Feng out to take the blame. It also calmed the mood of the internal staff of Qingyang real estate a little. It made them feel a little more at ease. But no one expected that things would take such a turn in the end. Lin Feng actually shot a video and uploaded it to the internet, directly responding to the articles that slandered him. What no one expected was that Lin Feng's video revealed even more negative information about Qingyang real estate. This time everyone was dumbfounded. They were still spitting on Lin Feng before. They said that Lin Feng was a disaster to their Qingyang real estate and they didn't want Qingyang real estate to have an easy time. Only now do I realize that all this was a conspiracy by Qingyang real estate. It was because of the problems with Qingyang real estate that Lin Feng was deliberately exposed. The employees of Qingyang Real Estate who knew the truth of the matter also expressed their sympathy for Lin Feng. I feel it's not good to let him bear such a big blame. While sympathizing with Lin Feng, they also began to reacquaint themselves with Qingyang Real Estate. Only then did they realize that Qingyang Real Estate was far from as simple as they had imagined. On the surface, it's just a small real estate company. The performance on weekdays is also pretty good. They are just responsible for collecting their wages and doing their own jobs well. However, judging from the information leaked on the internet, Qingyang Real Estate was actually not up to standard and the unqualified contract was signed under duress. Now that the new president mentioned this matter, they became quite panicked. They were afraid that the new president would blame them for this. After all, they still have to stay here and work at Lifeng Real Estate. It's not hard to tell from everyone's reactions that everyone knows about this. Then I want to ask, since the last incident was exposed, have you conducted an internal inspection? To find out the pests in our company. Lin Feng asked directly about the fundamental issue. He just wanted to know whether Qingyang Real Estate had seriously reflected on itself after the last incident. But obviously not. If a thorough internal investigation had really begun, Director Li would not have been able to stay at Lifeng Real Estate until now. Well, President, the main reason is that this incident happened very suddenly. We have been dealing with the news for a few days, and we haven't had time to deal with it within our company. A shareholder looked at the screen and said to Lin Feng. There was indeed nothing wrong with what he said. The incident happened suddenly and no one expected that Qingyang Real Estate would become a hot topic because of the scandal. At that time, too many eyes were staring at Qingyang Real Estate. So they can only deal with external affairs, and the internal work has not yet been carried out. It's okay. Anyway, my main problem today is to deal with these. Since you haven't dealt with them yet, let me do it. Lin Feng stared at the screen very seriously and said. Now, the employees in the conference room who had not yet realized the problem were still chattering about it. But as soon as Lin Feng said this, no one dared to say anything. They were afraid that someone would anger the new president and be kicked out by him. It's like this. Before I took over Lifeng Real Estate, I also collected some information. I have a certain understanding of you all. So I also know very well who should leave our company. But I won't mention his name here today. I hope he can resign from our company after listening to what I'm going to say next. I've saved a little face for him. Lin Feng said these words calmly. Director Li, who was sitting in his seat and not taking it seriously, felt a pang in his heart after hearing these words. It's over, it's over. Could it be that these President Rens are coming for me? He did do a lot of things that were sorry to the company. But he thought that what he did was very covert and would not be discovered by the new president. After all, no one noticed when he did these things in the company before. The only person who knew that he did these things was Lin Feng. But now Lin Feng is no longer in this company, so no one knows these secrets of mine. So who is this person that President Rin said is going to leave the company? Director Li rubbed his hands nervously and glanced at Lin Feng on the screen. But suddenly he made eye contact with Lin Feng on the screen. He was so scared that he quickly lowered his head. Was this new president staring at him? How could it be possible that he would look me in the eye among so many people? This is really too terrible. He must not resign from the company. He has a wife and children at home, and the child just turned 2 years old and still needs to buy milk powder. But he cannot resign from this company. If he resigns, who will earn money for the child's milk powder? Director Li is only now beginning to feel a little scared. I began to regret so many things I had done. But now he was still hoping for the best and thought that the person the new president was talking about might not be him. This person is in charge of a lot of things in our company on weekdays. But I didn't expect that the company treated him as a family member, but he didn't take the company seriously and even dared to embezzle our company's money. Lin Feng said slowly. Chapter 25. I also learned that he has a 2-year-old son at home. Although having a son means he has to make more money, there is no need to use this method. My goodness! As soon as Lin Feng said this, many pairs of eyes looked at Director Li. Everyone knows that his son just turned 2 years old this year. Could it be that the new president is talking about him? Director Li always behaves like a decent person in the company on weekdays. He always likes to meddle in other people's business. In fact, many employees in the company secretly think that he meddles too much. However, due to his status as a director, no one dared to express any opinions to him openly. This also led to him always having great power in the company. In addition, he had a very good relationship with the previous president, so no one dared to say anything that would make him unhappy in front of him. But everyone couldn't help but think about it. The director here looks quite honest. He shouldn't be that kind of person, right? But you never know. It depends on what the new president says about him later. Also, this person not only embezzled our company's money, but also did whatever he wanted in our company. Isn't it just a good relationship with the former president? You really take yourself too seriously, don't you? Don't you know what you've done? Do you still have the nerve to stay in this company? The previous president has left, but I didn't expect this guy to still stay in our company. I won't tell you the name of this person. I'll leave it up to you all to guess. I think you all have some idea of what he is. Lin Feng became more and more excited as he spoke, and he almost read out Director Li's ID number. But then he remembered that he had just promised the super rich system that he had to give the director here a little face. So let's just keep the only suspense of his name. But after thinking about it, he has already said so much. He was taught by the previous president and has a 2-year-old son at home. Based on these 2 points, everyone should be able to guess who he is talking about. So there was actually no need for him to say Director Li's name. Anyone who has had contact with Director Li should know what Director Li is like. Now that's good. Director Li originally thought that the person who was going to be kicked out of the company that the new president was talking about might not be him. But after talking about these few points, I met every one of them, so it is obvious that he is talking about myself. Now all that's left is to call out his name. But looking at the new president, it seemed as if his name was kept a mystery on purpose. I guess she still wanted to give him some face. But Director Li felt that it would be better not to save face. He was now unable to raise his head in front of everyone. After all, there are at least dozens of people in this conference room. Everyone was discussing whether the person the new president was talking about was him. Even the new employee next to him looked at him with contempt. This really made Director Li feel a little embarrassed. He also didn't expect that the first show of force the new president made when he came to the company would be to target him. Now that's good, he can't stay in this company anymore. Lin Feng looked at everyone's reactions in the conference room and felt that he had finished what he needed to do today. It looks like this meeting can be over now. So he explained a few things carefully to the shareholders and then hung up the video. After the video was hung up, Lin Feng quickly took off his hat and mask. He was almost suffocated by carrying all these things in the house. If he didn't want everyone to know that he was the one who took over Lifeng Real Estate, he wouldn't have prepared all these equipments. Just now when I was explaining the situation to the shareholder, he said that there was a company that wanted to discuss cooperation with Lifeng Real Estate. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. After all, we had just experienced that kind of thing before. I didn't expect that a partner would come to Lifeng so soon. So he asked the shareholder to send him a copy of the information and the company's contact information. He still needs to personally handle this first business. The laptop shows that there is a new message. Lin Feng quickly clicked on the message and clicked to receive the document, which was the information about the cooperative company sent to him by the shareholder. Lin Feng clicked on the information and was a little surprised. I didn't expect that this company was Wanqing Advertising Company. Isn't this the company where Yuan Wanqing works? I didn't expect that it was their company that came to my company to discuss cooperation. But isn't their company afraid that there may still be problems with Lifeng Real Estate? How dare you come here so rashly to discuss cooperation? Lin Feng looked at the information carefully and found that Wanqing Advertising Company had cooperated with quite a few companies before. But they are all small and medium-sized enterprises. Their Lifeng Real Estate is not a particularly large enterprise, so it is also within their development scope. Among the information sent by shareholders are some products designed by Wanqing Advertising Company. Lin Feng took a closer look and found that the designer written on the lower right corner of the product was Yuan Wanqing. Lin Feng smiled. It turned out that Yuan Wanqing was the designer of their company. He knew that Yuan Wanqing's position would definitely not be too low. But he never expected that this beautiful sister was actually a designer. In this way, he felt that this beautiful sister was more tasteful. Ding-ling-ling, Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng took a look and picked up the phone. He didn't recognize the number displayed on it. So I was a little confused. Who on earth called me? Hello? Lin Feng asked with some confusion. Hello, President.
I am the new secretary assigned to you by the company. From now on, I will be responsible for the information you need and the matters you need to handle."
There was a clear and crisp female voice on the other end of the phone. "This is Xiaoting, Lin Feng's new secretary in the company." This mobile phone number was also given to Xiaoting by the shareholder. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this shareholder was so capable of handling things.
He even assigned himself a secretary.
"But it's better this way, so I don't have to contact those shareholders anymore.
After all, sometimes they are just a signboard.
They may not really know some things going on in the company." Assigning him a secretary has made things a lot more convenient.
"Okay, I understand." Lin Feng replied. "I have just sent a WeChat message from the president of Wanqing Advertising Company to your phone. Please check it.
Please let me know if there's anything else you need me to do."
Xiaoting continued. "Okay, I'll check the messages now. There's nothing else to do for now. If there's anything else I can do for you, I'll contact you. Just add me on WeChat. This is my phone number,"
Lin Feng said lightly. As he spoke, he opened the messages on his phone, and sure enough, there was a message from this number.
"Okay, goodbye, President," Xiaoting said. Chapter 26.
Lin Feng copied the string of numbers and quickly searched it on WeChat, and the information card popped up. The avatar of this WeChat account is directly the logo of Wanqing Advertising Company.
This logo seems to be the one designed by Yuan Wanqing. I have to say that this icon design is really nice.
When I have the chance someday, I will ask her to design one for Li Feng Real Estate. Lin Feng clicked on the request to add a friend, and it was immediately approved.
The WeChat account Lin Feng used was also the WeChat account for his work at Li Feng Real Estate, not his personal account.
Lin Feng had a brief chat with this person about the relevant cooperation. The other party's cooperative attitude is also very good. He also expressed that he would not have any prejudice against Li Feng Real Estate because of what happened to the company before. Lin Feng thought this was a good thing and immediately had a better impression of the president of Wanqing Advertising Company. Although they had never met, they could feel it from the message sent by the president.
They are still very sincere in wanting to cooperate with Li Feng Real Estate. Their company is mainly responsible for design, including many designs.
Lin Feng also saw it in the information sent by the shareholder. Then the president sent Lin Feng some other information, and Lin Feng felt quite satisfied with it. So the two of them made an appointment to have a face-to-face meeting. After all, this cooperation cannot be decided so hastily on the phone. There are still some details that they need to discuss slowly. Although Lin Feng had talked to clients before, he had never talked to a president like this. So he was also very cautious when discussing the cooperation this time.
The two people made an appointment to meet at the Good Morning Cafe at 3 p.m.
We will discuss the specific content of this cooperation in detail at that time.
Lin Feng took a look at the projects currently underway at Li Feng Real Estate.
In fact, there is a part that really requires the use of advertising companies. If the discussion with the person in charge of Wanqing Advertising Company this afternoon goes well, we can sign the contract directly.
The current situation of Li Feng Real Estate is actually not very good. Some new collaboration is needed to consolidate their position,
to recover the property that was lost due to those scandals. Lin Feng hurriedly ordered some takeout and ate some.
I sorted out the information in my room again.
Since he doesn't usually go to Li Feng Real Estate, he can only sort these things at home. Lin Feng felt a headache looking at the documents piled on the table.
It seems like it's time to move to a bigger house.
Lin Feng thought about the money in the account balance in the Shinhouse system. I feel like I finally have enough money to buy myself a more comfortable place to live. Lin Feng will only be satisfied if he finds a house with a large office area. Lin Feng saw that the time they had agreed upon was almost up, so he packed himself up first.
I changed into the formal suit I bought 2 days ago. Good Morning Cafe wasn't too far from him. But we still have to set off early.
After all, it is such a serious matter, and it is always better to arrive a little earlier.
At the very least, it can leave a good impression on the people you work with.
So Lin Feng packed himself up and went out with the information. He also merged and sorted these materials at noon and reprinted them. Lin Feng went out and took a taxi directly. I want to ride that little shared bike this time.
It's really embarrassing.
Lin Feng secretly swore that after he finalized the cooperation with Wanqing, he would buy himself a car for transportation.
At least he should be worthy of his identity as the president of Lifeng Real Estate. Which company's CEO rides a shared bike every day when he goes out? It's really embarrassing.
Besides, if you have your own car, you can save a lot of time wasted on the road. Lin Feng got out of the taxi and came to the door of Good Morning Cafe.
This is an upscale neighborhood cafe.
You can see a lot of white-collar workers typing on their computers. It was only 2:45 when he arrived, 15 minutes before the appointment time. He thought about it and decided to go in and find a seat to sit down.
He couldn't just stand at the main entrance of the cafe waiting for people. But I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance as soon as I entered the cafe.
As soon as Lin Feng opened the door of the cafe, he saw Yuan Wanqing sitting next to him. He was surprised.
How come Yuan Wanqing was here too? Could it be that the person who came to discuss cooperation with him today was Yuan Wanqing?
Yuan Wanqing heard the sound coming from the door and looked up. I didn't expect to see Lin Feng here.
Why are you here today? You're the one sent by Wanqing Advertising Company to discuss cooperation with me, right? Lin Feng spoke first and asked Yuan Wanqing. It is indeed me who is here to discuss cooperation. You are not an employee of Lifeng Real Estate, are you? Yuan Wanqing also looked at Lin Feng in surprise and asked.
When Lin Feng heard Yuan Wanqing ask this, he smiled at her mysteriously. Lin Feng sat opposite Yuan Wanqing with the information in his hand. I really didn't expect that Yuan Wanqing was sent by Wanqing Advertising Company to discuss cooperation. It was quite a coincidence that they met for the second time so soon.
As for me, I'm not just a small employee of Lifeng Real Estate.
Lin Feng said to Yuan Wanqing with a smile.
If you are not a small employee, then what are you? Could it be that they will send a big boss over to discuss cooperation? Yuan Wanqing looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile. This smile seems a little hidden. Well, you know what?
Our Lifeng Real Estate really values cooperation with your company and actually sent a big boss here.
Lin Feng blinked at Yuan Wanqing and said. Yuan Wanqing was stunned.
Wow, it turns out that Lin Feng is the president of Lifeng Real Estate.
I really didn't expect that Lin Feng is also a president.
As for why he said so, it must be because Yuan Wanqing's own identity is also very unusual.
That's even more of a coincidence.
Our Wanqing company also attaches great importance to cooperation with you, so naturally we have sent a general manager here. Yuan Wanqing showed a bright smile on her face.
Lin Feng was originally looking at Yuan Wanqing with some pride.
She certainly never imagined that she would be the CEO of Lifeng Real Estate.
He was also dumbfounded after hearing Yuan Wanqing's words. He really didn't expect that Yuan Wanqing was also a big boss. Wow, how could it be such a coincidence that they all ran into each other? What's going on? Lin Feng asked Yuan Wanqing blankly. You are actually the president of Wanqing Company? Lin Feng repeated it again and asked Yuan Wanqing. Why? Can't I be a CEO? Why do you sound so doubtful? Is it because I don't look like the president, or do you think I'm not capable enough? Yuan Wanqing asked Lin Feng. Chapter 27. That's not the case. I'm just curious. I read the information of your company and I thought you were just a designer. I didn't expect you to be the president.
Lin Feng smiled and looked at Yuan Wanqing seriously.
You are talking about the logo of our company, right?
It is indeed a work I designed a long time ago.
Yuan Wanqing looked at Lin Feng and replied.
That was the pattern she made when she first started learning about design.
Later, after Wanqing Advertising Company was established, I kept thinking about what kind of icon I should give it.
I just used my previous works, which are quite valuable.
Next, Lin Feng discussed the cooperation in detail with Yuan Wanqing.
Lin Feng has always been wondering why Yuan Wanqing came to Lifeng Real Estate for cooperation at this time. After all, Lifeng Real Estate had just changed its president.
Aren't they afraid that it will affect their cooperation? Yuan Wanqing said that she did not think there would be any major problems with the foundation of Lifeng Real Estate.
After all, the last incident was so serious, I believe Lifeng Real Estate will also respond to it.
Moreover, Lifeng Real Estate has now had a new president.
Since the new president dares to take over Lifeng Real Estate, it means that he has the confidence to do a good job in Lifeng Real Estate. So this is the main reason why she is so sure to cooperate with Lifeng Real Estate. Another reason is that the recent situation of their Wanqing Advertising Company is not particularly good. The foundation of their Wanqing Advertising Company was not solid to begin with.
And there are so many companies in the market that are better than them, so they are unable to cope.
Now we are trying to seize this opportunity to find a good company to cooperate with, so as to boost the development of Wanqing Advertising Company. Therefore, Yuan Wanqing chose Lifeng Real Estate after screening similar companies.
She felt that although there were risks in cooperating with Lifeng Real Estate, the rewards were also very great. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Wanqing with admiration.
He didn't expect that this beautiful sister had her own ideas. It really made him look at him with new eyes. So the two of them signed the contract for this cooperation smoothly.
Wanqing Advertising Company and Lifeng Real Estate have also formally reached a cooperative relationship.
In fact, at the beginning, Lin Feng was still a little worried about the cooperation with Wanqing Advertising Company. After all, he was very clear about the specific situation of Lifeng Real Estate. Although there were corrupt officials like Director Li within the company, there were still some very talented people in other departments.
These talents are in abundance at Lifeng Real Estate. But Wanqing Advertising Company is different.
Just as Yuan Wanqing said, Wanqing Advertising Company is indeed not very outstanding among similar companies, and is even somewhat inconspicuous. If we want to talk about cooperation, I believe Lifeng Real Estate can reach cooperation with other better companies. But Lin Feng felt that cooperating with Wanqing Advertising Company was not that difficult. Especially after knowing that Wanqing Advertising Company has an outstanding president like Yuan Wanqing, Lin Feng became more confident. That's why he finally agreed to Yuan Wanqing's proposal to establish a cooperative relationship with Wanqing Advertising Company. I believe that with their abilities, it shouldn't be particularly difficult to make these two companies bigger and stronger. Lin Feng is still very confident about this.
Oh, by the way, I have a small request, can I mention it? After the two finished their discussion, they were ready to leave.
Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and said to Yuan Wanqing,
"Of course, President Lin."
Yuan Wanqing looked at Lin Feng curiously, wanting to know what kind of little request he had.
"I think your icon design is very good. Our Lifeng Real Estate happens to be short of one. Why don't you help me design it?"
Lin Feng smiled and said to Yuan Wanqing.
Yuan Wanqing was stunned for a moment.
She thought it was a request about cooperation, but she didn't expect it to be such a simple request.
Originally, Yuan Wanqing was keen on the job of designer.
Now that Lin Feng asked her to design an icon for Lifeng Real Estate, she naturally would not refuse.
"Of course, I'll give it to you next time we meet."
Yuan Wanqing tilted her head and smiled, then looked at Lin Feng and answered. After saying that, the two of them said goodbye to each other. Lin Feng also returned to his home. Lin Feng put the things on the table with some tiredness. Suddenly I remembered that before he went to discuss the cooperation, he promised me that as long as the cooperation was successful, he would reward me with a car. Lin Feng suddenly became excited and couldn't wait to pick up the car. Owning a luxury car is the dream of most men, and Lin Feng is no exception. He has long wanted to have a car of his own. But he didn't have that much money before, and he really couldn't afford a nice car. But now it's different, he has the super rich system, and he is already the president of Lifeng Real Estate. There is no problem buying a car for myself. Lin Feng suddenly felt like it was all a dream. Not long ago, he was just a small employee, but unexpectedly, he became a big president in such a short time. This was something he had never dared to think about before. Although he always had his own ambitious goals, there was still a big difference between the goals and reality. Reality is cruel, but ideals are beautiful. Although Lin Feng has been pursuing his beautiful ideals, it is indeed very difficult. Now, thanks to a good helper like the Shenhao system, he can realize his dream more conveniently. Lin Feng was still thinking about what kind of car he should buy when suddenly the voice of the Shenhao system rang in his ears again. And along with this sound, the data panel of the Shenhao system also appeared. Ding, congratulations on your first cooperation.
The Shenhao system will automatically unlock the mall function for you. Would you like to open it immediately?
Lin Feng was a little stunned.
What is the mall function? What is that? How can this super rich system unlock such a function? I looked at the panel where the Shenhao system appeared again. I couldn't see anything now, only a small lock-like symbol. In the middle it says whether it is turned on and there are two options, yes and no. The rest is nothing special.
Lin Feng thought about it and decided that there was naturally no problem with the function of the Shenhao system. Since he has unlocked this function through today's cooperation, he will naturally choose to turn it on. He wanted to see what the functions of this mall were. So he moved his fingers. I clicked on the option on the data panel, and the mall function of the Shinhao system was opened.
Chapter 28.
Ding, congratulations on successfully opening the Shinhao Mall. Then the data panel showed that the Shinhao Mall had been opened, followed by an explanation about the Shinhao system. Lin Feng took a closer look and found that it was almost the same as the mall in the game.
To put it more clearly, isn't this almost the same as Taobao? But the conversion rate is a little different.
At the beginning, $1 could indeed be exchanged for one Shinhao coin, but the data panel showed that at certain special moments, $1 could actually be exchanged for 10 Shinhao coins.
Lin Feng was surprised. $1 for 10 Shinhao coins? Isn't that 100 yuan equivalent to 1,000 Shinhao coins? That's too much.
However, I really don't know when the special time mentioned in this mall is. The specific details of this super rich system are not mentioned.
Maybe I need to unlock this option later.
Lin Feng shook his head.
This was too complicated. What's in your Shinhao Mall? Isn't it similar to Taobao here?
Lin Feng asked the Shinhao system.
What?
You old-fashioned dog, our Shinhao Mall is different from the malls here.
We have everything in our Shinhao Mall. Do you think I'm an ordinary place?
The voice of the Shinhao system sounded a little exasperated. Lin Feng smiled helplessly.
It was indeed possible. The godly rich system was already incredible.
So it is conceivable that the mall unlocked by the rich man's system lock is naturally not an ordinary thing. Lin Feng looked at the data panel and found that it was divided into Mall A, Mall B and Mall C.
Is it possible that there is something different about the things in these shopping malls? What are the things in these malls? Lin Feng asked curiously. Don't ask anymore, don't ask anymore. Don't you have hands? Just click on my panel and you'll know. I don't have hands, but you have 2 hands. Why don't you just look over there?
The angry voice of the godly rich system was heard again.
Lin Feng burst out laughing. This rich system is too funny.
And for some reason, the voice of this super rich system always has a bit of northeastern dialect flavor. Every time, even when talking about a very serious issue, Lin Feng would find it very funny as long as he focused on his Mandarin with a northeastern accent. Especially now when he was furious, the smell of northeastern dialect seemed even stronger. Lin Feng took a quick look and found that the 3 shopping malls were indeed different.
The mall actually sells some skills.
Cooking skills, driving skills, writing skills, computer skills, all kinds of skills are here. Then Mall B is somewhat similar to their Taobao, selling things that are common in real life. However, the delivery speed of this super rich system seems to be immediate, which is a lot more convenient.
But the C Mall is quite strange. There are Tai Chi, Bagwazang, Wing Chun, Taekwondo, and so on. I really don't know when this skill will be available. After all, this is real life. If he uses these skills, won't people think he is a psychopath?
After carefully checking them all, I found that there is an operation of signing in daily to receive Shinhao coins. Lin Feng was completely stunned.
Isn't this obviously a game system?
Lin Feng thought about it and realized that there were several million in his account in the super rich system.
Wouldn't it be enough to just exchange all of these into Shinhao coins?
This way he would have endless Shinhao coins to spend.
Moreover, this mall has everything, and there is no need to transfer the account balance. Don't think like that. Let me tell you, it's not that easy to get this Shinhao coin.
Lin Feng had just come up with this thought when the voice of the godly rich system rang again.
Then how can I get these Shinhao coins? Can't I just exchange them with the RMB in my account balance?
Lin Feng asked with some confusion.
Since he can't exchange the RMB in his account, how is he supposed to spend it? How to obtain this godly coin? Look at the upper right corner of the mall. Is there a treasure chest icon? Open it.
The voice of the Shinhao system came out, instructing Lin Feng to take the next step. Lin Feng took a look and saw that there was indeed a treasure chest symbol in the upper right corner. But it's a bit small, no wonder he didn't notice this symbol when he was just thinking about the system.
Lin Feng immediately clicked on the treasure chest. After clicking on it, the treasure chest slowly grew bigger, the lid opened, and a sentence popped up.
Sorry, I didn't qualify to get the Shinhao coins this time. Lin Feng was dumbfounded when he heard this sentence. He just clicked on the treasure chest, so how come there was no one who was eligible to get the godly coins? What kind of a trick is this? What the hell is this? I didn't order anything like this, why are you telling me that I didn't get this option? Lin Feng said to the godly rich system in a dumbfounded manner. I hope he can give himself a reasonable explanation.
I don't know.
You have such bad luck. The Shinhao system was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. After all, he didn't expect Lin Feng's phone to be so bad that he didn't even win the first time.
But it doesn't matter, since this treasure chest is not meant to be drawn only once. You can draw 3 times a day.
Just because you didn't win this time doesn't mean you won the next 2 times.
It's okay, you still have 2 chances, try again.
The Shinhao system quickly whispered this into Lin Feng's ear, fearing that Lin Feng would get angry. Lin Feng glanced at the open treasure chest.
Had to order it again.
I hope his luck won't be so bad this time. At the very least, he should know how to exchange the Shinhao coin.
Don't let him fail again and not even figure out the redemption method.
Lin Feng wiped his hands and blew some air into his palms, hoping that he would win this time. The treasure chest closed again, and then slowly opened again. Lin Feng looked at the treasure chest nervously, fearing that he might accidentally open it and miss the prize. Fortunately, Lin Feng's luck improved this time, probably because he had just blown a breath of fairy air into the palm of his hand. This time, he finally got the chance to exchange for Shinhao coins. Congratulations on successfully winning the chance to exchange for Shinhao coins.
Would you like to draw again?
This sentence popped up on the data panel. It seems that there is only one chance left to draw.
Chapter 29. Let's just leave it at that for now.
Let me first figure out how to exchange these Shinhao coins. Lin Feng said lightly. He is now very curious about this Shinhao coin. But the most important thing is that he wants to buy himself a car as soon as the Shinhao coins are exchanged.
Buying a car is his ultimate goal today. But the matter of Shinhao Mall delayed it for too long.
Then Lin Feng checked the exchange method of Shinhao coin again. I found that as long as I draw the opportunity from this treasure chest, I can redeem it directly. However, they are all ordinary exchanges. The special time period mentioned earlier where 1 RMB is equal to 10 Shinhao coins is not available now.
It is estimated that it has not been unlocked yet.
Lin Feng is not sure what will happen before it can be unlocked. I guess if he were to ask the super rich system, the super rich system probably wouldn't tell him directly.
So Lin Feng thought about it and didn't ask any more questions.
He decided to just wait for things to take their own course.
If it could be unlocked, he would definitely be notified. Lin Feng began to think again, how many Shinhao coins should he exchange first?
After thinking about it, I decided to exchange it for 1 million Shinhao coins first. It should be enough to buy a car. He doesn't need a particularly valuable or fancy car right now, so just give him a slightly better car to drive. At worst, I can just buy a new car later. If it's enough to buy the car, just keep the rest inside. Anyway, you never know what else you'll need to buy in the future. Lin Feng didn't know much about cars before. He fiddled with the options on the data panel and felt that these cars didn't look anything special in this mall. I don't know why, but I no longer feel that excited. Lin Feng was a little confused about what was wrong with him. Why didn't he feel any excitement when buying a car here? When he first thought about buying a car for himself, he was very excited. But at this moment, there is really no reaction at all. Lin Feng thought about it carefully. Could it be because he didn't buy the car in a physical store? So there's still a feeling that's missing something. After thinking about it, this should be the reason. So Lin Feng decided. Don't buy the car here yet. You should go to the store to take a look yourself. After all, it was his first time buying a car, so he should have some sense of ceremony. After making up his mind, Lin Feng quickly sat up from the bed. I tinkered with my clothes and went out. Lin Feng came to a nearby specialty store. He also came here by taxi today. There are a number of private cars parked outside the store. Generally, people who come here to buy cars drive their private cars. I guess Lin Feng was the only one who came here by taxi. After all, the consumption in the specialty stores here is still quite high. Hey, look at the person coming in from outside. He actually came here wearing clothes like this, and he even took a taxi. I never thought that someone like this would come to buy a car here. It's really funny. Yes, this kind of person is obviously here to look at cars, not to buy them. Don't come over to me later. Whoever wants to greet him can go. Anyway, I'm not going to go over there. Even if I introduce the car to him, isn't it just a waste of time? No, I won't go either. I wasted so much time introducing cars to him, but he didn't buy one.
I might as well just stay here and play with my phone. It's too boring.
A woman with heavy makeup on her face glanced at Lin Feng with some contempt, then continued to lower her head and fiddle with her mobile phone. Lin Feng hadn't even entered the store yet, but he was looked down upon by the salesperson working inside. If Lin Feng knew that the people inside looked at him like this, he might not buy a car from this store. Lin Feng walked into the store and saw so many brand new luxury cars displayed inside.
He felt like he was dreaming.
Damn it, finally he had the chance to buy this luxury car.
It's really not easy.
The first thing that caught his eye was a red supercar placed in the middle of the store.
He walked over curiously and touched the car body. This car is so handsome. Hey, don't move, don't touch it. This car is very valuable.
If you damage it, you can't afford the compensation. The woman with heavy makeup just now, after seeing Lin Feng reaching out to touch the car, immediately started to scold him angrily.
What's wrong if I touch it? Are you not allowed to touch this car? You mean it will break if I touch it?
When Lin Feng heard the salesperson talking to him like this, it was obvious that he looked down on him. He felt very uncomfortable because he came here to buy a car today. Moreover, he had plenty of money to buy a car, but he didn't expect to be said like this.
He won't suffer this injustice. Yeah, what's wrong? I'm just afraid that you might break it, isn't that okay?
If you want to touch it, go touch the car over there. I'm in charge of the sales of cars in this area. The heavily made-up woman became more and more angry when she heard Lin Feng refute her. She dared to bet that Lin Feng definitely couldn't afford the car in his current condition, so she was not prepared to give Lin Feng a good face at all. Lin Feng glanced at the ugly woman with heavy makeup on her face and was about to say something to her. Her attitude was really annoying. It is obvious that the customer is God. If they come here to buy a car, what is wrong with them touching it? Suddenly another voice came from the side. Sir, why don't you come over to my place to look at cars?
I also have the model you like here.
After hearing the voice, Lin Feng turned around and saw a beautiful woman standing in front of him,
wearing a ponytail and work clothes. It's eye-catching.
This person is much more pleasing to the eye than the ugly woman with heavy makeup just now, and she speaks so kindly.
Li Fei, you don't really want him to buy a car from you, do you? Look at the clothes he's wearing.
You can tell at a glance that he can't afford a car like ours. The cars in that store must cost at least 100,000.
Do you think he can afford this car? Listen to my advice. Don't waste so much time with him. Anyway, he can't afford it even if I introduce it to him.
After hearing what Li Fei said, the woman with heavy makeup made a sarcastic remark about the conversation.
Lin Feng frowned. He really couldn't bear it any longer now. How can this person talk like this? He looks down on others.
He didn't want to argue with her so much. After all, she is also a staff member here, and it's not easy either. But what he said really annoyed Lin Feng.
Chapter 30. Hello beautiful lady, may I ask which is the most expensive car in the area that this lady is responsible for selling?
Lin Feng asked the beautiful lady with a high ponytail standing in front of him. Sir, it's the red supercar you just touched.
Li Fei looked at Lin Feng and answered seriously.
After Lin Feng understood the situation, he walked straight towards the red supercar. On the way, he picked up the stool next to him and threw it directly onto the car. The woman with heavy makeup who was looking at Lin Feng with sidelong eyes suddenly screamed.
What are you doing? What are you doing? The woman with heavy makeup ran towards the supercar.
Standing next to Lin Feng, he wanted to reach out to stop him. Now in her eyes, Lin Feng was like a madman.
Someone, come here quickly, someone is smashing the car here. The woman with heavy makeup was screaming in panic.
The other customers who were buying cars nearby, as well as other staff in the store, were attracted by the sound. Several security guards ran over here, and a middle-aged man in a suit also ran over. He seemed to be the sales manager here.
Stop it!
The middle-aged man shouted with great force. After Lin Feng stopped, he looked at the man. It seemed that this man was the sales manager here.
Are you the sales manager here?
Lin Feng asked the middle-aged man.
Hello, sir.
I am the sales manager here.
But I don't know why you are doing this today.
Although the sales manager was very angry that Lin Feng smashed a car in their store, he was still very polite when speaking to Lin Feng. After all, he has been working in this industry for decades, so he can more or less tell what the customer's situation is. There are only two possibilities as to why Lin Feng could do such a thing. First, he has a mental problem, and second, this person is definitely very rich. If this person really has a mental problem or is sick, he can just ask the security guard to drag him out later. But if he is the latter case, it would be better and the problem would be easier to solve. Wouldn't it be enough to just let this person pay for the car? Isn't he rich? If anyone dares to smash the car here, they will have to pay them for the car. Lin Feng glanced at the manager and asked him directly about the price. How much is this car? 3.59 million. The sales manager looked at Lin Feng calmly and said the price of the car. After hearing the manager tell the price of the car, Lin Feng took out his bank card from his pocket and threw it to the sales manager without even blinking. I can buy this car right now, but I need you to fire this salesperson who has such low quality and is very rude. If you fire her, I can pay you 4 million right now. Lin Feng looked at the sales manager calmly and said this. Okay, of course, no problem. After hearing what Lin Feng said, the sales manager did not say anything else, but nodded and agreed to Lin Feng's request. The sales manager is not a fool. If this man can really come up with 4 million to buy this car, he will definitely listen to him and fire the salesman. But if this man is just pretending to be cool here, he can take out his cell phone and call the police at any time and make this man pay the price for what he did today. The female salesperson with heavy makeup on was not afraid at all that she might be fired. She still stood by and looked at Lin Feng with squinted eyes. She didn't believe that this man who looked so poor could come up with 4 million. That's why he wasn't afraid at all. She even wanted to wait and see how the manager of her store would punish this poor and stinky man. The people watching nearby were also chattering and discussing in low voices, wondering if Lin Feng had something wrong with his brain. He actually dared to smash such an expensive car in front of so many people. And he even said that he could buy the car. They didn't think that Lin Feng had so much money to buy this car, he was just pretending to save face. Besides, even those extremely wealthy second generations probably wouldn't do such a thing. Not everyone can do such a willful thing. If you want to smash a car, you can do it at will. The loss will be 4 million yuan. Lin Feng naturally knew what the onlookers might be thinking. But he paid no attention to what these people said. This is exactly the effect he wants. It doesn't matter if they don't think they are rich, because we will be able to prove it to them directly shortly. Lin Feng never does anything without a plan. So he still stood there calmly waiting for the sales manager to swipe the card. The sales manager took a look at the card in his hand that Lin Feng threw to him and thought that the card looked a little strange. But the words bank card were definitely written on it, so he didn't doubt anything. But he had never seen this card before. It was a black card with some strange patterns on it. The sales manager didn't dare to say anything and could only try to swipe the card on the POS machine. The sales manager had already determined that the balance on this card was definitely not 4 million. So he was waiting for the card to show that the balance was insufficient so that he could call the police and send someone to deal with Lin Feng. But a scene that no one expected occurred. The POS machine actually swiped the card successfully. The card did not even require a password and 4 million was directly swiped out. The sound of the POS machine indicating successful card swipe can be heard throughout the store. The crowd that was originally chattering suddenly became quiet, and they all looked at Lin Feng in amazement. They never expected that this person could actually come up with 4 million at once, without even blinking an eye. Is he really that generous? But the POS machine just showed that the card swipe was successful. Doesn't that mean that 4 million has really been swiped? How could this man have so much money? Everyone started to speculate who this person was and how he could come up with 4 million to buy a car that he had smashed. What's going on? I thought this guy had a car accident. How come he really has so much money? Who knows? Look at him, he doesn't look like a rich man. I was expecting to see him make a fool of himself from the beginning. Oh my god. No wonder he dared to smash that car, it turns out he is really rich. He took out 4 million so easily. Everyone in the crowd was chattering about something. Chapter 31. They didn't expect that Lin Feng, a man who was dressed casually and took a taxi to buy a car, could easily come up with 4 million today. Is it possible that all the rich people nowadays like to keep a low profile like this? The sales manager was also staring at the POS machine in amazement. He just thought that there was something wrong with the POS machine. How could this person really take out 4 million at once? The heavily made-up female salesperson, who had seemed quite nonchalant and not afraid at all, was also dumbfounded after hearing this.
How is it possible? How can he come up with so much money? This can't be fake.
The female salesperson with heavy makeup said in surprise while looking at the POS machine. She quickly slapped her face and it really hurt a little. She quickly walked to the sales manager and took another look at the text displayed on the POS machine. The card was swiped successfully.
It's over now.
When she knew that this incident was true and just happened, she knew that she was finished. This person can come up with so much money at once, he is definitely not an ordinary person. But she had to offend such a rich man of her own choice.
What should she do now? Manager. What should I do? Please don't fire me.
I have children and an old mother to support at home.
I can't lose this job.
The heavily made-up woman cried and pulled the sales manager's arm.
She really can't lose this job. It is not easy to find a job.
If she loses this job, it may not be easy for her to find another suitable job at her age. The manager glanced at the heavily made-up female salesperson who was crying and holding his arm, and felt a little annoyed. He couldn't take care of so many of her affairs. It was the salesperson who offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Now they have really taken out so much money and have said they want to fire her. The manager is a sensible man and naturally would not offend such a rich boss for a small salesperson. So there was really nothing he could do to help the saleswoman.
Don't beg me.
It's not me who wants to fire you, but this rich man.
If you want to beg, go ask the person you just offended. I can't help you with anything now.
The sales manager ruthlessly pulled away the saleswoman's hand and said this to her. The female salesperson who was wearing heavy makeup wiped away her tears. Her makeup was smudged by her tears. But she also knew that what the sales manager said was true. Now it is indeed true that only the rich man just now can help me.
The sales manager can't help me now.
Sir.
I know I was wrong just now. Could you please spare me? I really can't lose this job. The female salesperson quickly came to Lin Feng and pulled him aside to beg for mercy. I hope Lin Feng can forgive my unreasonable behavior just now.
Lin Feng looked at the female salesperson who was pulling his arm with some disgust.
He would never let this female salesperson off easily. Why didn't she think about the consequences when she looked down on others just now?
Now that something's happened and he's about to be fired, he comes here to admit his mistake.
He won't buy it.
No, please don't come begging me.
Don't you know why things turned out like this? Isn't it all your own fault? I can't help you. I hope you can learn from your mistakes and be a good person.
Don't look down on others so easily.
Lin Feng looked at the female salesperson and said this coldly.
After hearing what Lin Feng said, the woman with heavy makeup collapsed to the ground.
It's over now.
She knew that Lin Feng would never let her go.
My job is completely gone.
The sales manager stood aside and watched the situation. He has been through so many things, so he naturally knows that the person in front of him may become a potential customer of his store in the future. He couldn't let such a rich man go so easily. If I could help the rich people to build relationships, maybe I could make some friends or something, and then I wouldn't have to worry about food and drink in the future. So he looked at the security guard standing next to him very discerningly.
What are you still standing there for?
He has offended such a big customer of our store today.
Take him to the HR department immediately and handle the formalities.
Get her out of here immediately. I don't want to see this woman in our store again. The sales manager spoke to the security guards, directing them to take the woman to the human resources department. After hearing this, the security guard who was still watching the fun immediately came to the heavily made-up female salesperson, put out his hand to hold her arm, and took her away from the scene.
The heavily made-up saleswoman was still struggling as she was dragged away.
But she was a woman after all, and it was impossible for her to break free from the two big security guards, so she could only kick and curse. The ones who were scolded were naturally the sales manager and Lin Feng. Sir, I'm really sorry for what happened today. It was all the fault of the salesperson just now.
I hope you don't mind.
The sales manager came up to Lin Feng, looked at him and smiled. His attitude was very humble. He knew that only by serving this big customer well would this big customer continue to buy cars in their store. Lin Feng glanced at the sales manager who was standing next to him with a smile on his face. Naturally, I know what's in his mind, but I just don't want to miss out on this big client. But Lin Feng didn't want to care about it anymore, he just wanted to buy a car.
What happened today was really unexpected.
Now that it has been resolved, he has nothing to worry about anymore.
Besides, this sales manager's attitude towards me has been quite nice since he first showed up. He was quite tactful when handling the matter just now.
Lin Feng didn't want to argue with him.
After all, the sales manager was innocent. It's okay. Since the matter has been dealt with, I won't say anything more. I just hope that when you recruit people in the future, you can pay more attention to their quality and don't recruit people like this again.
Lin Feng said lightly.
Of course, after what happened today, we will definitely reflect deeply and will be more strict in recruiting people in the future.
As long as you don't mind, sir, in order to express my apology to you and provide better service, why don't you let me introduce these cars to you today?
What do you think?
The manager looked at Lin Feng and spoke carefully, fearing that he might say something wrong and offend this important customer again.
Chapter 32.
In fact, Lin Feng really enjoyed having this manager around him and being so attentive. After all, he had done this kind of thing in the company before, and no one had ever been so attentive to him. But even if the sales manager said he would introduce a car to him, Lin Feng had no interest in him.
Who would be interested in an old man? It would be better to call the pretty saleswoman with a high ponytail.
No need, just ask the saleswoman with a high ponytail next to you to introduce it to me. I am also quite satisfied with her.
Lin Feng looked at the manager and said, then glanced at Li Fei who was standing next to him.
When the manager heard this, he naturally understood what Lin Feng meant. It seems that this big client has no interest in me. If I can't get familiar with him, then let someone else come. As long as this big customer can buy a car in our store, that's enough. The most important thing for him is the sales performance. As long as he buys a car and the sales performance goes up, he can still make a lot of money.
Okay, no problem, sir, I'll go tell her right away. The sales manager looked at Lin Feng and said quickly.
Fei, this is a big customer. He just told me that he wants you to help him introduce the cars in our store.
You have to introduce them well. If we get this big client, won't our sales for this month be good? I won't say more, you should know it all.
The sales manager came up to Li Fei, smiled and said to her. Li Fei was originally just a little curious about this person's identity and why he was so rich. But now after the sales manager told him this, she also expressed great surprise. She didn't expect that this big client would ask her to help him find a car. She originally thought that after what happened just now, this big customer would leave the store directly and go to another store to buy a car. Unexpectedly, he not only stayed here to buy a car but also specifically asked her to help him introduce one.
Naturally, she was very happy. I understand everything. Don't worry, manager. I will definitely introduce him well. Li Fei looked at the manager and said carefully.
Okay, go ahead.
The sales manager looked at Li Fei with satisfaction and smiled. Sir, I won't bother you anymore.
Let Fei introduce these cars to you.
If you have any more questions, you can come to me directly. This is my business card.
The manager spoke to Lin Feng again. As he spoke, he took out his business card and handed it to Lin Feng. This was a good opportunity to promote himself to a big client. After giving out this business card, who knows when this big client will remember to contact me. As the saying goes, opportunities are seized by yourself, and the sales manager is very clear about this. Lin Feng glanced at the business card and took it out of politeness. The other salesmen in the store were a little envious when they saw that Lin Feng actually asked Li Fei to receive him directly. If they had known that Lin Feng was such a big client, they would have gone up to receive Lin Feng just now.
Who would have thought that this would be the current situation? Really? He can't even get such a big deal. Why didn't I realize he's so rich?
Yes, if it was me who went up to greet him just now, then my sales for this month would have been settled, really. It's all our fault that we didn't realize that he was so rich just now.
I'm really impressed. I didn't expect that Li Fei was so lucky.
She has only been in our store for a short time, and she has already been appointed to receive such a wealthy client.
I'm really pissed off. Who would have thought of this, such a thing? The other salesmen stood nearby and discussed in low voices. But Li Fei and Lin Feng couldn't hear what they were saying.
Li Fei is in a very good mood now and is ready to introduce the cars in their store to this big customer.
We must not let this big customer down. Li Fei cleared her throat slightly and was about to speak. As a result, he was interrupted by Lin Feng. Beauty, which car is the most valuable in your store? Ah. What did you say? Li Fei didn't react for a moment.
Although she had just arrived at the store, she had been here for more than 2 months, and she had never seen any customer ask her this kind of question right away.
I was just asking you, how much is the most expensive car in your store? Do you understand now?
Lin Feng looked at Li Fei, who didn't react, smiled, and repeated to her what he had just said.
Li Fei naturally reacted now.
In fact, she heard it clearly the first time, but she was just too surprised at the time. She raised her hand and pointed to a blue sports car next to her.
Yes, sir.
This is the most expensive car in our store.
It is a limited edition supercar. There is only one in our city. But it is very expensive. Are you sure you want to buy the most expensive one?
Of course I'm sure of what I said, so let's buy this one. Lin Feng looked at Li Fei very calmly and said. He didn't even ask for the detailed price before he decided to buy the most expensive car. It was as casual as picking a vegetable at the market.
Is this true?
Li Fei was still very surprised.
I can't believe this is what a big customer said.
Since this car came to their store, it has been left here for more than half a year and no one has cared about it.
The reason is that this car is really too expensive.
Even many of the previous customers, the second generation of rich people, would not ask about the price of this car. But now Lin Feng actually said that he wanted to buy the car directly.
Of course she couldn't believe it. It must be true. What I say is always the truth.
Lin Feng smiled and said to Li Fei.
In fact, Lin Feng was just planning to buy an ordinary car at the beginning.
The 4 million he just paid actually still hurt him a little. After all, 4 million yuan was given out all at once. If it were any other time, he would definitely feel uncomfortable for a long time, but in the situation just now, he really needed to save his face and couldn't let these people look down on him like that. But the reason why he dared to buy the most expensive car in the store now was actually thanks to the Shinhouse system. Just when that thing happened just now, the godly rich system actually unlocked a new skill.
And gave him a task.
That's why Lin Feng dared to buy this most expensive car now.
Chapter 33.
Just now, when he generously spent 4 million to buy that red supercar, the super rich system actually reminded him that he had completed his first achievement. Lin Feng was dumbfounded at that time.
He was just angry at the female salesperson with heavy makeup looking down on him.
That's why he was so excited and took out 4 million to buy the red car.
However, he didn't expect that this action of his could actually unlock the achievement of the godly rich system.
He had never heard of the achievement skill of the godly rich system before.
Congratulations on unlocking the first achievement of the godly rich system. I am a rich man.
That's what the super rich system said at the time. And what is even more amazing is that when the super rich system told Lin Feng that after he achieved this achievement, the 4 million he had just spent would be returned to Lin Feng intact. This means that he spent 4 million to buy a car, and then the super rich system gave him another 4 million back.
Isn't that equivalent to getting a car for free?
But it can't be said to be freeloading. After all, the 4 million was actually spent on this store. Although Lin Feng was surprised, he had already gotten used to this kind of magical skill that suddenly appeared in the Shinhouse system. So he slowly accepted this setting. He had already decided to buy another car he usually drove, but he didn't expect that the super rich system would give him the first task.
You are about to complete your first mission. Buy the most expensive car in this store.
This is what the super rich system told Lin Feng at that time. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He had just spent 4 million to buy a car. Although the car was damaged by myself, it can still be driven after some repairs.
He even didn't want to buy an ordinary car anymore.
If he continued to buy cars, he would still have to spend money.
Then wouldn't the sports car we just drove be a bit wasted?
But he didn't expect that the task given to him by the super rich system was to buy the most expensive car in the store. You can choose to complete this task and achieve the second achievement to receive an account balance of 10 million.
Holding the grass?
Lin Feng was almost shocked by this super rich system.
Could 10 million be given so easily? Just by completing a task and then buying a car, you can give yourself 10 million? What good things are these? How come this huge pie fell on my head?
You can also choose not to complete this task and just drive away from this store in the car you just drove. As expected, the super rich system gave Lin Feng a second choice, but this choice looked very ordinary and there didn't seem to be any special rewards.
Didn't the options you gave before all have 2 rewards? Why is there no reward for the second option this time?
This idea popped up in Lin Feng's mind, because he couldn't communicate directly with the Shinhouse system now. After all, I was still in someone's store buying a car. If I started talking to the air, I would be considered a psychopath. Although I can't communicate directly with the godly rich system, it doesn't matter. After all, the godly rich system can know what's in my head.
Isn't this your first mission? I certainly encourage you to complete it.
So for this second option, if you choose not to complete this mission, you won't get the reward. The godly rich system replied to Lin Feng.
Well, then I have to complete this task.
If you complete the task, you can get a new car and 10 million.
Even a fool would know which option to choose. That's why Lin Feng later asked Li Fei which was the most expensive car in the store.
After all, the task given by the super rich system was to buy the most expensive car in the store. Li Fei looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng had just said that he wanted to buy the most expensive car in the store.
She was so excited now.
If Lin Feng really wanted to buy this car, she could get 10 times the usual commission this month.
As a salesperson who had just worked in the store for 2 months, how could she not be excited?
She quickly forced herself to calm down, but still couldn't suppress her excitement. But Lin Feng was still waiting for her to introduce the car, so she didn't have time to get excited for so long. Then let me introduce you to the specific performance of this car.
This car is made in.
Li Fei had just started to introduce these things to Lin Feng, but unexpectedly she was interrupted by Lin Feng.
Please stop for a moment. Excuse me, you don't have to tell me about the performance of these cars anymore.
Lin Feng glanced at Li Fei and said calmly. It took too much time to explain all these things, and he had already decided to buy the car, so he felt that there was no need to listen to them anymore. Regardless of whether Li Fei introduced these things to him or not, he would buy the car. After all, he still has tasks from the godly rich system to complete. He hurried to complete the task, as he also wanted to try out how the car drove.
He has never driven a car like this before.
Since it costs so much, the feel and other aspects must be very special.
He couldn't wait to try it.
That's why he urged Li Fei not to introduce these things to him.
Ah, don't I need to introduce these things? Did I say something wrong just now? You don't want me to introduce them?
After Li Fei heard Lin Feng say this, she thought she had said something wrong and made Lin Feng unhappy. Lin Feng didn't want to buy a car from them, so he didn't let her introduce these things. When Lin Feng saw Li Fei becoming nervous, he knew that she had misunderstood what he meant. I didn't mind her for not speaking well about these things, it's just that it was really unnecessary.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you said anything wrong. I'm just in a hurry now. After buying this car, I still have things to do. So there's no need to talk about these things anymore. I'll just buy the car, sign, and swipe the card. Is that okay? Lin Feng looked at Li Fei and said seriously. Oh, so, is this okay?
Li Fei looked at Lin Feng at a loss. Although she had been in this store for more than 2 months, she had never seen a customer like Lin Feng. Not only did she not need to introduce these things, but she was also able to buy these 2 cars in such a short time. Now he actually told her that she should sign the contract directly by credit card. She didn't quite know how to deal with this situation.
Of course it's okay, why not?
Lin Feng smiled and said to Li Fei.
Chapter 34.
Okay, sir, please wait for me, I will go and handle the relevant contract matters for you now. Li Fei looked at Lin Feng seriously and said.
After that, we will prepare to handle the contract. Hey, wait a moment.
Li Fei just turned around and was about to leave, but fortunately Lin Feng was quick to stop her.
Ah, what's the matter, sir? Is there anything else you want?
Li Fei turned around respectfully and said to Lin Feng. After all, she didn't dare to speak loudly in front of such a rich man.
She was just a small employee. You are too impatient. I haven't even finished what I'm saying, and you're leaving.
Lin Feng looked at Li Fei and said. He still had other things to tell Li Fei, but he didn't expect that she just said she was going to handle the contract and then turned around and left. This was really too hasty.
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to get the contract done for you, I was a little anxious, is there anything else you want to tell me?
Li Fei smiled embarrassedly and said to Lin Feng.
Wondering if he had anything else to tell her. After he has finished explaining, you can go directly to handle the contract. I'll give you my card now. You can just swipe it. After you swipe the card, just bring the contract to me for signature. I trust you very much.
Lin Feng looked at Li Fei and said. He thought about how he had to wait for Li Fei to get the contract done and then come to him to sign. Then go and swipe the card to pick up the car. Lin Feng felt that it was too troublesome. He looked at the little girl standing in front of him and thought she was quite innocent and should be kind-hearted. This can be seen from the way she speaks, so Lin Feng trusts her more. I was going to just give her the bank card and let her handle all these things at once, and then just have him come over to sign. This also saves the salesperson from having to run around and cause so much trouble.
Ah. This is not good. You want me to just use the card to pay? You don't need to look at the car or sign the contract? Li Fei was a little dumbfounded. She didn't understand why Lin Feng was so confident in her. He actually dared to let her use the card directly, and he didn't even check the car carefully. There were many things in the contract to be signed that required him to look at, but this gentleman actually asked her to do it. So Li Fei was a little flustered. She was afraid that if she didn't handle the problem well, this rich gentleman would blame her, which would be bad. Customers who came to our store to buy cars before would spend a long time studying the car and the contract before signing. Sometimes they can only focus on one client all day. Spending a lot of time on one client. She had never met a big customer as straightforward as Lin Feng, and today she was finally enlightened. Lin Feng looked at Li Fei's surprised expression and naturally knew that Li Fei was worried that he would not be able to handle these things well. After all, you have to spend so much money to buy a car. She might not dare to do such a thing. But Lin Feng still trusts her very much and is willing to let her do this. Besides, what's so good about that contract? It's nothing more than some things about car maintenance and contracts. Isn't it all about money? As long as you have money, can't these problems be easily solved? When you think about it this way, there's nothing good about this contract. It's okay, just swipe your card and come over with the contract in a while so I can sign it. I'll wait for you in the rest area over there, okay? Lin Feng smiled and said to Li Fei comfortingly. Li Fei couldn't refuse anymore. She also knew that the gentleman in front of her must not be short of money, so he was so bold to entrust all these things to her. As expected, for rich people, buying a car is as easy as buying a vegetable in the market. This is a life she could not even imagine. In the past, those rich second generations who boasted about how rich their families were would not dare to buy a car like this gentleman. It seems that this gentleman is really extraordinary. Beauty, what are you thinking about? Seeing that Li Fei had no reaction, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her, trying to help her come back to her senses. Ah. Sorry, sir, I was a little distracted just now. Please wait for me in the lounge. I will take care of these things and come back to you with the contract. Li Fei looked at Lin Feng very embarrassedly and said. Okay, it's okay. I'll just go to the rest area and wait for you. Don't be afraid. I trust you so much. Just feel free to handle these things. Lin Feng looked at Li Fei with encouraging eyes and said. Okay, sir, please wait for me, I will go over and help you with these things now. Li Fei looked at Lin Feng and said seriously. After saying this, he turned around and went to handle these matters. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly turned around and walked back. Lin Feng looked at the little girl and was a little curious. What did she come back for? Well, sir, we have a VIP room here. Why don't you wait for me in the VIP room instead of going to the lounge area? Li Fei actually thought of asking this distinguished guest to wait for her in the VIP room. There was no need to let him wait in the rest area with so many people, after all, his identity was really too extraordinary. Oh, no need to bother. I'll just wait for you in the rest area. It shouldn't take you too long. Lin Feng said. He didn't really need something like a VIP room, so the rest area was good enough. Well, then you can go to the rest area. It really won't take too long. I'll go do it now. After Li Fei finished talking to Lin Feng in a hurry, she turned around and went to handle the contract. Lin Feng came to the rest area alone. There are other guests of the store staying in the lounge area. When they saw Lin Feng coming, they didn't dare to say anything. The rest area, which was originally noisy, suddenly became quiet. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. When did he become so scary that these people dared not say a word? Look, isn't this the rich man who just spent 4 million to pick up the car? Yeah, I can't believe he could afford that car with so much money all at once. This brother was so handsome when he bought the car just now. I think so too.
I used to feel that the saleswoman's attitude was very uncomfortable, but I didn't dare to say anything. I didn't expect that this big brother would help us solve this problem today. In the future, when I come to buy a car, I don't have to worry about her face anymore. A few people sat together nearby and discussed in low voices. Lin Feng seemed to hear them mentioning the car he had just bought.
He smiled and said nothing. Chapter 35.
Lin Feng had been in the rest area for a short while when he saw Li Fei walking towards him. Li Fei came to Lin Feng with the contract in her hand. Sir, I have already taken care of the 2 cars for you, and I have also calculated some preferential policies for you. This is the price of the 2 cars after calculation. Please take a look. I have also brought you the contract. I suggest you take a closer look. After all, buying these 2 cars is not a small amount of money. As Li Fei spoke, she handed the contract and the prepared information to Lin Feng. These 2 cars cost more than 10 million yuan.
Li Fei felt dizzy looking at so much money.
She was a little scared when she used this gentleman's card to pay just now. After all, he had never seen so much money before.
Okay, since you've already taken care of it, I won't look at it anymore. Hasn't the card been swiped? Can we sign the contract now?
Lin Feng did not accept the contract that Li Fei brought over, nor the information she had prepared. He felt that there was no need for that since Li Fei had already dealt with all these things. He felt a headache as he looked at the thick stack of information. What he usually sees the most are contracts and documents like this, and now he really doesn't want to look at these things anymore. Now that the card has been swiped, you only need to sign and you can pick up the car. When Li Fei heard Lin Feng say this, she quickly handed over the 2 contracts she was about to sign. By the way, he handed the pen to Lin Feng. He had never seen anyone swipe the card before signing the contract, and now he felt even more that he had never seen anyone so anxious to sign a contract.
Okay, just sign it.
Here's the card. Li Fei handed the black bank card that Lin Feng had just given her to Lin Feng. This bank card is a bit strange, but it is indeed enough to buy those 2 cars. In fact, this bank card is the bank card of the Xinhao system. Although Lin Feng probably doesn't have more than 10 million in his card now, the card in the super rich system can easily swipe out so much money. He wasn't worried at all that there might not be enough money on the card. However, you can't just spend so much money on a daily basis. The main thing is that he still has to complete the task assigned to him by the godly rich system today, so the godly rich system will provide him with so much funds.
This may not be such a good treatment under normal circumstances.
If Lin Feng wants to spend this money, he has to earn it himself. Lin Feng picked up the pen swiftly and signed his name on the 2 contracts. Sir, there is one more thing I need to confirm with you.
Are you going to drive away these 2 cars now, or what do you do with them?
Li Fei looked at Lin Feng and asked. After all, Lin Feng bought 2 cars.
He is alone now, what should he do with these 2 cars?
Also, the red sports car at the beginning had some scratches on it.
I wonder if they need to deal with them.
I'll drive away the car I bought later, and I'll leave the remaining one in your store first.
When I contact you, you can just drive the car to my place. Is that okay?
Lin Feng looked at Li Fei and asked. After all, he couldn't drive both cars by himself, so he just wanted to drive away the new car he had just bought. Just leave the remaining one here, he is not in a hurry to drive it anyway.
Of course, sir. Here is my business card.
If you need it, just contact me. We will definitely take care of the car you left in the store. Li Fei looked at Lin Feng, smiled, and said seriously. Okay, Miss Li, I will just drive away the car just now, and leave the rest to you. Lin Feng gave Li Fei a few more instructions. Then Lin Feng went straight to drive the car. Lin Feng was driving the luxury car he had just bought, and he was extremely excited. This really felt like a dream. He had never thought that he could drive such an expensive car. And the fact is that he already has such a car, and not just one. This luxury car really feels different to drive. I have also driven other customers home before. There is no way to compare the feel of this car. It turns out that cars that cost more are more comfortable to drive. Lin Feng was still immersed in the joy of driving a luxury car when the voice of the super rich system suddenly rang again. Congratulations, you have completed the first task assigned by the system, and 10 million yuan has arrived in your account balance. The Xinhao system told Lin Feng about this first mission. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. It was really great to have earned 10 million so easily. Here is a small gift package for you. Would you like to open it now?
The godly rich system asked Lin Feng again. Open it now, open whatever you have.
Lin Feng said happily. He wanted to see what strange things were in the small gift package sent by the super rich system.
Okay, I'll open the gift package for you now.
Congratulations, you have obtained 1,000 Shinhao coins without exchanging them, said the Shinhao system. It turned out to be the Shinhao coin, the gold coin used in the Shinhao Mall. This is quite good. When I get home, I will think about the things in the mall and prepare some suitable supplies for myself. Lin Feng drove the sports car back to his small apartment, found a parking lot nearby, and parked his car there.
It is still some distance away from the small apartment.
After all, there are no valuable cars or rich people there. So there wasn't even a large parking lot, so he had to park his sports car in the parking lot next to it, and he had to walk back to the small apartment. But with such a luxury car, what's wrong with walking such a short distance? Even if he asked him to walk a few more times, Lin Feng felt that he would not say anything.
Today has been an amazing day.
I never thought that I would own 2 luxury cars under such circumstances.
Isn't this just like a dream?
I hope I will never wake up from this dream, Lin Feng thought. But this situation shouldn't exist. After all, he lives in the real world, and the super rich system is just like a plug-in for him. This kind of plug-in shouldn't need to be recycled in the end, right? Lin Feng shook his head and quickly stopped himself from thinking this way. He doesn't want this super rich system to be suddenly taken back someday.
He doesn't want this kind of thing to happen.
Chapter 36. Lin Feng walked up the stairs slowly, whistling as he went up the stairs, which showed that he was in a very happy mood. However, he ran into the landlord head-on.
Hey, Lin Feng, why are you so happy today? You little brat, why don't you pay my rent quickly?
Otherwise, believe it or not, I will throw your luggage out of my house immediately. The elder sister who was waiting to collect the rent became furious when she saw Lin Feng. If this had happened before, Lin Feng would have pretended not to see the rent lady, turned around and left, hiding as long as he could.
But things are different now.
Before, Lin Feng was indeed afraid that the landlord would throw his luggage away just like that. After all, it's not like this elder sister hasn't done this before. There was a tenant who didn't pay the rent for several months in a row. As a result, the sister got really angry with him and took his luggage and threw it outside. But Lin Feng is different now.
He doesn't lack this little rent money. Sister, what are you arguing about? It's just 2 months' rent. It's not like I can't pay it. Why are you yelling about this?
Lin Feng looked at the landlord standing opposite him and said these words with a stern look. If it were before, he wouldn't have dared to say this. After all, the landlord's temper was really hot.
Hey, kid, have you become successful or rich? How dare you talk to me like that? Then why don't you pay me the rent for these 2 months? Don't you need this little money? Why don't you pay it back to me as soon as possible? When the landlord heard that Lin Feng dared to speak to her so toughly, she immediately became angry.
This is not the same as before when this kid was timid and didn't dare to say anything because he owed him rent. The rent lady is not afraid of this kind of people. She has seen many poor boys who can't pay the rent. She also knew that Lin Feng was just a small worker with no background, and it was common for him to be in arrears with rent. So now that Lin Feng said such tough words to her, she didn't care at all. She just thought that this kid was bragging again. No way, how come you are always looked down upon wherever you go? How did you get by? Even the landlady spoke to you so rudely. How much rent do you owe her for her to speak so harshly to you? The voice of the Shinhao system sounded again. Lin Feng was embarrassed.
He didn't owe anyone much rent.
But sometimes the lady who asks for the rent can be really anxious. That's why he always forgets to pay her rent. Sometimes, if he doesn't pay it in time, he can't afford it until the next month, so he has to put it off for a while. That's why the rent lady was pushing him like this. But now it's different. He must let this elder sister know that he doesn't need this little rent. I can't let this elder sister look down on me like this anymore. I am different from those tenants who are seriously in arrears with rent.
Isn't it just 2 months' rent?
I can just transfer it to you now, and you don't have to stand at my door and nag me.
Lin Feng looked at the rent lady and said unceremoniously. This landlord not only has a bad temper, but also has a very loud voice.
Now, Lin Feng was so frightened by all this chatter that he had a headache. So I wanted to pay the rent to her quickly and let her move out of my house.
Okay, WeChat or Alipay, give it to me now and I'll leave now.
The landlord leaned against the door with her arms folded, looking at Lin Feng arrogantly. She wanted to see if Li Feng could pay him 2 months' rent at once. WeChat, I'll send it to you directly. Lin Feng frowned and said to the rent lady. After saying that, he immediately took out his mobile phone from his pocket, selected WeChat payment, and transferred the money to the landlady. The landlady saw her cell phone ringing, reminding her that the transaction had been successfully credited. It was exactly the 2 months overdue rent that Lin Feng owed, which surprised him a little. I really didn't expect that this guy would actually pay her 2 months' rent so readily this time. If she hadn't done this before, she would have had to pester him for a long time before this guy would pay the rent. What kind of slanting wind is blowing today? Let him be so generous. Could it be that this guy has made a lot of money recently? The landlady glanced at Lin Feng with some confusion. But from the way this boy is dressed, I don't notice anything different about him recently. But the landlady doesn't come here often. They only come here to collect rent one by one on the rent payment day of each month. So you can't see Lin Feng on weekdays. So naturally, she had no idea what changes Lin Feng had undergone or what he had done. She just vaguely felt that Lin Feng was a little different from before, but the landlady couldn't put her finger on the feeling. Since you have already paid the rent, I won't rush you. I hope you can be so straightforward next time. Stop dithering like an old woman. The rent lady glanced at Lin Feng and said sarcastically. After saying that, he went downstairs without even looking at Lin Feng. Bah, you're just like an old woman. After seeing the rent lady leave, Lin Feng cursed at her back angrily. This elder sister actually said that she was an old woman. This is really too much. Just wait, old woman. I will definitely buy a big house in the future. Who would care about your little shabby house? Lin Feng thought angrily. After a while, he will have to buy himself a big house and let the rent show everyone his ability. I don't want to stay in her shabby rental house. The rent is so expensive, the house is so small, and there are so many troubles every day. He has had enough. If I didn't have so much money, I would have to squeeze into this small rental house. He had moved away a long time ago, but things were different now. He has too much money in his hands. I'm afraid that the landlord won't be able to collect so much money even if he collects rent for many years. I have to open this landlord's eyes. Lin Feng took out the key from his pocket and opened the door of his room. Then he took out the car keys from his pocket and placed them obediently on the table at the door. Looking at the key as if it were a treasure, you can tell how much Lin Feng loves this car. He finally owns a car of his own. The car has been bought and the task of the super rich system has been completed. It's time to sit down and think about the projects in cooperation with Wanqing Advertising Company. This is their first collaboration and they must succeed, not fail. Only after this cooperation is successful, they can handle more things side by side in the future. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that if Li Feng Real Estate became prosperous, it could indeed help Wanqing Advertising Company. Chapter 37. Lin Feng looked at the table full of information and felt a little overwhelmed. He never thought that just a small cooperation with Wanqing Advertising Company would require him to deal with so many things. In fact, there are not so many things to deal with. The key point is that too many things have happened in Li Feng Real Estate recently. So there are also many internal matters that need Lin Feng to deal with. He hadn't taken care of these things in the past few days, and they had been piling up here. Now it will take him a long time to deal with these things. Lin Feng thought about it and decided that he could use the godly rich system at this time. Can't you buy some skills in the mall of the super rich system? Why not give it a try this time? He sat on the stool, summoned the godly rich system, and opened the data panel. I thought that this computer technology might be useful. Although he had used products such as laptops in his previous work, they were still difficult to operate, so he might as well just buy one. It should be much more convenient and save trouble. Lin Feng looked at this skill and nodded. So he placed the order directly. After all, the Shinhao system had just given him 1,000 Shinhao coins. So he can buy this skill without using the money in his account balance. And this skill only costs a few $100s. Now a few $100s is already very cheap for Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought about it again, and there is another skill here that can achieve twice the result with half the effort. It should be to speed up the work. I might as well buy this skill. Combined with the computer skill I just learned, I should be able to handle these things quickly. So Lin Feng looked at these two skills and clicked the order, spending a total of more than 300 Shinhao coins. But after Lin Feng placed the order, he didn't know how to use these skills. He felt a little strange, and he didn't feel like he had any big reaction. He thought about it, could it be that it has not been activated yet? So he opened his laptop, clicked on the document, and started working. Sure enough, he immediately felt that there was something a little different. His fingers were tapping away on the laptop, and his mind was also working quickly. Sure enough, the effect was much better than before, and part of the accumulated information had been processed in a short while. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. It turned out that this rich system was really great. He looked at the documents in his hand, some of which needed to be printed, but if he wanted to print them, he would have to leave the apartment and go to the printing shop next door. It's really a bit troublesome. And he didn't want to make this trip again. Then he thought about it again. Doesn't the mall in the Shenhao system have a service that delivers the order to your door immediately? Why not give this service a try? So he opened the mall in the life system and bought himself a printer. After selecting the delivery address and paying, he immediately heard a ding-dong sound outside my door. The doorbell rang. He ran over and opened the door, and found a large cardboard box at the door with some printer's fonts printed on it. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this door-to-door service would be so fast. It only took a few minutes from the time he placed the order to the time the printer was delivered to his door. Is it really that magical? Lin Feng carried the printer into his room, found a slightly free space, and placed the printer. Started working. Most of the afternoon passed like this. Lin Feng also handled all these matters, and some of the things that needed to be sent to Yuan Wanqing were also sent to her via WeChat. Yuan Wanqing also sent him some documents, and it seemed that the project there had already started. Lin Feng stretched, yawned, and felt a little tired. He decided to take a break and do the rest of the work another day. With the strong cooperation of Lin Feng and Yuan Wanqing, the cooperation between Lifeng Real Estate and Wanqing Advertising Company is also proceeding in an orderly manner. Lifeng Real Estate has also regained its former glory. Now everyone knows that Lifeng Real Estate has a new president. Moreover, this president is very capable. He saved the Lifeng Real Estate, which was on the verge of death, and made it what it is today. This is already very remarkable. The workload is getting bigger and bigger, and the company is a little overwhelmed. So Lin Feng recruited more people, and now the company is growing bigger and bigger. Even Yuan Wanqing's Wanqing Advertising Company was influenced by Lifeng Real Estate and was doing better and better. Yuan Wanqing even came to thank Lin Feng specifically for this. He said that he did not regret the first cooperation with Lifeng Real Estate at all. It was because of that cooperation that Wanqing Advertising Company was able to have so many clients later on. Lin Feng didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, the cooperation was not something he did alone. Yuan Wanqing naturally also put in a lot of effort. It's hard to say how much help Lin Feng gave. The icon for Lifeng Real Estate that Yuan Wanqing had previously asked Lin Feng to design was also sent to Lin Feng by Yuan Wanqing. Lin Feng was quite satisfied. He always felt that Yuan Wanqing was a very talented woman. Now that I see it, it is indeed correct. Not only is he very good at business, but he also does a very good job as a designer. Yuan Wanqing had said before that she would invite Lin Feng out for dinner when she was free. So the two of them agreed on a time, found a free evening, and decided to go out for dinner. The two of them haven't seen each other for some time. The main reason is that everyone is too busy during this period. I have no time to take care of myself because of the company's affairs. Now that he finally had some free time, Lin Feng thought that going out for dinner with Yuan Wanqing would be a good choice. After all, he has always had a very good impression of Yuan Wanqing. Besides, who would refuse the request to have dinner with a beautiful sister? So Lin Feng accepted Yuan Wanqing's invitation. Yuan Wanqing also decided on the address for dinner and sent it to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng finished his work at home, he prepared to go find Yuan Wanqing for dinner. At first, he was still thinking about whether he should drive the car he bought last time, as he felt it was a bit too conspicuous. But if you think about it carefully, it's nothing. After all, he is also the president of Lifeng Real Estate, so it is reasonable for him to drive a nice car. Besides, you can take the beautiful sister for a ride. Isn't that a lot of benefits? So in the end, Lin Feng decided to drive his newly bought car to the restaurant. Before leaving, he thought of Yuan Wanqing's previous wallet, and decided to go to the nearby shopping mall and buy her a new one. After all, they are going to treat me to dinner today. Bringing some gifts to others can be considered as a way of repaying their kindness. Besides, it took Yuan Wanqing a long time to design the icon.
A small gift in return is also appropriate. Chapter 38.
Lin Feng came to Linlang Street again. That's where he bought his suit before. But the difference from last time was that he came by taxi last time, but this time he drove his own car.
Lin Feng parked the car nearby, got out and walked into Linlang Street.
Linlang Street is home to some luxury goods stores, and Lin Feng doesn't know much about them. Lin Feng wasn't very familiar with these kinds of things for girls, so he walked into a store that looked pretty good. I wanted to ask the store clerk inside to help me choose a suitable gift for Yuan Wanqing.
Hello, sir, what can I do for you?
As soon as Lin Feng walked into the luxury store, the salesperson came over and greeted him warmly. The salesmen were also very discerning. As soon as they saw the gentleman walk in, they could tell he was full of confidence and came from a wealthy family. So the tone of his voice became very respectful. Lin Feng took a look and found that the store was indeed a store selling items commonly used by girls.
Do you have any nice-looking wallets in your store? Please help me pick one out.
Lin Feng looked at it and said to the female salesperson standing next to him.
He himself didn't know what style of wallet Yuan Wanqing liked.
Moreover, Yuan Wanqing is a designer herself, so she should have very strict requirements for this kind of things. The wallet I saw her carrying before was a pink leather one. She has kept it for so long, it must have some special meaning to her. But now this wallet is just a gift from Lin Feng to Yuan Wanqing, so he decided to ask these female salespeople to help him choose one.
Don't just pick one randomly and it doesn't suit the beautiful sister's taste, that would be bad. Are you talking about a women's wallet? Is it for a girlfriend or an elder? The female salesperson looked at Lin Feng and asked.
He felt that it should be a gift for his girlfriend. After all, a rich and handsome man like Lin Feng should have no shortage of a girlfriend. So she subconsciously thought that Lin Feng should be choosing a gift for his girlfriend. Well, female friends, pick something with a more special style. She is a designer herself, so she should be quite picky. Lin Feng looked at the female salesperson and slightly corrected the word girlfriend she mentioned. The beautiful sister is not his girlfriend, they are just ordinary friends and partners now. Then sir, please follow me over here. There are some brands specially designed by designers here. You can come and take a look. The female salesperson looked at Lin Feng and said to him. As he spoke, he led him to a counter next to him. These are some of the more famous designers, and the products they design are naturally more expensive. The female salesperson secretly looked up at Lin Feng again. It turned out that such a handsome brother didn't have a girlfriend yet. I don't know what kind of beauty will be able to match such a rich and handsome guy in the end. Anyway, a female salesperson like her definitely has no chance, and she doesn't even dare to think about such an opportunity. Lin Feng glanced at the counter next to him. It was obviously different from the counters he had seen just now. This counter is placed in the middle of the entire store. There are a lot of decorations placed next to it, and it is obvious that this is an expensive counter. Lin Feng naturally knew why the female salesperson brought him to this counter. First of all, it must be because the prices here are relatively expensive. They definitely want to sell such expensive items to customers, which can also improve their performance. However, although these things are indeed very expensive, there is a reason why they are expensive. Just like what the female salesperson said, these were designed by some famous designers, so they are naturally more valuable. May I ask what's the approximate age range of your female friend? Is she about the same age as you? The female salesperson looked at Lin Feng and asked. Since he is a wealthy customer, she must treat him well and attract repeat customers. Then her future performance will be guaranteed, right? About the same age as me, around 20 years old. Lin Feng answered the saleswoman's question while looking at the counter. I didn't expect that the questions asked by this female salesperson were quite thoughtful. She was much better than those salespeople who looked down on people in the previous store. Lin Feng thought again of the salesman he met when he first came to Linlang Street to buy a suit. He wondered how they were doing now. The female salesperson introduced several different wallets to Lin Feng. They are all designed with unique personalities, and Lin Feng is not quite sure which one is suitable for Yuan Wanqing. I chose a color that looks a little more mature. It's a dark brown leather wallet. Looks quite elegant. And I heard from the saleswoman that this was the only wallet model left in the store. Lin Feng looked at the wallet and decided to buy this one. Anyway, he thought the wallet looked nice. Then just buy this, wrap it for me, and I'll pay with the card.
Lin Feng didn't ask about the price or anything. Anyway, buying things in this kind of store would definitely not be cheap.
It doesn't make much difference whether you ask the price or not, you might as well just pay with a credit card. Before this, when he said the word swipe card, he always seemed a little lacking in confidence. But after having the godly rich system by his side for such a long time, Lin Feng could already say the word swipe card very naturally.
Moreover, Lin Feng could also feel that he was indeed much more confident than before. This might be due to his money.
Okay, sir, please come over here to pay. The salesperson took Lin Feng to the counter at the door to settle the bill. Lin Feng asked the female salesperson to pack the wallet more delicately, after all, it was a gift for someone. After wrapping, Lin Feng drove to the restaurant where Yuan Wanqing had an appointment with him, taking the newly bought gift.
It is a very stylish Western restaurant.
For some reason, Lin Feng always felt like he was on a date. Maybe it was because he was with such a beautiful woman on such a night that he had this illusion. Lin Feng shook his head. He and the beautiful sister were just ordinary friends.
Where did all these messy thoughts come from?
Lin Feng looked at the time and found that there were still about 10 minutes left before the time he and Yuan Wanqing had agreed to meet.
Yuan Wanqing should be here soon.
After all, she has always been a person who pays more attention to time. So Lin Fengye got out of the car and waited for Yuan Wanqing at the restaurant door with gifts. Lin Feng stood at the door of the restaurant for a few minutes. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind, and Lin Feng quickly turned around.
Chapter 39. The person standing behind Lin Feng was indeed Yuan Wanqing.
As soon as she arrived at the door of the restaurant, she found Lin Feng already standing there. Yuan Wanqing did not say anything, but quietly walked behind him and patted his shoulder, wanting to give him a surprise. But Lin Feng had obviously expected that the person who would pat him on the shoulder from behind would be Yuan Wanqing.
Yuan Wanqing didn't think it was a big deal, it was just a little joke.
Lin Feng saw Yuan Wanqing behind him and was amazed by her again. Today she was wearing a black evening dress with a slit, and her long, beautiful legs were faintly visible under the black skirt. Her hair today also looked like it had been specially styled, and it was different from her usual hair. She specially curled her hair into a big wave, as her hair is usually long and straight black.
The evening breeze blew gently, ruffling Yuan Wanqing's hair.
She reached out and fiddled with her hair nonchalantly, then raised her head and smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was somewhat moved by her smile. This beautiful sister is so pretty. I feel like every time I see her, the feeling is different. It's really great to have a friend like her. I have to say that this skirt today really shows off Yuan Wanqing's figure, which is exquisite and curvy. Lin Feng smiled.
Have you been here for a long time? Yuan Wanqing asked Lin Feng.
Although he didn't come very early, he arrived at the restaurant before the time they agreed on.
But it was obvious that Lin Feng arrived earlier than her.
No, I just waited at the door for 2 minutes and you came over.
Don't you always arrive early? So I came a little early.
Lin Feng looked at Yuan Wanqing and smiled. The two of them walked into the store while talking and came to the seat they had reserved in advance. Lin Feng seldom comes to such high-end restaurants to eat, and he doesn't have much free time to go to such places.
So in a sense, it was his first time to eat in such a high-end restaurant.
Thanks to Yuan Wanqing, he was able to try the food in this specialty restaurant. If it were any normal time, Lin Feng would just deal with it casually and consider dinner as having been eaten. But after all, I came out with Yuan Wanqing today, and this store was also arranged by Yuan Wanqing. I guess she chose this restaurant after looking around for several places. The restaurant environment is really nice and quiet. Although there are still many guests, the whole environment is indeed quite quiet. Maybe it's because this restaurant is more upscale and the people inside are of higher quality. I also heard from Yuan Wanqing that this restaurant requires reservations to be made 3 days in advance to get a seat. Thinking about it this way, Yuan Wanqing was indeed thoughtful and even made an appointment at this restaurant 3 days in advance. In fact, Lin Feng had always remembered that Yuan Wanqing had said she would treat him to a meal, but he just didn't take it seriously. After all, both of them are quite busy, and it is not easy to spare time to have a meal together.
But he didn't expect Yuan Wanqing to ask him out for dinner so soon. What's wrong? Are you satisfied with this restaurant? Yuan Wanqing noticed that Lin Feng had been observing the environment in the restaurant. Thinking that the restaurant was not to his liking, he looked at him strangely and asked. I am naturally satisfied with the restaurant chosen by the beautiful lady. How dare I be dissatisfied?
Lin Feng turned around and said to Yuan Wanqing jokingly.
He was indeed quite satisfied with the restaurant and couldn't find any fault with it. What? How come you are so good at talking? Yuan Wanqing smiled and said with her head lowered shyly.
Yuan Wanqing felt that every time Lin Feng praised her, he either praised her for her good looks or praised her for her talent, which made her feel a little embarrassed.
I'm just telling the truth.
Lin Feng smiled and noticed that Yuan Wanqing seemed a little shy.
Hey, what's in your hand?
Yuan Wanqing asked curiously, looking at the gift bag in Lin Feng's hand. In fact, she had noticed Lin Feng carrying such a bag when she was at the door just now.
It looked like he had brought something with him, but she didn't know what it was. So I asked out of curiosity.
Seeing that Yuan Wanqing asked about the gift bag, Lin Feng handed the gift bag to Yuan Wanqing and motioned for her to open it and take a look.
It was a gift for him anyway. Yuan Wanqing was a little surprised. Why did Lin Feng hand the bag to her? Could the things in this bag be something he bought for himself?
Yuan Wanqing was a little surprised, but Lin Feng had already handed it to her, so she couldn't refuse it. So he took it and pulled the ribbon open, wanting to see what was inside. It seems that this was indeed bought by Lin Feng as a gift for himself.
Yuan Wanqing smiled.
She originally thought that this was something Lin Feng bought to bring back for someone else. I didn't expect that I bought it for myself. For some reason, Yuan Wanqing felt a strange emotion in her heart. After the ribbon was opened, there was a box inside. Yuan Wanqing knew this brand of products. The selling price is quite expensive. I didn't expect that Lin Feng actually went to this brand store to buy things for himself. Yuan Wanqing opened the box curiously, and what came into view was a brown leather wallet with some small logos on it. The design is quite unique and in line with Yuan Wanqing's vision.
Maybe it's because Yuan Wanqing is a designer herself.
So she is usually quite picky when buying things. Her taste in buying things is different from that of others, but coincidentally, the bag that Lin Feng gave her today just happens to fit her aesthetic. So she quite liked this bag. She took it in her hand, opened it and took a look. She found that this wallet was indeed very comfortable to hold. It seems that Lin Feng still remembered that his previous wallet was a bit old, so he thought of giving himself a new wallet. However, this gift was really expensive, and Yuan Wanqing felt embarrassed to accept it.
How about this style? Do you like it? I'm not sure what you like, so I asked the clerk to recommend it to me. Finally, I found this wallet quite pleasing to the eye, so I chose this one to give to you. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Wanqing and told the truth.
It was indeed not entirely his choice of wallet, and there was no need for him to take the credit for it. He just chose one of those styles that he liked more. If it happens to meet Yuan Wanqing's aesthetic standards, then it was chosen by chance. If it does not, then it can only be said to be a coincidence. But this shouldn't be a big deal. Judging from Yuan Wanqing's expression, she was quite satisfied with the wallet, so Lin Feng felt relieved.
Chapter 40. Of course I like it. Your style is exactly my taste.
You are so picky. Yuan Wanqing smiled, raised her wallet and showed it to him, indicating that she really liked this wallet. I didn't expect Lin Feng to have such good taste.
I originally thought you bought this for your girlfriend.
I saw it was wrapped with a ribbon, and it was obviously a gift for a girl. I didn't expect that this gift would be given to me in the end.
Yuan Wanqing winked at Lin Feng. At first, she really didn't expect Lin Feng to bring her a gift.
I thought that Lin Feng must have bought this on the way to the restaurant, maybe he was going to give it to someone else. I didn't expect that it was actually a gift for herself.
It was really thoughtful. What are you talking about? How can you think about having a girlfriend when you're having dinner with a beautiful sister? I bought this for you, and I don't have a girlfriend. Lin Feng smiled and said to Yuan Wanqing with some bitterness. How come everyone thinks they have a girlfriend? He is so busy every day, how can he have the time to date a girlfriend? If I had that girlfriend, I could make millions every minute.
So let us put the matter of his girlfriend on hold for now. It's more important to focus on his career right now.
Men, it turns out, are more career-oriented. But it's strange that Yuan Wanqing doesn't have a boyfriend either.
As beautiful as she is, she should have no shortage of suitors.
Why are you still single now?
But, beautiful sister, you are so beautiful, why don't you have a boyfriend yet?
The people pursuing you should be lined up as long as 2 streets. Lin Feng said to Yuan Wanqing jokingly with a smile.
Although it is a bit exaggerated to say that the line is as long as 2 streets. But Lin Feng dared to bet that there were at least 8 people chasing Yuan Wanqing, if not 10.
Dating is not as interesting as making money. There are not as many boyfriends as you said.
I just haven't met the right one, so I put all my energy into work.
Yuan Wanqing explained to Lin Feng with a smile.
In fact, there are not many people pursuing her. After all, Yuan Wanqing is fully focused on her career. How can she have the leisure time to think about her own lifelong affairs? She was not in a hurry for such things, she was only in her 20s. Why is she in such a hurry to find a boyfriend?
She hasn't had enough of being alone.
She is not in a hurry.
Sir, madam, may I serve you the food now?
The waiter in the restaurant came over with the menu, looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman sitting at the table, and asked in a low voice. In fact, she just wanted to come over and ask. She just saw that the 2 people were chatting happily and she didn't find time to interrupt them. I just found a time when they were free, so I quickly asked them if they wanted the food. After all, it is not their restaurant's job to make customers wait too long.
Of course you can serve the food. Look at my poor memory.
I was so busy chatting just now that I forgot about serving the food.
Yuan Wanqing smiled embarrassedly.
After saying that, he reached out to take the menu handed over by the waiter and showed it to Lin Feng. She had already chosen today's dishes, but had not discussed them with Lin Feng yet.
Now show him the menu to see if there is anything Lin Feng needs to avoid.
These dishes were selected in advance by Yuan Wanqing, who had previously read the guide for this restaurant online.
The reviews online are pretty good, and this restaurant is indeed very stylish.
This is the type that Yuan Wanqing likes more, so this time she and Lin Feng decided to have dinner here. I didn't even ask Lin Feng whether he liked this type of restaurant. But he looks fine now, so I can just ask him if there is anything he needs to avoid. I have selected these dishes in advance. If there are any dishes you don't like or that you need to avoid, please tell the waiter.
Yuan Wanqing said to Lin Feng.
Just pick whatever you like. I'm not picky about food and I don't have any dietary restrictions. Lin Feng took a quick glance at the menu and felt that the dishes were quite exquisite. He is not a picky eater, so he doesn't have such high requirements for these dishes. It would be better to just leave it all to Yuan Wanqing.
So Yuan Wanqing told the waiter that the food could be served.
She also picked out a few special dishes today and will let Lin Feng taste them later. The dishes came up one after another, and Lin Feng and Yuan Wanqing talked while eating.
The dishes in this restaurant are indeed quite delicious.
Lin Feng has never eaten this type of dishes before.
He gave it a try today and fell in love with it.
This beautiful designer sister is really good at choosing, even the dishes she picked are so delicious. 2 people were having dinner when the waiter next to them came over with an embarrassed look on his face as if something had happened.
Sir and madam, I'm sorry, there is a steak on your menu, but there is only 1 steak left today, and unfortunately, it has just been reserved by a guest in the VIP room. Should we change the dish, or something?
The waiter said to the 2 people with some embarrassment.
That steak is out of stock?
That's the main course I ordered today, how could it be out of stock? Besides, I had made the reservation in advance.
You guys didn't give the dish to someone else, did you? Yuan Wanqing was a little confused when she heard that the main dish she ordered today was out of stock.
She had already ordered these dishes in advance, so how could she be told at this time that the dish was given to someone else? He also said that the guest in the VIP room had booked it. It seems that the person in the VIP room is extraordinary, so they gave this dish to that guest. But they clearly made the reservation in advance, so why should they give the dishes to others?
Yuan Wanqing looked at the waitress with some confusion, hoping that she could give her a reasonable explanation.
Although you have booked this in advance, that guest is our VIP.
Well, how about I change another dish for you, and then the restaurant will give you 2 more dishes as a gift, what do you think? The waiter looked at Yuan Wanqing with difficulty and said. She really didn't know how to deal with such a matter.
After all, the identity of the VIP was indeed not simple. But this lady did reserve this dish in advance, but the manager just said that the dish would be given to the VIP guest. That's why she came to this lady to explain the matter. But it was obvious that the lady was very unhappy about this matter.
So the waiters didn't know what to do and could only say this.
I hope that the 2 complimentary dishes given by the store can make this lady a little more satisfied. But she looked at the lady's face. It is obvious that the lady is now very dissatisfied.
Chapter 41. Lin Feng finally understood what the waiter meant.
It was because there was another table of guests who were richer than them and also wanted this dish, so their restaurant took the initiative and gave the dish to the table of richer guests. The solution they have now is to ask him and Yuan Wanqing to exchange another dish, and then they will add 2 more dishes in their restaurant. I hope that this way the 2 of them will stop caring about this matter. But the most crucial thing about this matter is that Yuan Wanqing had ordered this dish 3 days in advance, and she did not expect that this restaurant would actually provide such a solution.
Lin Feng didn't understand. Don't they know to respect their guests' opinions? Which brainless person came up with this solution? He is now also very angry. He could also sense that Yuan Wanqing was very dissatisfied with this solution. Shouldn't we be able to get this dish if we pre-order it? Otherwise, what's the point of us booking in advance? Who in your store came up with this solution? I hope you can call him over. I have something to ask him.
Lin Feng looked at the waiter and said seriously. He also knew that this decision was definitely not something the waiter could make on his own. It must be their store manager or the store manager who could make such a decision. Instead of making things difficult for the waiter, it would be better to call the person who made the decision over and have a good discussion with him. Let him understand the dangers of society. He hated people who bullied the weak the most. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing when I went out for a meal today.
What on earth is going on in this world?
Lin Feng said he didn't understand it at all. Yes, call your manager or store manager over. Whoever made this decision should come over and explain to us what is going on.
Yuan Wanqing looked at Lin Feng and understood what Lin Feng meant.
It's impossible to explain these things to the waiter here. It would be better to ask the person in charge of their store to come over and have a good talk with him. She had clearly reserved this location and these dishes 3 days in advance.
So there shouldn't be any problem with any dish today. Otherwise, what was the point of her making an appointment 3 days in advance? Moreover, Yuan Wanqing didn't quite understand the store's approach. Isn't this just destroying their own reputation? How distinguished is the guest in their VIP room? Yuan Wanqing was very curious about what could make them do such a thing as destroying their own reputation.
Then I'll go get our manager to come over. I'm so sorry, sir and ma'am. The waiter saw that the 2 people were looking for their manager, so he quickly spoke to them. Originally, she was not able to handle this matter, she was just responsible for passing the message. It would be better to ask their manager to come and explain the matter to them. After saying this, the waiter quickly retreated to find the manager.
I'm so angry.
I didn't expect this to happen even though I had made an appointment 3 days in advance.
Who on earth is the guest in their VIP room?
How dare they be so shameless? Yuan Wanqing crossed her arms and said angrily.
She was in a very good mood today.
She had a very delicious meal and received a gift that she really liked. I didn't expect that I would be in such a bad mood because of something like this. They must be of a special status, otherwise why would this restaurant give this dish to them? But this is indeed a bit too much. After all, you made the reservation so long in advance. I want to see how the manager explains this to us later. Lin Feng said to Yuan Wanqing comfortingly. I can't lose face in front of the beautiful sister today. When the manager comes later, I have to have a good talk with him. It was supposed to be a wonderful dinner, but now it has turned into this.
After waiting for 2 minutes, a man in a suit came.
Judging from the tag on his chest, he is the manager of this store.
Good evening, sir, ma'am.
I am the manager of this restaurant.
What can I do for you?
I didn't expect the manager to play dumb as soon as he came up and even asked them what was the matter.
Isn't it because he, as a manager, made the wrong decision that made them so angry? What do you mean we have something to do? I would like to ask about our dishes.
Why did you give the dishes I ordered in advance to another table of guests?
Do you think you're doing this ethically? Then what's the point of making an appointment in advance?
Yuan Wanqing couldn't stand her bad temper, so she threw all the questions to the manager. The manager looked a little hesitant, but Yuan Wanqing could tell from his eyes that this man was very shrewd and should not be deceived.
It's like this, ma'am.
Although you have reserved this dish in advance, since that table of guests is our restaurant's VIP guests, this dish will be chosen by the VIP guests first.
We're really sorry. How about we replace the dishes for you with 2 other dishes? Is that okay with you? The manager looked at Yuan Wanqing and explained.
They were just ordinary men and women who came to eat. How could they possibly compare to the guests in the distinguished VIP lounge of their restaurant? That's why the manager dared to give this dish directly to the guests in the VIP room.
What do you mean?
Since you have the right to give priority to VIP guests, why do you have to set up this option for us to make reservations in advance?
Then what's the point of doing this? Do you know that this is the sign of your own store? Is this how you handle things in a high-end restaurant like yours? We ordinary guests don't have a choice, right?
Lin Feng became furious when he heard the manager say that VIP guests have the right of priority choice.
What kind of world is this? What's wrong with rich people? They can do everything. It's really unfair. He will see what reasonable explanation this restaurant can give him today.
Lin Feng is not a poor boy, he is also very rich.
He wanted to see how this restaurant actually did things. Hey, I was wondering who was making such a loud noise on this floor. Turns out it was you, Lin Feng.
Lin Feng, who was still talking to the manager, suddenly heard these words coming from the stairs. The voice sounded familiar, and Lin Feng had a bad feeling.
Could it be that I met someone I know here?
From the way he spoke, it seemed like he was the unlucky guy.
It's really bad luck that opens the door to bad luck. It's really bad luck.
It's such a rare fate that I can meet him while having a meal.
Chapter 42. Chen Xiqing went out on a date with Wang Jialing today and came to this restaurant. Because Wang Jialing really wanted to eat the restaurant's signature dish. That was the steak that Lin Feng, Yuan Wanqing, and the others had.
But the store manager told Chen Xiqing that someone had already reserved this dish, so Chen Xiqing used his VIP status to request the dish for his table.
After all, it was his woman who wanted to eat this dish, how could it not be available?
It was because of Chen Xiqing's action that what happened later happened. He heard some noise coming from downstairs in the VIP lounge, so he went out to take a look. Unexpectedly, I saw an old acquaintance. It turned out to be Lin Feng and a beautiful girl downstairs. Unexpectedly, the people who ordered the same dish as them were Lin Feng and the other two. Chen Xiqing instantly became interested and walked down the stairs to the second floor, wanting to mock Lin Feng. He even dared to snatch the food from him. He couldn't even snatch the woman from him, so how could he think he could snatch the food from him? But I don't know where Lin Feng got his good fortune from, the woman next to him looks pretty good. She has a pretty face and a nice figure. Chen Xiqing became interested and wanted to have a chat with the table downstairs. Yuan Wanqing looked at the man coming down from upstairs and felt a little strange.
Could it be that this man recognized Lin Feng?
Otherwise, why would he say this? Yuan Wanqing felt that the man looked familiar and she had seen him somewhere.
I thought about it over and over again in my head and finally figured it out. Isn't this Chen Xiqing, the president of Tianyang Real Estate? How could he know Lin Feng?
And from the tone of his voice, it seemed like there had been some conflict before.
Lin Feng frowned after hearing Chen Xiqing's voice. It's true that you can run into this person everywhere.
I haven't seen Chen Xiqing for a long time. I didn't expect to meet him under such circumstances this time. It turned out that he was the one who wanted to order the dish that Yuan Wanqing had reserved in advance.
Now things are getting interesting. He wants to see how arrogant Chen Xiqing can be.
I didn't expect that I would run into President Chen just by coming here for a quick meal tonight. Lin Feng responded to Chen Xiqing politely.
If Chen Xiqing hadn't behaved inappropriately today, he wouldn't have bothered with him so much.
But people like Chen Xiqing would probably want to mock Lin Feng after seeing him. I guess he wouldn't let Lin Feng go so easily today. Yeah, I didn't expect that someone of your status could actually come to this restaurant to eat.
It seems that I underestimated you. Chen Xiqing looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said.
He has become a VIP member of this store, which costs him tens of thousands of dollars a year.
How could someone like Lin Feng compare to him?
Judging from the boy's appearance, he only comes to this restaurant occasionally.
Maybe today is his first time to come to this restaurant.
He had to mock Lin Feng. However, he still felt that the beauty sitting opposite Lin Feng was more interesting.
Chen Xiqing's eyes were always on Yuan Wanqing behind Lin Feng. Yuan Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable.
The man's eyes were a little too straightforward.
What kind of perverted men are these?
Lin Feng naturally also noticed that Chen Xiqing had been observing Yuan Wanqing, who was sitting behind him.
Lin Feng frowned. What is going on with this guy? Isn't he madly in love with that Wang Jialing of his? How could he have the leisure to observe other women? Wasn't he at Wang Jialing, who was sitting in the private room upstairs where he was dining? Indeed, this is my first time to come to such a high-end place. Unlike Mr. Chen, I am actually a VIP guest of this store.
Lin Feng leaned sideways to block Chen Zicheng's sight, then looked at him and said.
Chen Zicheng's eyes were so obscene.
He kept glancing towards the beautiful sister.
Lin Feng really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. I guess this kind of look would make Yuan Wanqing very uncomfortable. What's the VIP or not?
I just top up a few $100,000 every year.
Chen Zicheng noticed Lin Feng's little action, withdrew his gaze from Yuan Wanqing, and said to Lin Feng jokingly.
It seems that Lin Feng is doing well recently as he can bring such a beautiful lady to this restaurant for dinner. You only recharge a few 100,000 yuan a year, but you still have to compete with ordinary people for a plate of food.
It's really hard for you, a great nobleman.
Lin Feng said sarcastically. I have already recharged hundreds of thousands of yuan a year, why should I compete with them for a dish?
If I want to eat, I can just order it in advance.
How shameless of you to snatch the dishes that people have reserved in advance at this time. However, Lin Feng just thought about these words by himself.
After all, it was too harsh to say them out loud.
This was in a public place, so he still had to save some face. Even if Chen Zicheng was shameless, Lin Feng and Yuan Wanqing still had some dignity.
How can you talk like that? What do you mean by snatching that dish? I got it with money, do you understand?
Chen Zicheng naturally noticed the sarcasm in Lin Feng's words.
But who makes him the VIP of this store?
Just because he is a VIP of this restaurant, he doesn't believe that there is any dish in this restaurant that he cannot taste. As long as he wants to eat it, Lin Feng will never be able to get this dish.
Why did you take so long to come back after going downstairs?
When Lin Feng and Chen Zicheng were secretly competing with each other, a female voice came from the stairs behind. It was obviously that bitch Wang Jialing. Lin Feng originally thought that Chen Zicheng brought another girl to have dinner today.
I didn't expect that they would get together again. It seems that what happened last time didn't have much impact on the two of them. The two of them are still very loving and come here together for a romantic dinner.
Lin Feng smiled. Since the last blow was not serious, he would add more fuel to the fire.
Oh, I didn't realize that, Mr. Chen, you brought a female companion with you. Then why are you flirting with my friend?
Lin Feng looked back at Yuan Wanqing, winked suggestively, then turned to Chen Zicheng and said. Yuan Wanqing was still wondering why Lin Feng and Chen Zicheng seemed to have some deep hatred. In her impression, Lin Feng doesn't seem like the type of person who would offend people everywhere. Although there was nothing particularly excessive in what Lin Feng said, it still made people feel uncomfortable.
Yuan Wanqing smiled.
She didn't expect that Lin Feng could be so sharp-tongued. She always thought that Lin Feng spoke gently, but she didn't expect that he would change today. When Yuan Wanqing noticed that Lin Feng winked at her and saw a woman coming behind her, she seemed to understand the meaning of Lin Feng's actions.
Looks like there's going to be some good show to watch today. Chapter 43. What do you mean? Chen Zicheng, who did you offend down here again?
When Wang Jialing heard someone say this, she knew that Chen Zicheng was not being honest again. He ran down the stairs directly, wanting to ask Chen Zicheng what shameful things he had done downstairs. Although she has always been by Chen Zicheng's side, she also knows Chen Zicheng well. There are always some bad habits that cannot be changed, and Chen Zicheng simply cannot let go of them. The only reason he kept her around was because he was still interested in her. But he himself is a philanderer. Wang Jialing knows this best. But Wang Jialing still has to rely on Chen Zicheng to live a good life. Therefore, Chen Zicheng is absolutely not allowed to hook up with other women in the short term.
What do you mean I'm provoking anyone? I obviously didn't do anything.
Chen Zicheng said somewhat aggrievedly that he was just mocking Lin Feng. If there was anything inappropriate, it was that he looked at the beautiful woman a few more times.
But he really hasn't done anything yet.
In such a public place, Wang Jialing didn't give him face, which made him a little angry.
Is this my sister-in-law?
Yuan Wanqing observed the current situation and found a chance to interject. She wanted to see what Lin Feng would do to this young couple. She naturally knew that Lin Feng was using her as a weapon, just to deliberately anger the young couple.
But Yuan Wanqing didn't say anything. I think it's quite fun.
Besides, there's no harm in using her as a bazooka, and it can also be a good show.
Not a loss at all.
Wang Jialing came down the stairs and noticed that the people waiting downstairs were Lin Feng and another beautiful woman.
And this woman is so beautiful.
She felt a sense of crisis. Although Wang Jialing is also very beautiful, her beauty is not of the same type as Yuan Wanqing's.
Yuan Wanqing is a beautiful woman with great temperament and grace. But Wang Jialing is only pretty in a petty way. There is naturally no comparison. That's why Wang Jialing feels a sense of crisis.
Especially this woman, she actually took the initiative to talk to me. Calling her sister-in-law made Wang Jialing feel very uncomfortable. I secretly wondered which of Chen Jiqing's old lovers this was.
Or is it the new woman that Chen Jiqing is hooking up with? Who are you? Why are you here? Are you with Lin Feng or Chen Jiqing? Wang Jialing stood opposite Yuan Wanqing and asked directly.
She wanted to see where this woman came from.
It would be better if I were with Lin Feng. But if she was acquainted with Chen Jiqing, Wang Jialing would never let this woman go easily. As for me, Mr. Chen and I just met, right, Mr. Chen? Yuan Wanqing smiled and threw the question directly to Chen Jiqing, wanting Chen Jiqing to answer it.
It is obvious that Wang Jialing has now begun to doubt her relationship with Chen Jiqing.
The show is about to begin. After seeing Yuan Wanqing's answer, Lin Feng smiled secretly.
He didn't expect that Yuan Wanqing was so good at handling things. When Wang Jialing heard this, she turned around and looked at Chen Jiqing.
Chen Jiqing felt even more wronged.
He really thought the woman was pretty, so he looked at her a few more times.
How could he have known that these troubles would arise?
If he had known that these troubles would arise, he would never have gone down the stairs today.
Wang Jialing is the most difficult woman to deal with. I will definitely talk to him endlessly about this matter.
Just because of what happened today, I guess Wang Jialing will talk about it for the next month.
He was really a little annoyed.
So they turned their attention to Lin Feng, who was standing nearby watching the show.
You poor bastard, what are you laughing at? Do you really think that you will become noble after having a meal here? Don't you see how poor you are? Zhang Jiqing always says unpleasant things when he opens his mouth. Moreover, this happened in such a public place.
Now the guests dining in the restaurant were all looking at them strangely. The atmosphere in this restaurant is originally very quiet, and their conversation here has affected the people around them. Especially Chen Jiqing's harsh words had a bad influence on the people around him.
The restaurant manager thought the matter would be resolved quickly.
I didn't expect that the people at these two tables actually knew each other. They have been here for more than 20 minutes, but the problem has not been resolved yet. But the other customers in the store had already been affected, and he was a little overwhelmed. If this only affects Lin Feng and his table, it would be fine and easier to deal with. But there are so many people in the restaurant waiting for them to resolve this matter, which makes it a bit difficult to deal with.
Mr. Chen, why don't we keep our voices down? There are other customers in this store.
The manager looked at Chen Jiqing cautiously and said. After all, Chen Jiqing was a VIP customer of their store, and he didn't dare to say anything harsh to this customer. I could only ask him carefully, hoping that he would speak more quietly.
Resolve this matter as soon as possible and don't affect other customers in the store.
But Chen Jiqing would never let Lin Feng go so easily.
He didn't care about other guests in the restaurant.
He only cares about himself and Lin Feng now.
He must compete with Lin Feng. Get out of here. What do you mean by other customers in the store? Did other customers in the store pay you more, or did I pay you more? Don't you have any idea? Don't bother me here. Chen Jiqing looked at the manager arrogantly and said. He had already given a lot of money to this restaurant, but now he doesn't even have the right to say a few words?
Besides, Chen Jiqing has always been arrogant, and no one dares to compete with him. But someone like Lin Feng happened to appear.
I have to compete with him for everything. Now people are arguing over a dish.
Chen Jiqing really felt that he had lowered his status.
What qualifications does such a poor boy have to compete with me for these things? Manager, how much do your VIP customers charge per year?
Lin Feng ignored what Chen Jiqing said to him, and turned directly to the manager and asked him this question.
15,000.
The manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and answered carefully while looking at Lin Feng. He was a little surprised.
Why did this boy ask him this question? Even if I asked him, he wouldn't be able to give me so much money. How could he be richer than Chen Jiqing?
I'm afraid that among so many people present, there won't be anyone richer than Chen Jiqing. After all, Tianyang Real Estate is not a small enterprise or company, it is the largest company in their city, otherwise Chen Jiqing would not be so arrogant here.
Chapter 44. Okay, if I give you 300,000, can you ask this table of guests to leave your restaurant? This request is not too much, right?
Lin Feng looked at the manager and asked calmly. He just wanted to know whether he could get Chen Zicheng and Wang Jialing to leave the restaurant by paying so much money. He also wanted to have a good dinner here with Yuan Wanqing. When Lin Feng said this, everyone present was surprised.
Yuan Wanqing looked at Lin Feng. When did Lin Feng become so generous? Are you going to spend $300,000 just because of two impolite people?
The manager was also surprised. He actually proposed to give the store 300,000 yuan and asked Chen Zicheng's table to leave the store. He couldn't believe that these were the words coming out of the poor boy in front of him.
I laughed. Don't try to act so arrogant.
Don't think you can act so arrogant just because you have a beautiful woman by your side.
Don't you know whether you have the money in your wallet? How dare you say you want to kick me out of this store? It's already a good thing that I didn't ask the security to drag you out. How dare you do this to me?
When Chen Zicheng heard this, he almost laughed his belly off.
Where does this poor bastard get the confidence to ask this?
He really didn't believe that he could come up with 300,000 yuan at once. Besides, this was clearly his first time eating at this restaurant.
Just throwing out 300,000, aren't you afraid of wasting it?
The key point is that it is impossible for this kid to come up with 300,000 yuan. Chen Zicheng doesn't believe Lin Feng at all. Wang Jialing was standing next to Chen Zicheng and was also surprised when she heard their conversation. It has been a long time since I last saw Lin Feng.
She didn't expect to meet him again this time.
She just came here with Chen Zicheng to have dinner, but she didn't expect to meet Lin Feng. Although they haven't seen each other for a long time, Lin Feng may have changed a little. But Wang Jialing felt that something significant must have changed in Lin Feng. Because he was completely different from his previous state, his whole body was filled with confidence. This was something she had never seen in Lin Feng before. And now Lin Feng actually said that he would take out 300,000 yuan to kick her and Chen Zicheng out of the store.
How dare he say such a thing? Doesn't he know that Chen Zicheng is the president of Tianyang Real Estate? How dare you openly go against Chen Zicheng now?
Lin Feng heard what Chen Zicheng said to him, but did not respond to him. He now wanted to know whether giving 300,000 yuan would allow the two of them to leave the store. So he turned his gaze to the manager next to him.
What? 300,000 isn't enough?
Then I'll give you 500,000 and kick them both out of this store right away.
Is that okay? 500,000 is equivalent to the value of 3 VIPs in your store. I'm afraid you won't be able to get a VIP in a year or two, right?
I can swipe my card right now to pay for 500,000 yuan.
Don't you want this 500,000 yuan?
Lin Feng smiled and looked at the manager and asked. He could already see that the manager was wavering. Although Chen Zicheng's identity is indeed very unusual, it is definitely not as real as this 500,000. And Lin Feng always does what he says. As long as he could kick Chen Zicheng and Wang Jialing out of the store, he would definitely give the manager 500,000 yuan immediately. Charge up for the most distinguished VIP status in this store. This is theoretically possible. Our store is a VIP-only store. The manager looked at Lin Feng cautiously and spoke.
He was getting a little scared now. Lin Feng's tone didn't sound like he was bragging. What if he really took out 500,000 yuan and asked them to kick Mr. Chen and his girlfriend out? But this 500,000 is really tempting. Although their store's business has always been good, 500,000 is indeed the turnover of several VIPs. Moreover, Chen Zicheng just became a VIP this year. He is a businessman and naturally knows the interests involved, so he really wants the 500,000 yuan. Moreover, if Chen Zicheng and Wang Jialing were asked to leave, this matter could be solved well. He could sense that Lin Feng didn't want to make a big deal out of this matter. He just wanted to stay in the restaurant and have a good meal, and the other customers in the restaurant probably thought the same. Okay, swipe the card then.
After saying that, Lin Feng took out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to the manager. Yuan Wanqing was dumbfounded when she saw this situation, and quickly stepped forward to stop Lin Feng. She felt that it was not worth spending 500,000 yuan on such a thing.
There are so many places to spend this much money.
And this incident today really happened very suddenly. She was fine, but she was mainly upset because Lin Feng was still angry. She was still thinking that after the manager gave her a reasonable explanation, she would be able to forgive what happened today. But judging from the way the matter is developing now, it is getting bigger and bigger. But Yuan Wanqing still didn't want Lin Feng to spend the 500,000 on this matter. Yuan Wanqing opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, she was stopped by Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng smiled at her and signaled her to let go of the hand that was blocking him.
Yuan Wanqing opened her mouth but said nothing more. It seems that Lin Feng is very determined and wants to teach the president of Tianyang Real Estate a lesson. So Yuan Wanqing had no choice but to stop. After all, this is Lin Feng's own business. Perhaps he had some big conflict with the president of Tianyang Real Estate before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to solve the problem directly with 500,000 yuan. When the manager saw Lin Fengdi coming over, he quickly reached out to take the bank card. What the hell do you mean? Who told you to take this bank card? Is it because the money I gave you is not enough? How dare you accept his bank card?
Chen Xiqing saw that the manager actually took the bank card from Lin Feng's hand. So he started scolding him. He didn't expect his manager to betray him so quickly. Although I did recharge only 150,000 yuan a year, it is not as much as 500,000 yuan.
But he is the president of Tianyang Real Estate after all.
It is impossible for someone of his status to not be able to come up with 500,000 yuan.
Is this manager really too clueless?
The manager was stunned when Chen Xiqing scolded him. Now he has the bank card in his hand to swipe it, but he is not unwilling to do so. He really didn't know what to do, so he had to look at Lin Feng for help, hoping that Lin Feng could say something for him. Lin Feng naturally felt the manager's embarrassment. It was clear that the manager just looked down on me and thought I was a poor man. Now I actually want him to help. Lin Feng smiled. It turns out that this world only recognizes rich people.
If you don't have money, you will be looked down upon. Chapter 45. Mr. Chen, I think we should not embarrass people who work to earn money. This is originally a matter between the two of us. I am willing to pay you $500,000 to leave this restaurant. Shouldn't you feel honored?
Just a few steps are worth $500,000. Lin Feng smiled and said to Chen Xiqing. He was just mocking Chen Xiqing. And he knew that Chen Xiqing could not afford to pay more money to compete with him. Let us not talk about anything else, just go for the father behind Chen Xiqing. There is no way Chen Xiqing would spend so much money on such a boring thing. Although the president of Tianyang Real Estate is Chen Xiqing, his father has always managed him very strictly. Normally, Chen Xiqing would ask his father for permission before doing these things. If his father knew what happened today, he would probably be scolded again. Chen Xiqing naturally knew that he should not act rashly at this time. If it were any other time, he would have spent a lot of money to deal with someone like Lin Feng. But it doesn't work now. Now his father is stricter with him. I want him to focus more on Tianyang Real Estate. So he is not allowed to cause trouble outside.
Chen Xiqing clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. There's really nothing we can do with someone like Lin Feng.
Wang Jialing was standing next to Chen Xiqing, and naturally knew that Chen Xiqing had no other options now. I could only wait for a while before being asked to leave by the restaurant security. Wang Jialing looked at Chen Xiqing with some disappointment and stomped her feet.
Why is this man such a waste?
She also knew that Chen Xiqing was afraid of her father. But Wang Jialing still felt embarrassed about this kind of thing. Especially since the other party was a man named Lin Feng, she felt even more embarrassed.
What's the matter? Aren't you embarrassed enough? Let's go home quickly. I really regret coming out with you today. Wang Jialing came up to Chen Xiqing, took his arm and said, I wanted to leave this restaurant immediately. She didn't want to stay there any longer, it was too embarrassing. Lin Feng, just wait for me. Chen Xiqing looked at Wang Jialing and said something vicious to Lin Feng. There is no other way, I can only go out now. It would be even more embarrassing when the security comes and kicks them out. It would be better for them to go out on their own now. At least I can still retain a little bit of face. The manager was stunned to see Chen Xiqing walk out by himself. He had originally thought that Mr. Chen would make a big move, but he didn't expect him to be defeated so easily. As a businessman, he naturally didn't understand the situation behind Chen Xiqing's company, so it was normal for him to feel surprised. But Lin Feng had predicted from the beginning that Chen Xiqing would not gain any advantage today. So he wasn't afraid at all. So, are you still going to take the 500,000 yuan? The manager looked at Lin Feng and asked, fearing that the 500,000 would fly away from his hands. Go ahead, why not? Lin Feng asked back.
Lin Feng must do what he says. He is not a man who talks big. So the manager hurriedly took the card and went to apply for Lin Feng to be the most distinguished VIP in the store. Lin Feng and Yuan Wanqing sat back in their seats. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Wanqing and found that Yuan Wanqing was also secretly observing him.
Their eyes suddenly met, which was a bit awkward. Lin Feng coughed lightly, breaking the awkwardness. "Are you scared?" Lin Feng asked gently. Yuan Wanqing was frightened by her own appearance just now.
But Lin Feng thought again and decided that he wasn't that scary just now. After all, it wasn't him, Lin Feng, who caused the trouble in the first place. "Not really, I just never thought you would have such a side to you." Yuan Wanqing was indeed not scared. After all, she had seen many big scenes before. "I just think that Lin Feng is particularly interesting today. Without his usual serious and dull look, he is quite interesting today." Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Yuan Wanqing was actually thinking about this matter. But that's true. He is not like this normally. If he hadn't met such a disgusting person today, he and Yuan Wanqing would have just had an ordinary dinner. "It's because those two people are so annoying, otherwise I wouldn't be like this." Lin Feng smiled and explained to Yuan Wanqing. "That's true, but did you have any conflicts before? I saw that Mr. Chen's attitude towards you was also very bad, as if there was some deep hatred between them." Yuan Wanqing looked at Lin Feng and asked curiously. Judging from the look on Chen Ziqing's face just now, the two of them must have some big grudge against each other. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Moreover, Chen Ziqing looked down on Lin Feng. It seems that they had a lot of unpleasantness before. Lin Feng, on the other hand, didn't react much and looked very calm. "It's not a deep hatred, but the woman next to him was my previous blind date. When that woman was on a blind date with me, she actually brought her girlfriends over to have an expensive lunch with me." Lin Feng looked at Yuan Wanqing and smiled, explaining. There is nothing shameful about this matter, and Lin Feng has done nothing wrong, so it's no big deal if he just says it out. "I see. No wonder." Yuan Wanqing naturally knew what Lin Feng meant by having an expensive lunch with her best friend. He just tried to trick Lin Feng under the guise of a blind date. Such women are rare, but I didn't expect that Chen Ziqing would have won by his side. Doesn't Chen Ziqing know what kind of person this woman is? He was able to actually bring her to his side, and judging by the way they looked, it seemed like they had a pretty good relationship. Yuan Wanqing was a little confused. Besides, with Zhao Chen Ziqing's personality, he could find any other woman, but he had to have a woman like this. Although Chen Ziqing himself was a very extravagant person, he did have very good external conditions. He is the president of Tianyang Real Estate, and this external condition alone is attractive enough. "Sir, here's your card. You are now the most distinguished VIP user in our store." The manager came over and said to Lin Feng respectfully. As he spoke, he returned the bank card he had just used to swipe the card to Lin Feng. "Okay." Lin Feng glanced at the manager and said calmly. "But I still think that you're wasting 500,000. This is our first time eating at this restaurant, and you've charged so much money at once, and I don't know how long it will take to use it all up." Yuan Wanqing looked at Lin Feng and said with some regret. Chapter 46. What's the loss? It's not a loss. At most, we can just come here to eat more often. When the company has any dinner parties, I will arrange them all in this restaurant. Wouldn't that mean we can spend all the money? Don't worry about these things. Besides, I did this today mainly for face. It's true that spending 500,000 yuan is not worth it, but when I think about how I just got my face back, I feel that it's worth it. Lin Feng smiled and said to Yuan Wanqing with some embarrassment. He really just wanted to use the 500,000 to buy back his previous face. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't feel that the 500,000 yuan was a loss at all. Besides, company gatherings and the like need to be held elsewhere. Now that I have a membership card at this restaurant, and this restaurant is really good, doesn't it save me the trouble of looking for a place to dine together in the future? Besides, he could see that Yuan Wanqing really liked this restaurant. Maybe the two of them could come to this restaurant to dine more often in the future. By the way, you can also keep in touch with your friends. Well, it's your money anyway, but you looked really handsome just now. It's really refreshing. You didn't even see Mr. Chen walking out of the restaurant. His face was almost as dark as a lilac. And the woman following him must have been so angry that she almost died. I didn't expect that she would abandon a rich and handsome blind date like you and follow a man who dares not do anything. She will definitely regret it very much.
Yuan Wanqing smiled and said to Lin Feng.
She really felt that what happened just now was very satisfying. She couldn't stand people like Chen Zicheng who took advantage of his wealth to bully others. Lin Feng taught him a lesson today, so she naturally thought that what Lin Feng did was right. Lin Feng thought about it and it seemed to be true. Wang Jialing actually dared to kick me out and go find Chen Zicheng. She was really short-sighted. If she knew that I now hold so many shares in Tianyang real estate, would she come to me crying and beg me to forgive her? Lin Feng smiled.
He didn't care whether Wang Jialing would regret it later or not.
There was no way he would have anything to do with that kind of woman anyway.
I was disgusted by Wang Jialing the first time we met.
So he would have nothing to do with Wang Jialing at all.
Who would like a woman who is so scheming and loves money so much?
Only Chen Zicheng treats her like a treasure and keeps her by his side. I really don't know how long they can last.
Naturally, Lin Feng had heard about Chen Zicheng's romantic affairs before.
Children from wealthy families tend to play more lavishly, and Chen Zicheng is naturally the same. But ever since she's been with Wang Jialing, she seems to have behaved herself quite well. And I heard that it was Chen Zicheng who pursued Wang Jialing first. This made Lin Feng feel a little unbelievable.
What advantages does a woman like Wang Jialing have that attracted Chen Zicheng? Could it be that Chen Zicheng likes her face?
But when Wang Jialing and Yuan Wanqing stood together just now, it was simply horrible to watch.
Wang Jialing can't compare with Yuan Wanqing at all.
Standing next to Yuan Wanqing, she looks like a pumpkin. She is short and I used to think she was pretty, but now standing next to Yuan Wanqing, she has lost all her own characteristics. She looks like an 18th-tier internet celebrity who is not presentable.
Are you satisfied with your meal today? I'm sorry that this incident happened during the meal and it disturbed your mood.
Lin Feng looked at Yuan Wanqing and asked. I wanted to see if Yuan Wanqing was full and order some other dishes for her. After all, I just communicated with Chen Zicheng and others for a long time.
It really delayed their mealtime. It was okay.
Except for the dish I wanted the most, everything else was okay.
I also watched a great show for free. I was very satisfied. Yuan Wanqing said while eating the food on the plate and looking at Lin Feng.
Waiter, can you serve the steak that is missing from our menu now? When Lin Feng heard Yuan Wanqing say this, he snapped his fingers and called the waiter. Judging from the looks of Chen Zicheng and the others, they had just ordered that dish. I'm afraid that before I could even get ready, I would be kicked out of the store by Lin Feng and the others. The steak should be ready to be served to them now.
Of course, sir, we're preparing it for you now.
The waiter said to Lin Feng with a discerning look. He didn't expect that the gentleman sitting in front of him was so rich.
He just defeated Mr. Chun from Tianyang Real Estate.
It is really so honorable. This gentleman is not only rich, but also very polite.
Unlike the president of Tianyang Real Estate, who always bullies them by relying on his wealth.
Okay.
Lin Feng replied.
So Lin Feng and Yuan Wanqing waited for a while and finally got the popular steak. Lin Feng tasted it carefully and found that it was indeed delicious.
I have to say this store is really high-end. After spending so much money, it's not too much of a loss.
Today was his first time to eat at this restaurant, but he actually had an urge to come again.
This is enough to prove that the food in this restaurant is very attractive.
After finishing their meal, the two sat in their seats and chatted for a while, talking about their daily lives.
We chatted about things happening in our respective companies.
Lin Feng saw that it was still early, so he suggested going for a ride.
Yuan Wanqing agreed very readily.
She also felt that it was a little early for dinner, and it would be a pity to go back directly with so much time left. After all, she had specially styled her hair and chosen this outfit today in order to meet Lin Feng.
She couldn't just have a meal and call it a day. It just so happened that Lin Feng suggested taking Yuan Wanqing for a ride. Yuan Wanqing agreed to it, since he had nothing to do when he returned anyway. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of today to relax. I'm afraid I'll have to start preparing for other things in the company tomorrow. After all, after the last cooperation with Lin Feng, the business of their Wanqing advertising company has been getting better and better. Yuan Wanqing has become increasingly busy.
Although she is busy too much, she is still very pleased. After all, she was already very satisfied with what Wanqing advertising company had achieved. I hope I'll have more opportunities to work with people like Lin Feng in the future. Then wait here for me, I'll drive the car over. Lin Feng said to Yuan Wanqing. He gestured to Yuan Wanqing to wait for him at the restaurant entrance for a while, and then he went to get the car.
Chapter 47.
Lin Feng whistled as he walked towards the parking lot. He had parked his car here when he just arrived. I didn't expect that today I could not only have dinner with the beautiful sister, but also take her for a ride.
This is really great.
Lin Feng felt that no entertainment activities were as fun as being with Yuan Wancheng. After all, this experience was something he had never had before. Yuan Wancheng stood at the door of the restaurant, waiting for Lin Feng to drive over.
I can't help but wonder what kind of car Lin Feng would have.
Judging from the lavish manner in which he just spent money, he must have made a lot of money recently.
It looks like it will be a very beautiful luxury car that I have ever driven. Yuan Wancheng looked around, but couldn't find any trace of Lin Feng.
She didn't know what kind of car Lin Feng was driving. She had been waiting here for a while, so Lin Feng should have driven over by now. Just at this moment, a dark blue sports car drove over from a distance.
Yuan Wancheng had seen this sports car before, when she was accompanying a client.
I heard that they only have this sports car, but it is too expensive, so it has to stay in the store and no one has bought it yet. I didn't expect to see such a sports car here today. I really don't know how rich a person has to be able to buy this sports car.
Yuan Wancheng couldn't help but feel a little envious.
She also wants to have a sports car of her own.
The dark blue sports car slowly approached Yuan Wancheng. Yuan Wancheng was a little surprised.
Why did the car stop in front of her?
She doesn't know any friends who drive such luxury cars. Just as Yuan Wancheng was surprised, the car window was rolled down, and the person sitting inside was actually Lin Feng. Yuan Wancheng was a little surprised. My goodness, this car can't be bought without several $1 million, right? Is Lin Feng already that rich?
This sports car, which was the only one, was bought by him. Yuan Wancheng stood stupidly on the side of the road, feeling a little overwhelmed.
She has never ridden in such an expensive sports car. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Come up quickly.
Lin Feng said to Yuan Wancheng, who was standing on the side of the road.
What is this little girl thinking about? The car has already driven in front of her, why is she still in a daze? Hurry up and get in. Ah, coming it comes.
Yuan Wancheng heard Lin Feng calling her, so she quickly came to her senses, lifted her skirt and got into the dark blue sports car. Lin Feng drove Yuan Wancheng to the Huanghai Highway. With the evening breeze blowing, beautiful women by my side, and a sports car driving, this life is so comfortable.
After Chen Zicheng brought Wang Jialing out of the restaurant, he was very angry.
He never expected that he would lose to Lin Feng today. If his father hadn't been so strict, he would never have spared this kid Lin Feng no matter how much money he spent today. But there was no way, he was restrained by his father. But he was really unwilling to accept this. You know, more than a month ago, Lin Feng was just a small employee in an ordinary company. He also resigned from Qingyang Real Estate in front of him. Lin Feng was not so heroic at that time.
What did Lin Feng experience in the past month?
Chen Shicheng was a little confused.
It seems that we have to send someone to find out what Lin Feng has been doing for the past month. It's so embarrassing. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have come out to have dinner with you today.
Wang Jialing kept muttering as she followed Chen Zicheng. She always felt that Chen Zicheng could outdo Lin Feng no matter what he did. But Chen Zicheng actually lost in that incident just now, which really made her angry. But she couldn't say anything too harsh to Chen Zicheng directly. After all, she still depended on him for her life. But she still couldn't help but complain a few words.
All right. Can you shut up, old woman? You've been talking all this time and you're still talking about this. You're never going to stop, are you? Chen Shicheng really couldn't bear it anymore.
It's true that Wang Jialing hasn't stopped talking since she left the restaurant. Although he was just complaining about that kid Lin Feng, he still felt uncomfortable listening to him. You should know that Lin Feng was Wang Jialing's blind date before. So he yelled at Wang Jialing angrily.
What do you mean? Why are you yelling at me? It was obvious that you didn't do it to her just now. Why are you so angry at a woman like me now?
Wang Jialing was already very angry, and now when she heard that Chen Zicheng dared to be so mean to her, she exploded and started yelling at Chen Zicheng.
I'm not angry with you. You just haven't stopped talking since just now. Can you please stop talking about this? I'm annoyed listening to you.
Chen Shicheng said to Wang Jialing. Wang Jialing wanted to refute something, but when she saw Chen Zicheng staring at her with a dark face, she was a little scared, so she quickly shut up and didn't dare to say anything else.
After Lin Feng and Yuan Wanqing took a circle around the coastal highway, they prepared to go back home. Lin Feng asked for Yuan Wanqing's home address and sent her back home.
After sending him off, Lin Feng also returned to his home.
Tianyang Real Estate, Chen Shicheng's office.
Mr. Chen, the person you asked me to investigate has already checked, but he has not found any specific activities of his recently, and his information does not show it either. The secretary was reporting to Chen Shicheng. Last night, Chen Shicheng called him in the middle of the night and asked him to investigate someone. That's right, the person being investigated is Lin Feng. But the secretary investigated it carefully. Lin Feng doesn't do much on weekdays.
He is just an ordinary young man. I really don't know what happened to offend their General Chen.
Chen Shicheng was a little confused.
He didn't find anything. Could it be that Lin Feng has done nothing for more than a month?
But that's impossible. Judging from the way he took out 500,000 yesterday, Lin Feng is obviously much richer than before. He also knew the specific situation of the company where Lin Feng worked before. With a monthly salary of only a few thousand yuan, it was impossible for Lin Feng to save so much.
Where did Lin Feng get so much money?
Chen Shicheng still felt something was not right.
So how's the investigation of Lifeng Real Estate going that I asked you to investigate?
Chen Shicheng asked the secretary. Lifeng Real Estate's business has been booming recently, so Chen Shicheng has also heard something about it. I heard that this Lifeng Real Estate is the former Qingyang Real Estate. After changing the president, the company has been developing better and better, and the momentum is very strong now.
Many companies that have cooperated with Tianyang Real Estate have actually approached Lifeng Real Estate for cooperation.
Chen Shicheng felt a sense of crisis, so he quickly sent people to investigate Lifeng Real Estate.
Chapter 48. I have investigated.
They have a new president, but I have not found any specific information about him. However, I have investigated their company's recent cooperation projects and printed them out for you. Please take a look. As the secretary spoke, he handed the documents he had brought with him to Chen Shicheng. Chen Shicheng took the information and started looking through it.
It's really interesting that we can't find out anything about this new president. Which big boss behind the scenes took over this company? Chen Shicheng really wanted to know.
But now Chen Shicheng not only wants to see who the new president is, he thinks that Lifeng Real Estate is indeed quite good and wants to acquire it. Directly merge it into their Tianyang Real Estate, so that no one will be able to shake their Tianyang Real Estate's position in this city in the future. Chen Shicheng thought about it and immediately came up with a solution. Give the order to hold a shareholders meeting this afternoon. Chen Shicheng threw the documents on the table and said to the secretary standing in front of him.
If you want to acquire Lifeng Real Estate, it may not be that easy.
You still have to discuss it with other shareholders in the company. After all, although Chen Shicheng is the president of Tianyang Real Estate, he does not have full power. Lin Feng was still handling company matters at home when he unexpectedly received the information that Tianyang Real Estate was going to hold a shareholders meeting. Lin Feng thought about it. The opportunity came so suddenly that he was a little overwhelmed. I just met Chen Shicheng yesterday, and I didn't expect to meet him again today. Lin Feng immediately became interested. It seemed that there would be something interesting to watch at today's shareholders meeting.
Tianyang Real Estate, conference room. Chen Shicheng came to the meeting room after having lunch early.
There was still half an hour before he was scheduled to hold the shareholders meeting. Shareholders also entered the meeting room one after another, discussing the purpose of convening the shareholders meeting suddenly today. And Lin Feng hadn't gone out yet at this time. He had just packed himself up.
There is only half an hour left before Tianyang Real Estate's shareholders meeting.
But he was in no hurry at all. Why is there such a rush?
Doesn't T the protagonist always appear at the end?
Lin Feng thought so. Anyway, he holds 30% of Tianyang Real Estate's shares, which makes him one of their largest shareholders. The only one who holds more shares than him is probably Chen Shicheng. Therefore, this shareholders meeting probably cannot be held without him. That's why Lin Feng dared to delay time like this. After Lin Feng got himself ready, he took the keys and slowly went to the parking lot to drive. The time for the shareholders meeting is getting closer, and everyone has filled the conference room, and everyone who should come has arrived.
How is it? Is everyone here?
Chen Shicheng asked the secretary standing next to him.
If everyone is present, the shareholders meeting can begin.
Not yet, there is still one person missing, but...
The secretary looked at Chen Shicheng hesitantly and answered. What's going on? Who is the one missing? Can't you just contact him? Can't you see that the shareholders' meeting is about to start? Go and urge him. Could it be that a small shareholder like him actually wants me, the CEO, to wait for him here for so long? He really thinks he is a big shot, doesn't he? Chen Shiqing looked at the secretary with some annoyance and said, "How does this secretary do his job? Wouldn't it have been better if no one had come to urge you? Why did you have to wait until now? The shareholders' meeting is about to begin. Is he going to let so many people wait for him alone? It's mainly about this shareholders' information. We can't find any information about him. He just bought shares in our company not long ago. He directly bought 30% of our company's shares, which is second only to you." The secretary looked at Chen Shiqing with a bitter face and said, he wanted to contact that shareholder, but he looked through all the contact information and couldn't find it. After a careful check, we found out that this shareholder had just recently invested in Tianyang real estate. Moreover, this person is very mysterious, and even his contact information and name are unknown. That's why he couldn't contact him, and now he was scolded by Chen Shiqing. What? How come I don't know about this? Haven't you investigated it carefully before? Chen Shiqing frowned and looked at the secretary angrily and asked. He didn't even know about such a big thing. How can he be a secretary? The key is that this person didn't buy all our shares all at once. It was only 2 days ago that we learned that he had bought 30% of the shares. The secretary reported to Chen Shiqing tremblingly. Okay, wait a little longer. If something like this happens again next time, be sure to notify me in advance. Chen Shiqing waved his hands impatiently at the secretary. There are still 5 minutes before the shareholders' meeting starts, so we can only wait for this shareholder. Chen Shiqing couldn't understand who had taken over 30% of his Tianyang real estate shares. You have to know that Chen Shiqing only owns 32% of Tianyang real estate. It seems that it is necessary to hold today's shareholders' meeting properly. Lin Feng slowly parked the car in the underground parking lot of Tianyang real estate. Then he took the elevator directly to the top floor of the Tianyang real estate building. Their meeting room is here. Lin Feng had already investigated it before. Lin Feng opened his mobile phone and took a look. It was already 15 minutes before the shareholders' meeting started. I guess these people should still be waiting for me in the conference room. Lin Feng felt excited when he thought that so many people were waiting for him. Isn't this too exciting? Chen Shiqing must be sitting in his seat with a gloomy face, waiting for him to come over. The key point is that Chen Shiqing still doesn't know that the person who holds 30% of their Tianyang real estate shares is actually Lin Feng. If Chen Shiqing sees that it is Lin Feng who goes to attend the shareholders' meeting, he will definitely be furious, right? Lin Feng was really looking forward to the scene that would happen later. He must take a good look at how Chen Shiqing's expression changed. Lin Feng looked at the sign and slowly walked to the door of the meeting room. He pulled at his tie and straightened his clothes. After all, this shareholders' meeting is a big occasion, so we have to pay close attention to this person's image. I can hear the noisy noises in the conference room through the door. I'm afraid these shareholders are getting very anxious waiting. Lin Feng smiled disapprovingly. Then he opened the door and walked straight into the meeting room. Chen Zhiban was still anxiously waiting for the arrival of the last shareholder, but he didn't expect that the door of the conference room was suddenly opened at this time. He immediately looked up. Unexpectedly, a person who he had never expected appeared. Chapter 49. The door of the conference room was opened from the outside, and the person who walked in was Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Don't you know that this is my Tianyang real estate's conference room? When Chen Shiqing saw that the person who came was Lin Feng, he stood up from his seat and pointed at Lin Feng and questioned him. How did a small figure like Lin Feng dare to enter this conference room? Didn't you really know what this place was? What's wrong with Tianyang real estate's conference room? I just want to come to Tianyang real estate's conference room. Lin Feng put his hands in his pockets and spoke slowly to Chen Shiqing. Chen Shiqing was so angry now. He was already upset with Lin Feng yesterday, and he didn't expect to see this brat again today. But he said that he was originally going to come to the conference room of Tianyang real estate. What does that mean? They were clearly waiting for the major shareholder who owned 30% of Tianyang real estate's shares, so how come they ended up waiting for Lin Feng? What do you mean? What are you doing in this conference room? Chen Shiqing looked at Lin Feng with doubt and asked. Could it be that Lin Feng is the shareholder who owns 30% of Tianyang real estate shares? That's impossible. Chen Xiqing knew very well how expensive the shares of Tianyang real estate were. It is impossible for someone like Lin Feng to afford such a large stake, 30%. Then what are you doing? Lin Feng asked Chen Xiqing. He knew that Chen Xiqing was now guessing his identity and whether he was the major shareholder. We are waiting for the shareholders' meeting. If you have nothing to do, get out quickly. I advise you not to cause trouble here. Chen Xiqing said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's nonchalant attitude made him even more angry. What kind of place is Tianyang real estate? How could it allow someone like Lin Feng to mess around here? If Lin Feng really came here for nothing, he would definitely ask the security guard to kick him out. Today, Tianyang real estate is his territory, and he will not allow Lin Feng to do whatever he wants here. Okay, now that I'm here, can we start the meeting? As Lin Feng spoke, he walked to the empty seat and sat down. It's obvious that this seat is prepared for the major shareholder. Lin Feng was not polite and walked straight to the seat and looked at Chen Xiqing. Chen Xiqing's face was extremely dark, and he must be almost mad at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was watching the fun, raised his eyebrows at him. Chen Xiqing stared at Lin Feng with a dark face. The secretary next to him immediately ran to Lin Feng and wanted him to produce evidence to prove that he was the major shareholder who owned the 30% stake. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just took out his cell phone, showed his certificate and showed it to the secretary. The secretary took a look and found that there was no problem with the proof. It seemed that the man in front of him was really the major shareholder who held 30% of Tianyang Real Estate's shares. Mr. Chen, that proves that he is indeed the major shareholder who acquired 30% of Tianyang Real Estate's shares. The secretary cautiously approached Chen Xiqing and reported. Looking at Chen Xiqing like this, he might have some personal grudge with this major shareholder. No wonder this major shareholder would buy 30% of Tianyang Real Estate's shares. It is obvious that he did it for their President Chen. The secretary didn't dare to say anything more now, for fear that Chen Xiqing would vent his anger on him. Okay, I understand. Chen Xiqing replied with gritted teeth. He never expected that Lin Feng was actually the major shareholder of Tianyang Real Estate, holding 30% of the shares. How could this poor boy come up with so much money to buy shares in their company? It's really strange. But there is nothing more to say now. After all, Lin Feng really bought so many shares. Moreover, Chen Xiqing has important matters to discuss with shareholders in a meeting. So Chen Xiqing decided to leave it at that for now, and it would be better to finish the shareholders meeting first before dealing with this matter. After all, there are so many shareholders present here, and we cannot lose face. Okay, let's start today's shareholders meeting now. Chen Xiqing asked everyone to sit down and prepare to hold the shareholders meeting. I called everyone to this shareholders meeting today because I have something to discuss with you. As you all know, our company has recently encountered a strong competitor. And I, for the sake of our company, want to call everyone to a meeting to see how to solve this problem. Everyone sitting here is a very important shareholder of Tianyang Real Estate. I personally trust you all very much. Chen Xiqing spoke in a bad tone and kept complaining to everyone in the conference room. I've been talking for so long but I still haven't gotten to the point. Lin Feng felt a little sleepy after listening to Chen Xiqing talk for only a few minutes. I really don't understand, as the CEO of Tianyang Real Estate, how come he has no language skills at all? We've been talking for such a long time but still haven't gotten to the point. Why can't you just get straight to the point and tell us what we're going to do today? Lifeng Real Estate, I plan to acquire it. Chen Xiqing finally stated the purpose of today. He just wanted to tell everyone that he was planning to acquire Lifeng Real Estate and wanted to hear everyone's opinions. If everyone thinks this plan is feasible, we can start implementing it right away. He was still quite confident about the acquisition of Lifeng Real Estate, but he had not yet figured out who the new president was. But the problem shouldn't be too big. Isn't it something that can be solved with money? Lin Feng was still feeling sleepy, but he woke up when he heard Chen Xiqing say the words Lifeng Real Estate. It turns out that the reason Chen Xiqing held this meeting today was to tell everyone that he was going to acquire Lifeng Real Estate. Yes, Lifeng Real Estate's business has been booming recently, and it has indeed stolen the limelight from Tianyang Real Estate. The fact that Chen Xiqing feels a sense of crisis means that Lifeng Real Estate's business has been really good recently. No wonder Chen Xiqing actually had the idea of acquiring Lifeng Real Estate. Lin Feng smiled disdainfully. It would not be so easy to acquire Lifeng Real Estate. I'm afraid they don't even know that the new president of Lifeng Real Estate is Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng was planning to use 30% of Tianyang Real Estate's shares to scare Chen Zicheng. Unexpectedly, Chen Zicheng gave him a surprise first. In front of him, he actually said that he wanted to acquire Lifeng Real Estate. Lin Feng thought that he was really overestimating his own abilities. He didn't even know who the new president was, but he was making such wild statements and wanted to acquire the company. Chapter 50. Mr. Chen, I heard that Lifeng Real Estate is just the former Qingyang Real Estate with a new president. But I don't know who their new president is? Have you investigated it clearly?
Lin Feng looked at Chen Zicheng and asked his own questions. He could guess that Chen Zicheng definitely hadn't found out that he was the president of Lifeng Real Estate. Well, I also know that this Lifeng Real Estate is the previous Qingyang Real Estate, but the new president is rather mysterious. I have also sent many people to investigate, but so far nothing has been found out. But I believe this little problem will not pose a threat to my acquisition of Lifeng Real Estate. As long as I have money, I will be able to acquire that company.
Chen Ziban originally didn't want to answer Lin Feng's question.
But then I thought, after all, there are so many other shareholders sitting in this conference room.
I'm afraid the question asked by Lin Feng is also what these shareholders want to know?
So Chen Zicheng answered Lin Feng's question honestly. Putting aside Lin Feng's other identities, first of all, he is also a shareholder of Tianyang Real Estate. If Lin Feng can settle down and stay in Tianyang Real Estate and work for them, then it is not impossible. After all, Chen Zicheng had heard of Lin Feng's abilities before, but it all depended on what Lin Feng thought.
Is that so? Then Mr. Chen, are you really so confident that you can acquire this Lifeng Real Estate? Are you willing to spend any amount of money?
Lin Feng smiled and looked at Chen Zicheng and asked.
What the hell is going on as long as you have money?
No matter how much money Chen Zicheng offers, Lin Feng will never give Lifeng Real Estate to him.
Of course, but I'm not willing to spend any amount of money.
As for the current value of Lifeng Real Estate, I will still weigh the price I offer based on many factors.
Don't worry about this, I know my limits.
Chen Zicheng felt that Lin Feng's question was strange.
What did it mean that he was unwilling to spend any amount of money? Lin Feng is not the president of Lifeng Real Estate, so it doesn't matter how much money he spends to acquire Lifeng Real Estate. He just needs to stay in Tianyang Real Estate honestly and work for him.
Lin Feng doesn't need to worry about other things.
Although Chen Zicheng said that he wanted to acquire Lifeng Real Estate, he did not just want to acquire Lifeng Real Estate through normal procedures.
He naturally had his own way to acquire the Lifeng Real Estate. If the price really needs to exceed the value of Lifeng Real Estate, then Chen Zicheng will have other plans.
Really? Then if I tell you, Mr. Chen, that you will definitely not be able to get this Lifeng Real Estate.
Lin Feng raised his eyebrows confidently towards Chen Zicheng and said. That is right, he not only wanted to tell Chen Zicheng that he owned 30% of Tianyang Real Estate's shares.
He also wanted to tell Chen Zicheng that he was the new president of Lifeng Real Estate. With him around, there is absolutely no way that Lifeng Real Estate will fall into the hands of Tianyang Real Estate.
What's up with this new shareholder? I feel like he has some personal grudge against our CEO Chen?
Yeah, there's a lot of tension between the two of them. Didn't you notice?
When Mr. Chen first saw this new shareholder enter our meeting room, his expression was extremely ugly. Why is this new shareholder so supportive of Lifeng Real Estate? Could it be that he was sent by them? Several shareholders gathered together and discussed in a low voice. They had long noticed the strong tension between Chen Zicheng and the new shareholder. I always feel that the two of them had some intersection before, otherwise Mr. Chen would not have such an attitude towards this new shareholder. Although their general manager Chen likes to play a little on weekdays, he is still very concerned about the development of the company. The shareholders are all very clear about this.
What do you mean?
You have nothing to do with Lifeng Real Estate, so how can it be possible that I can't get it just because you say I can't get it? Don't think that just because you have so many shares in Tianyang Real Estate, you will be able to stand against me and compete with me.
Lin Feng, in my eyes, you are still the poor boy you were before. Don't think that you can become a phoenix just because you have so many shares. Chen Zicheng really couldn't bear it anymore.
Lin Feng has always been against him and never gave him a good show in front of so many shareholders. He absolutely could not tolerate it any longer, so he said such harsh words to Lin Feng.
Let us not talk about how Lin Feng got so many shares of Tianyang Real Estate.
Anyway, Chen Zicheng just disliked him. Even if he had so many shares of Tianyang Real Estate today, he would still take them back. He would not allow the shares of his company to fall into the hands of someone like Lin Feng.
Really? Haven't you investigated who the new president of Lifeng Real Estate is yet? What if I tell you that the new president is me, Lin Feng?
Lin Feng sat up straight and said to Chen Zicheng. It is also time for Chen Zicheng to understand his true identity.
What's going on here? Is what the new shareholder said true? He can't really be the new president of Lifeng Real Estate, but why did he buy so many shares in our company? I don't know. This has never happened before. I think this new shareholder is targeting our CEO Chen.
The shareholders were furious after hearing Lin Feng's words. They also knew that Chen Zicheng wanted to acquire Lifeng Real Estate for the future development of Tianyang Real Estate. That's why this decision was made. Naturally, they are very supportive and will do anything for the development of Tianyang Real Estate. But I didn't expect that the new shareholder didn't think so. He also claimed that he was the new president of Lifeng Real Estate. Now all the shareholders were confused and didn't know what to do next. They felt that Mr. Chen had no advantage at all in front of this kid. Although this boy looks relatively young, it can be seen that he is very confident. When Chen Zicheng heard Lin Feng say this, his first reaction was surprise, and his second reaction was that it was impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Lin Feng was lucky enough to get 30% of Tianyang Real Estate's shares.
There's no way he could be the president of Lifeng Real Estate. There was no way Chen Zicheng would believe this no matter what.
Although he did not find out who the new president of Lifeng Real Estate was, he dared to guarantee that it would definitely not be someone like Lin Feng. Although people like Lin Feng have some ability, he does not have the courage to develop Lifeng Real Estate to its current state.
You should know that Lifeng Real Estate is now very famous in the industry. Chapter 51. Impossible, you can't be the president of Lifeng Real Estate. Do you think I will believe you just because you say that?
You're able to get so many shares of our Tianyang Real Estate.
I already think highly of you.
If I had known that you were the one who wanted to buy these shares, I would never have sold them to you.
I advise you to do what you need to do.
You have finished the shareholders' meeting and you have understood everything I said.
Just go back to your place and stop getting in my way. Chen Zicheng couldn't bear it anymore and looked at Lin Feng and said, "Why is Lin Feng so unreliable? He keeps messing with him here. Do you really think that others will believe whatever he says? Tianyang Real Estate's shares, this was purely an accident.
No matter how capable Lin Feng is, he can never be the president of Lifeng Real Estate.
After all, Lifeng Real Estate replaced its president just a few days after the previous scandal. Moreover, Lin Feng was still in the limelight at that time, and Chen Zicheng didn't believe that Lin Feng would have the leisure time to care about Qingyang Real Estate.
Since you don't believe me, I'll just have to show you my evidence." Lin Feng looked at Chen Zicheng and said disapprovingly. "Since Chen Zicheng doesn't believe in me, I have no choice but to prove to him that I am really the president of Lifeng Real Estate."
"Okay, then you prove it. I want to see what you have to prove it to me."
Chen Zicheng sat on the chair and looked at Lin Feng arrogantly.
He really didn't believe that Lin Feng could produce any evidence.
Lin Feng slowly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, dialed a number and said a few words. At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened, and the person walking towards them was actually the major shareholder of Lifeng Real Estate. Everyone present knew this person. After all, they had all seen Qingyang Real Estate before. So I have some understanding of this major shareholder, but I didn't expect him to come here.
Could it be that Lin Feng really called him here? The major shareholder is named Zhao Wen, who has always been the major shareholder of Tianyang Real Estate.
He had a good relationship with the previous president of Qingyang Real Estate. Everyone in the industry knows this man named Zhao Wen, because his legendary story is very famous in the industry. He founded his own company at a young age, but later, for some reason, he came to work at Qingyang Real Estate.
Later, the president of Qingyang Real Estate was replaced by a new president, and Zhao Wen has been staying in Qingyang Real Estate. Until now, Qingyang Real Estate has been renamed Lifeng Real Estate.
The fact that Zhao Wen is still staying in this company is enough to prove Zhao Wen's strength, but no one expected that he is now working with Lin Feng. After Zhao Wen walked in from the door of the conference room, he glanced at Lin Feng's position and walked straight through the crowd to Lin Feng.
"Hello, President."
Zhao Wen looked at Lin Feng and greeted him. Now that's good, even Zhao Wen has come.
Chen Zicheng was really dumbfounded.
He didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually call Zhao Wen over. Before, he had wanted to poach Zhao Wen from Qingyang Real Estate to Tianyang Real Estate, but failed.
And Zhao Wen actually called Lin Feng the president, so is Lin Feng really the president of Lifeng Real Estate? This is simply impossible. Where did Lin Feng get such great ability? He was able to rise from a small clerk to the current CEO.
And he also has a capable general like Zhao Wen. Wang Jialing stood at the door of the conference room, dumbfounded. She was just about to come in to deliver some information. I didn't expect to see this scene at the door.
What is going on?
She had heard from other employees in the company that something big had happened in the conference room and that the new shareholder was extremely arrogant. At that time, Wang Jialing was still wondering who the new shareholder would be, but she didn't expect it to be Lin Feng. And Lin Feng actually became the president of Lifeng Real Estate.
How is this possible?
I looked down on him so much before and thought he couldn't do anything right, so I kicked him out and came to find Chen Zhicheng.
But Wang Jialing didn't expect that Lin Feng has achieved such success now.
She felt that her face was hurt from being slapped. She stood at the door of the conference room, staring blankly at everything happening in the conference room, not knowing what to do next.
You know, shares of Tianyang Real Estate are very rare. How did Lin Feng get these 30% shares? I'm afraid no one knows this. How about it? Now you believe that I am the president of Lifeng Real Estate, right? Is there anything else you need me to prove?
Lin Feng sat on the chair, stretched, looked at Chen Zhicheng and asked. It's all ready now, and everything that needs to be proven has been proven. He really wanted to see what else Chen Zhicheng could say. I really don't know if Chen Zhicheng still dares to say in front of him that he wants to acquire Lifeng Real Estate.
Chen Zhicheng looked at Lin Feng with gritted teeth. He never expected that this kid would actually take over Lifeng Real Estate.
He also accepted a capable general like Zhao Wen.
What should I do now?
He had really decided to acquire Lifeng Real Estate. After all, judging from Zhao Lifeng Real Estate's current development momentum, it may not be long before it will be comparable to Tianyang Real Estate.
Chen Zhicheng would never allow such a thing to happen. As long as he is here, Tianyang Real Estate will be the largest company in the city.
But now Lifeng Real Estate has appeared, and he has no way to acquire Lifeng Real Estate.
So how should this matter be resolved? Chen Zhicheng couldn't help but think. Even if you are the president of Lifeng Real Estate, so what? Do you really think you can seize this opportunity and develop Lifeng Real Estate to any extent? You don't really think that your Lifeng Real Estate can compete with my Tianyang Real Estate, do you? Chen Zhicheng tried to save face and said to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng smiled and found it really funny to see Chen Zhicheng being so stubborn.
It's come to this point, and you're still being stubborn. Are you so sure that your Tianyang Real Estate can compete with Lifeng Real Estate?
Although Lifeng Real Estate has just started to develop, there is still a long way to go. But Lin Feng dared to bet that he could definitely run Lifeng Real Estate better than Tianyang Real Estate.
Okay, then let's wait and see.
I want to see how powerful your Tianyang land is.
Lin Feng looked at Chen Zhicheng and said disdainfully. How dare you question our Tianyang Real Estate? If our Tianyang Real Estate is not in high demand, why would you buy our Tianyang Real Estate shares? Aren't you just slapping yourself in the face?
After hearing what Lin Feng said, Chen Zhicheng immediately laughed out loud.
What is the point of this kid looking down on Tianyang Real Estate now? Didn't he spend so much money to buy 30% of the shares of Tianyang Real Estate? If it is not profitable, who would spend so much money to buy shares? Chapter 52.
Lin Feng actually understood the hidden meaning of Chen Zhicheng's words.
Wasn't it that he felt uncomfortable because he owned 30% of their company's shares?
That's fine, then I will return the 30% of the shares to them.
I don't need this kind of thing anyway. It's just a share of Tianyang Real Estate, he doesn't take it seriously.
So you think I shouldn't take this 30% of the shares? Well, since you said so, I will return this 30% of the shares to you intact.
I want to see what else you are capable of.
Lin Feng looked at Chen Zhicheng and spoke calmly. Chen Zhicheng certainly didn't expect that he would actually return so many shares to him. When Chen Zhicheng heard what Lin Feng said, he felt even angrier.
Lin Feng doesn't take himself or Tianyang Real Estate seriously at all. How can he buy these shares just because he wants to, and give them up just because he wants to?
It is obvious that they are not giving face to Tianyang Real Estate, which is really too much. But it was difficult for Chen Zhicheng to say that he didn't want these shares.
After all, these shares were indeed worth a lot of money. Since Lin Feng said he doesn't want it anymore, then I'll take it back. Maybe I can sell it for a high price then.
I'm telling you, Lin Feng, even though you're so arrogant now, I won't let you off easily.
Just take good care of your Lifeng real estate, or you won't know when I'll ruin it.
Chen Shicheng continued to speak harshly to Lin Feng. After all, I can't be too embarrassed in front of so many shareholders.
Okay, President Chen, I'll be waiting for you then.
After saying this, Lin Feng stood up and was about to walk out.
There is really no need to stay here now, he has finished everything he should do here today. When I walked to the door of the meeting room, I found Wang Jialing standing there.
Lin Feng smiled disdainfully.
Yes, he had forgotten about this woman.
But looking at her shocked expression, it was obvious that she already knew that I was the president of Lifeng Real Estate. It was a perfect way to kill two birds with one stone. Not only did it hit Chen Shicheng, but it also allowed the woman to see her own abilities. Lin Feng didn't even turn his head and walked straight past Wang Jialing without even giving her a glance. After what happened in the conference room today, word spread throughout the industry that the presidents of Lifeng Real Estate and Tianyang Real Estate were at odds with each other.
The competition between Lifeng Real Estate and Tianyang Real Estate has officially begun.
Boss, are we going back to the company or somewhere else? Zhao Wen followed Lin Feng and asked him. Lin Feng glanced at Zhao Wen. In fact, Zhao Wen was still the most important helper today. Fortunately, I had informed him in advance before coming today, otherwise I would not be able to deal with the group of people in the conference room. After all, the only one who can prove his identity as the president of Lifeng Real Estate is Zhao Wen himself. In fact, the first person who knew that Lin Feng became the president of Lifeng Real Estate was Zhao Wen. Lin Feng had met Zhao Wen before in the company. He was a very upright person who was dedicated to the company, so Lin Feng trusted him very much. But Zhao Wen usually doesn't stay in the company often, so he was not in the company during the last video conference.
But it doesn't matter. Zhao Wen knows that Lin Feng is the president of Lifeng Real Estate.
It doesn't matter whether he opens the door or not. Lin Feng received a call from Zhao Wen on the way to Tianyang Real Estate. Zhao Wen told Lin Feng that recently someone from Tianyang Real Estate came to investigate Lifeng Real Estate, and then told Lin Feng to be careful.
Only then did Lin Feng know.
Tianyang Real Estate had actually begun investigating Lifeng Real Estate, and then told Zhao Wen that he was on the way to Tianyang Real Estate, which surprised Zhao Wen. Zhao Wenkai said that he came to Tianyang Real Estate with Lin Feng because Zhao Wen was afraid that if there was anything that needed his help, it would not be good if he was not there. Lin Feng didn't think it was a big deal at first, as he was going to Tianyang Real Estate to attend the shareholders meeting anyway.
No matter how despicable Chen Shicheng is, he wouldn't do anything to him in front of so many people, right?
But Zhao Wen still insisted on following Lin Feng, so Lin Feng gave up and took him with him.
I didn't expect it would actually come in handy. After all, Zhao Wen is quite well known. Let's go back to the company. I haven't been to the company since I took over Lifeng Real Estate.
Lin Feng looked at Zhao Wen and said seriously.
It is true that I have never been to the company as the president of Lifeng Real Estate.
Lin Feng felt that the time was almost right and everything that needed to be cleaned up had been cleaned up. He can't stay at home to work every day, so it's more convenient for him to go to the company.
So he planned to take Zhao Wen back to Lifeng Real Estate.
After Lin Feng parked his car in the company's underground parking lot, he walked towards the company lobby.
Hey, isn't this Lin Feng from our company? Didn't he resign? Why is he here again? It seems to be him. What is he doing in our company? Is this really Lin Feng? Why do I feel like he looks different from before? Hey, let me tell you, he just drove a luxury car into our underground parking lot. I saw it. Fuck, what's going on?
Lin Feng had just walked into the company lobby of Lifeng Real Estate when he was discovered by the people around him. They immediately recognized Lin Feng and speculated why Lin Feng came to the company today. The intern who had been following Lin Feng downstairs to copy something also heard the discussion. When he turned around, he saw that it was the real Lin Feng. He was a little excited and ran over immediately. Brother Lin, why are you in our company? What's going on? Everyone is talking about you. The interns surrounded Lin Feng and kept asking questions, wanting to know what he was doing in the company today.
What's the matter? I can't come to your company yet, right?
Lin Feng smiled and said to the intern.
That's not the case.
As long as they are customers, we welcome them.
I'm just curious, Brother Lin, why are you coming to this company again?
The intern curled his lips and looked at Lin Feng and said.
How could he possibly mean not to let Lin Feng come to the company?
You know, when he was an intern, he had been following Lin Feng and received a lot of help from Lin Feng. And during the time I followed Lin Feng, I felt that I learned a lot, but it was a pity that Lin Feng had such an incident later. He had to leave the company, so the intern had to go and learn from other seniors, but he still liked Lin Feng, the senior, very much in his heart.
Chapter 53. President, this way.
Zhao Wen came up from behind Wang Linfeng and led him to the president's special elevator.
Hold the grass?
When the intern heard that Zhao Wen, the major shareholder of his company, actually called Lin Feng the president, he was completely shocked.
Standing there, staring blankly at Lin Feng's back as he walked forward, what was going on? Could it be that he heard it wrong?
But that shouldn't be the case, and the direction Lin Feng was heading was indeed the elevator reserved for the president of their company. Moreover, Zhao Wendo followed Lin Feng so respectfully.
He must have heard it right. Lin Feng actually became the president of their company? Lin Feng didn't say anything else and followed Zhao Wen to the president's private elevator.
Before, I had never had the opportunity to take this kind of elevator and always squeezed into the elevator with other employees in the company.
Now that I can take this special elevator, I am actually quite excited. It's really good to be a president. He even has his own elevator. Just go and do your own thing later. I know where the office is, so I won't keep you any longer.
Lin Feng looked at Zhao Wen and explained. There is nothing for him to do now, and it would not be good to have him stay by my side all the time. Besides, Zhao Wen must have a lot of things of his own to do.
Okay, President. Zhao Wen replied while standing beside Lin Feng. After Lin Feng got off the elevator, he went straight to the president's office.
He had come to this office before when he reported on his work. So he was very familiar with the location of this office and there was no need for Zhao Wen to lead him. Lin Feng came to the door of the room marked President's Office, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door of the President's office.
Now this place has become Lin Feng's private office. The President's office is also equipped with a dedicated rest area. It's like a small home.
Lin Feng had always envied the President's office for being such a nice place with such good equipment, but he never expected that now all of this belonged to him. Lin Feng walked into the office and found that everything had been replaced with new configurations. Although no specific items were replaced, everything else that needed to be replaced was replaced. It seems that Zhao Wen is a very capable person.
He has even cleaned up the president's office for Lin Feng.
Lin Feng looked at the nameplate on the desk, and the name on it had been changed to Lin Feng's name. Lin Feng walked over with emotion, picked up the name tag and touched it. It's simply unbelievable that in just 2 months, I have acquired so many things.
It's really not easy to come by.
Although it was the godly rich system that gave him a lot of help, Lin Feng felt that his efforts were also instrumental. Lin Feng collected his thoughts, and after expressing his feelings, he sat down at his desk, opened his laptop, and prepared to deal with some business. On the way here, I also heard from Zhao Wen that there are still many contract documents that need Lin Feng to handle. So it is really not a good idea to waste any more time, especially now that Li Feng Real Estate has officially started competing with Tianyang Real Estate. He cannot relax anymore. Lin Feng took out his pen, opened the contracts and various documents on the table and began to check them. These all need his signature, so he must check to make sure everything is correct.
Only then can you sign your name and stamp your seal.
If something goes wrong at that time, it will be troublesome.
Ding ling ling.
Lin Feng, who was processing documents, heard his cell phone ringing. He reached out and took it, and when he looked at the name on the screen, he discovered that it was Yuan Wanqing calling him.
I don't know why the beautiful sister is calling me now. Is she going to make an appointment with him in the evening? Hello?
What's up, pretty sister? Lin Feng spoke in a nonchalant tone.
He was already so familiar with Yuan Wanqing that there was no need to do anything unnecessary. Yuan Wanqing had just opened her mouth and hadn't said anything when she heard Lin Feng's greeting. I smiled.
It was still such a familiar name.
Good afternoon, President Lin. Yuan Wanqing also replied to him. Why are you calling me now? Is there something wrong?
Lin Feng asked. I heard that Li Feng Real Estate is going to officially compete with Tianyang Real Estate, so I called to express my condolences and see what's going on.
Yuan Wanqing answered into the phone.
The news had already spread among their industry as early as the afternoon.
It is said that Li Feng Real Estate, with a new president, is very arrogant and even dares to compete with Tianyang Real Estate.
Yuan Wanqing only found out about this matter after hearing about it, so she quickly called Lin Feng to ask what was going on. You have to know that Zhao Linfeng's personality probably wouldn't allow him to compete with Tianyang Real Estate in such a high-profile manner, but now that the news has spread, it means that something must have happened. Yuan Wanqing thought that after all, she was Lin Feng's partner, and could be considered his friend, so it would be better to call and ask.
What's wrong? Are you scared when you heard that we are going to compete with Tianyang Real Estate? Lin Feng asked Yuan Wanqing with a smile. Actually, this is just a joke. How is that possible? When have you ever seen me afraid of this kind of competition? Competition is common, but I am just a little curious because you actually participated in it. And isn't this equivalent to publicly announcing your identity as the president of Lifeng Real Estate?
Yuan Wanqing replied with a smile. She also knew that Lin Feng was just joking with him. So Lin Feng told Yuan Wanqing on the phone what happened in the Tianyang Real Estate conference room today and what Chen Ziqing said about acquiring Lifeng Real Estate.
He told Yuan Wanqing everything.
Oh my god, Yuan Wanqing originally thought that something had caused Lin Feng to want to compete with Tianyang Real Estate, but she didn't expect that it was Chen Ziqing who made the first move. Without knowing that Lin Feng was the president of Lifeng Real Estate, Chen Ziqing actually said in front of Lin Feng that he wanted to acquire Lifeng Real Estate.
However, there was one thing that surprised Yuan Wanqing, that was that Lin Feng actually owned 30% of Tianyang Real Estate's shares.
You have to know that 30% of the shares is already a lot for a large company. I really don't know how Lin Feng got so many shares of Tianyang Real Estate. It definitely won't be a very cheap price. After all, Tianyang Real Estate has always been a very large company in their city. There have been companies competing with Tianyang Real Estate before, but their endings were not good. Those that went bankrupt, and those that were acquired. Anyway, the bottom line is that Tianyang Real Estate is the #1 company in their city. But now Lin Feng has actually abandoned 30% of Tianyang Real Estate and is relying on Lifeng Real Estate to compete with him.
Yuan Wanqing thought this was a very courageous thing to do. Chapter 54. After all, returning 30% of Tianyang Real Estate as shares would be equivalent to getting nothing, wouldn't it? Lin Feng is really deciding to defeat Tianyang Real Estate with his own strength. Yuan Wanqing felt that she still admired people like Lin Feng very much. He decided not to take advantage of such good conditions. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to do such a thing. In fact, Lin Feng really thought at the beginning that Yuan Wanqing might terminate the cooperation between Wanqing Advertising Company and Lifeng Real Estate after knowing that they had to compete with Tianyang Real Estate.
After all, with the current strength of Lifeng Real Estate, it is still a bit difficult to compete with Tianyang Real Estate. After all, Wanqing Advertising Company has just started to gain momentum. If something really goes wrong with Lifeng Real Estate, it won't just be them that will be in trouble. Even Wanqing Advertising Company will be implicated. Even though Lin Feng himself has some friendship with Yuan Wanqing is the president of Wanqing Advertising Company after all, so she will definitely consider the interests of their company first. We can't treat the jobs of so many people in the company as a joke. But after chatting with Yuan Wanqing, Lin Feng discovered that Yuan Wanqing had not decided to give up the cooperation with Lifeng Real Estate. I originally thought you were going to terminate your cooperation with our company, but I didn't expect you to say you wanted to continue cooperating with us. Lin Feng asked into the phone. Why should I terminate the cooperation? I'm not afraid of Tianyang Real Estate. What's the matter? You've just started competing with them, so you're going to back down? Just now you asked me if I was scared. I think you are the one who was scared. Now you are advising me to terminate my cooperation with your company. Yuan Wanqing answered jokingly into the phone. How is that possible? I'm not afraid at all. I'm just worried about your company. After all, if something goes wrong, your company will also be implicated. Since I dare to say that I want to compete with Tianyang Real Estate, it proves that I am definitely not afraid of them. Lin Feng said. Don't worry. I still have great confidence in Lifeng Real Estate and you, so I dare to continue cooperating with your company. Besides, if anything happens, I'll always be there to help you. Do you look down on me? Yuan Wanqing smiled and replied. She was not worried at all about the cooperative relationship with Lifeng Real Estate. After all, she knew Lin Feng's strength. Just after a short cooperation of more than a week, Lifeng Real Estate and Wanqing Advertising Company have developed to the current level, which is already very remarkable. If they continue to develop at this pace, they will be able to compete with Tianyang Real Estate. Besides, she felt that Lin Feng still had a lot of potential that had not been stimulated, so she still very much believed that Lin Feng could compete with Tianyang Real Estate. And for some reason, Yuan Wanqing had a feeling of looking down on Chen Ziqing, the president of Tianyang Real Estate.
I always feel that the man doesn't have any great abilities. He looks like he's up to something evil. Yuan Wanqing would not be afraid of such a person. The two chatted for a few more minutes and then hung up the phone.
Lin Feng's mouth corners curled up, and he was in an extremely good mood.
With the encouragement of the beautiful sister, he became more confident in doing things.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng started to deal with the related business of Lifeng real estate. It's a bit strange that the Shinhouse system has been a bit quiet recently.
I don't know what's going on.
It hasn't popped up recently, but there hasn't been any changes elsewhere. Lin Feng initially thought that the super rich system was gone, but after thinking about it, it shouldn't be the case. After all, this system can't just come and go as it pleases.
And everything in his life was the same as before.
So maybe nothing happened in the past 2 days that could trigger the godly rich system, so Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. After processing a few more files, Lin Feng felt a little bored. So I wanted to call the godly rich system to see if he would show up again.
Super rich system? Super rich system?
Lin Feng shouted a few words tentatively. But there was no response.
What's going on? Is this system really gone or gone?
Lin Feng scratched his hair and thought with some confusion.
What do you mean by gone? Gone.
Unless something unexpected happens, I will be here for a long time in the future. Suddenly, the voice of the godly rich system came out again, which scared Lin Feng. The only voices in the entire office were his and the Shinhouse system's voices.
Oh my god, you scared me. I thought you were gone.
You've been so quiet these past 2 days.
I called you just now but you didn't respond.
Lin Feng said again. I've been upgrading these past 2 days. The reason why it didn't work just now was because the system had just restarted and had some downtime.
Isn't it fixed now?
The system just happened to explain to Lin Feng. He was indeed upgrading the system these 2 days, so it was so quiet. But this doesn't mean that he doesn't know what Lin Feng has done in the past 2 days.
He knows everything clearly.
It was precisely because Lin Feng was able to do everything smoothly that he dared to leave Lin Feng alone for 2 days to upgrade the system by himself.
Upgrade the system.
What have you upgraded?
Let me see it.
When Lin Feng heard that the godly rich system had been upgraded again, he instantly became interested.
Could it be that some amazing skills had been upgraded this time? Do you need to ask me if you want to see it? Can't you just open the data panel and take a look?
The Shinhouse system said disdainfully. Lin Feng smiled.
As expected, the godly rich system was cuter when it talked a lot.
It had been so quiet for the past 2 days, which made Lin Feng a little uncomfortable.
Then were you there when I went to the conference room for the meeting today?
I can tell you that these past 2 days were wonderful.
If you weren't here, I would have missed a lot of wonderful moments.
Lin Feng said this with some excitement. A lot of things have indeed happened in the past 2 days. If it had happened before, the Shinhouse system would definitely have discussed things with him in northeastern dialect. But he didn't react much in the past 2 days, and Lin Feng felt it was a pity that he didn't get to see such exciting scenes.
Of course I know. How could I not know?
Let me tell you, there is nothing that my godly rich system doesn't know. The Shinhouse system said Lin Feng with some pride. He naturally knew what had happened in the past few days.
He also knew everything about Chun Jiqing of Tianyang Real Estate.
Oh, that's great.
I thought you missed it. It would be a shame if you really missed it.
Lin Feng was busy opening the data panel of the Shinhouse system while speaking, and he couldn't wait to see what the Shinhouse system had upgraded.
Chapter 55.
As soon as the data panel popped up, Lin Feng noticed the difference in this super rich system.
Even the panel has become so fancy.
Lin Feng originally wanted to continue exploring, but a sentence that suddenly popped up on the data panel made him unable to continue exploring.
Want to become rich? Hurry up. This was the sentence that popped up on the data panel.
Lin Feng felt that this sentence made him feel bad. For some reason, he felt that this sentence was very non-mainstream and he couldn't bear to look at it. After thinking about it, Lin Feng put away the data panel. It would be better to explore this matter when he is bored next time.
Hey, why aren't you reading anymore? Didn't you just open the data panel? Why don't you continue reading?
The Shinhouse system found it strange that Lin Feng had just opened the data panel and then closed it again, so it asked him.
I suddenly remembered that I'm quite busy right now. Since you updated, that's good. Congratulations. Let us do this exploration another day. As for the rest, I'll just have to look at it another day.
Lin Feng didn't know how to explain to the godly rich system what he thought about the sentence he had just seen. So I had to tell him that I closed the data panel again because I was too busy. But it was obvious that Lin Feng had forgotten that the Shinhouse system could detect the thoughts in his mind.
After reading Lin Feng's thoughts, the Shinhouse system was speechless. Didn't say anything else.
This was a system that he had spent 2 days upgrading.
How could this guy be so tasteless? I don't even get the beauty of this sentence. He is really unworthy of being his master, the godly rich system couldn't help but think so.
Lin Feng was busy in the office for a whole afternoon and finally finished dealing with the company's affairs. He stretched and yawned, feeling really tired. So he took out his mobile phone and habitually opened a live broadcast software in his hand.
Entered his watch list.
Then I clicked on a live broadcast room and entered.
There is a sweet and lovely girl in the live broadcast room. The name of this live broadcast room is The Most Beautiful Singing Voice.
As soon as you see the name, you know that the host in this room can sing. Lin Feng doesn't watch live broadcasts very often on weekdays, but when he is under a lot of pressure or feels tired, he will still watch some to relieve his stress. When I first used this live streaming software, I was not familiar with the hosts in it, and I accidentally clicked into this hostess live streaming room. It seemed like this anchor had just started broadcasting not long ago. There aren't too many fans yet, but Lin Feng thinks this little anchor sings very well, and the way he speaks and his personality are all very cute, so Lin Feng clicked to follow him. I often go to this live broadcast room to watch this little anchor sing. When Lin Feng clicked into the live broadcast room, there were probably several thousand viewers in the room. After such a long time, this little anchor has only gained a few thousand fans.
It's really not easy.
Although not as good as those big anchors who have hundreds of thousands or millions of fans. But in fact, these few thousand fans are pretty good, and the anchor himself has said that he is very satisfied. Originally, he wanted to open this live broadcast room to sing songs and show off his talents just for his personal hobby. She is very happy to receive so much love and attention from so many people.
Brother Feng, welcome Brother Feng. But I haven't seen you for several days. I don't know what you've been busy with recently. Have you found a job?
When anchor Zhu saw Lin Feng enter her anchor room, she greeted him and sent him a private message to say hello. He and Lin Feng are already very familiar with each other. Lin Feng is also her old fan. Since she started the live broadcast, Lin Feng came to her live broadcast room to watch. I am still her fan till now. When Lin Feng saw the message sent by anchor Zhu, he felt warm in his heart. I didn't expect that this anchor still remembered that he was looking for a job not long ago. I guess he saw his name in the news, so he noticed me. Lin Feng sent a message back to Zhu, telling her not to worry about his affairs. In fact, at the beginning Lin Feng was just listening to songs in Zhu's live broadcast room. But after staying there for a long time, Zhu started to notice him. The two of them got to know each other and became friends, and sometimes they would chat about their recent situations. So Zhu naturally knew Lin Feng's name and some other things. As an old hand in the live broadcast room, Lin Feng would usually chat with the young anchors and have some conversations. Moreover, this young anchor is a few years younger than Lin Feng, so Lin Feng plays the role of an older brother.
Thanks to Maple Leaf for the big rocket.
Zhu looked at the gift sent by Lin Feng on the screen of the live broadcast room and expressed her gratitude.
Maple Leaf is Lin Feng's account ID. Basically, this is the name of his ID on all platforms.
He is not a person who likes fancy things, so he has just one ID and keeps using it. Seeing that Zhu was still interacting with people in the live broadcast room, Lin Feng typed a few words and sent them up. Tell Zhu if she can sing a song for him. Zhu naturally also noticed the message sent by Lin Feng. So after quickly thanking those for the gifts in the live broadcast room, he started singing.
Thank you all for visiting me in the live studio. Today I'm going to bring you a beautiful song called Evening Breeze. I hope you like it. Zhu showed a lovely smile on the screen.
After saying this, he started singing. Zhu has a beautiful voice and sings a wide variety of songs, so some old fans often come to listen to her sing. After a song was finished, many gifts and rewards appeared in the live broadcast room. Many people flooded the live broadcast room with comments.
Zhu's song is so beautiful. I feel completely intoxicated.
Zhu is not only beautiful, but also a great singer. It's a pity that she has few fans and her popularity has not increased.
So what if she's not popular?
I just think Zhu is different from other anchors out there, so I became her fan. Juju is so fresh and natural, not pretentious, unlike other anchors who play some edgeballs every day. The comments in the live broadcast room are all discussing Juju's recent situation. Everyone is discussing that it is because Juju only sings and doesn't do those fancy performances or shoot videos that touch upon the details that her popularity has not increased. But everyone is still very optimistic about Juju and says that they like Juju just the way she is. Chapter 56. Indeed, Lin Feng also felt that Juju was different from other anchors. In today's online world, live broadcast rooms are everywhere. Beautiful girls dance some sexy dances in the live broadcast room to attract a large number of fans to give gifts and earn profits. But Juju's live broadcast room was much quieter, with only some old fans coming to listen to songs and chat with Juju. It's quiet and simple, and Juju is very satisfied, but it is definitely incomparable with those anchors who dance to win fans. The benefits are naturally incomparable. Jibao is here, please welcome me, Jibao. She's Army reporting in. Hey, the host in this live broadcast room is pretty good looking. You fake fan, what's wrong with you? Are you going to betray our Chi family army? The live broadcast room was originally peaceful, but suddenly a large number of people came to comment, and the number of people in the room also increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, there were tens of thousands of people, and the number was still growing, with no sign of decreasing. Lin Feng and the people in the live broadcast room expressed confusion and couldn't figure out what was going on. Suddenly, another woman appeared in Juju's live broadcast room. This woman is also very beautiful. Hey, isn't this Sister Zuju? Long time no see. I came here suddenly, I hope I didn't disturb you. Chi smiled on the screen and said to Juju. Lin Feng, who was originally puzzled, suddenly understood what was going on. This was just another way for them to interact in the live broadcast room. The two anchors can enter each other's live broadcast room, which also increases the opportunity to increase their fans. Chi, who entered Juju's live broadcast room, is the female anchor who has been very popular on this software recently. She is very beautiful, has a good figure, sings well, and most importantly, she can dance well, so she has received great support from this software. However, for a big anchor like Chi who has hundreds of thousands of fans, there is really no reason to refuse a small anchor like Juju, so she had to welcome her quickly. Of course it's okay. I also want to thank Sister Chi for coming to my live studio. Juju glanced at her live broadcast room, which already had tens of thousands of viewers. He smiled towards Chi somewhat embarrassedly. So many fans came and all of a sudden, Sister Chi is really amazing. One person can have so many fans. In fact, Juju is quite envious of other big anchors who have so many fans and are liked by so many people. Oh my god, this anchor is so cute when she smiles. I really want to pinch her face. Yes, this anchor is as pretty as our Chi. Juju just smiled and attracted the attention of the audience in the live broadcast room. Comments from hundreds of thousands of viewers suddenly flooded in, all praising Juju for her cute looks. Chi was in her live broadcast room, watching everyone's reactions on the screen and Juju's appearance. She also found it very interesting. This bead is really too innocent and cute. At first glance, she looks like a very pure little girl. I just read what Juju wrote in her live broadcast room. She is the same as me. She likes singing. So why don't we sing a song together for the audience in the live broadcast room to listen to? After chatting with Juju for a while, Chi said to Juju. When Juju heard that the big anchor actually asked to sing a duet with her, she was naturally very happy. And there was no way she would refuse such a good request. So I quickly agreed. The two chose another song that has been popular online recently and sang it together. This song is also very nice, and the collaboration between the two people is also perfect. After listening to the song, a lot of gifts continued to be sent to the live broadcast room. The songs sung by the two anchors are so beautiful. The chorus is so perfect that I feel that the songs sung by other anchors are bland. Yes, I also think the song sung by the two anchors is really beautiful. The voice is so gentle. I agree, this song is so beautiful. The comments in the live broadcast room all praised the two anchors for their good singing and good looks. But just when everyone was praising the two anchors, a few not so good comments suddenly came. What the hell is this? It's so awful to sing. You can't even sing like this, and you still have the nerve to come here to be a host. How can you compare with our lowly Dating? Of course not. Our lowly Dating will always be number one. Everyone who was originally immersed in the song was dumbfounded.
These sudden comments made everyone a little confused. Where do all these dog trolls come from? At first glance, they are all keyboard warriors. Hey, who was that?
It turns out to be someone from the silly Ting family. A Ting looks like she's worthless. I don't know how you guys can have the nerve to whitewash her.
What do you mean by always being number one? It's the fool who's number one.
Before Lin Feng and the people in Juju's live broadcast room could react, Chi-Chi's fans actually started to curse at these people. It seems like there was some disagreement between the fans of these two groups from the beginning, which led to the current comments being filled with insults to each other. I'm so sorry that something like this happened at this time, and that you're involved. Chi-Chi said to Juju with great apology.
It's okay, it's okay.
When Juju heard Chi-Chi apologizing to her, she quickly waved her hands. She hadn't known Chi-Chi for very long, but they had chatted and she found out that she was a very nice person.
Are these people fans of that Lolita dating?
Juju said she was very curious. Although she is just a small anchor, she still works in this live streaming software. So I have heard about some gossips in the live streaming industry a long time ago.
Chi-Chi is a very popular female anchor poached by Grape Live.
Because she is good looking, sings very well, and has a very gentle personality, she attracted a large number of new fans as soon as she came to Grape Live. Plus, she already had some fans, and they were brought over as well. As soon as Chi-Chi came to Grape Live, her popularity reached number 1. However, when his popularity reached the first place, it was inevitable that he would affect the interests of other people in Grape Live.
And the anchor named Loli Dating is one of them.
But the difference between this Loli Dating and Juju Chi-Chi is that she is also a singing female anchor.
But she has a very open personality and her clothes are very sexy.
She has attracted a large number of fans by this means, and her popularity is also among the top few on Grape Live.
Chapter 57.
As soon as Chi-Chi came to Grape Live, she attracted a large number of fans and took the first place among the Loli Dating.
So naturally, this also offended the female anchor. The Lolita family has a very hot temper and is very stingy.
This caused the relationship between the two people to become very unpleasant.
This is something that everyone in Grape Live knows.
A long time has passed, and the comments section of the live broadcast room is still full of arguments. But because Chi-Chi has more fans, much more than that Loli Dating. Therefore, the Ting family army, which had originally come with great momentum and were ready to cause trouble, are now gradually losing the upper hand.
But they couldn't leave so easily.
After all, the fierce momentum they had in the beginning was gone. If they left in such disgrace, it would be too embarrassing. So when Ting's fans couldn't win the argument with Chi-Chi's fans, they suddenly turned their target of attack to Juju, who had remained silent the whole time.
Oh, I didn't notice it just now. Who is this anchor? He looks so frail. Is he malnourished or has some disease?
I just glanced at her live broadcast room, and her homepage is actually a singer, but how come I have never heard of her before?
Look at what you are saying. Isn't our Ting just a singing host? With our Ting here, what else can anyone else do?
Yes, with our Ting here, everyone else means nothing. These comments from Ting's army completely annoyed Juju's fans. Originally, they didn't say anything when they were arguing with Chi-Chi's fans. But now they dared to turn their attention to Juju, which they could not tolerate.
How many days have you not brushed your teeth? How can your words be so smelly?
I don't think they just didn't brush their teeth.
They must have eaten some shit. Otherwise, how could they have shit all over their mouths? Saying that they eat shit is giving them face. Only dogs eat shit. What wrong did the dogs do to deserve the same fate as them? Yes, dogs are so cute. They know to wag their tails when you give them food. But these guys probably can't even wag their tails, right?
The comment room suddenly became lively again.
Although Juju's family doesn't have many fans, each of them is an old internet user.
Naturally, it is impossible to admit defeat at this time.
They must fight for their own anchor's reputation.
Just when everyone was arguing fiercely, a large yacht suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. But this gift was not for Juju, but for Chi-Chi, who was in the live broadcast room next to her.
I'm really impressed.
It's not that I look down on everyone here, but I think you are all garbage.
This sentence appeared on the screen in a very conspicuous way.
The person who posted this comment is called Extraordinarily Xiao. And this pinned comment is worth 100 yuan.
Master Li is here. Once Master Li makes a move, we will know whether he has the upper hand or not. No one dares to say a word this time. Yes, who in our Grape Live doesn't know the name of Li Xiao? As soon as the comment was made by Li Xiao, whose ID is extraordinary. The Ting family army, which had been suppressed in the live broadcast room, seemed to have found their organization again. He started to flatter and at the same time began to make arrogant comments. Lin Feng looked at the live broadcast room on the screen with a frown on his face, even though he didn't often watch this kind of live broadcast. But he also knew that this Mr. Li who suddenly came over was definitely not an ordinary person. Grape Live broadcasts money because giving gifts in the live broadcast room and rewarding the anchor require money. Therefore, they are divided into different levels, and Li Xiao is the highest level. This highest level can only be obtained by wealthy people who have rewarded more than 1 million. So when this person named Li Xiao appeared in the live broadcast room, Zhuzhu's fans seemed a little lacking in confidence. At this moment, the screen in the live broadcast room suddenly showed that someone had sent out another yacht. But his ID name is related to Zhuzhu, and it is obvious that he is an old fan of Zhuzhu. Although I don't have as much money as you, I will never allow you to bully Sister Zhuzhu in the live broadcast room like this. As soon as this sentence appeared in the live broadcast room, Zhuzhu's fans in the room all cheered. Lin Feng also knew the person who appeared now. They were all Zhuzhu's room managers in the live broadcast room, and they only knew that this person's surname was Liu. He seems to be a company manager. He just graduated not long ago and his monthly salary is not that much. But at this moment, this man named Li Xiao actually gave away 5 yachts again, which were worth more than 3,000 yuan. Compared with me? Although Mr. Li only typed out these 3 words, the sense of oppression brought by these 3 words was very strong. Outside the screen, Xiao Lu showed a trace of indignation on his face. With a flick of his fingers, 5 more yachts were sent out. But Xiao Lu had just sent out these 5 yachts when Li Xiao sent up 5 more yachts in the same way, directly throwing out more than 3,000 more. Xiao Lu was very angry this time. He clenched his fists tightly, but there was nothing he could do, so he had to loosen his clenched fists. His monthly salary is only more than 6,000 yuan, and there is not only him and his family, but also his parents and a younger brother. Although he usually restrained himself when giving gifts during live broadcasts, he had already given so much money in tips today, which was already his limit. After Li Xiao delivered the 5 yachts, there was no movement in the live broadcast room. Everyone knows that Zhuzhu's old fan can no longer compete with Li Xiao. Originally, Mr. Li was very rich, and it was already very remarkable that this old fan of Zhuzhu could compete with him in a game. Everyone in Zhuzhu's live broadcast room knows exactly who this Li Xiao is. So naturally they would not complain about Zhuzhu's old fan. Instead, they were very grateful to him for standing up at this time and helping Zhuzhu regain some face. See, our Master Li is indeed the best. No one can compare to our Li Xiao. You still say you are an old fan of Sister Zhuzhu. If you have the guts, send more gifts and continue competing with our young Master Li. The other party's momentum in the live broadcast room instantly rose, and some old fans who stayed in Zhuzhu's live broadcast room felt very embarrassed. But they really had no way to help Zhuzhu, and they themselves were no match for this young Master Li. It is already very remarkable that Xiao Lu could do this. Chapter 58. Chi, who is currently in the live broadcast room, also feels a little embarrassed. In theory, she should help Zhuzhu, but she also didn't want to offend Li Xiao, who gave her gifts. Besides, all these gifts were given to her, so she couldn't say anything. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. When Li Xiao finds this live broadcast room boring and leaves, I'll think about how to help Zhuzhu. Chi thought this with some tiredness. She herself doesn't know whether there is anything wrong with being a host on Grape Live. Since Chi herself did not speak out, even if some fans couldn't stand Li Xiao's behavior, they couldn't say anything. After all, they are also fans of Chi, not fans of Zhuzhu. Under the current circumstances, Ting's army is becoming more and more arrogant. Everyone was very impolite in their words. They either said Zhuzhu was not good at this or that, or they said their own host was good at this or that. Although this little anchor looks pretty good, she is still far behind our Ting. Hey, why does this anchor receive so little reward? Is it because there is no top brother on the list? Do you want to come out and meet me? I will definitely give you a few thousand yuan in reward. Are you missing a big brother on the list? They said this as if their own anchor is the best. It seems like there is no one better than their anchors in the world. The arrogant face really makes others feel shameless. Fuck these dogs. Lin Feng, who was watching all this outside the screen, felt extremely angry. He never expected that Zhuzhu, who had done nothing, would be affected by this incident.
Looking at the arrogant and ugly faces in the comments section, he felt like he was about to explode with anger.
Ding, the godly rich system is activated. How can you, a person who possesses the godly rich system, be defeated by someone using money?
Infinite balance mode is now enabled, but only for this mission.
If the mission is successful, there will be a large gift package reward. If you fail the mission.
If you can even fail a mission like this, then you'd better go to bed as soon as possible. The voice of the godly rich system suddenly appeared again, scaring Lin Feng again.
This is indeed different from the previous godly rich system.
It seems that this is the upgraded godly rich system. When he heard the conditions of the mission, he never thought about the possibility of failure. Even if you are given the condition of unlimited balance, if you lose again, you might as well find a piece of tofu and hit yourself to death.
Damn it, I'm so pissed off. Quickly recharge me with a few million.
I'm going to fight this young Master Li right away. Lin Feng instantly became more motivated.
Feng Maple Leaf rewarded Anchor Juju's yacht with 55 gifts. Congratulations to Anchor Juju.
Just as Ting's fans were acting recklessly in the comments section, the picture in the live broadcast room suddenly went dark. Then there's a whole screen of yachts.
This scene shocked everyone present.
At this moment, a pinned message appeared on the entire Grape Live page, telling everyone that they could go to the live broadcast room to receive a treasure chest. There were a total of 55 yachts, which caused the live broadcast room to go black for several seconds.
When the group of yachts disappeared, the comments section of the entire live broadcast room instantly exploded. Holy crap, what the hell is this? How rich must one be to have this? This is a real rich man.
These 55 yachts must cost tens of thousands of dollars.
Rich brother, are you in need of a sister? Can you take me with you?
Because of the appearance of these 55 yachts, more than 100,000 people suddenly flocked into Juju's live broadcast room. And the number of people in this live broadcast room has been increasing. A passerby who suddenly came and directly suppressed Ting's army's comments. The entire live broadcast room was discussing this rich man who gave away 55 yachts. At this moment, Feng Fengye, the rich man who had just posted 55 yachts, posted another pinned comment.
I'm really sorry for scaring you all.
My hands were shaking just now, so I input an extra number. I have such a small amount of money, I'm sure it can't compare with Mr. Li's. As soon as this sentence was uttered, Juju's fans, who had been dejected, instantly became active again and began their counterattack. And the passersby who just came into the live broadcast room from other places have no idea what is going on. With the help of some kind-hearted people in the live broadcast room, we managed to figure out the source of this incident.
Under the triple influence of morality, human nature, and this tycoon.
Passersby who flocked into the live broadcast room expressed their opinions on Ting's team in the comments section. They were full of resentment, but at the same time they stood firmly beside the army of Juju's fans led by the rich man who gave away 55 yachts.
There are really all kinds of people on the internet. This anchor is such a cute girl, but you have said this to me. Do you have any sense of shame?
You may not know this, but the Ting family army is also known as the Stupid Army.
If you provoke them, you might end up becoming a stupid army.
Beautiful sister, don't listen to what these idiots say.
You are beautiful and you sing so well. They say that because they have problems in their brains.
Because of the appearance of the rich man Feng Fengye, Juju directly attracted a large number of passers-by. They began to counterattack against Ting's army. At this moment, Li Xiao, who had been silent, started talking again.
Indeed, you are right.
With such a small amount of money, it is just like having a meal here. Then, Mr. Li also gave away 55 yachts and refreshed the screen in the live broadcast room again. The Ting family army, which had been gradually losing the upper hand, suddenly became excited after Li Xiao's screen-sweeping post, as if they had gained more confidence.
How dare anyone pretend to be rich here? They really don't realize the gap between themselves and young Master Li.
That shitty maple leaf, now you see clearly who the real rich man is. If you have the ability, just keep on brushing. And the large number of passers-by who had just poured in, because they were not fans of the people in the live broadcast room and just came to grab the treasure chest, they also started to make a fuss and said they wanted to watch the fun. After seeing the two wealthy local tyrants suddenly start competing for wealth, the passers-by were overjoyed and wished that the two local tyrants would fight more. Watching Li Xiao's pretentious behavior outside the screen, Lin Feng just smiled disdainfully, and then his hands shook again.
Chapter 59. Feng Fengye once again rewarded the host Juju with 100 yachts. Congratulations to the host Juju.
A pinned message about sending gifts appeared once again on Grape Live, and this time it directly ignited the entire live streaming platform. Even some other big anchors with hundreds or tens of millions of fans were shocked. It was clear that they had just given a wave of rewards, but they started giving rewards again. Then they also started to pay attention to this little anchor named Juju. The 100 yachts caused the live broadcast screen to go black for a full 10 seconds. Just when everyone in the live broadcast room wanted to express their opinions because of excitement and shock, they found that the words they typed could not be sent out in the live broadcast room for some reason. When everyone was wondering if the problem in the live broadcast room was caused by giving gifts too frequently, the screen of the entire live broadcast room went black again.
Fong Maple Leaf rewarded anchor Juju with 100 yachts. Congratulations to anchor Juju. Fong Maple Leaf rewarded anchor Juju with 100 yachts. Congratulations to anchor Juju. Fong Maple Leaf rewarded anchor Juju with 100 yachts. Congratulations to anchor Juju. 300 rockets were launched at once, which was equivalent to spending 200,000 yuan directly. As a result, the entire live broadcast room was black for more than 10 seconds. And just when Feng Fengye was giving rewards, 3 top comments appeared on GrapeLive for 3 consecutive times. It directly lit up the entire live broadcast room. Some very popular game anchors were also attracted. It's not like they haven't seen so much reward at once. After all, they themselves have many fans. Their fans will also give them tips, but they won't give them so much at one time like this. It was the first time for them to see a reward of 200,000 yuan in just 1 minute, as if it was just a joke. And it is precisely because of these 3 huge rewards that some other anchors have no way to complain. They were originally broadcasting well in their live broadcast room, but the number of people in the room dropped sharply and almost everyone left. Wang Fatsai is such an anchor.
She is currently the #1 female star in Grape, thanks to her excellent gaming skills and outstanding looks. Her popularity has always been the highest in Grape Live. But just now she had gone to get a takeaway, and when she came back, she suddenly discovered that the popularity of her live broadcast room had dropped by more than 100,000.
He was so scared that he quickly asked what was going on.
Only then did she realize that a super rich man suddenly appeared on their live streaming platform. And the people in her live broadcast room were all attracted by the rewards from this rich man. When the yacht rain that lasted more than 10 seconds was finally finished, the onlookers who had been wanting to type for a long time could finally make their own comments. Everyone was extremely excited and talked about their comments crazily. The entire live broadcast room was almost flooded with their comments, and even the internet speed was a little slow. Now Juju's entire live broadcast room is full of comments from everyone, and they are all talking about this rich man. The popularity of the live broadcast room they are in has now exceeded 1 million. Just based on this popularity, it can definitely be ranked among the top few on Grape Live.
This local tyrant is so awesome. This is no longer a local tyrant, this is a super tyrant.
Brother Fengye, I am rich, white, beautiful, and have long legs.
I am waiting for you to come and play and sleep with me. Brother Fengye, look at me.
The comments section of the live broadcast room was full of people saying that this maple leaf belonged to a wealthy person.
They were all attracted by the reward from Lin Feng just now.
After waiting for a long time, the live broadcast room gradually calmed down.
Juju's fans started to speak up, signaling Ting's army to quickly follow the pace. Weren't you guys very awesome before? Why are you silent now? Is he out of money? Or is he scared by us rich guys? Really? These days anyone can pretend to be rich.
Some of Juju's fans who have a hot temper even tagged Li Xiao directly in the comments section.
But they did not get any response from Li Xiao.
It seems that Mr. Li has already left the live broadcast room. At this time, in a very luxuriously decorated villa, a handsome young man looked at the comments in the live broadcast room, and then directly exited GrapeLive. This man is Li Xiao, also the son of a real estate company.
The family's assets must be at least tens of billions, which makes him a well-deserved rich second generation.
But at this time, he could only choose to leave quietly. To be honest, he really has no shortage of hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. Although he was very angry about being criticized by this maple leaf, he was still very rational. That's why I chose to leave the live broadcast room. As a rich second generation, he has received a very good higher education.
Although he is unruly, he is not a fool. A small anchor casually spent 200,000 yuan.
He didn't need it, but he also didn't want to give the money away casually to others just because he was angry for a moment. No matter how angry you are, it is impossible to regain your face.
Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of him in the circle? Li Xiao couldn't help but think about it.
He has been in the live broadcast circle for several years, and he basically knows some of the rich people in it. But the person who suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room today made him feel a little strange. Because Ting's army kept retreating, Juju's fans felt that there was no point in arguing with them after a while and stopped paying attention to them. And because of this victory in the live broadcast room, Juju's fans also expressed their admiration for Fengye, the hidden rich man. This time it's all thanks to our brother Fengye, otherwise our Juju would be in such a miserable situation today. Yes, if it weren't for brother Fengye, I really don't know how to deal with those villains. The style of the live broadcast room changed again, and all the discussions in the comment section were about admiration and flattery for Lin Feng. The protagonist of this storm, Juju, is now sitting in front of her computer, staring blankly at the screen of her live broadcast room with a pair of bright big eyes. The small face, which was as big as a palm, was full of shock. She had not expected today's sudden incident at all. The opponent who was originally so aggressive was defeated just like that, and Fengye's huge amount of rewards also made her a little overwhelmed. Chapter 60. This is the most tips she has ever received in all her long time as a host. According to the contract she signed with the Grape Life platform, she can get 100,000 yuan from this live broadcast. It was 10 times more than what she had earned the previous month. Juju's appearance also scared the fans in the live broadcast room. The number of people in their live broadcast room has now reached nearly 2 million. As the host of the live broadcast room, if you don't do anything at this time and just stand there in a daze, you won't be able to retain so many people. At this moment, Fide Yacht suddenly appeared. Maple Leaf, who had been silent, made his comment again. Juju, what are you doing? Hurry up and show yourself. This is a good opportunity that cannot be missed. At this time, Juju saw the pinned comment on the live broadcast room and finally came to her senses. She quickly apologized and began to thank the people who sent her gifts in the live broadcast room. Then he showed his best side to everyone in the live broadcast room. Sang many very nice songs. Seeing that the peaceful atmosphere had returned to the live broadcast room, Chi didn't know what to do for a moment. At first, she was thinking about contacting this Maple Leaf brother to see if she could have a chance to show herself. But when she thought about how she had not helped Juju before, she was too embarrassed to say anything. There was no choice but to leave like this. Brother Lin Feng, thank you so much today. Whenever you come to my place, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Lin Feng looked at the message Juju sent him and smiled. He naturally knew that Juju just wanted to thank him simply. There is no other meaning in this statement. Ding, congratulations, the mission is completed, the gift package has been distributed, please go back to your inbox to check. Ding, congratulations on achieving new success again. You now have your own place in the live broadcast industry. The unlimited balance function has been issued to you. This function can only be used for your reasonable use, but you cannot withdraw cash. This task is a long-term task that always exists. You can terminate this task at any time, and this task will not affect the issuance of other tasks. The voice of the Shenhouse system appeared again. When Lin Feng was still pondering over what the godly rich system said, he was a little surprised when he suddenly heard that this unlimited balance function was actually a long-term task. What is going on? Does this mean that this unlimited balance has always existed? Lin Feng became excited instantly. Shenhouse system, can you explain in more detail what fair use means? Lin Feng suppressed his excitement, calmed himself down, and asked his questions to the Shenhouse system. Fair use means that you can only use it when you have a reasonable need, but you can't use it mindlessly. Moreover, this function cannot be withdrawn. It can only be used for investment, entrepreneurship, and real estate. After listening to this, Lin Feng nodded and thought about it. Then I almost understood the meaning of fair use. That is, he can only use this function when he needs it, it cannot be used mindlessly, and he cannot withdraw cash, it can only be used for his related business. But after Lin Feng thought about it carefully, it seemed that this restriction did not have any particular effect on him. First of all, he cannot be said to be a brainless person. Whatever he does, he plans in advance and will not act rashly. I won tea by something just because I think it looks good or something. When Lin Feng woke up the next morning, he took out his cell phone and found that what happened yesterday was on the news. New rich people appear in the live broadcast industry. A mysterious tycoon suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room and gave a large reward. The story that the little anchor and the big tycoon have to tell. Lin Feng found these news with strange headlines particularly funny. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what happened last night. He only gave out tips of 200,000 yuan in the live broadcast room, and these people have already made up the news. Those who directly gave tips of hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan did not see such news emerge. In fact, it is inevitable for Lin Feng to think so. After all, he is not in this circle, so he doesn't know much about some things. Although some wealthy people do give rewards of hundreds of thousands or even millions. But most of them actually have some kind of transactions with those live streaming platforms. Although the amount is shown as millions, the actual amount they gave may only be a few thousand yuan. Because these live streaming platforms will inflate the data, or they will collect the rewards and then return them to the rich. Lin Feng stretched, sat up from the bed, went to the bathroom and started washing and tidying himself up. After cleaning himself up, he returned to his room, looking a little lonely. You know what, I've lived in this house for so long that I've really developed an attachment to it. Now that I'm talking about moving to a new house, I'm a little reluctant to leave. That's right, since he had unlimited balance yesterday, Lin Feng decided to buy himself a new home. After all, don't people want to make their lives more comfortable after they have money? I want to have my own home, so I think about buying a house. Lin Feng simply took out some clothes from the closet. He bought a few sets of clothes in Shanhao Mall a few days ago. This time he didn't buy formal clothes, but some more ordinary clothes. Because I just got the unlimited balance function from the Shanhao system yesterday. So Lin Fan decided to buy himself a better house. Besides, buying a house is his own requirement, so he can use the unlimited balance. After much thought, Lin Feng decided to buy himself a villa. The most famous villa here is the Forest Villa on Jinfeng Mountain. That villa in the woods is considered to be the best one among the villas in that area. Due to the high price, no suitable person has ever bought the villa. But Lin Feng had known about this villa before. Not only did it have a good environment, but it also had complete facilities and very good security. That's why Lin Feng decided to buy that villa. After hailing a taxi on the roadside, Lin Feng arrived at the sales office of Jinfeng Mountain. There have always been many villas on this mountain, but only the villa in the forest is the most valuable. It also has the best surrounding environment and facilities. Lin Feng came here for this villa today. Lin Feng came to the sales office, pushed open the door and walked in. Several salesmen in the hall were attracted by him at once, but they just glanced at Lin Feng a few times and then turned their heads away. Chapter 61. Really? Here comes another one with no money. Don't you know to take a look at what we sell here before coming here? Anyone can come here. Alright, stop talking. It would be bad if someone heard it. A man dressed like a manager came up from behind the salesman and reminded them in a low voice. After hearing this, the female salesperson, who was originally a little disgusted, immediately stopped talking. But from their expressions, it can be seen that they still look down on Lin Feng very much. As soon as Lin Feng entered the door, he found that no one came to greet him. He lowered his head and glanced at his outfit today. Although he didn't look like he was wearing something expensive, it was still normal. It shouldn't be necessary for these people to despise me so much. Everyone must think that I am a poor guy who came to this place. Why are people in this world so snobbish? After waiting for a long time, no one was willing to come over to receive Lin Feng. At this time, a woman standing in the corner walked towards Lin Feng. She was not outstanding in appearance, but she should be quite young. Hello, sir. Is there anything you need? You can tell me anything. Xiao Yuan smiled and looked at Lin Feng seriously. Just then, two more people came to the door. This man is fat and broad, and he wears all kinds of gold jewelry. He looks like a wealthy man. But the man following next to him was rather thin, but from his shrewd eyes one could tell that this man was not ordinary either. It's just that he's dressed more casually. Hey, it's Boss Yu. He asked me to go and receive the guests. The female sales clerks who were originally doing nothing in the hall suddenly became interested when they saw the man come in. Everyone was vying to receive these two people. After a while, the two men were surrounded by several well-dressed female salespeople. The young salesperson standing next to Lin Feng also felt a little regretful after seeing the man walk into the hall, but he only regretted it for a moment and then returned to normal. Hello, Boss Yu. A woman dressed very sexily called out to the boss sweetly. She even winked at him. Looking at the way they were, it seemed like they had some special relationship. Ah, hello. Boss Yu glanced at the woman, looking as if he was blaming her. Really, this woman doesn't know the situation.
Doesn't she see that he has someone with him? Director Tian, the villa complex here is the best in the entire city. Everything here is perfect and will definitely meet your requirements. Boss Zhu's words attracted the attention of the onlookers.
After hearing this, Lin Feng turned his head and glanced over. Suddenly I felt that the thin man next to the fat man seemed somewhat familiar.
Isn't this Director Tian Emo?
Some people in the crowd seemed to recognize the director and spoke in surprise.
It was obvious that they couldn't believe that the director actually came to them.
This is one of the directors who has made many well-known movies, and he is very popular now. That's how everyone recognizes him. As more and more people recognized that this was the famous director, some women in the hall who thought they were pretty obviously wanted to show off themselves. Maybe I can hook up with this big director and arrange a small role for myself.
Maybe just by playing this small role, they can become famous. I really have to thank you, Boss Zhu. I hope you can think about the matter I mentioned to you again.
There was no change in Tian Emo's expression, but he kept looking at Boss Zhu who was standing next to him, and his voice became much softer.
Okay, let's talk about it later. On the contrary, Boss Zhu didn't react much.
Although he still had a smile on his face, it could be seen from his eyes that he didn't take what Director Tian Emo said to heart. And there was even a hint of disgust.
How could Tian Emo not understand what Boss Zhu meant? But he didn't say anything.
After all, this was in a public place and it wouldn't be nice to reveal some things. So he didn't say anything else, but I could feel that he seemed very tired. The woman, who was dressed very sexily, took the two men to a nearby property where villas were sold. When he passed by Lin Feng and Xiao Yuan, he raised his chin and looked at them with disdain.
He even raised his eyebrows at Xiao Yuan more arrogantly. She seemed particularly arrogant.
It is not difficult to see that this woman who was dressed very sexily looks down on Lin Feng and Xiao Yuan from the bottom of her heart.
Sir, is there anything I can do for you? Xiao Yuan didn't pay any attention to the woman who was dressed very sexily, and didn't seem to care much about her ridicule.
Instead, he turned around and asked Lin Feng.
Take me to see the villa on Jinfeng Mountain.
Lin Feng said to Xiao Yuan. However, Lin Feng was still secretly thinking about the conversation between Tian Emo and Boss Zhu just now.
I always feel like there's something mysterious going on.
When Xiao Yuan heard Lin Feng say that he wanted to go to the villa on Jinfeng Mountain, she should have been happy, but she didn't have such an idea at the moment. Because in her opinion, when Lin Feng said about going to take a look at the villa, it was possible that he just really meant to go and take a look. If she wanted to buy a villa, she should have told Xiao Yuan what price she wanted, but the customer did not say these things. But as a salesperson, taking customers to see houses is her job. So she didn't say anything more, but chose to take Lin Feng to see the house directly. Xiao Yuan brought Lin Feng to the villa in Jinfeng Mountain, where they happened to meet Boss Zhu and the other three people who were in the hall. The three people were a little surprised to see Lin Feng actually came to this villa complex, but they did not pay too much attention to Lin Feng.
Instead, the female salesperson who was dressed very sexily seemed even more arrogant.
Xiao Yuan naturally also saw the disdainful expression on the saleswoman's face, but she did not pay too much attention to her. Instead, she tried her best to introduce the villa area here to Lin Feng, but when she introduced them to Lin Feng, she chose some cheaper ones.
Well, sir, do you have any other questions?
After Xiao Yuan introduced for a long time, she looked at Lin Feng who was paying attention to the surrounding environment and asked.
It's not a big deal.
Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yuan and shook his head, indicating that he had nothing more to ask.
Chapter 62. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Xiao Yuan felt even more disappointed.
It turned out that this person just came to take a look at the villa, and he might not even buy the cheap villa she introduced. But she didn't expect that Lin Feng actually said another sentence.
The villas you introduced are too small. Are there any that are slightly larger? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yuan thoughtfully and asked.
Of course, sir. When Xiao Yuan heard these words, her fighting spirit was instantly rekindled.
As long as this gentleman is not dissatisfied with the thing she introduced,
then she still has hope of introducing other villas to this gentleman. We have a largest villa here, which has 3 floors and an area of 521 square meters. The surrounding environment is also the best, and behind the villa, we invited a famous designer to design a garden for him. But the price of this villa is also the most expensive of all the villas we have here. It costs 20 million.
This villa is the famous villa in the woods. Xiao Yuan was a little unconfident when she mentioned the price of the villa.
After all, this villa is really good, and she herself thinks it is worth buying. The key is that the price of this villa is really too high. The sexy woman who was showing Lin Feng and the others the house suddenly laughed out loud when she heard Xiao Yuan introducing this villa to Lin Feng. No way, Xiao Yuan, you even introduced this villa to him.
The price of this villa is 20 million. How much do you think of him?
It's like after you introduce it to him, this guy will buy it. The saleswoman already had some personal grudge against Yuan. That's why she would attack Xiao Yuan whenever she had the chance, mainly because she is also quite anxious now. Because her guests were not satisfied with several villas introduced to them and had not yet decided whether to buy this villa.
That's why he vented his anger on Xiao Yuan and Lin Feng. A dog's eye looks down on people.
Lin Feng glanced at the sexy female salesperson and said this. The saleswoman's arrogant attitude made him feel very uncomfortable.
How can you be so snobbish? Don't care whether they are poor or not.
Even if they are poor, they are not your family members.
It has nothing to do with you. Why do you look down on others like this?
Hey, you guy, what do you mean?
What right do you have to say that to me?
The sexy female salesperson was stunned by Lin Feng's words and became immediately annoyed and started yelling. Lin Feng didn't even look at her.
He was too lazy to deal with such a woman.
Instead, he turned to look at Xiao Yuan.
I'll just buy this one. Can I just pay with my credit card?
Lin Feng looked at Xiao Yuan and asked seriously. This, of course you can just swipe the card. Xiao Yuan was a little dazed at first, but when she heard Lin Feng's words, she instantly became excited. She never expected that this gentleman would actually buy the largest villa she introduced.
She originally thought that the gentleman was just asking.
I didn't expect that he would say he wanted to pay by credit card now. This really surprised him. Xiao Yuan took Lin Feng to swipe the card, and the sexy female salesperson was also frightened by Lin Feng's behavior. She never expected that this man would actually buy the villa.
You know, this villa is worth 20 million.
This man doesn't look like he can buy this villa, so she dared to mock Lin Feng just now. The sexy saleswoman suddenly realized something and screamed.
What should I do? I just treated him so badly, he won't come to pick a fight with me, right? What should I do now?
He is so rich and I am just a salesman.
I am definitely no match for him.
The sexy saleswoman muttered in fear.
Boss Xu. Boss Xu. Please help me.
The sexy female salesperson looked at Boss Xu, who was standing next to her as if asking for help. But before she could finish her words, Boss Xu turned around and walked away with the big director. He would never offend such a rich man just because of a woman. Judging from the man's appearance just now, he can take out 20 million so directly. It is obvious that he is not an ordinary person. So he would not offend this rich man because of such a woman. Boss Xu thought so. This man is quite a hidden talent. Judging from his appearance, he must be the son of a wealthy family. The boss said as he walked. Director Tian Imo, who was standing next to Boss Xu, also felt something was strange. He hadn't realized just now that this man was so rich. He suddenly looked at Lin Feng's back with some anticipation.
Congratulations, sir. You are now the owner of this villa. Xiao Yuan brought Lin Feng to the hall.
After they paid the full amount, no one in the hall dared to look down on this ordinary dressed man. Even the manager of their villa area came to receive Lin Feng.
Okay, thanks.
Lin Feng just replied calmly and reached out to take the key to the villa handed to him by the manager.
Xiao Yuan, who was standing next to them, was so happy that she couldn't help herself. The villa that this gentleman bought today will allow her to earn a commission equivalent to 2 years' salary.
This was something she couldn't even imagine, and her colleagues nearby all looked at her with envy. Lin Feng was about to leave the hall, but unexpectedly 3 people came over from the opposite side. They were Boss Xu and his group. Boss Xu walked over, looked at Lin Feng and smiled, obviously coming to say hello to him. I never realized, little brother, that you were so rich at such a young age.
I don't know what your last name is, but my last name is Xu. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Xu. This is my business card. If you need anything, you can come to me.
While talking to Lin Feng with a smile, Boss Xu took out his business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng.
Even if I don't have to call myself Lin, I don't dare to call you, Boss Xu, my brother.
Lin Feng took the business card handed over by Boss Xu. But he didn't look at what was written on the business card. I was in a hurry to go out today, so I didn't bring my own business card.
If there is another chance, I will give it to you next time we meet.
Lin Feng looked at Boss Zhu and said. It's not that Lin Feng is so proud, it's mainly because he really didn't prepare any business cards. But he couldn't just tell Boss Zhu that he didn't have a business card. I'm afraid that even if I really said that, Boss Zhu wouldn't believe it. After all, he just spent 20 million to buy a house. Chapter 63. It's okay, these are all small problems. Boss Zhu said shrewdly. He knew that this was just Lin Feng's language art. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled and called out the great director Tian Imo, who was standing behind him. I'm sure you know this director, he's none other than our recently famous director Tian Imo. It's fate that we meet here today. I think you two have similar temperaments, so you should have a lot of common topics. Boss Zhu took the great director Tian Imo and introduced him to Lin Feng. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Tian Imo. Tian Imo was naturally very grateful to Boss Zhu for introducing him to this rich young brother. He smiled at Lin Feng and stretched out his hand, wanting to make friends with him. Of course I have heard of the name of the great director Tian Imo. I am very lucky to meet you here. But unfortunately, I just bought a house and haven't decorated anything yet, so it's not convenient for me to invite you too. Lin Feng didn't have any specific understanding of director Tian Imo, he just knew that the movies he directed were very popular and he was a very capable person. If this had happened in the past, he would have definitely been very excited to meet such a great man. But he had never dared to think about it before. But ever since he got the godly rich system, he no longer does such useless things. He is much calmer now. Besides, he has other things to do now, so he doesn't have much time to waste here with the two of them. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Director Tian smiled and said it was not a big problem. Here, this is my phone number. If you are free in the future, I hope we can have a good chat. Director Tian looked at Lin Feng and said. Okay. For the next whole week, Lin Feng was decorating the big villa he had just bought. Although he had never learned any knowledge about decoration before, as the saying goes, one more skill means one more way out, so he also understood a little bit. I didn't expect it would come in handy when renovating the villa this time. When the decoration team was doing the renovation, he put forward many of his own ideas and incorporated them into the decoration of the entire villa. The decoration of the forest villa is now officially completed. This big villa is located in the center of Jinfeng Island. The entire villa has 3 floors, and behind it is a garden designed by a famous designer. Lin Feng also built a small lake in this garden, and now the environment here is really beautiful. The decoration is finally completed. Lin Feng stood in front of the villa, stretched, and smiled with satisfaction. He has been staying in the villa for the past few days and is really exhausted. He walked into the villa and came to the living room, then lay down on the sofa. Although I am very tired these days and busy dealing with these decoration matters. But whenever he sees the current appearance of his villa, Lin Feng feels very proud. After all, this was a villa designed under his personal supervision and incorporating many of his own unique ideas, so naturally he felt different. The overall style of the villa is European, and the first floor is the hall. It is used to entertain guests, with a simple and elegant design and relatively light colors. The whole hall looks very magnificent and grand. There are several bedrooms on the second floor, and the specific decoration style of each bedroom is different. The third floor was decorated as Lin Feng's private space. Here is his study, office, and his storage room. Moreover, Lin Feng specially asked someone to make a complete set of bookshelves and placed them in the study. Hey, this decoration is so beautiful. Hey, it really gives me a sense of accomplishment. Lin Feng was lying on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor and said with a smile. Just as Lin Feng was immersed in his newly renovated house, the cell phone on the table suddenly rang. Lin Feng sat up and took the phone, glanced at the phone number on the screen, but it was not the phone number of someone he was familiar with. Lin Feng felt a little strange. He didn't have any good friends. Who could be calling him at this time? Lin Feng thought about it, pressed the answer button, and put the phone to his ear. Hello? Brother Lin, it's me. After answering the phone and talking for a few words, Lin Feng smiled. The call just now was actually from the great director Tian Imo, whom he met 2 days ago. At the beginning, they chatted about some random things, but in the end he asked Lin Feng to go out for dinner, saying that he had something to discuss with Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. After meeting director Tian Imo that day, he came back and looked up the information of this famous director and some news about him in recent days. It turns out that director Tian is planning to make a movie recently. However, this type of film is not very popular, so even though he is a famous domestic director, he is worried about the investment for this film. Under normal circumstances, even if the movie might not make money in the end, there would still be people who would invest in director Tion's movie, such as his friends. I just treated it as practice for director Tion, but I heard that the movie director Tion wants to shoot now requires a huge investment. Therefore, none of his friends invested too much money in him. After all, no one's money comes from the wind, so they would definitely be cautious, especially when it comes to such a large amount. Lin Feng changed into formal clothes and specially picked out a white shirt to wear inside. He is about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a suit, and looks very energetic. Moreover, Lin Feng now exudes the aura of being very wealthy. Isn't he definitely tall, rich, and handsome? Lin Feng picked up the car keys and went out. He came to the garage of the villa and drove out his dark blue sports car. Now there was finally a place for his sports car to park. Yuehua Hotel, a famous 5-star high-end hotel. Lin Feng parked the car and walked into the hotel lobby. The eyes of several female receptionists standing in the lobby lit up when they saw Lin Feng. They all wanted to come and receive Lin Feng. At this time, a woman who was dressed very beautifully and had a great figure walked over, twisting her body. "Hello, sir, is there anything I can help you with?" The woman looked at Lin Feng and said. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Feng's clothes. It was obvious that he recognized that Lin Feng's clothes were very valuable. Moreover, Lin Feng bought himself a watch some time ago, and he was wearing it today. This woman felt that Lin Feng was even richer. Chapter 64. No, I have an appointment today. Lin Feng did not pay too much attention to the woman who came to receive him. He just said this lightly and followed the woman away. When the female receptionist walked in front, her steps were also very sexy. She was wearing a black hip skirt and black stockings. The upper body is a white professional suit. She was wearing black high heels with red soles. Who could resist that? A long leg was swaying in front of Lin Feng's eyes. "Sir, this way." The woman led Lin Feng to the elevator, stretched out her hand and bent down, motioning Lin Feng to follow her into the elevator. The woman deliberately unbuttoned the 2 buttons of her white shirt, and when she bent over, her beauty was exposed. Lin Feng naturally knew what this woman meant. He was afraid that if he took more initiative, he would not be the only one spending the night alone. Tian Imo and a few others were sitting in a private room booked in advance at Yuehua Hotel. Let me tell you, the person we invited here today is quite someone important. I hope that each of you can give 100% of your energy to show this little brother our unquestionable strength. Tian Imo gave instructions to the people next to him. Don't worry, Director Tian, we will definitely do a good job on this. Zhao Tian still smiled despite his tired face and said affirmatively to Tian Imo. He was considered the assistant director of their film, and this was the first time he transformed from a photographer to a film director. He has been working in this circle for more than 10 years. He's also a very inspirational character. This is his first time as assistant director of a film. It is a very rare opportunity to meet a great director like Tian Imo for the first time and to serve as his assistant. Therefore, Zhao Tian also cherishes it very much, and naturally will attach great importance to the meeting arranged by Director Tian. A slightly older woman sitting on the other side also nodded to show her agreement with Zhao Tian's statement. She is the representative of China Film and Television, the partner of this film, Wang Shui. Although they do value the reputation of the great director Tian Imo, they are naturally very happy to have other people participate in the production of this film with them. The 2 middle-aged men sitting on the other side of the table are Tian Imo's old partners and friends. They have been with director Tian Imo for many years, so they would naturally not be absent from such an important occasion. Moreover, they will definitely put in their best efforts and will never let down the meeting arranged for them by director Tian Imo. Everyone was confident that they could complete today's meeting, but one person was a little different. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. This person was the leading actress of this movie, Fang Ziwen. Fang Ziwen can be considered a popular star nowadays, and is not inferior to other artists of the same period. And the potential is huge and the market is also huge. I have also participated in some TV series, web series, and some low-budget movies before. The response was pretty good. When she received the invitation to star in a movie directed by Tian Imo, she was excited for a long time. After all, as a new actor, it is not easy for her to receive an invitation from such a big director. I'm afraid everyone wants to act in a serious movie, and she certainly thinks so too. But later she felt something was wrong.
This time, the movie that director Tian Imo is going to make hasn't even got investment yet. What's going on? If this was a previous movie by the great director Tian Imo, there would be a lot of people supporting and investing in it. But I don't know why this time. Even though the style of the movie this time is different from previous ones, it shouldn't be impossible to get investment. Fong Ziwen was still a little flustered. Originally, the filming of this movie was to start at the beginning of the year, but due to insufficient funds, it has been delayed until now and has not yet started. As the director of this movie, Tian Imo has been running around for the film. Today's game was put together by the great director Tian Imo. Originally, she, the leading actress, was not invited to the dinner. But later on, director Tian Mao suddenly thought of something and called her over to attend the dinner. In fact, Fong Ziwen is very clear about all the things happening in the entertainment industry. Unspoken rules are extremely common, so she is so nervous now. After all, this was her first time attending a dinner to discuss cooperation. Director Tian Imo glanced at the leading actress Fong Ziwen sitting in the corner and sighed helplessly. Think about it, such a famous director like him actually used this method to invest in a movie. It is really hard to understand. Wang Shui, a partner of China Film and Television, saw that the atmosphere in the room had become awkward and thought about saying something to liven it up. She naturally also knew what director Tian's intention was in bringing the heroine here today. As a woman, she felt that this was cruel to the heroine. But in this situation, there is no other way. You have to know how many popular young actresses like Fong Ziwen in the entertainment industry have become promising after attending such dinner parties. These are just common routines in the entertainment industry. But before she could say anything, she was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. When the door opened, the first person that came into view was a scantily clad female receptionist, and following behind her was a very handsome man. It seems that director Lin has made special preparations for today's dinner. As soon as Lin Feng entered the room, he saw several people in the room. Naturally, he understood that director Tian's dinner party today must not be so simple. What kind of words are you talking about, huh? When the great director Tian Imo heard this, he quickly responded. It's a rare opportunity to invite Master Lin here. If I don't prepare well, how can I be worthy of Master Lin's visit? Tian Imo smiled again and said. After hearing what Tian Imo said, Lin Feng didn't say anything else. Instead, he sat down directly next to Tian Imo. Director Tian's words made me a little panicked. Although Lin Feng said this to save face, he was actually extremely nervous and even his legs were shaking slightly. Chapter 65. You know, he had always been a poor guy before, but he didn't expect that now he could sit at the same table and eat with such a famous director. Of course he was extremely nervous. I feel like I have a connection with Mr. Lin. I feel a little embarrassed when you call me a big director. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Tian and we're done. Tian Imo looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile. You're right. I think you and the director are also predestined. My name is Feng, so you can just call me a Feng. When Lin Feng heard that Tian Imo actually wanted to be his uncle, he felt a little reluctant. He actually brought up such a high generation, but he couldn't say much, so he just agreed. Director Tian is indeed not young anymore. After Lin Feng came in and chatted with everyone, the atmosphere in the room became a lot more relaxed. Tian Imo also gave Lin Feng a brief introduction of everyone present. Especially when introducing the heroine Fong Ziwen, she glanced at Lin Feng as if suggesting something. But he just glanced at Lin Feng and didn't do anything else. Lin Feng naturally knew what it meant when director Tian glanced at him at this time. Although he is not in the entertainment industry, he is not a fool. Not understanding doesn't mean he has never heard or seen such news. How is it possible not to know what Tian Imo meant? In fact, he had noticed the girl sitting in the corner as soon as he entered the room. The girl was outstanding in appearance and very well behaved. She sat there with her head down. When she saw him coming, she raised her head and looked at him timidly. It's very lovable. But it did attract Lin Feng. But Lin Feng himself is a serious person, so he would naturally not do anything stupid. So he didn't say much, but just followed Tian Imo's introduction, greeted the other party and said hello. After the dinner started, Tian Imo did not initially state the purpose of organizing the dinner. Seeing that Tian Imo didn't bring it up, Lin Feng pretended to be unaware of it. Besides, he didn't know much about these situations in the first place, and it was only after he had the super rich system that he gradually came into contact with these wealthy people.
So he didn't want to guess what director Tian Imo meant, so he decided to wait for Tian Imo to say it himself. In fact, Lin Feng was also afraid of talking too much and making mistakes. He was afraid that he might say something wrong and offend certain people, which was something he could not bear. The dinner lasted for more than half an hour, but no one had come up with the final goal of the dinner. At first, Tian Imo was relatively calm. He wanted to wait for Lin Feng to ask him what was the matter today and why he called him out for dinner. But there was no way. Lin Feng didn't fall for it and didn't ask him about these things. He just focused on eating. So Tian Imo couldn't control himself anymore and felt that it was a bit embarrassing to have a meal in such an awkward manner. Tian Imo thought about it again and decided not to wait for the boy to speak. It would be better for him to take the initiative and ask first. After all, this movie has been stagnant for such a long time. If no funds can be obtained, this problem cannot be solved. And every time the movie is delayed, it will be a huge loss for them. Tian Imo also wanted to resolve the matter as soon as possible so that he could have some rest. After all, he has been very busy recently, almost all of which are for this movie. Mr. Lin is so handsome and his family is so rich. I wonder if he has ever thought about the entertainment industry. Tian Imo is also a smart man, and he didn't talk about film investment right away. Instead, he started by using the entertainment industry as a starting point to open up the topic. I want to chat with Lin Feng first. It's not that my family has money. I'm self-employed now, so I don't have much connection with my family. Lin Feng smiled and said while looking at Tian Imo. After all, Lin Feng is single now and came to the dinner table. You have to know that no matter whether it is a man or a woman at the dinner table, they are probably all old foxes. So he was still a little cautious and kept his words with caution. After all, he couldn't handle such a large table of people. That's why he speaks so cautiously. Besides, there was nothing wrong with what he said. He was just starting his own business. But it's just the help of a super rich system. Is that so? Tian Imo nodded thoughtfully. Then I wonder what you, Feng, think of our film market. Do you have any ideas? Do you want to invest in it? Tian Imo looked at Lin Feng again and said. Of course I am interested in this. I'm afraid Uncle Tian asked me to come to this dinner today just to discuss this matter with me. Lin Feng didn't want to follow Tian Imo around in circles anymore. So he went straight to the point and, in plain language, pointed out the purpose of today's dinner for Tian Imo. To be honest, I do have a movie in the works right now. I don't want to lie to you. We are indeed short of funds, so I asked you this question. Tian Imo did not avoid Lin Feng's topic, but spoke directly about it. But I think that Uncle Tian, given your reputation in the industry, would definitely require investors if you were to make a movie. Is there some hidden reason behind this situation? Lin Feng looked at Tian Imo cautiously and asked. After all, to be honest, with Tian Imo's status, if he wants to make a movie, he naturally needs investors. But Lin Feng was a little confused about the current situation. What if this old fox has some unspeakable secrets and is setting a trap for him? It would be difficult to deal with, so it would be better for him to ask clearly. It's not like there's any hidden secret. It's actually because. When Tian Imo heard Lin Feng's words, he knew that Lin Feng was afraid that he would set a trap for him. That's why he is so cautious. Tian Imo smiled and told Lin Feng the origin of the matter in a self-deprecating manner. Although the subject of the film he is going to make this time is about a relatively niche art film, the investment in this film is not much smaller at all. It actually costs hundreds of millions of RMB. Even if he could come up with some money himself, and their company could contribute some more, it would still be a long way from the investment amount for this movie. That's why he was thinking of finding someone to invest. Chapter 66. After listening to what Tian Imo told him, Lin Feng felt speechless. Originally, this niche art film didn't have much of a market. If the investment in this movie was not such a huge amount, some bosses might be willing to invest some money for the sake of director Tian Imo. But when I heard that the investment in this movie was over 100 million yuan, it was naturally not a small matter. After all, everyone earns money bit by bit. Naturally, one would not make such a large investment lightly. Lin Feng suddenly thought of Boss Xu, who was with director Tian at the sales office last time. It must be related to this incident. No wonder Boss Xu looked so reluctant at the time. Then how much funding do we need now? Lin Feng thought for a while and asked Tian Imo. But Tian Imo was not happy because Lin Feng asked this question. If the investment amount was small before, some bosses might think that they want to invest in Tion Emo when they ask this question.
But the situation is different now. The investment amount for this movie is really too large.
After asking this question and knowing the huge amount of investment, many directors refuse to invest in Tion Emo.
250 million. Tion Emo glanced at Lin Feng and said lightly, "Good job."
Feng Ziwen, who was sitting in the corner and listening to everyone talking quietly, was suddenly frightened. She never expected that the investment was still short of 250 million yuan. Although she is indeed the leading actress of this movie, she has never been clear about how much investment this movie requires.
All I know is that this is a movie that was very expensive to make.
But it wasn't until this moment that she felt the intimidation of the film. After all, this is her first serious movie. She is of course very excited and happy to have such strong capital support. But after being happy, she felt a little scared again. After all, not everyone can afford such a large investment amount. She looked up again at the man sitting opposite her.
I don't know whether this person will agree to Tion Emo's investment.
However, when Lin Feng heard this number, he did not show any shock.
He felt it was okay. After all, with a collaborative team like Tion Emo's and his fame, isn't it normal for him to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to make a movie?
Besides, he didn't know the specific meaning of this movie, nor did he know much about the current circle of this movie. Speaking of which, in the current film market, if the investment in an art film reaches tens of millions, it is already considered a big budget film.
But even if so much money is spent, it is not certain that the box office will be high.
If it takes tens of millions of dollars to make a movie, and the box office can make a profit, then it is really lucky.
Most of these arty movies cannot make enough money back.
But now Tion Emo says that the investment in this niche art film of his will require several hundred million yuan. And the 250 million is just the money it still lacks, and it is not the total investment amount of this film. Looking at the market for this type of film, it is no wonder that the big bosses are unwilling to invest in Tion Emo.
This cannot be blamed on the big bosses, it is indeed too risky. Well, you know this is not a small amount. Even for me, this amount is not small.
So I want to hear Uncle Tion's specific ideas about the filming of this movie, and I also want to read your script when the time comes.
Is that okay? Lin Feng thought for a moment and said to Tion Emo.
There was no clear expression on his face, and no one could guess what he was thinking. Yes, of course.
Tion Emo originally thought that Lin Feng was about to reject his investment. But I didn't expect Lin Feng to ask this question again.
He originally thought that the matter was over and there was no hope, but after hearing Lin Feng's words, he felt that there was still hope.
Then Tion Emo told Lin Feng some details about the movie.
It took more than half an hour to finally finish what he had said.
Lin Feng also read the script of the movie brought by Tion Emo.
Tion Emo introduced so much to Lin Feng that he felt a little thirsty. And Lin Feng was reading the script he brought.
Tion Emo looked at the teacup on the table, picked it up and drank it all in one gulp.
He had really said too much.
When he looked at Lin Feng again, he found that Lin Feng had finished reading the script in his hand. "What do you think of my script, Feng?" However, Lin Feng did not immediately answer Tion Emo's question.
He put the script on the table and thought about it carefully.
In fact, after listening to what Tion Emo told him, he almost understood Tion Emo's specific plans for this movie.
And after reading the script just now, he also felt that there were no major problems with the plot.
Tion Emo indeed put a lot of thought into this big movie, demanding the best in everything.
But for some reason, Lin Feng always felt that what Tion Emo said about the reaction after the movie was broadcast was a bit like he was just painting a rosy picture for himself.
It's just too exaggerated and there's nothing practical at all. That's why even Tion Emo himself is not so confident in himself. Ding, new task. Since we are going to make a movie, how can it not win an award? This movie must win at least one internationally renowned award. If you complete the mission, you will get a gift package. If you fail, the villa you just bought will be taken back.
While Lin Feng was still thinking about the problems of this movie, the Xinhao system suddenly gave him a task. He was shocked again. After hearing the task, he had only one thought.
Wow, is it possible that the new villa he just bought will be taken away by this system? What kind of punishment is this?
He had just finished decorating this villa. Actually, if I were to invest in this movie, it wouldn't be a big problem for me, but there is a problem now. That is, I need you to make me a promise that after this film is made and released, it must win an internationally renowned award, at least one. I don't need you to win a prestigious award, but I just hope that my investment will get a proper return.
Lin Feng glanced at Tian Imo and expressed his true thoughts very seriously. Chapter 67.
Lin Feng felt that his request was not excessive. Besides, he did not invest in Tian Imo's film for no reason. Even if he is willing to invest in this movie, it is impossible for him to not want any return at all.
He is not a fool.
Besides, the super-rich system has already issued a task to him, and he can't refuse.
He really had no other choice.
Besides, if Lin Feng really wants to integrate into the life of the rich and enter the upper class of society, it is unlikely to rely on himself alone.
He has no background and no fame. No one knew about this unknown person. But if this movie wins an award at a film festival, then wouldn't that be an opportunity? Because of what Lin Feng said, Tian Imo didn't dare to say anything.
He didn't even dare to look into Lin Feng's eyes. Because he has no confidence in himself, and he doesn't have that much confidence in the movie, that's why he is so timid now. The reason why he talked about these things in such a grandiose way was actually to attract investors with them. But if he was really asked to make a promise, he would be a little hesitant. In fact, when the film just started, he was really confident that he could do it well, and he was also confident enough to make such a promise to Lin Feng.
But after such a long time and so many rejections from investors, Tian Imo also lost confidence.
He was no longer so confident that he could make this movie well. After all, there were too many people who were not optimistic about this matter, which affected him as well.
Uncle Tian, why don't you just forget it?
If I really invested so much money in you, you can't just give me nothing in return. If that's the case, you should look for other investors. Lin Feng felt it was a pity when he saw Tian Imo like this, so he looked at him and said this. After Lin Feng said this, he turned around and was about to leave the table. The few people who came with Tian Imo became anxious when they saw Lin Feng stand up and was about to leave. They had finally found this investor, so they all turned their attention to Tian Imo, hoping that he could take some action.
Wait a moment.
Tian Imo, who had been sitting in his seat without saying a word, suddenly stood up and called out to Lin Feng, who was about to leave the room.
I can make you this promise. If I win one of the internationally renowned awards, you will invest in this film. If I don't, I will give everything I have to return the investment to you. In fact, Tian Imo's words were not just directed at Lin Feng himself. For Tian Imo himself, this is also a goal he has set for himself. It can also be considered as a way to motivate myself. With such a huge investment amount to motivate myself, it is impossible not to do nothing. When Lin Feng heard this, he smiled and returned to the dinner table. Now we have finally settled the important matters of today. Everyone relaxed and the atmosphere at the dinner table became much more cheerful. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate today's happy event. There was laughter and joy around the dinner table. But I wonder how the preparations for your film are going? When will these funds be available? Lin Feng looked at Tian Imo and asked seriously.
In fact, we have already completed the preparations for this film some time ago, but the funding issue has not been resolved. Now that the funding issue has been resolved, we can start filming immediately. Tian Imo thought about it, looked at Lin Feng and said.
That's fine. These things are easy to talk about. As long as we have discussed these things, I can naturally give you the funds immediately. But how should the final profit sharing be calculated? Lin Feng looked at Tian Imo and said.
After all, the interests are more important.
Everyone is here for these. Even if he doesn't reveal this matter, Tian Imo will definitely talk about it again later.
Therefore, it is better to discuss such things in advance to avoid conflicts due to such things later, which would be ugly. Then Lin Feng and Tian Imo discussed the issue of profit sharing. Since they have many partners, China Film and Television also occupies a large part, and after the movie is completed, the promotion will mainly rely on this film and television company.
Lin Feng also expressed his understanding and agreed with Tian Imo's arrangements.
But this is not just a problem for a film and television company. Later on, when we go abroad to participate in film festivals, overseas publicity will also cost money. But after all the calculations, funds from all aspects are indispensable. So in the end, Lin Feng had to bear the grievance himself, and his share was reduced. After hearing what Tian Imo told him, Lin Feng felt speechless. Now he finally figured out why those big bosses were unwilling to invest in Tian Imo's film. Putting aside the question of whether this movie will be popular in the film market, the issue of profit sharing is just a bit unreasonable. He was obviously the person who received the most funds, but his share was only half of the total. Originally, this movie could not guarantee box office and post-production revenue, and now even the share has become so small. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that it was a bit unreasonable.
But Lin Feng finally agreed to Tian Imo's arrangements.
After Tian Imo told Lin Feng all these things, he thought that Lin Feng would disagree.
But Tian Imo was surprised that Lin Feng would agree so directly.
He had originally thought that these things could be discussed further, but now that Lin Feng had directly agreed and said that this was possible arrangement, there was no need to discuss these things further. You have to know that the few percent of the share that Lin Feng got was a total of tens of millions. This amount of money is not just a few hundred or a few thousand, it is a full 60 million. This is probably how much the most popular stars today earn in a year. But to Lin Feng, this seemed to be just a small amount of money that was not worth mentioning at all.
No wonder Tian Imo was shocked.
The people sitting around the dinner table were also shocked by Lin Feng's decision.
How much money does this man have?
He didn't even care about the tens of millions of dollars in the share. The heroine Fang Ziwen, who was originally worried about whether the matter could be resolved today, now looked at Lin Feng with surprise.
She didn't know what to say.
She didn't expect that Lin Feng could actually come up with so much money, and that Lin Feng was so handsome. Who doesn't like a tall, rich, and handsome guy?
Chapter 68. In fact, these problems are not really a big problem for Lin Feng.
After all, he has his own super rich system, so all money problems can be solved. Tian Imo, who was already very grateful to Lin Feng, now felt that this young man Lin Feng was different. There was even a strange light in his eyes when he looked at Lin Feng. After chatting for a while, the dinner finally came to an end. Lin Feng also left the room.
After saying goodbye to Tian Imo, he prepared to take a bus home.
He drank a little today, so it is not convenient for him to drive. But he didn't expect that he would meet an unexpected person while waiting for the bus.
After thinking for a while, Fang Ziwen decided to say hello to Lin Feng.
After all, she could also see that Lin Feng was really very rich. So she was originally quite afraid of things like unspoken rules, but now, she had to be tempted. After all, she is just a popular young actress with no background. If I could have such a big boss backing me up, then my future in the entertainment industry might be much easier.
That's why she chose to talk to Lin Feng.
Lin Feng didn't expect Fang Ziwen to come to him. When Lin Feng first saw Fang Ziwen's appearance, he thought she was just a simple little girl. It might be Tian Imo who invited her to this dinner, but he only realized now that Fang Ziwen also had feelings for him. Maybe it was because he was attracted by his own financial resources when he was discussing things at the dinner table just now. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. The two had a brief conversation and then parted ways. When leaving, Fang Ziwen also gave Lin Feng his contact information and told Lin Feng that he could contact her anytime. Lin Feng politely took the small note written by Fang Ziwen and put it in his pocket.
But Lin Feng was not planning to look for Fang Ziwen.
After all, he was a serious man and would not act recklessly about such matters. Besides, he felt that this little girl had a kind of untainted air. He really couldn't bring himself to do it, so he decided not to disturb the girl. Although Lin Feng knew that this girl could not get close to him and might try to get close to other people in the future, it was not Lin Feng's business. Lin Feng just needs to do his own thing and refuse when necessary and accept when necessary. Besides, he still has Yuan Wanqing in his heart. After returning home, Lin Fan turned on the computer and played a few games, but he always felt that he was not having enough fun.
The main reason is that the games available in China are all similar. There aren't any truly appealing, truly big-budget games. Hey, Shinhao system, do you have any fun games in your Shinhao mall?
Lin Feng was lying on the bed, and suddenly thought of something, so he asked the Shinhao system excitedly. He felt that a powerful system like the super rich system might be able to come up with some novel things for him to play with.
For example, games about the future? Games in the virtual world have a more realistic feel.
Lin Feng asked while thinking with his legs crossed. After all, he really had too high expectations for the godly rich system. In his mind, everything he wanted could be obtained in the super rich system, so he naturally raised his requirements.
I think you should stop thinking too much. The things you want from me can only be obtained by completing tasks. Don't think of getting them for free from me.
The Shinhao system replied. Lin Feng originally thought that the super rich system did not have the kind of game he wanted, but after hearing what happened later he realized that the super rich system meant that it really had this kind of game. But if you want to play this game, you can't just say it, you must complete the tasks he gives you. The next day, in a private room of a hotel, Lin Feng and Tian Imo sat opposite each other. Then this matter has been dealt with.
Our cooperation has been finalized. I have also transferred the funds you needed to you. Lin Feng smiled and said to Tian Imo. Already called? How did you do it so quickly?
When Tian Imo heard Lin Feng say that the money had already been transferred, he was a little surprised. He originally thought that such a large investment would have to be stopped for a few days to wait for Lin Feng to slow down. I didn't expect that Lin Feng would give me the money so quickly.
Tian Imo felt more and more that Lin Feng was different from other people.
Tian Imo glanced at his partner sitting next to him, whose eyes were also full of excitement and determination.
Tian Imo felt overwhelmed.
He had been busy with this movie for more than half a year, and now he had finally solved this big problem. And unexpectedly, this big problem was solved so easily with the help of Lin Feng. He even felt that it was a little unreal, so he was a little dazed and couldn't believe that everything before his eyes was real. After Lin Feng came back from the hotel, he stayed at home. Lin Feng felt a little bored in the villa and thought about the few things he had not brought from his previous residence. After thinking about it, I decided to take advantage of this free time to bring those things over.
Otherwise, if you delay it any further, you might not have so much free time.
Lin Feng thought about it and went out directly, drove his dark blue sports car, and went to the small house where he lived before. Lin Feng drove his supercar directly to the small apartment. After entering this small and dilapidated community, he slowed down the car. After all, there are a lot of people in this community, and some children are running around all the time, so Lin Feng slowed down the car. Suddenly, he heard someone talking on the side of the road through the car window. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his landlord. Lin Feng thought about it and it seemed that it was the time for him to collect rent. Lin Feng glanced at the landlord, but the landlord was chatting with the old ladies next to him and did not notice Lin Feng.
Lin Feng walked past the landlord with a whoosh.
There was a small puddle on the side of the road, and the water splashed on the landlady.
The landlady started swearing.
Lin Feng smiled. He had already seen a small puddle nearby, and he walked past it on purpose. It's the landlady's fault for always quarreling with him, so a little revenge shouldn't be a big deal. Lin Feng found a parking space next to his previous residence and parked the car. Then he walked back to the small apartment and tidied up a bit.
There weren't actually many things he needed to take away.
After all, he had prepared everything in his new villa, and all he needed to do here was to take some of the things he needed.
Chapter 69.
After Lin Feng packed up his things, he walked down from the small apartment. Unexpectedly, he ran into the landlady again.
Hey! Where are you going with all those bags? Are you afraid that you will run away if you don't pay my rent?
When the landlord saw Lin Feng carrying so many things, she thought he was going to run away. So without saying anything, he started arguing with Lin Feng.
Hey, let me be clear, I'm not running away. I've paid you my rent every month, right? How can you say I'm running away?
Lin Feng felt that this elder sister was a little unreasonable. Why, you've made some money and found a good place to live, so you don't want to stay with me anymore, right?
The landlord took a look at the things Lin Feng was holding and knew that he was about to move out.
Although Lin Feng didn't bring much stuff, he could tell that they were all the things Lin Feng needed on a daily basis.
Could it be that this guy made money recently? So you don't want to continue renting his small apartment? The landlady found it a little strange.
Although she only came to collect rent, she couldn't see Lin Feng on weekdays. But she is well informed. The apartment is small, but she can find out who in the neighborhood has done what big business and how much money they have made.
But I have never heard any news about Lin Feng.
So she was sure that this boy must not have made any money.
Maybe he was taken away by some rich person. This guy is so handsome, he should be popular with women. The rent lady couldn't help but think something wrong.
Why, I have to live in your house until I die, right?
Can't I move to another place?
Lin Feng didn't want to talk much with the rent lady.
Now I just want to pack my things and leave here quickly.
I don't want to see this landlord again, so I didn't speak politely.
Hey! Why are you talking so harshly? Have you forgotten how your sister, gave you a break on the rent before?
The landlord got a little annoyed when she heard Lin Feng speak so harshly. But before she could finish her words, Lin Feng walked right past her.
It was obvious that Lin Feng didn't want to say anything more to her. This rude brat actually ignored me.
The rent lady muttered a few more curses at Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng brought the things directly to his sports car, put them on the back seat, and got into the car. The landlord had been staring at Lin Feng, but unexpectedly she saw Lin Feng walking towards the sports car. When she passed by just now, she was still wondering when a rich man appeared in their community who could afford such a nice sports car. Although he didn't know the brand of the car, it was not difficult to tell from its appearance that it must be very valuable. But what was unexpected was that Lin Feng could actually drive such a car. Suddenly, the landlady seemed to have thought of something. Isn't this the same car that just splashed dirty water on me? I didn't expect that it was Lin Feng who opened it. Hey, you little brat, why are you so rude? I was wondering who was driving the car and splashed dirty water all over me, but I didn't expect it was you, a little brat. You are so uneducated. The landlady pointed at Lin Feng and yelled at him, cursing. But Lin Feng ignored her and didn't even roll down the car window. Instead, he drove the sports car past the landlady in a flash. Really? This guy is not really kept by a rich woman. He can actually afford such a nice car. No wonder he doesn't like my small apartment. The rent lady curled her lips and said in a sarcastic tone. Lin Feng took his things back to the villa and packed them up. I was lying on the sofa and suddenly thought of something. God of Wealth system, can I buy your game? Lin Feng seemed to suddenly think of something and asked the Shinhao system. He was actually quite curious about the games that Shinhao had played on his system that day. Although the rich system said that the task had to be unlocked, he still wanted to ask if he could buy the game. What are you thinking about? I told you last time that you need to complete a mission to unlock it. How can you buy it directly? The Shinhao system replied unceremoniously. Didn't you say last time that after the movie wins the award, you would give me a big gift package? That's what you said, right? Lin Feng scratched his head and continued asking. I did say that, but your movie hasn't won any awards yet, has it? Forget about whether it will win an award or not, you haven't even started filming yet. The Shinhao system replied. I really don't know what Lin Feng wants to ask. Yes, you see, the filming of that movie hasn't started yet. How long will I have to wait if I win the award to get your gift bag? How about you give me a little reward first, what do you think? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and continued. He asked the godly rich system this question on purpose. He naturally knew that he could only get this big gift package after the movie won an award. But he wanted this game right now, so he asked the godly rich system indirectly if he could get a small gift package first. The godly rich system was speechless. No way, why are you so stingy? I told you that I could buy it, and I didn't just ask you to give it to me. You can't afford this game, right? Lin Feng said, deliberately angering the godly rich system. How is that possible? Who are you looking down on? Tell me, which game do you want? Sure enough, the godly rich system took the bait as soon as Lin Feng provoked it. In fact, Lin Feng chose to ask the rich system for this game not just for his own play, but because he wanted to enter the game market. It would be great if we could really achieve some success in the gaming market. If he really fails to achieve anything, it won't be a big loss for him. Lin Feng carefully selected from the game library of the Shinhao system. Finally, I chose a suitable one, then read the game as planning carefully and understood the specific content. After watching for more than 40 minutes, Lin Feng finally understood the plan clearly. There was an excitement on his face that he couldn't contain. This time he really didn't ask the wrong thing from the godly rich system. This game was really great. This is a huge profit. If this game doesn't become popular, it will be unforgivable. Lin Feng carefully read the planning of this game from the perspective of a game player. He is now really confident that he can make this game, and this game will definitely be popular in the entire game market. Now that we have the idea for the game, do we need to find a game company to officially make it? Lin Feng thought eagerly. Chapter 70. Lin Feng thought about it, took out his mobile phone, found the familiar name in the address book, and then called him. Hello, is this Zhao Wan? That's right, the person Lin Feng called was Zhao Wan, the major shareholder of their Lifeng real estate company. Help me see if there are any good game companies ready to be sold during this period? I have some ideas that I want to implement. Lin Feng explained into the phone. He was very relieved to let Zhao Wan handle this matter. He is indeed very optimistic about Zhao Wan, and Zhao Wan himself is very capable, so Lin Feng handed this matter over to Zhao Wan. In the office area of Xinlei Company, the staff members sat in their seats with sad faces. In fact, judging from the development of their Xinlei company, this shouldn't have been the case. After all, they are considered a relatively famous game company in China.
It has always been among the best.
But because of an incident that happened before, problems are now arising within their entire company. Binghua Games is one of the competitors of their Xinlei company and is also a relatively well-known game company. The recently popular Game God's Domain Journey was produced by this company. The two companies have always been competitors. As long as one of them gains an advantage, it will definitely do its best to attack the other company. But now the game Divine Domain Journey is so popular, coupled with the deliberate targeting of ice and fire games, Xinlei company has fallen into a not-so-good situation. The game they were working on also ran into problems due to the obstruction of ice and fire games. Players who were originally attracted by their games have also gone to other games.
Xinlei company's revenue has not increased, and no better ideas have emerged. So the atmosphere in the entire company was very low. I really can't hold on any longer.
The most outrageous thing is that 2 days ago, Binghua Games actually said that it wanted to acquire their entire Xinlei company.
As a result, the employees of Xinlei company fell into confusion.
Everyone was very nervous and had no way to devote themselves to their work.
Wang Lei is the general manager of Xinlei company.
It is not easy for him to grow from a small programmer to the boss of a company.
He is also an inspirational figure.
But he should have had the pinnacle of his entire life in the company of his heart.
Now I am deep in thought because of the recent events. I can't find a solution and I am frowning all day long.
It's not that they haven't thought about solutions, and they also want to make a better game to attract those gamers back to their games. But there has been no way to break the advantage created by the opponent. So the current situation cannot be resolved. The key point is that the major shareholder of their company now wants to sell the company. Wang Lei felt even more tired, and it seemed that the major shareholder was still determined to sell the company. After all, the current situation of Xinlei company is not very good. If you wait until the company starts to lose money and then sell it, you will probably only lose more money. While Wang Lei was still frowning and thinking about something, there was a knock on his office door and his secretary hurried in.
"Boss Wang, please go down and take a look.
The major shareholder has suddenly come to our place, and he brought a young man with him."
The secretary looked at Wang Lei anxiously and said, "What's going on? Why is he here suddenly? Take me over quickly." When Wang Lei heard this, he became anxious. As if he suddenly remembered something, he became even more flustered.
Wang Lei hurried downstairs and saw his major shareholder standing there with a young man, as if they were talking about something.
The major shareholder also looked very happy. Wang Lei secretly thought that this was not good. Could it be that this major shareholder was looking for someone to buy the company? "Boss Han, why did you come here so suddenly without telling me in advance?" Wang Lei smiled and quickly came to the side of the major shareholder. Then he glanced at Lin Feng, who followed him. "Who is this young man?" Wang Lei asked curiously. "You're here, Wang Lei." Han Xian smiled when he saw Wang Lei coming over. He turned and said to Lin Feng, "This is Wang Lei, the key executive of our company that I told you about when I came here." This is Lin Feng. Don't be fooled by his young age. He is a very powerful person. After introducing Wang Lei to Lin Feng, Han Xian introduced Lin Feng, whom he brought with him, to Wang Lei. "Hello." Lin Feng glanced at Wang Lei, stretched out his hand and shook hands with him as a greeting. "Hello, hello." Wang Lei shook hands with Lin Feng somewhat bitterly and smiled back. "Don't just stand here. What are you doing here? Come on, Mr. Lin, I'll show you around our company." Han Xian smiled and said to the two of them. After that, he took Lin Feng to visit the company. After a brief tour, they came to the company's conference room and sat down. "After this tour, what do you think, Mr. Lin?" Han Xian sat opposite Lin Feng and looked at him and asked. Wang Lei sat next to Han Xian. "It's really good." Lin Feng smiled and briefly expressed his opinion. "I just followed the boss around the company, and I really felt that this company is not bad. Not only from the perspective of their company environment, but also the workability and employee quality of the people inside, it is all quite good." "So what about what you mentioned before, Mr. Chen?" Han Xian looked at Lin Feng and asked carefully. "Let's settle it this way." Lin Feng looked at Han Xian and nodded to show that he agreed with what had been said before. Han Xian was instantly happy, and then asked the lawyers of both parties to take out the contract and prepare to sign it.
In fact, this acquisition contract had already been drafted yesterday, and bringing Lin Feng here today was just for the final confirmation.
This, Mr. Han, what is going on?
Wang Lei looked at the situation in front of him in confusion, finding it somewhat unbelievable. You should know the situation of our company. I really have no choice but to make this decision. I can't support this company anymore, but I have to think about you, so I had no choice but to find Mr. Lin and ask them to accept you.
This company can have a better development in the future. Han Xin pretended to be reluctant and looked at Wang Lei as he explained.
After saying that, he actually walked out of the meeting room directly, and the reluctant expression on his face was gone. Instead, he looked very happy.
Chapter 71.
Wang Lei slumped on the stool, still a little dazed. He couldn't believe that this company was no longer Han Xian's, but the company of the young man sitting opposite him. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had no expression on his face. From the time we first met until now, he has always been relatively calm.
Now there are only him, Wang Lei, and some relevant personnel left in the conference room.
Lin Feng looked at Wang Lei, who was sitting opposite him.
He knew that Wang Lei was still a little confused and couldn't quite figure out the current situation.
But now this game company really belongs to him, Lin Feng. Mr. Wang, please ask our company's people to come over for a meeting, Lin Feng said to Wang Lei.
After hearing this, Wang Lei looked up again at the new young boss sitting opposite her.
He originally wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, nothing came out, so he could only resign himself to his fate and answered Lin Feng with a okay.
Wang Lei went to notify the company's management staff. Everyone was very quick in execution and arrived at the meeting room in just a few minutes. We are ready for the meeting.
At this time, everyone was looking at the new boss and discussing something. Shareholders like Wang Lei who own shares are now a little confused.
They don't know what to do next. This is their confusion about the future and also about the company itself.
Okay, everyone, be quiet. Suddenly, the young boss standing in the front started to speak, and everyone in the conference room quickly quieted down, wanting to hear what the boss had to say. For some reason, although this young boss did look very young, he gave them an oppressive feeling, which made them afraid to speak easily. They had to all be quiet and listen to him.
Let me introduce myself to you all.
My name is Lin Feng, and I'm the new boss of our company from today on.
Do you have any questions? Feel free to ask. Lin Feng looked at everyone present and asked seriously.
But everyone in the conference room just looked at it and no one spoke.
Well, since everyone has no problems, you should do as I say in the future, okay?
I don't want you to have no problems now, but then when I arrange something for you, a bunch of problems will arise again.
If you can't do this, you can leave this company now.
Seeing that no one said anything, Lin Feng continued.
His intention today was simply to give everyone a warning.
Tell everyone that if you have any questions, please raise them now and get them resolved as soon as possible. If there is no problem, just stay in the company and work hard, and don't cause any trouble later. After Lin Feng finished saying this, some people who originally wanted to ask questions were frightened by his words.
No one dared to say a word.
They all looked up blankly at the new boss. I have to say that this new boss is indeed very majestic.
Everyone should know that this company now belongs to me.
I have also learned about the company's recent situation.
To be honest, I am very dissatisfied with your current performance,
Lin Feng said seriously with a dark face, looking at everyone in the conference room. Wang Lei, who had been sitting aside without saying anything, now felt a little restless.
This time the company is really going to be ruined.
What he feared most was that the game company would be handed over to someone who knew nothing about games. But now it seems that this new boss doesn't seem to know much about games. It's not like taking over this company will lead to better development. It's clearly a sign that this company is almost at the end of its rope and cannot be saved, so it is handed over to such people. Although the previous boss Han Xian didn't understand these games, he never interfered in these matters because he knew that Wang Lei would handle them. It is because he himself does not understand these things that he will not give orders casually. But looking at the boss in front of me, it might be a bit difficult to deal with. Wang Lei looked at the people sitting in the conference room who were so scared by the bosses that they dared not say a word. He couldn't help himself. He felt that if he didn't stand up and say something for his company at this time, it would be unreasonable. So he took a deep breath and stood up. Mr. Lin, this matter is indeed not what you said, Wang Lei looked at Lin Feng and said seriously. At this time, everyone else in the conference room was looking at Wang Lei, wanting to see what he could say. Boss, I'm sure you've heard of the Game Gods domain journey developed by Binghua Games. After many attempts, we want to create a new game that can compete with God's domain journey.
This may sound easy, but it is not so easy to do.
We said it was not easy only after a long period of research and development. It's just that the game status of Divine Realm Journey is too high.
There is no way to compare it with it.
Wang Lei said all his words to Lin Feng in one breath. Wang Lei originally thought that the new boss might be angry with him. But he didn't expect that after hearing what he said, the boss just smiled and nodded at him, and there was even some approval in his eyes.
Wang Lei was a little confused.
I'm sure everyone is clear about what Mr. Wang said just now, and understands what the company is like now.
If I tell you now that I have a way to help the company get out of this predicament, what should I do?
Lin Feng said as he looked at the people sitting in the conference room. After saying these words, Lin Feng glanced at the management staff who were sitting close to him.
This is simply impossible. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Wang Lei looked at Lin Feng with an expression of disbelief. He simply didn't believe that Lin Feng would be able to solve the company's current predicament. How can this be as simple as just saying it?
After all, their company has been working hard on this matter for more than half a year and has not made any progress. But how could this boss just come and say he could help their company get out of this predicament? I'm sure no one would believe this. Wang Lei still expressed that he did not believe this situation at all, and some game planners in the conference room also started discussing it.
What's wrong with this boss? Does he even know anything about games?
How dare he say such big words?
Chapter 72.
Yeah, we've been trying for so long but haven't been able to resolve this situation.
How can he solve it just like that?
He doesn't think this is a problem that can be solved with money. That's ridiculous. Everyone in the conference room discussed in a very low voice, but Lin Feng still heard some of it.
He naturally knew that everyone would probably question what he said. This is the plan for the game I'm going to make. You can take a look at it now.
Lin Feng didn't say anything else, but handed the game plan he bought from the Shinhouse system directly to Wang Lei, wanting him to take a look at the plan. When everyone in the conference room heard that Lin Feng actually brought a game plan, they were a little surprised, so they all turned their attention to the plan. Wang Lei was also surprised when he saw Lin Feng handing over the plan. But he still took the plan, and the name of the game was written on the cover.
Night of Gods and Demons. This is the name of the plan that Lin Feng brought. Wang Lei opened the plan and looked through it carefully.
But he had only just started reading the first page of the plan, and he was actually attracted to the games in it. He was a little shocked. After a long time, Wang Lei reluctantly put down the plan in his hand.
Everyone in the meeting room was watching Wang Lei's reaction. After all, Wang Lei's expression when he just took out the plan and his expression now after reading the plan are completely different. So everyone is guessing what this game is all about.
This.
Mr. Chen's game. Wang Lei asked a little embarrassedly.
Although he had only taken a look at the game plan, based on his many years of gaming experience, he was sure that this game would absolutely take over the market once it was made. Even if Divine Realm Conquest has so many fans, it probably can't compare to this game.
Wang Lei even wanted to start making this game right now.
But then he thought about how he had just been a little disdainful, and now he actually wanted to make this game again. It was kind of embarrassing to say it out loud, so he felt a little embarrassed. When the people sitting in the conference room saw Wang Lei's reaction, they all became anxious.
What kind of reaction is this? Why can't you say anything out loud? Why do we have to keep them guessing here? This game was originally prepared for you.
Lin Feng understood when he saw Wang Lei's expression after he read the game plan.
This is Wang Lei's recognition of the game, and he also expressed his great satisfaction.
Lin Feng smiled. He believed that the game obtained from the Shinhouse system would definitely not be worse than any game on the market now. Especially for someone like Wang Lei who has a lot of gaming experience. I'm sure he can see the value of this game at a glance. After hearing this, Wang Lei also became very excited. Only then did he suddenly realize that there were so many people in the conference room waiting for his reaction. So he smiled and told the people in the conference room directly that this game must be made. I'm afraid that even the most popular game in the market right now, Journey to the West, cannot compare to this game. He didn't say anything else, but he believed that just this one sentence was enough to show how exciting this game was. Okay, since our President Wang has already read the plan and said it's okay, you can start making the game. You don't have to worry about the initial investment, and I won't make any changes to your company's internal situation.
But there is one thing I still want to say.
Everyone knows how hard it is to get this game. I came up with this game just to save our company from its current predicament. But if I find out who leaked the secrets of this game, I will not let you off easily. I hope everyone understands this." Lin Feng looked at the people in the conference room seriously and gave instructions. He doesn't want the game to be leaked to the market before it's even made, because that would ruin it, right? Everyone in the conference room is now in very high spirits and wants to quickly get involved in the production of this game. There was no way they didn't understand what Lin Feng said, so they all knew these problems and naturally would not leak the game. After all, the boss had agreed to give them an initial investment, so they couldn't just repay kindness with enmity. But other people in the meeting room did not think so. They are all older people and don't think about making games. They just want to make their future lives a little better. In the forest villa, Lin Feng was lying in his garden basking in the sun. Usually when he has nothing to do, he goes to this garden to relax. At this moment, a man in a suit walked up from behind Lin Feng. "You're almost entering old age." The man in the suit smiled and said to Lin Feng, "What's wrong with life in old age? I call it relaxing myself. If you have time, come sit in my garden. Don't be busy with company affairs all day long. You should also learn to be nice to yourself." Lin Feng said without turning his head. He naturally knew who the man standing behind him was. "How are you doing with the task I asked you to do some time ago?" Lin Feng asked again. "I've already done the research. I've sorted it out for you. Here's the folder." As Zhao spoke, he handed the folder in his hand to Lin Feng. "Then let me take a look." Hearing that Zhao had already sorted these things out, Lin Feng instantly became motivated. He quickly sat up and took the folder. The folder contains some small companies with relatively good qualifications that Zhao has collected. This is what Lin Feng had instructed him to do before. Lin Feng wanted to make an acquisition. "You did a great job organizing this stuff in such detail, which saved me from having to research all this again." "Thanks to you." Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction and said to Zhao, "Boss, what are you talking about? This is what I should do." Zhao said with a smile. "Ha? Grape Live is also on this list?" Lin Feng was looking through the information in these folders when suddenly a familiar name caught his eye, Grape Live. Yes, the market for Grape Live is indeed pretty good right now, and the president of their company also wants to become bigger and stronger, so he wants to cooperate with big companies. Zhao replied. "So what do you think of this company?" Lin Feng nodded, indicating that he wanted to hear Zhao's thoughts. Chapter 73. So Zhao simply told Lin Feng about his views on Grape Live. In fact, Grape Live is doing quite well. If you want to acquire it or invest in it, it is indeed a good choice. After listening to what Zhao told him, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction and listed it as the company he planned to invest in. After dealing with the Grape Live broadcast matter, Lin Feng continued to look through the folder. Unexpectedly, he found another familiar company in it, which was Xinlei Company. I didn't expect this company to be included, but this company has already bought it. Don't include the Xinlei Company here anymore. Lin Feng said to Zhao beside him while flipping through the folder. Zhao became a little anxious when he heard this. After all, he was quite optimistic about the Xinlei Company and thought it had great development potential. But he didn't expect that his boss would say he would not consider this company anymore. "Boss Lin, you should reconsider this company. I know a lot about it before, and it does have great development potential." Zhao looked at Lin Feng and quickly explained. "No, when I said don't put it in this folder, I didn't mean I won't consider this company. I've already bought this company. It's now an asset under my name, so I said don't put it in this folder." "Wouldn't that be duplication?" Lin Feng smiled and patiently explained to Zhao. He also knew that Zhao was doing this for his own good, so these companies with more potential all wanted him to take them over. But there was no way. He had indeed bought the Xinlei Company, but he had not told Zhao yet. Zhao lowered his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. He thought that Lin Feng was not going to consider this company anymore, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to act so quickly and actually acquired this company back. This actually made him underestimate Lin Feng. However, when he heard that Lin Feng had another gaming company under his name in addition to Li Feng Real Estate, he thought of unifying the management of these companies. "We can form a team by gathering some more flexible and intelligent people to specifically manage the companies under Lin Feng's name." So Zhao quickly told Lin Feng about his idea, and Lin Feng thought about it carefully. Zhao's idea is indeed a good one. After all, he wanted to acquire more than just the Xinlei company. In the future, he would definitely acquire other companies and invest in other companies. Therefore, it would be quite convenient if I follow what Zhao said and build a small team to help me manage the companies under my name. So Lin Feng handed this matter over to Zhao and asked him to find some more qualified people to help him do these things. After saying this, Lin Feng looked at several other companies and gave Zhao some specific instructions, and that resolved the matter. He also asked Zhao to see if several other companies he was interested in were willing to raise funds. In order to do these things, Lin Feng had researched a lot of things on the internet before. I'm afraid that I don't understand it well enough, so I go to investigate and learn about it in advance. Later, Lin Feng consulted Zhao Wen's opinion and agreed to set up an investment company to specifically manage the companies under Lin Feng's name. Lin Feng only needs to check it from time to time, and he doesn't have to worry about so many things. Originally, Lin Feng's ambition was not just to have Li Feng real estate, he wanted to make a name for himself in various industries. After all, his ultimate goal is to make money, and he has a super rich system, so he can be said to have no shortage of money. That is why we dare to invest in these related industries with such confidence. After explaining these things, Zhao Wen went to deal with them, and Lin Feng continued to stay in the villa. Little did he know that during the time Lin Feng stayed in the villa, his investments had already caused a huge wave on the internet. Even the hot searches on Weibo were about a mysterious person making a large-scale investment this time. Mysterious billionaire shows up, investing billions. The business world changed overnight, and a mysterious billionaire appeared. The boss of Grape Live meets with a mysterious person late at night. Many article titles are also about this matter. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, scrolled through Weibo and clicked on a more well-known blogger. She just posted a Weibo about Lin Feng's investment last night, and there were already a lot of comments under the Weibo post. The content of this Weibo post roughly talked about the situation of several industries that Lin Feng invested in yesterday, and analyzed why he invested in these industries. However, although there is a lot of information on the internet, Lin Feng's name is not written on it. After all, no one knows who this mysterious rich man is. The comments under the Weibo post are also mixed. Some people support this tycoon in making such a large-scale investment, saying that the domestic business situation may undergo a major change in the future. Some are skeptical about the investment. But no matter what these people on the internet say, in a sense, Lin Feng is indeed famous. Lin Feng was somewhat excited when he saw these people's comments about himself. He had never been discussed by so many people before. It looked quite exciting. After Lin Feng read this Weibo post, he opened the data panel of the Xinhao system to see if his fame had increased. In fact, this is also a new skill of the Godly Rich system, which is the fame taskbar. The more famous Lin Feng is, the higher the reward he will get. Lin Feng quickly clicked on the taskbar and took a look, but found that his fame did not seem to increase, which made him feel a little strange. I am already so popular on the internet, why hasn't my fame increased at all? Has this super rich system not yet been counted? Or did something go wrong? Is this why his fame did not rise? Hey, what's going on? I'm already so popular on the internet, why hasn't my fame increased yet? Lin Feng asked the data panel with some annoyance. Don't worry. Even if you are very popular on the internet, no one knows who you are or what your name is. That's why I didn't give you a count of the amount of fame this incident brought me. The Xinhao system calmly explained to Lin Feng what was going on. It turned out that Lin Feng's fame had indeed increased because many people on the internet were discussing this incident. But because he did not report his own name, it cannot be counted in the fame task column this time. Chapter 74. Lin Feng thought about it carefully, and it seemed that what the Godly Rich system said was true. So doesn't this mean that as long as I expose my name on the internet and admit that I am the mysterious person who made these investments, my fame will increase significantly, right? Lin Feng asked the data panel thoughtfully. That's for sure. The Godly Rich system replied. Lin Feng lowered his head and thought carefully. Although his fame would definitely increase a lot after he gave his name now, Lin Feng did not want to give his name out now. After all, he will make some other investments later. If he hides his identity a little longer and makes more investments, then when he reveals his identity, will it have a greater impact? When your fame rises by that time, it won't be just a little bit. It will probably be much more than it is now. So after carefully considering the pros and cons of this matter, Lin Feng decided not to reveal his identity on the internet for the time being, and it would be better to keep a low profile. There is an exhibition of rare treasures in the city during this period, and one of the organizers is Tan Jiaxu, the president of Fenghe Group. As one of the organizers of this exhibition, they invited many business partners related to their group and some of his friends. Lin Feng was also included in his invitation. As for how Lin Feng got to know Tan Jiaxu, it was because when the Xinlei group held a game competition some time ago, Lin Feng accidentally became partners with this rich second generation. Because both of them like playing games, and Lin Feng's skills are slightly better than Tan Jiaxu's, so after the game, Tan Jiaxu came to Lin Feng to communicate. After playing a few games together, the two became friends.
Rich second generations like them like to participate in some more unique activities.
The last game competition was Lin Feng's first time to participate. He didn't expect that there were so many rich second generations among them, but there was nothing bad about being able to make friends with Tan Jiaxu. On the contrary, it was a lot of good things. So when Tan Jiaxu invited Lin Feng to attend the exhibition this time, Lin Feng did not refuse him. After all, Lin Feng is quite interested in activities like this that can help him make more connections and broaden his horizons. So he directly accepted Tan Jiaxu's invitation. But what was unexpected was that Tianyang Real Estate was also one of the organizers of this exhibition, which surprised Lin Feng a little.
The entire Baohua building in Times Square was booked as the venue for this exhibition.
Since the exhibition lasted for 2 days, the accommodation of some important guests was also arranged in this building. This exhibition was not held suddenly, but was prepared a long time ago.
So it will naturally attract attention from all walks of life.
What's more, this exhibition is participated by all the world's famous luxury brands and wealthy families. So the reporters naturally would not miss such a grand event, and they arrived at the venue early in the morning with their cameras and weapons. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the exhibition officially began, and various wealthy people and second-generation rich people appeared with their female companions.
Also appearing with them were some female celebrities from the entertainment industry.
People generally like beautiful and shining things, and women are the most interested in these things. So they naturally would not miss this opportunity to increase their exposure. Tan Jiaxu also appeared at the exhibition with his female companion, and he was surrounded by some of his friends.
Brother Tan, I heard that you asked a friend to come this time. We haven't seen him before.
I wonder who he is and how he could catch the eye of our brother Tan. An ordinary-looking man who was accompanied by 2 female companions looked at Tan Jiaxu and asked. They had heard long before they came that Tan Jiaxu had specially invited a special friend to attend this exhibition. They were all friends who had played with Tan Jiaxu for a long time, so they were curious about this sudden appearance. After the man asked this question, he instantly attracted the attention of several other men nearby. They also wanted to know what kind of person it was like to be friends with Tan Jiaxu. After all, there are not many people who can be friends with people of their status, but President Tan actually made a new friend recently, and I heard that they get along pretty well. That's why they are so curious and want to know who this person is. As for this person, you wouldn't know him even if I told you. But I have to say, he is indeed quite interesting, and his background is definitely not worse than ours. When he comes, I will introduce him to you.
Don't worry now.
Tan Jiaxu smiled and said to the man next to him.
President Tan, please don't call everyone over. If something happens, it will be embarrassing. After all, today's occasion is so important, don't you think?
At this time, a man in the crowd looked at Tan Jiaxu and spoke bluntly. If Lin Feng were here, he would definitely recognize who this person is immediately.
Yes, this person is Chen Xicheng.
Chen Xicheng, I warn you, don't think that just because you are one of the organizers, you dare to act presumptuously in front of me. When Tan Jiaxu heard what Chen Xicheng said, he was a little annoyed.
He usually doesn't bother to argue with this person.
But since Chen Xicheng dared not give him face in front of so many people and said this, don't blame him for being rude. Chen Xicheng's Tianyang Real Estate is indeed very famous in the city, and its status is comparable to that of Tan Jiaxu's Fenghe Group, so both major families participated in the organizing committee this time. Originally, the two of them didn't have any major grudges against each other, but the bad thing was that their businesses were similar. So naturally there are some unavoidable contradictions. The older generations of the two families were still pretty good, but in their generation, they just couldn't accept each other and didn't like each other.
In addition, Chen Zhiban was originally narrow-minded and liked to fuss over things. So the relationship between the two people became even worse.
Originally, Tan Jiaxu wanted to have his family as the main organizer of this exhibition. But I didn't expect that Tianyang Real Estate would also get involved. Tan Jiaxu naturally disagreed, but since Chen Xicheng's father had already made this request, it was difficult for them to refuse, so they had to agree to let Chen Xicheng get involved.
Chapter 75. I'm too lazy to argue with you.
After Chen Zicheng glanced at Tan Jiaxu, he hugged Wang Jialing and turned away. That's right, the woman who accompanied him to the exhibition today was Wang Jialing. After Chen Zicheng turned around, some young rich second generations immediately gathered around him. After seeing Chen Zicheng passing by, they all walked up to him and wanted to please him. When Chen Zicheng saw the people surrounding him, he sneered and turned to raise his eyebrows at Tan Jiaxu.
Tan Jiaxu was too lazy to bother with people like Chen Zicheng.
What happens to Chen Zicheng is none of his business. Tan Jiaxu looked down at the time on his watch and found that more than an hour had passed since the exhibition started, but Lin Feng had not arrived yet. So he felt a little strange and decided to call Lin Feng after waiting a while.
Little did he know that Lin Feng was also very anxious because he was stuck in traffic halfway.
More than an hour had passed since the exhibition started, but Lin Feng was still stuck in traffic, so he was naturally very anxious.
Finally, after more than half an hour, Lin Feng drove to the venue of the exhibition. After hurriedly parking the car, Lin Feng headed towards Baohua Building.
However, in a corner of the parking lot, there was a group of people gathered together, whispering to each other. Lin Feng glanced at him and said nothing more, but hurried to Baohua Building. After all, he was already late for too long.
How is it? Have you investigated the situation around here?
A big man with a beard asked the people around him in a low voice.
This man's name is Dichu, and he is the boss of this operation. Don't worry, boss. I've already checked this area. Once we get that thing, we can leave right away. Another tough-looking man next to him answered, This is Gao Han.
Okay, that's fine. As long as we get this thing this time, we'll have the money we need, and we won't have to do this kind of thing again.
Dichu looked at the people around him with a firm gaze and said,
Brother, please stop saying such things here.
The more you say such things, the more likely we are to get into trouble.
Another young man with a sad face spoke with some complaints after hearing what his boss said.
Pooh, what are you talking about?
Dichu touched his head awkwardly and hit the other person's shoulder.
Okay, stop talking nonsense. Is everyone ready? Dichu asked the people around him.
We're ready.
Gao Han, the young man, and a girl with a high ponytail answered. Action. I just arrived. I am indeed late this time. Sorry, I will treat you to dinner another day. Just go and do your own things and don't worry about me.
Lin Feng just finished a phone call with Tan Jiaxu. But it was obvious that Tan Jiaxu, one of the organizers, was busy with something and couldn't accompany Lin Feng. So Lin Feng had no choice but to walk around the exhibition by himself. This was Lin Feng's first time attending such an exhibition, so he was very curious about everything around him. I wandered around the exhibition hall by myself, occasionally stopping in front of a particularly luxurious piece of jewelry to examine it carefully. These jewelry pieces are extremely valuable and have very unique shapes. They are specially designed, and each piece is so exquisite and beautiful. That's why so many women participated in this event. But Lin Feng just took a look at them and had no intention of buying them. After all, he didn't need them. Look at that guy. You can tell he spent all his money on clothes. That's why he can only wander around in this showroom without the money to buy anything. He really thinks that by wearing designer clothes, he can blend in with the upper class. Chen Zicheng pointed at Lin Feng in the crowd and said. That's right, he just turned around and saw Lin Feng walking around in the exhibition hall. At first he thought he had made a mistake, but after observing carefully, he found that this person was actually Lin Feng. I didn't expect to meet Lin Feng in such a place. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. Chen Zicheng thought about it and started discussing Lin Feng with the people around him. Originally, Chen Zicheng disliked Lin Feng, especially in a place like today. Since he met Lin Feng again, naturally he said some unpleasant words. But even though what he said were disgusting and unpleasant, the people around him still flattered him and even thought what he said made sense. This guy looks like a rich guy. He might have made some business and got rich overnight. He thought he could be with us because he had millions of dollars on him. But he couldn't afford any of the jewelry in this exhibition hall. Yes, I saw that he looked like a decent person, and I don't know how nervous he was. When he saw the prices of these jewels, he must have been shocked. The young men surrounding Chen Zicheng were also mocking Lin Feng. Wang Jialing, who was in Chen Zicheng's arms, also smiled disdainfully. I didn't expect to meet Lin Feng at the exhibition. Looking at Lin Feng looking around, he seems to have never seen the world before. It is obvious that this is his first time to attend such an event. Every piece of jewelry in this exhibition hall is extremely valuable and definitely not something that someone like Lin Feng can afford. Several rich second generations were still discussing Lin Feng, and what they said was somewhat funny yet so unpleasant. But the female companions they were hugged were all very happy, and they all looked at Lin Feng with disdain. But when he saw that Lin Feng looked somewhat good, some other thoughts came to his mind. In fact, Lin Feng had already noticed this group of rich second generations gathered together, seeing them pointing fingers at him. Lin Feng had guessed it long ago.
They must be saying something about him.
It was nothing more than mocking him for just wandering around the exhibition hall without buying a single piece of jewelry. Lin Feng originally didn't want to pay attention to them, but he caught a glimpse of Chen Jiqing and Wang Jialing standing among the crowd.
My goodness, every time there is a major event, I always run into these two people.
Lin Feng also felt that he was lucky to meet the two of them here again.
What the hell? Are these second-generation rich people so idle every day?
They discuss this and that like old ladies. Lin Feng was a little speechless. After all, he was just strolling around the exhibition hall and he had nothing to do with these rich second generations. He didn't even know these people, but they still pointed fingers at him.
Chapter 76.
Lin Feng originally didn't want to bother with these rich second generations who had nothing to do. But I didn't expect that these people didn't know how to restrain themselves at all, and were still so arrogant in the exhibition hall with so many people. In fact, because of their discussion about Lin Feng, people around them had already started looking at Lin Feng strangely, and Lin Feng really couldn't stand it anymore. This would be fine if it happened in other occasions, but the key point is that everyone in this exhibition today is either rich or noble. If I lose face here today, it will be difficult to deal with it. Besides, Lin Feng was not planning to let these people go easily. So Lin Feng walked straight towards these people. Lin Feng had a gloomy face and walked straight towards the group of people, which scared these rich second generations.
Hey, what do you mean? What are you doing here?
A thin young man next to Chen Jiqing said something with some fear when he saw Lin Feng coming straight towards them. Even the young men nearby didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually walk directly towards them, and they were naturally a little scared. Even Chen Jiqing didn't expect that Lin Feng would walk towards them in front of so many people, and he became a little scared.
That's it?
Lin Feng originally thought that these people dared to openly discuss what special abilities he had in such a large occasion. It turns out that they are all rich second generations who rely on their family's weak limbs and simple minds. Chen Jiqing was obviously irritated by Lin Feng's words.
Who are you trying to scare here, kid? Don't think I don't know what you look like.
Chen Jiqing immediately counterattacked.
He couldn't lose face in front of so many people.
Besides, he didn't believe that Lin Feng alone would dare to take action against so many rich second generations. Besides, if Lin Feng dared to cause trouble in this exhibition hall, he would not only offend himself, but it is the organizer of this entire jewelry exhibition and the various famous people who are here. He was frightened by Lin Feng's appearance just now, so he didn't think this through. But he has now figured it out. Lin Feng would never dare to cause trouble here, so he is not afraid of Lin Feng.
What do I look like? Am I stealing your woman?
Lin Feng smiled, crossed his arms, and said this to Chen Jiqing. As expected, as soon as Lin Feng said this, the people around him immediately turned their eyes to Chen Jiqing and Wang Jialing, who was standing next to him.
What do you mean? Isn't it because you have no money that your woman followed me? You can't even understand this.
When Chen Jiqing heard Lin Feng say this, he immediately became furious. He hated it most when others talked to him about Wang Jialing's matter, but Lin Feng just kept bringing up irrelevant issues.
After hearing what Chen Jiqing said, everyone's attention immediately turned to Lin Feng.
Everyone was speculating what kind of wonderful story had happened between these two men and a woman.
If you don't have money, just say you don't have money. Don't lead the conversation elsewhere.
Chen Jiqing immediately counterattacked Lin Feng.
He would not let Lin Feng off easily, especially when there were many rich second generations standing on his side. Why do you always care whether I have money or not? It's none of your business whether I have money or not.
Lin Feng smiled and said to Chen Jiqing.
He didn't understand why Chen Jiqing always talked to him about money. Bah, don't tell me whether it's my business or not. You're obviously saying that because you don't have money.
When Chen Jiqing heard that Lin Feng was going around in circles here, he became even more certain that Lin Feng was just wandering around in this exhibition hall because he had no money. Now it's only because he hit a sore spot that he's bringing up Wang Jialing's matter.
If you really have money, come compete with me.
If I lose, I will apologize to you, but if you lose, you must kneel down and call me daddy.
Chen Shicheng raised his head arrogantly and said to Lin Feng. He will not be afraid of Lin Feng today. After all, he came to the exhibition today as one of the organizers with his father's consent. The reason why he was competing with Lin Feng here today was just to earn some face for himself. Presumably, his father would never say anything to him, so he dared to say this to Lin Feng. But if you don't have money, just say it directly. I won't force you anymore. Chen Shicheng said with a smile and glanced at Lin Feng. Okay, your provocation is of no use to me. Lin Feng looked at Chen Shicheng, who was standing in front of him speechlessly. But since you've already said that, isn't it obvious that you want to lose to me? Then I'll reluctantly agree to your request. But aren't these two punishments a bit too unfair? Why do you only need to apologize if you lose, but I have to kneel down when I lose? Okay then, how do you think the punishment should be determined? Chen Shicheng looked at Lin Feng disapprovingly. Then change your punishment. If you lose, you can kneel down and apologize to me. You don't have to call me dad. After all, I don't want a son like you. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said to Chen Shicheng. He doesn't need a brainless son like Chen Shicheng. Okay, let's do as you say. Chen Shicheng readily agreed to Lin Feng's punishment. After all, in his opinion, he would not lose to Lin Feng today. Then tell me, the punishment has been decided, what shall we compete for? After all, the protagonists today are the jewels in these exhibition halls. Why don't we compete to see who has better vision and can pick out better jewels? How about buying a piece of jewelry from the exhibition within a specified time, and then we can compare and see whose purchase is more valuable? Chen Shicheng smiled and told Lin Feng directly what he wanted to compete in. After all, this method of comparison is the simplest. If we say something is valuable, isn't it the expensive ones that are valuable? To be honest, it's just a competition of who is richer. Okay, just do as you say. I'm fine with it. Lin Feng spread his hands and looked at Chen Shicheng and said that he was not afraid of Chen Shicheng's way of competing. Okay, see you later. See you in 40 minutes. I hope you don't lose too badly, because that would be very embarrassing. Chen Shicheng smiled arrogantly and said to Lin Feng. Then he saw Tan Jiaxu walking over. What's going on? What are you competing with him for? Tan Jiaxu frowned and looked at Lin Feng and asked. He was more curious about how Lin Feng could compare with Chen Shicheng. Well. So Lin Feng told Tan Jiaxu what had just happened. He also briefly talked to Tan Jiaxu about some minor problems that had occurred between him and Chen Shicheng before. But I didn't say much. After all, it happened in the past and there is no point in talking about it now. Chapter 77. So that's how it is. No wonder he came to you. It turns out you had some minor problems before. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully and said. But if he dares to compete with you, then he is doomed to lose, right? This bet is too funny. I feel like he has no chance of winning at all. I feel relieved. But I think that the reason he came to see you today wasn't entirely because of what happened between you two. It might have something to do with me as well. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully and said. Does it have anything to do with you? What happened between you and him? Lin Feng looked at Tan Jiaxu with some confusion and asked. He really didn't know whether there was any conflict between Chen Shicheng and Tan Jiaxu. After all, today's exhibition was mainly organized by their two families. The information we got from the outside world also said that the relationship between the two families was quite good. According to what Tan Jiaxu said, could it be that the two of them have some private grudge against each other? So Tan Jiaxu told him about the relationship between his family and Chen Shicheng's family, and Lin Feng nodded as if he understood. So that's how it is. It seems like I was really implicated by you today. Lin Feng smiled and said jokingly to Tan Jiaxu. Ha, you can say that, but I'm not worried at all about your bet today. After we're done with this matter, we must have a good reunion. Tan Jiaxu smiled and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said. If this were the case in the past, he would just treat Lin Feng as an ordinary friend. After all, there is still a certain difference in their identities. But at this moment, Tan Jiaxu truly regarded Lin Feng as his friend. This has nothing to do with differences in status or class, it's purely a matter of personal feelings. But what should you do next? Do you want me to lend you some money? Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng and asked. Although he was not too worried about the bet between Lin Feng and Chen Shicheng, there were some things he still had to say. Moreover, he was truly worried about Lin Feng,
so he spoke to Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart.
I don't need to borrow money.
I don't really need it, but I have to go look around some other places.
I was delayed by these people just now. I haven't even finished touring this exhibition hall.
Lin Feng glanced at the jewelry on other display cabinets in the exhibition hall and said,
Is that so? Why don't you let me accompany you?
You'll be lonely by yourself anyway, so why not let a handsome guy like me accompany you? Tan Jiaxu smiled, touched Lin Feng's arm, looked at him and said, Well, come on, if you were a beautiful woman, I could think about it, but since you're a grown man, I don't need it. Lin Feng patted his arm and said jokingly. He also knew that Tan Jiaxu was joking with him. Lin Feng's words left Tan Jiaxu speechless. Why didn't he realize that this guy was so vicious before? But in the end, it was Tan Jiaxu who accompanied Lin Feng to visit the exhibition hall. After all, no matter what, Tan Jiaxu knows more about these things than Lin Feng. It would be beneficial for Lin Feng to have him accompany him on the stroll. So, with the company of the big boss Tan Jiaxu, no one dared to come and find Lin Feng anymore. While walking around the exhibition hall with Lin Feng, Tan Jiaxu introduced these jewels to him. Behind the two of them was a group of rich second generations. These reporters were originally here to look for news, and seeing such a large group of rich second generations gathered together in the exhibition hall at this time, they finally found an opportunity. So they all came here for this group of rich second generations. What's more, the rich second generation who took the lead was actually Tan Jiaxu, which made the reporters even more excited. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. This meant that he had increased his exposure by relying on President Tan. After all, anyone who can get President Tan to accompany him around the exhibition hall must be no ordinary person.
Hey, who is that young man next to Mr. Tan? This is the first time I see Mr. Tan accompanying someone to visit an exhibition hall. A male reporter asked the person next to him curiously.
He has been working as a journalist for more than 10 years, but he has never had such an experience, even though Mr. Tan has become so popular in recent years.
That's why he was so curious about the young man next to Mr. Tan. Who knows? I've never seen him before. Could he be the son of a wealthy family in our country?
A slightly younger male reporter nearby stroked his chin and speculated.
Nonsense.
If he really is the son of a wealthy family in our country, it is impossible for him to appear here.
You know the current situation in our country. Who wouldn't keep an eye on their own children? How could they let them show off their wealth?
The investigation is already strict, so it's even more impossible for such a situation to happen. A slightly older male reporter was the first to deny the idea. He knows the situation of the domestic wealthy people best, so this situation will never happen.
Then could you please tell me who this is?
People kept raising questions, but no one among the reporters could come forward to answer them. So all the reporters gave up and had to raise their cameras. It was more important to take pictures quickly. Come over here, I'll introduce you to today's special guest. Tan Jiaxu pulled Lin Feng to the display cabinet nearby in a somewhat mysterious manner. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he had some strange stuff he wanted to show Lin Feng. Lin Feng followed Tan Jiaxu to the display case next to him with great interest. There were several staff members standing near the display case. It seemed that the things here were indeed different from those in other places.
Take it out.
Tan Jiaxu signaled to the staff next to him and asked them to take out the jewelry on display in the counter for Lin Feng to see. Looking at Tan Jiaxu's proud expression, it seems that this jewelry is indeed a little different. And these staff members all looked very cautious. It seems that the value of this jewelry is incomparable to other jewelry, Lin Feng thought. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to protect the jewelry so well.
Chapter 78. This is a piece of jewelry that Strange has exhibited at our exhibition.
It's called Dream of Space and Time.
The staff introduced it to Lin Feng.
The moment this piece of jewelry was taken out, it attracted the attention of everyone present.
Especially the gazes of some women.
After all, this piece of jewelry is so dazzling, so it is reasonable that it can attract so many people's attention. This is a women's necklace made from a variety of exotic metals and diamonds. The shapes are unique, and the sizes are designed and measured precisely by professional designers. Therefore, it is very consistent with the beauty of the female body.
Wearing this necklace will definitely dazzle the audience.
Moreover, this necklace not only has the largest diamond, but also has diamonds inlaid in other parts of the necklace. The lights in the exhibition hall shine on this necklace, and the diamonds reflect colorful and dazzling light under the light. Lin Feng really liked this necklace. And according to the staff, the total weight of the diamonds on this necklace has reached more than 20 carats. This was something Lin Feng had never dared to think about before, and even everyone present gasped when they heard the total weight. At this time, there was a beautiful woman standing in the crowd and gazing at the diamond necklace. She was dressed very beautifully. From her eyes, it can be seen that she is very eager to get this diamond necklace. Tan Jiaxu has been extremely excited ever since he learned that there was a necklace like this on display in the exhibition hall. After all, diamonds are not very common, and diamonds of this weight are even rarer. Being able to exhibit our works at their exhibition really shows their respect for them.
How is it? Are you obsessed with this necklace?
Let me tell you, if you buy this necklace this time, Chen Zicheng will definitely lose. Tan Jiaxu shrugged at Lin Feng, indicating that he should just buy the diamond necklace.
My goodness, you like this necklace so much, why didn't I see you buy it?
Lin Feng glanced at Tan Jiaxu and said very rationally. He just saw the color of the diamond necklace, and it must be very expensive. If he spent so much money to buy this necklace just to defeat Chen Zicheng, it was really not Lin Feng's style.
And it's really stupid. Isn't this the kind of mindless spending that the super-rich system talks about?
Hey, what you said, if I could come up with so much money at once and no one was watching me, I would really buy this necklace, but the problem is that someone is watching me, right?
Tan Jiaxu rolled his eyes and glanced at Lin Feng and said he didn't expect that Lin Feng would scold him.
Lin Feng naturally knew what Tan Jiaxu meant by this sentence. Although Tan Jiaxu has already started his own business, he still has to report to the higher authorities regarding matters like spending so much money, and he cannot make the decision on his own. But usually when Tan Jiaxu buys 1 or 2 luxury cars, he doesn't even blink an eye. Judging from his hesitation now, it can be seen that the price of this jewelry is too high.
Okay, stop staring at this thing. You're not buying it, and neither am I, so why not just put it back? Chapter 79.
Lin Feng looked at Tan Jiaxu's reluctant expression. He was about to put the necklace back directly. After all, Lin Feng was really not planning to buy it.
Then what are you still holding it for? Hey, no, don't put it down yet.
When Tan Jiaxu saw Lin Feng and was about to return the diamond necklace to the staff, he became a little anxious. He looked back at Lin Feng and found that Lin Feng was smiling at him. Suddenly he realized that Lin Feng was joking with him.
Well, let's discuss it. How about you buy it today, and then I'll buy it from you in a few days. What do you think?
Tan Jiaxu came close to Lin Feng and spoke to him in a low voice.
What are you doing?
Lin Feng looked at Tan Jiaxu with some surprise and asked.
I am a little confused about what Tan Jiaxu is going to do. Does this diamond necklace have any special meaning to him? Don't ask so many questions. Just buy it first. I won't let you suffer a loss here. Don't you think so?
Tan Jiaxu spoke to Lin Feng a little impatiently, as if he would get angry if he said a few more words.
Hello, gentlemen. Could you please let me see the diamond necklaces on your hands? Of course, if you want to buy them, just pretend I didn't say anything.
The woman who had been standing in the crowd, looking at the pearl necklace and Lin Feng, walked up to them and asked. Lin Feng took a look at the extremely beautiful woman standing in front of him and felt that she looked familiar, as if he had seen her in a TV show or movie.
Hey! Are you the female star Mu Taoran?
Lin Feng asked after taking a look at the female star.
Yes, can I see this very beautiful diamond necklace in your hand?
Mu Taoran smiled and looked at Lin Feng and asked.
Her smile is so beautiful.
She is worthy of being a female star.
She is different from ordinary beauties.
Every frown and smile of hers has her own charm. Oh, I think this necklace is very beautiful, so I want to buy it. Lin Feng raised his head confidently, smiled at Mu Taoran, and said this.
This? You want to buy it? Do you know the price of this diamond necklace?
The smile on Mu Taoran's lips was a little stiff, and then he looked at Lin Feng with some disbelief.
As for the price, I don't really know, but it doesn't matter. After all, I just like it. I don't like its price, I like its appearance. So no matter how much it costs, I will buy it. So how much does this necklace cost?
Lin Feng said to Mu Taoran, then turned his head to look at Tan Jiaxu standing next to him and asked about the price of the diamond necklace.
42 million. Tan Jiaxu replied blankly. Okay, can I just swipe the card?
Lin Feng held the diamond necklace named Dream of Time and Space in one hand, and in the other hand he took out his black bank card belonging to the Shinhouse system. He handed the bank card to the staff standing next to him with some disapproval.
It seemed that he really wanted to buy the diamond necklace. When Lin Feng said that he wanted to pay by credit card and gave his bank card, everyone present was stunned. After all, it only took a few minutes from the time Lin Feng was discussing the necklace to the time he was ready to buy it. In just a few minutes, he spent more than 40 million. Who can do it so easily? Even Mu Taoran, who was standing next to him at the beginning, was shocked by Lin Feng's behavior. By the time she recovered from the shock, she looked a little embarrassed. She just said that she wanted to take a look at the diamond necklace, and she also questioned Lin Feng for not knowing the price of the necklace. Now Lin Feng actually bought the necklace directly. It was inevitable that her words just now seemed to show that she looked down on Lin Feng. Although with her identity and current fame, she would definitely not even look at an ordinary rich second generation. But she didn't dare to offend the handsome man standing in front of her who could spend 40 million easily. I was reckless just now. I wonder if this handsome gentleman would be so kind as to have a meal with me. Mu Taoran smiled awkwardly and tried to please Lin Feng. Mu Taoran was very confident in her charm, and she believed that there were absolutely few people present who could refuse her. What she said was indeed true. The rich second generations following Lin Feng had already set their eyes on Mu Taoran. Now when he heard that Mu Taoran actually wanted to have dinner with Lin Feng, he wished he could eat the meal on behalf of Lin Feng. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Feng did not show much interest in Mu Taoran. He just glanced at her and rejected her. Lin Feng really didn't have much interest in this extremely beautiful female star. After all, she was just a female celebrity who was after money, and he didn't want to have anything to do with such a person. So Lin Feng got the diamond necklace. However, the transaction amount of this diamond necklace is really too large, and the identities of people like Lin Feng and Tan Jiaxu are also quite unusual. So the jewelry staff told Lin Feng that the person in charge of the exhibition would come to sign and handle the transaction, so they asked Lin Feng and the others to wait for a moment. But at this time something happened that no one expected. Lin Feng and Tan Jiaxu were leaning against the display cabinet and chatting. Because their leader has not arrived yet, Lin Feng and the others need to wait here for a while. But suddenly there was a commotion at the entrance of the hall, and a clear gunshot was heard. Oh my god, what's going on? Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly walked around the display cabinet and found a place to hide. How should I know this? After hearing the gunshot, Tan Jiaxu, who was standing next to Lin Feng, quickly moved to the side and hid. When everyone in the hall heard the gunshot, they panicked and kept chattering. They each looked for a place to hide. The hall was in chaos at this time, with cries everywhere. Everyone was hiding in fear, trying to find a safer place. Lin Feng secretly looked around from the counter and found several robbers coming up from the elevator entrance, holding guns that fired the shots. They all wore masks on their heads. The shapes of the masks were very scary, and it was obvious that these people were very vicious. Lin Feng thought about it, and it seemed that these people did not break in suddenly, but had planned this action long ago. The big man in the lead took the gun in his hand and fired a few more shots into the air to intimidate the people in the hall. The people in the hall who were still crying and shouting were so frightened after hearing the gunshots that they dared not make a sound. Chapter 80. Bosses, don't panic. Our goal today is not to take your lives, but to take your money. We all know that the jewels in your showcase are all valuable, and our purpose today is just these jewels, so please don't act rashly, or I will be blinded by the gun in my hand. Another tall and strong man shouted at the people in the hall. Let me out. Let me out. Please, I'll give you all the money I have. At this time, a thin man crawled out from the side, crying and shouting that he wanted to give all the money he had to these bandits, just wanting to get out safely. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. Since the robbers had already said that their main target was the jewels, why did this man run out like this? Isn't this obviously hitting him right in the face? Sure enough, the strong man with the mask grabbed the thin man and started beating him without saying a word. The cruelty was so severe that Lin Feng couldn't bear to watch, and the thin man was so scared that he fainted. Isn't what I said clear enough? Anyone else want to come out and give it a try? Want to see if my fist is hard enough? The robber, who had just dealt with the thin man, yelled a few more words into the hall. Now, all the wealthy people who were originally ready to make a move are now lying on the ground obediently, fearing that the fist will hit them. Lin Feng took another peek and found that the robbers had already started loading the jewelry in the exhibition hall. But they did not attack the people in the hall. It seems that these robbers did not want to get into bigger trouble. They were just after the money. Lin Feng and Tan Jiaxu also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could save their lives, everything else would be easy.
After all, money is only external possessions, and life is more important. These robbers were very fast and in a short while all the jewels in the exhibition hall were in their pockets. Lin Feng was still thinking that the matter was over when he suddenly saw a group of people coming from a distance. The one who walked towards this side timidly was Chen Jicheng. He pulled Wang Jialing and tried to avoid the sight of the robbers, although he had just heard that these robbers came for money. But when Chen Jicheng saw the thin man being beaten and thrown to the ground, he felt a little scared. You know, he has never been beaten since he was a child. So all he could think about now was how to quickly get away from these robbers. He just needed to sneak out of the exhibition hall with his woman and ensure their safety. He didn't care what other people looked like. Wang Jialing followed Chen Jicheng in her high heels, but she accidentally bumped into the glass in front of her, making a bang. The robbers who were searching for jewels were immediately attracted by the noise. When they turned around, they saw Chen Jicheng and Wang Jialing walking over with guns raised. When Chen Jicheng saw the robbers coming towards them, he quickly pulled Wang Jialing and tried to run away, wanting to quickly escape from the exit of the exhibition hall. But how could he be as fast as these robbers? Moreover, Wang Jialing was wearing 10 centimeters high heels, so she couldn't keep up with his pace and fell directly to the ground. The robber quickly came in front of Chen Jicheng and pointed his gun at him. Don't get excited, brothers, I didn't do anything, I was just too scared. Chen Jicheng instantly became cowardly and fell to the ground begging for mercy. He didn't want to be shot. Even if the bullet didn't take his life, it would definitely be very painful. So in this situation, it would be better to beg for mercy quickly. When these robbers put their guns directly to Chen Jicheng's forehead, Chen Jicheng broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He was trembling and didn't dare to say anything, for fear that his head would explode in the next second. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Don't you see there are so many people waiting over there? Get over there. The robber did not attack Chen Jicheng. Instead, he pointed a gun at him and motioned him to walk from the corner to the hall and stay in the hall with everyone else. From the looks of this guy, he must be very rich. If the police come later, we can take him as a hostage. This way we can get away. Chen Jicheng was crawling towards the hall, but suddenly he heard another robber standing behind him say this. Don't do this, I'll give you all the money, don't take me hostage, you can ask for any amount of money. After hearing this, Chen Jicheng immediately cried and begged for mercy from the robber. He was afraid that he would be taken hostage by the robbers. As long as the robbers asked for money, he would give them any amount, just don't let them take him as a hostage. But the robbers had no intention of asking him for money. Instead, they simply twisted his arm and tried to pull him to the side. Chen Jicheng twisted his body and struggled to get free. But unexpectedly, the robber put a gun directly to his back, and Chen Jicheng instantly became silent. Why are you so cowardly? Tan Jiaxu, who was hiding under the cabinet next to Lin Feng, saw the scene and made a paw sound, his eyes full of contempt for Chen Jicheng. While looking at him with contempt, he shrank towards the cabinet, trying to hide himself more secretly. Lin Feng just glanced at the situation on Chen Jicheng's side and didn't say anything else. After all, he could guess that these robbers would not harm Chen Jicheng's life at all. They just want to take the jewels away safely now. If a life-threatening situation really arises, it will be difficult for them to escape from here. At the moment when Baohua Building was hijacked by robbers, the information spread in the outside world also knew that a robbery had occurred in Baohua Building. The whole city was shocked by this incident. After all, armed robberies were rare in their place. I never expected that such a case would happen in Baohua Building today. And the most important problem is that the people staying in Baohua Building today are either rich or noble. These robbers really knew how to choose the time. They actually sneaked into Baohua Building during this period of time. There are also rumors that there are some very famous sons of wealthy families and even some foreign dignitaries in the exhibition hall of Baohua Building. Today's events are extraordinary. Everyone knows the identities of the people inside. We only have one goal, to bring these people out safely. Leave all these robbers to me. Chapter 81. Special police have been organized outside Baohua Building and many people have been transferred from the police station. The purpose is to rescue the wealthy people inside Baohua Building. There were already many reporters staying near the Baohua Building, and after this incident happened, they all gathered downstairs of the Baohua Building, ready to film some big news. People like the president of Fenghe Group and the president of Tianyang Real Estate, who had their children at the exhibition, now rushed over directly by helicopter. Afraid that their children would get hurt. My child, how could such a thing happen to you? There was a middle-aged woman in luxurious clothes crying on the helicopter.
All right, stop crying here.
I've told him to do business honestly, but he just wouldn't listen.
He insisted on holding this event and that event, and never did his job. Now look what's happened.
The middle-aged man standing next to him, still holding her, said in a somewhat scolding tone. But it is not difficult to see from his eyes that he is also very worried about his child.
These are Tan Jiaxu's parents.
Listen to me, everyone in Baohua building.
You are now surrounded by us. If you are smart, put down your weapons and surrender. Don't wait for us to take measures. If we do, it will not be just a simple punishment.
A man in uniform holding a loudspeaker was shouting at the people inside the Baohua building, trying to get them to lay down their weapons and surrender.
Boss, what should we do now? Why did these police come so quickly?
The young man following Dichu asked in a panic. They had just put the jewels away and hadn't even found the one they needed most.
But now the police have already attacked the downstairs of Baohua building, so he is so scared. Okay, you grown man, why are you crying?
I tell you, they definitely won't shoot at us so easily.
Have you forgotten that we had already planned an escape route when we got here? So don't be so scared.
Dichu looked at the young man calmly and said, "Hurry up and find the thing we need most. If it's not in the exhibition hall, ask them who has it."
Dichu instructed the people next to him.
The thing they need most has not been found yet. Lin Feng couldn't help feeling a little strange when he heard the robbers kept emphasizing that they were looking for something special. He reached into his pocket and touched it secretly. In his pocket was the dream of time and space that he had just taken down during the chaos.
Could it be that these people's target is this diamond necklace?
When Lin Feng just took off the necklace, the exhibition counter collapsed and the diamond necklace was thrown to the ground. Lin Feng happened to see it before he hid, so he put it away. After all, this was something he bought with his own money, so he couldn't just throw it away. But now it seems that the robbers are also looking for this necklace, which is a bit troublesome.
Super rich system, don't I still have 2 cards that I haven't used yet?
Lin Feng kept calling out to his godly rich system in his mind.
Yes, there are still 2 skill cards that have not been used. Do you want to use these 2 cards now? What skills do you need?
The godly rich system also responded to Lin Feng immediately. After all, he also knew that Lin Feng's current situation was very dangerous. Hurry up and get me one to improve my agility, and also get me 2 sets of boxing skills to learn. Lin Feng thought anxiously.
Okay.
The godly rich system immediately understood Lin Feng's meaning, and cast 2 skills on Lin Feng. Lin Feng instantly felt his body filled with strength. This card can last for 2 hours, so it should be enough to deal with these robbers.
Even if we really can't deal with these robbers by then, the police and special police outside should be able to provide support quickly after hearing the noise in the building. So what Lin Feng has to do now is to delay this group of robbers. He had guessed it almost right. What the robbers were looking for now was the dream of time and space diamond necklace in his hand. Lin Feng took a deep breath and encouraged himself. He had never seen such a big scene before. And these robbers all had guns. Although they haven't pointed the guns at anyone yet, it doesn't mean they won't do so. Lin Feng was still a little scared, but he chose to believe in the Shinhouse system. Tan Jiaxu, who was squatting next to Lin Feng at a short distance, was frightened when he saw Lin Feng, who was about to make a move. What is this kid doing now? Didn't you see that all the robbers had guns in their hands? Does he want to rush out and fight these robbers? Hey, Lin Feng, what are you doing? Stop moving around and just hide yourself.
Tan Jiaxu shouted at Lin Feng carefully and anxiously. He didn't want Lin Feng to rush up and fight with these robbers.
I'm afraid that what you get by then will not be a complete Lin Feng.
After all, the guns in the hands of these robbers are not vegetarian. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng just smiled at Tan Jiaxu and gave him a confident look.
Tan Jiaxu was even more dumbfounded now.
Could it be that this kid was scared silly by these robbers? How can you still laugh at this time? He also knew that Lin Feng had just picked up the diamond necklace, but he didn't know that the robbers were looking for this diamond necklace. He just heard that the robbers were looking for something.
Lin Feng, you are not planning to go out and fight these robbers head-on, are you?
With your small body.
Tan Jiaxu wanted to say something else, to persuade Lin Feng to calm down and not act so impulsively.
But unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, Lin Feng actually stood up from under the multi-story counter and shouted loudly at the robber. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the hall and the robbers.
Oh my god, this kid is so brave.
Tan Jiaxu stared in amazement at Lin Feng, who was standing 2 meters away from him.
Hey!
Lin Feng shouted at the robbers. The robbers who were still searching the counter now all looked at the man who suddenly stood up. The robbers were also a little confused.
What was this guy going to do by suddenly standing out? Don't you see they all have guns in their hands? Is this kid really not afraid of them? Chapter 82. I think this is what you are looking for.
Lin Feng said as he took out the shining Dream of Time and Space diamond necklace from his pocket.
He raised the necklace into the air and showed it to the robbers. Sure enough, the robbers immediately turned their attention to the diamond necklace. It is not difficult to guess that they are indeed looking for this necklace.
Lin Feng has already made up his mind. De Chu also took a look at the diamond necklace in Lin Feng's hand. It was indeed the necklace they had planned to take away from the beginning. Unexpectedly, they searched the entire hall and couldn't find it, but the necklace was actually in this boy's hand. And this boy had obviously guessed long ago that this was the necklace they were looking for. The strange thing is that this necklace is so valuable, it is more expensive than all the jewelry in this exhibition hall. It is already the most expensive piece of jewelry in this exhibition hall. So when De Chu and his team came to this exhibition, they had already done some investigation in advance. I heard through the grapevine that there is an exhibition of the Dream of Time and Space diamond necklace here. That's why they had been plotting for so long, and their purpose of coming here was to take the necklace away. If they took this necklace away, plus the jewelry they had just packed, it would be enough for them to share a lot of money. After dividing the money, they will no longer have to do this kind of business and can live a stable life. That's why De Chu took the risk and set its sights on this exhibition. Although they all knew that exhibitions of jewelry of this price would be heavily guarded, they were not pushovers. After all, they had carried out such activities several times and escaped every time. That's why they dared to act so recklessly here this time, but the current situation is indeed very unfavorable for them. De Chu took another look at the boy standing a few meters away from him. This boy was a little strange. He didn't show any fear at all. Even though they were standing in front of him with guns, the boy's expression remained calm. De Chu was a little confused. Where did this kid get the confidence to dare to act like this in front of them? Could it be that they think they can't get the necklace? Ha, what a joke, there is nothing he can't get. Since you already know that we are looking for this diamond necklace, why don't you just hand it over to me? Do you want to negotiate with me about any other terms with this necklace? I advise you not to have such an idea. If you have such an idea now, you should get rid of it as soon as possible. Do you see the gun in my hand? He will not allow you to negotiate so many conditions with me. De Chu raised the gun in his hand and said to Lin Feng. No, I don't dare to have so many thoughts. I just want to give you this necklace as soon as possible so that you can leave us as soon as possible. After all, I am really afraid of the gun in your hand, so I naturally dare not make any conditions to you. If you want this necklace, just come and get it yourself. Lin Feng smiled and said that he didn't have so many thoughts. He just wanted them to leave here quickly and regain their freedom. De Chu glanced at Lin Feng, who was standing in front of him, and felt a little strange about what he said. He didn't expect that this kid would actually dare to ask him to go get it himself, but judging from his expression, he didn't seem to be joking. It even seemed as if the expression was mocking De Chu for not daring to go and take the necklace himself. De Chu was a little annoyed and didn't understand where this kid got the courage from. But he really didn't dare to go to him and take the necklace so easily. After all, it's better to be careful. Although this kid looks rather thin, he is quite tall. De Chu is not without the confidence to deal with this kid, it just wants to be more cautious. He looked at his companion standing near him, and his companion's eyes were also full of confusion. They were really surprised that this boy dared to stand up and speak like this in front of so many men with guns. Why? Are you scared? Are you afraid that I might hinder you? That's why you don't dare to come to me to take the chain. You don't have to worry so much. After all, I am the only one in the whole hall who dares to stand up and talk to you like this. And you brought several companions with guns. Even if I do something to harm you later, I'm sure your companions will raise their guns and shoot a bullet at my head, right? So now that this is the case, what do you have to be afraid of? Come to me and get this diamond necklace. After you get it, you can leave this place quickly, right? Lin Feng looked at the group of robbers seriously again and helped them analyze the current situation. De Chu thought about it for a moment and felt that what he said was correct. Indeed, if Lin Feng made any move, he would be able to react on his own. Besides, he has several companions with guns behind him, so he shouldn't be so scared. Chu turned back and confirmed with his companions, and his companions nodded to him, meaning that they could go to him to get the diamond necklace. Chu also nodded, put away the gun in his hand, and prepared to go to Lin Feng to get the necklace back. When Chu's companions saw their boss walking towards the young man, they all raised their guns and pointed them at the young man, fearing that their boss would get hurt. Although they loved money and wanted to get the diamond necklace, they still felt that their boss's life was more important. After all, they have been together for many years, so there is still some affection between them. It is not necessary to ignore the safety of your boss just for a necklace. This is unacceptable in any way. Chu walked towards Lin Feng cautiously step by step. He looked at the boy who was standing some distance in front of him. The boy's expression was still smiling. It seemed like he was really waiting for Chu to come over to him and take the necklace so that they could leave quickly. Chu relaxed his guard a little. The boy looked good. As a man, he thought that the boy was quite attractive, so he probably wouldn't make a move on him. Moreover, seeing that he is rather thin, he should not be able to defeat Chu. So Chu relaxed his vigilance even more and walked straight towards the boy. Lin Feng saw the leader of the robbers walking towards him step by step, and the smile on his face deepened. What he wanted was for the boss to come towards him on his own initiative, so that he would have the opportunity to display his skills. Chapter 83. Chu finally walked in front of Lin Feng, and Lin Feng stretched out his hand and handed the necklace to him. Chu also stretched out his hand to tie the necklace, but he didn't expect an accident to happen in such a short time. Boss, you don't really believe that I will hand the necklace to you so easily, right? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said to Chu, who was standing in front of him. What do you mean? You? Chu instantly became alert and asked Lin Feng. I want to know what he meant by this sentence. Since he said he wouldn't give him the necklace so easily, what else should he do? Before Chu could finish his words, Lin Feng suddenly took back the necklace and attacked Chu. Chu was shocked. He didn't expect that such a thin young man could be so vicious. He was forced to retreat with every move. With the help of the Shareholders system skill card, Lin Feng was able to dodge the big palm from Chu with his agility. In just a few seconds, Chu was conquered. He also took the pistol from Chu's waist and put it against Chu's head. By the time Chu's companions had just reacted, Chu had already been subdued by Lin Feng. They all became nervous. This is simply impossible. They all know their boss's skills. This kid doesn't look like he knows any martial arts at all. How could he subdue their boss so easily in just a few seconds? What the hell are you doing? You're not afraid of getting shot now, are you? When Gao Han saw his boss being subdued by this man, he instantly became angry. Among these people, he is the one who has spent the longest time with Chu. So now that he saw that Chu had been subdued, he was naturally very worried. He didn't expect that this kid would suddenly change his mind. Not only did he not give the necklace to Chu, he even took out Chu's gun and subdued Chu. This was something he never expected. If he had known earlier that this kid was so capable, he would never have let Chu run in front of him like this. Tan Jiaxu, who was hiding under the counter behind Lin Feng, was now dumbfounded. He was stunned when Lin Feng stood out with the necklace just now. But Lin Feng's actions just now really shocked him so much that he was speechless. He never thought that Lin Feng was so capable. Not only was he not panicking at all in the face of so many robbers, he even subdued the leader of the group. He always thought that Lin Feng was just a rich kid who loved to play and hang out like him. But he didn't expect that the Lin Feng today was completely different from the Lin Feng he had seen in the past. That's why he was so surprised. He even admires Lin Feng a little bit now. The full angle shot of him subduing the robber leader just now was so cool. It was so dazzling that he subdued the leader of the robbers in just a few seconds. It seems that they are safe now. At least Lin Feng has kidnapped the leader of the robbers, and these robbers dare not attack them easily. Tan Jiaxu breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was worried about Lin Feng. I don't know how Lin Feng will deal with the next robber. Don't worry, I spent more than 40 million to buy the necklace you want. How can I give it to you just like that? Are you dreaming? Lin Feng glanced at the remaining robbers who were pointing guns at him and said. In the final analysis, he was just feeling sorry for the 40 million yuan, and he was also worried about the people in the hall. That's why I dare to stand up and confront these robbers now. Otherwise, he would just wait patiently until the robbers had packed up the jewelry and came out only after it was really safe.
But now it's different.
There is no way he would hand over the Dream of Time and Space Diamond necklace to these robbers. Besides, Lin Feng is now very confident that he can subdue this group of robbers. Especially in those few seconds just now, he easily subdued the robber leader. This also indirectly shows that the 2 skill cards of the Shenhao system are indeed very useful. That's why Lin Feng is so confident now. He could also feel that the leader of the robbers was indeed very skilled, but he still subdued him in just a few seconds.
So what do you mean now? After kidnapping our boss, do you not want to walk out of this exhibition safely today? Gao Han looked at the man and continued to negotiate with him.
After all, judging from the current situation, it would be more reliable to rescue their boss as soon as possible. Besides, the police outside have also cordoned off the place. If they delay any longer, they might not have enough time to evacuate safely through the passage they have investigated. For them, time now is very precious.
So what do you want to do? What do you want us to let our boss go? Gao Han is a little anxious now.
The people outside are still shouting, and now the situation in the exhibition hall has become like this again. The boss is still in the hands of others, and he can't make any decisions on his own. The best thing to do now is to retreat quickly with his brothers. So all they could do was ask this guy what he wanted after kidnapping their boss. As long as they can negotiate, they are willing to give it to this kid.
Let your boss go? Isn't that simple?
Lin Feng looked at the other man opposite him with disapproval and said, "This man is Gao Han."
Then tell me what you want. I don't have that much time to waste on you. Don't wait for me to get impatient and point a gun at you. It will be too late for you to tell me then.
Gao Han shouted at Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew that Gao Han said this to scare him. Their boss is now in his hands, how dare these younger brothers do anything to him? So Lin Feng was not afraid of these robbers at all. If there was anything he wanted, it was the necklace on his hand. Besides, he just needed to ensure the safety of the people in the hall, and he really didn't need anything else. But after thinking about it carefully, these robbers had just packed up all the jewelry in the exhibition hall, and they must be going to take it all away.
The organizer of this exhibition is his good brother Tan Jiaxu.
If all these jewels were gone, they would surely suffer a huge loss. So Lin Feng thought about it and knew what request he wanted to make. The robbers would definitely not agree to this request. But if they want their boss to be safe, they must agree to Lin Feng's request.
Chapter 84. How about this? If you want to save your boss, I won't hand you over to the police for now. As long as you put down all the jewelry in your hands, I will let you take the boss away. What do you say?
Lin Feng looked at the robbers calmly and stated his demands. Sure enough, after hearing these words, the robbers turned around and looked at each other. After all, their main purpose of coming to this exhibition hall this time was for these jewels. If the boss hadn't been kidnapped, they would have probably escaped with the jewels by now. But the most terrible thing is that the boss is still in his hands.
Don't worry about me.
Just take these jewels and leave. We don't want the necklace on his hand. The jewels you packed are enough for you to live a good life.
The other robbers didn't say anything at first, but the kidnapped Dichu spoke first.
Brother, please stop talking like that. These jewels are definitely not as valuable as you.
There is no way we will leave you here alone.
Another smaller robber quickly spoke up. Lin Feng calmly listened to these robbers talking about their feelings with each other and smiled helplessly. I didn't expect these robbers to be so sentimental. He had only seen this kind of scene in movies before, but he didn't expect it to happen right in front of him. It really moved him. All right, stop talking so much nonsense here.
You still think the time is not tight enough, right? Didn't you hear what the loudspeaker outside said? If you hesitate for a few more minutes, these people will rush in directly.
Casualties are inevitable, but none of you will be able to escape. Lin Feng said to the robbers somewhat helplessly. In fact, if you think about it, he actually saved the robbers. After all, the police are not vegetarians, especially the special police outside who are armed with real guns. If they really can't wait any longer outside and rush in to rescue these wealthy people and second-generation rich people, none of these robbers will be able to escape. When Lin Feng said this, the robbers were indeed panicked. Even the leader of the robbers held hostage by Lin Feng trembled. They had indeed taken a great risk to come to this exhibition hall, and naturally they did not want to throw their entire lives away here. So it would be better to listen to Lin Feng's words, and honestly drop the jewelry and run away quickly before the special police outside rush in.
Your life is more important. Okay, if you think it's okay to leave the jewelry here, just follow me. At worst, I'll just walk with you for a while.
Lin Feng dragged Dechu towards the passage behind him with some impatience. In Lin Feng's opinion, these people had already explored the escape route, so now they were just waiting to rescue Dechu, and then they could leave quickly. Lin Feng obviously didn't want to waste so much time with them and just wanted to keep these jewels. Although these people were still discussing how they were reluctant to leave behind the jewels in their hands, when Lin Feng took the robber leader to the passage, these people still followed obediently. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to take these people away, Tan Jiaxu became a little anxious. After all, these people are robbers, we can't let them go so easily. But after thinking about it carefully, this seems to be the safest way so far. It won't hurt anyone in the hall, and the jewels can be kept. However, Tan Jiaxu is now a little worried about how Lin Feng will get out of this situation later. Although he could feel that Lin Feng had a way to solve this problem, he was still worried. Chen Zicheng also looked at Lin Feng with a confused look on his face as he held the leader of a gang of robbers hostage and took all the robbers away. He never expected that the man who came out to save the situation was Lin Feng. What are you still standing here for? Get out of this exhibition hall right away, or those robbers will come back later. It was Tan Jiaxu who reacted first. Under the current circumstances, they should immediately evacuate the exhibition hall and join up with the special police outside. This would prevent the robbers from coming back to harass them. This period of time is extremely precious now, but it was Lin Feng who dragged it out for them. After hearing what Tan Jiaxu said, the wealthy people who were still hiding in the exhibition hall quickly reacted and ran out of the exhibition hall. So the special police who were still outside the Baohua building ready to rush in at any time suddenly saw a large group of people pouring out from the exit. Upon closer inspection, they were the wealthy people staying in Baohua building. The special police were a little surprised at first. What was going on? But these people have already come out, which means it should be safe inside. So we quickly started to welcome these wealthy people. Jiaxu. Jiaxu. Where is my Jiaxu? When Tan Jiaxu's parents saw a large group of people pouring out of Baohua building, they began to look for their son very anxiously. Tan Jiaxu's mother cried and tried to walk into the crowd. But because there were too many people, Tan Jiaxu's father kept stopping her, being careful not to let her get hurt. Can you please keep an eye on the people? There are so many people here. Even if you are worried about your son, you have to take care of yourself. Tan Jiaxu's father frowned and pulled him aside. Dad. Mom. I'm here. Tan Jiaxu squeezed out from the crowd. When I saw my parents standing here, I instantly burst into tears. This was truly a test of life and death. When Lin Feng led the group of robbers to another exit, he released the robber leader who had been holding them hostage. Lin Feng didn't think it was a big deal. After all, these people couldn't threaten his safety. And if these people think about it carefully, he is indeed their savior now. After all, if the situation continues to develop as it did just now, and these special police can't find a way to persuade these people to surrender, they will definitely resort to a violent attack. By then, both sides will suffer losses. It is better to stay like this. At least I can save my life. Dechu glanced at Lin Feng and said nothing more. After all, he was a smart man and knew the interests involved in this matter after careful consideration. Although he didn't really want to thank Lin Feng, after all, Lin Feng had destroyed all the jewels they had obtained. But it must be said that it was indeed because of Lin Feng's small help that they were able to gather along the escape route and save their lives. Chapter 85. Why? How long are you going to waste here with me? I've already brought you here, do you really want me to take you home? Lin Feng found it a little funny to see that this group of robbers actually had the leisure to confront him here, and said this to them. After being released by Lin Feng, Dechu stood aside. He couldn't figure out what the man in front of him was doing. If it was for the jewels in the showroom, he didn't look like someone who was short of money. But they were clearly a group of robbers, how could this man let them go so easily? Therefore, Dechu was now very suspicious whether the man in front of him has other conspiracy. Since they had been fooled once before, they were now very cautious towards this person and did not dare to act rashly. After all, Lin Feng still had Dechu's pistol in his hand. Okay, stop looking at me. Don't even think about taking the gun back. If you want to leave, leave quickly. It will be too late later. Lin Feng spoke impatiently to a few people again. Now that he has brought them here, Lin Feng feels that the matter has been almost resolved and he doesn't want to waste time with them any longer. So he wanted to send them away quickly so that he could return to the police. After looking at each other, the people from Dichu decided to quickly flee through the escape route they had investigated. After all, if they stayed any longer, the policemen surrounding them downstairs might come over to search for them. If you want to leave again at that time, it wouldn't be so easy. Now that the man in front of them said that they could leave, the best thing to do was to take advantage of this opportunity to leave. After the Dichu people looked at each other, they hurriedly walked towards the passage they had calculated. Lin Feng relaxed instantly after watching this group of people leave. In fact, he didn't really want to let these people go. But he was so close to these robbers, even if he could subdue one person at a time, there were 5 or 6 of them, which was beyond his ability to subdue by himself. I had no choice but to let them leave here first to ensure my personal safety, and then I can deal with other things later. Lin Feng looked at the pistol in his hand. He had to hand it over to the police later. This kind of thing is not suitable to be held in one's own hands. When Lin Feng returned to the front of Baohua building, there were already a large number of reporters surrounding the wealthy second generations who had just come out of the exhibition hall. In front of Tan Jiaxu and his parents, there were several people carrying cameras. After all, this is the eldest son of the richest family in their city who has a problem. They have to report it well, as this is already very valuable big news for them. Lin Feng looked at these people helplessly. Why didn't they seem so lively when they were trapped in the building just now? Now that they are out, they are so arrogant. It was as if the people lying on the ground shivering in the hall just now were not them. Lin Feng came to the SWAT leader of this operation, handed the pistol in his hand to him, and briefly told him what had just happened inside. The officer also roughly understood what happened in the hall from those who had just escaped. So I know that it was this young man in front of me who saved these people and brought them safety. Hey! Lin Feng. This is Lin Feng, the one who saved us today. Tan Jiaxu, who was talking to reporters, saw Lin Feng talking to his superior through the crowd, so he showed off to the reporters. After all, his good brother did a big thing today, and he had to let the media publicize it. Let me tell you, Lin Feng just fought with those robbers in the hall and successfully rescued us, and also saved all the jewels in the exhibition hall. You must interview him carefully. Tan Jiaxu greeted the reporters around him and pointed at Lin Feng. As the reporters switched cameras, people in the live broadcast room began to discuss this man who fought wits and courageously with the robbers. Yes, that is right. The Baohua building accident is now being broadcast live in the online live broadcast rooms. Many netizens have expressed their opinions in the comments section, and now they are discussing Lin Feng. Fuck, what's going on? I heard that the robbers were all armed with guns. This handsome guy looks so fragile, but he was able to save so many people and so many jewels. Isn't he going to be rich now? The people he rescued are either wealthy or second generation rich. They won't have to work hard for the rest of their lives. Even if he is really rich, it is because of his own ability. After all, those who can outsmart robbers are not ordinary people. You should stop being sour. Lin Feng looked at the group of reporters standing in front of him with a headache and was unable to open his mouth. He had never dealt with such a situation before, and what he had just done in the hall was just his normal operation. It wasn't a battle of wits or courage, he just cared too much about the necklace he bought for 40 million. Excuse me, when you were confronting the robbers, did you not think about your own safety? Excuse me, how did you save these innocent people? Can you give us a brief introduction of yourself? The reporters asked Lin Feng questions one after another, all wanting Lin Feng to tell the whole story from beginning to end. Lin Feng frowned. How could he know how to answer these questions? He must have worried about his own safety when he was confronting the robbers. He just relies on the powerful system of the rich man, otherwise he wouldn't dare to do so. But he couldn't tell these reporters that he had a super rich system. I'm afraid no one will believe him if he tells others. But at this time, a young reporter with an innocent look asked a question, which attracted Lin Feng's attention. So you saved so many people today, and the jewelry in this exhibition hall was safely preserved, but you let these robbers go. Do you really think that what you did today was right? The reporter asked this question seriously. As soon as she asked this question, she attracted the attention of other reporters present. The other reporters were busy interviewing Lin Feng's heroic behavior today, but ignored the fact that the robbers had been released by Lin Feng. Now, after hearing the young reporter's question, they suddenly came to their senses. Saving lives is a good thing, but letting these robbers go, what should they do? When Lin Feng heard this question, he curled the corners of his mouth and laughed. He didn't really think that he would let the robber go so easily.
Chapter 86.
After hearing the noise from the reporters, Tan Jiaxu turned his attention to Lin Feng. He also wanted to know how Lin Feng dealt with the group of robbers.
Are we really going to let them go just like that?
After all, these people are real bad guys with guns in their hands. If they are let go like this, things like what happened today will inevitably happen again in the future. Lin Feng smiled and took out his cell phone from his pocket.
I tapped it twice with my finger, and a strange positioning appeared on the screen.
Lin Feng raised his cell phone to show these people, and by the way, called the operations officer next to him and asked him to check the location. As soon as the operations officer saw the location, he immediately understood what Lin Feng meant. I really didn't realize that this guy was so capable that he even knew to locate the robbers. Now, even if they escape along the route we had scouted beforehand, we can still find them.
This is their location. It should be easy for me to catch them, right, sir? Feng Xiao asked the policeman next to him.
Yes, it's easy with the positioning.
We will take action now.
Thank you so much, little brother. The police replied. Those who had been skeptical were now shocked. They didn't expect that this person had a backup plan. Not only did they rescue the wealthy people in the hall without any casualties, but they also preserved the jewels in the hall. Even the robbers will be caught by the police soon. It's really incredible. It's really hard to believe that he could accomplish such a big thing by himself. But the fact is that this person not only did it, but he really did it. Tan Jiaxu was standing outside the crowd. When he heard the news, he once again admired Lin Feng. He found it hard to believe that Lin Feng had actually put a locator on them, and he really didn't know where he got the locator from.
Is it really possible to carry this kind of thing with you?
What a weird guy. In fact, this locator took Lin Feng a lot of effort. This thing did not come out of thin air, but was bought by Lin Feng and the Shenhao system. When he brought the group of people to the entrance of the passage, he was already thinking about how to expose their whereabouts. So I thought of the Shenhao Mall and the Shenhao system.
Can't you get this thing just by buying it?
So Lin Feng used this method to make a locator, and installed it on the robber leader De Chu without anyone noticing. However, this locator cost Lin Feng hundreds of thousands of Shenhao coins.
Because the system of the rich said that even if you buy a locator that can arrive immediately, someone still needs to deliver it to you, it will not appear out of thin air. But given Li Yifeng's current situation, a locator can only appear out of thin air.
And we have to ensure that we are not discovered by the robbers, which is quite difficult. Therefore, a lot of Shenhao coins are needed. Lin Feng didn't even hesitate and directly spent hundreds of thousands of Shenhao coins to buy this locator. You can earn money again if you lose it, but if this group of robbers leaves, it will threaten the lives of other people in the future. Lin Feng would never allow such a thing to happen. After accepting another interview from this group of reporters, Lin Feng finally finished dealing with this matter. I rushed over to meet up with Tan Jiaxu, wanting to see how he was doing. After all, the losses in the exhibition hall had not been calculated yet, and I didn't know what the situation was.
How's it going on your side? Have you counted all the jewels in the exhibition hall? Are they all complete?
Lin Feng came to Tan Jiaxu, looked at him and asked.
This time, it's all thanks to you. You are my real brother. None of the jewels in the exhibition hall are missing, and you even saved the necklace you wanted to buy. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng with gratitude and said.
This time we really have to rely on Lin Feng, otherwise we wouldn't know how huge the losses would be.
Is this your friend, Jiaxu?
Tan Jiaxu's parents were standing nearby and saw Lin Feng coming over. They asked with some curiosity.
Yes, this is my good brother.
I was just thinking of introducing him to you and here he comes.
Tan Jiaxu pulled Lin Feng over and stood in front of his parents, and introduced Lin Feng's identity to his parents.
Tan Jiaxu was truly grateful to Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart, so even the way he introduced him to his parents became more intimate.
Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Tan Jiaxu's friend, my name is Lin Feng.
Lin Feng smiled and greeted Tan Jiaxu's parents. I seem to have heard Jiaxu mention you before, saying that you have accomplished a lot at a young age.
This time I see that it is true. Today's event is really thanks to you. I'm also very happy that my child can make a friend like you. I heard from Jiaxu that you have a company, what's the situation?
After listening to Lin Feng's introduction, Tan Jiaxu's father felt that the name sounded familiar. He seemed to have heard Tan Jiaxu mention this name at home before. It seemed like he was the president of some company, so he asked curiously, wanting to see which company this kid was the president of.
Ah, I'm the president of Li Feng Real Estate. It's just a small company, and I'm working hard to make it a success.
When Lin Feng heard that the richest man actually took the initiative to mention the name of his company, he thought this was a good opportunity. It's a good opportunity to gain some impression points in front of this richest man.
Maybe I will need his help in the company's affairs in the future. Lifeng Real Estate, I've heard of it too. It's been gaining momentum recently. I didn't expect you to be so capable.
You're so young, but you've already taken charge of such a company.
Our Jiaxu has to learn from you.
Tan Jiaxu's father smiled, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said,
Uncle, that's not right. Tan Jiaxu is also very good. I have a lot to learn from him. Please stop praising me like that.
Lin Feng scratched his head embarrassedly and said to Tan Jiaxu's father. He didn't expect that the richest man would be so amiable and didn't have any of the airs of those rich people. This made him feel a lot more friendly.
Really, Dad? Why are you bringing me up at a time like this?
Tan Jiaxu said somewhat embarrassedly, let's not compare him with Lin Feng at this time.
Ha, this time it's all thanks to you. If you have any problems in the future, just go to Tan Jiaxu.
We can help you no matter how big or small the task is.
Tan Jiaxu's father laughed and said to Lin Feng, Thank you so much, Uncle.
Lin Feng immediately became excited when he heard the richest man say that he would help if he needed help. Being able to get this sentence from the richest man, everything I do today is not a loss.
Chapter 87.
When Lin Feng heard the richest man say that he would help if he needed help, he immediately became excited. Being able to get this sentence from the richest man, everything I do today is not a loss. While Lin Feng was still giving his statement in the police station, the world outside was extremely lively. Because of the group of reporters filming here today, Lin Feng's outsmarting of the robbers today has spread on major networks, and his report today has also been posted online. Basically, the first reaction of people who see this video is disbelief. They couldn't believe that Lin Feng could subdue the robbers by himself. But after the authenticity of the matter was confirmed by others, they were all surprised.
And today's events also became a hot topic on Weibo with multiple headlines.
When many people were discussing the incident of robbers at the exhibition, the very unfamiliar name Lin Feng appeared in the public eye for the first time. Lin Feng's popularity on the internet is also growing continuously, and there is even a group of people who have become Lin Feng's fans.
The photos of Lin Feng attending the exhibition were also circulated on the internet.
In the photo, Lin Feng has short black hair, handsome features, and is 180 centimeters tall. In this way, he became the male god in the eyes of some young girls on the internet. At this time, Lin Feng was still in the police station recording his statement. Through the data panel of the Xinhao system, we can also see the fame value rising rapidly in the fame taskbar. Lin Feng chuckled as he watched. He didn't expect that today's incident would increase his fame so much. After recording their statements at the police station, Lin Feng and Tan Jiaxu separated temporarily.
Tan Jiaxu needs to go back and reunite with his parents.
After today's incident, Lin Feng realized how important his own safety is. Luck played a big role in his ability to subdue the robbers this time, so when he returns this time, he will start dealing with this matter. After returning to the villa in the woods, Lin Feng tidied himself up first. Then he picked up the phone and prepared to report to Zhao Wen that he was safe. He believed that Zhao Wen must have also seen this incident on the internet.
Hey, boss, how are you? I saw the news about this incident online. Are you okay?
As soon as the phone was connected, Zhao Wen's anxious greetings came.
It's okay. What can happen to me? If I had something to do, would I still be able to call you here?
Lin Feng smiled and felt a warmth in his heart. Lin Feng said a few more words to Zhao Wen, then hung up the phone and placed it on the table. Unexpectedly, just as I put down my phone, it rang again.
Who is calling?
Lin Feng picked up the phone again and saw that the call on the screen was from Yuan Wanqing.
Lin Feng smiled. It seemed that Yuan Wanqing also saw this matter on the internet.
That's why she called to ask me how I was doing. I didn't expect that the beautiful sister still remembered me.
Hello?
Hello, beautiful sister. Lin Feng took the phone and said with a smile. It's already this late and you still have the time to joke with me, President Lin.
Your story has spread all over the internet. Are you okay? Yuan Wanqing became a little angry when she heard Lin Feng's laughter coming from the other end of the phone. What a situation it is.
After going through all those things and even running into armed robbers, he can still laugh and joke with me like this. He is really carefree. Yuan Wanqing hasn't seen Lin Feng for a long time. She has a lot of work to do today, so she has been busy. Later, when I went online to look up information, I found that today's news headlines were all about the same thing.
That was the robbery incident at the exhibition.
She clicked on it out of curiosity and unexpectedly found Lin Feng in the news. Only then did she know what Lin Feng had experienced that day. So he quickly turned off the computer, picked up his phone and called Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, the first call was not connected, and it showed that Lin Feng was on the phone. Yuan Wanqing was a little anxious, but after thinking about it carefully, Lin Feng was on the phone, which meant that he was fine. And judging from the news reports, Lin Feng was not only fine, he even became a hero.
So Yuan Wanqing was not so worried.
After waiting for a while, he made a second call to Lin Feng, and this time the call was finally connected.
I'm fine. What could happen to me?
Lin Feng said a little embarrassedly. He could also feel that Yuan Wanqing was worried about him, and he shouldn't have spoken like that just now. At least he should have let her know that he was safe.
Really? If I hadn't looked it up online today, I wouldn't have seen this news. I didn't know you had encountered something like this today. But as long as you're okay, I'm glad. I didn't expect you to become a hero today. Yuan Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief and continued asking.
I'm not a hero, it's all just luck.
I'm lucky that the robbers didn't dare to attack me, otherwise I might have lost my life.
Lin Feng explained to Yuan Wanqing seriously.
Yes, you also know how dangerous the robbers are at this moment, and you still know to save your life? You are not stupid.
Don't act rashly when you encounter such a thing in the future.
I was lucky this time, but it may not be the same next time. Wouldn't it be better for you to pay more attention to your own safety?
Yuan Wanqing kept talking to Lin Feng, wanting Lin Feng to think more about her, as her own safety was the most important thing. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart as he listened to Yuan Wanqing chattering on and on about so many things on the phone. It seems that this beautiful sister is really worried about herself.
Beautiful sister, are you worried about me? Do you want to meet me?
Lin Feng interrupted Yuan Wanqing and suddenly asked a question like this.
Yuan Wanqing was still talking when she was suddenly interrupted and was a little confused. I was even more confused after hearing this. She could feel her face turning red. Do I really want to see Lin Feng? Is it just because you are worried that he might be in danger that you tell him so many things? Yuan Wanqing couldn't help but think, is her relationship with Lin Feng really just that of a colleague and friend? Hello? Why aren't you talking? Are you offline?
Lin Feng heard no sound on the other end of the phone and did not get any response from Yuan Wanqing, so he felt a little strange.
I picked up the phone and took a look. The call was not hung up, so why was there no sound? Chapter 88. I'm not offline. I'm listening to you. Yuan Wanqing said blankly to the person on the other end of the phone. She didn't know how to answer Lin Feng's question. Do you want to meet Lin Feng? Okay, then you wait for me downstairs of your company. I'll pick you up and we can have dinner together.
It's a good thing we haven't seen each other for a long time. Lin Feng naturally knew that Yuan Wanqing was embarrassed to answer his question because she was shy. But he decided to take the initiative and told Yuan Wanqing to wait for him downstairs in the company. So after hanging up the phone, Lin Feng quickly picked up the car keys and drove to pick up Yuan Wanqing. Having not seen Yuan Wanqing for such a long time, he really missed this beautiful sister a little. So Lin Feng drove to pick up Yuan Wanqing, and the two of them had a simple dinner and chatted for a while. After all, we haven't seen each other for some time. Yuan Wanqing has been busy with company matters these days, and Lin Feng is even busier.
In addition to the decoration of the apartment, there are naturally company matters.
It was a rare opportunity for me to have some free time, so I met Yuan Wanqing and it felt pretty good.
After the two of them finished their meal, there was no other entertainment activity. So Lin Feng quickly sent Yuan Wanqing back. After a quick meeting, he was satisfied. There is still a lot of time left in the future, and they will definitely meet more and more often.
And through today's test, Lin Feng also felt that Yuan Wanqing might be interested in him. So he became more confident in pursuing this beautiful sister. By then, maybe their two companies will join forces and do even better, and the two of them will get married.
He. 2 days have passed since the last Baohua building incident. The matter has been resolved, but the topic is still very popular online.
Most of them were still discussing Lin Feng, this young and promising handsome guy. But Lin Feng felt that it was nothing and didn't know why it became so exaggerated on the internet. That evening, a 5-star hotel by the river was booked by Tan Jiaxu's father, Tan Yao. There are all kinds of cars parked outside the hotel, all of which are very valuable luxury cars. The entrance of the hotel was also surrounded by many reporters who wanted to get the big news. The reporters all wore their work badges and held cameras in their hands, ready to take pictures of people who came to the hotel for the dinner. This dinner was specially hosted by Tan Yao for his son Tan Jiaxu. One is to celebrate that everyone was safe and sound in the last Baohua building incident. The second is to introduce more business people to my son. So Tan Yao also invited many of his good business friends, and not only these wealthy people were present, but even many celebrities came to today's dinner. Although this was just an ordinary dinner, it was comparable to the red carpet walks at film festivals. The stars who were invited walked past the reporters with beautiful smiles. At the entrance of the hotel, a red carpet was indeed prepared for these stars. But not everyone has to walk on this red carpet. Some wealthy people who want to appear in a low-key manner can also use the channels specially prepared for them to avoid attracting too much attention. Look, isn't that the male star Su Nuwa? He is so handsome, I am about to faint, he is so handsome. A sweet and lovely girl pulled her companions beside her and shouted exaggeratedly. All of them were fans of the stars invited today. I saw it, it was really handsome, just as I imagined. Hey, look who got out of the car. He looks like a handsome guy too. The other sister who was being held by him was also extremely excited, and suddenly she saw a black car coming from behind. Judging from the appearance of the car, I guess there's a handsome guy sitting inside it. After hearing what her companion said, the girl quickly turned her head and looked at the car that had just driven over, wanting to see who was in the car. Just then, a black car stopped at the red carpet entrance of the hotel. The car door was opened by a pair of big hands, and a pair of feet in leather shoes stepped out. Looking up, he is wearing black suit pants, and his long legs make him look like a handsome guy. Everyone cheered and screamed. Just a pair of long legs could rival most male stars in the entertainment industry. That's why they were so excited and wanted to know who this person was. When Lin Feng got out of the car, he was suddenly dazzled by the flashlights of the cameras. The light was too strong. Everything in front of his eyes was white, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. But Lin Feng did not panic. Instead, he tried to stay calm and finally adapted to the flashing lights. Ah, this man is so handsome. When Lin Feng just got out of the car, screams broke out all around the red carpet. All the cameras were clicking and shooting towards this side, with lights flashing. Who is this handsome guy? I really love his height. A bunch of crazy girls were calling out to each other. But suddenly I realized that I didn't seem to know who this handsome guy was, so I asked the person next to me awkwardly. I don't know either. He shouldn't be a celebrity. If he was, I would definitely know him. He must be the second generation of a wealthy family. After all, this banquet didn't just invite celebrities. A girl speculated. With all the years she has been in the fan circle, it is impossible that there is a star she doesn't know. But she had never seen the person in front of her before. He was a complete stranger. That's why I think this person should be a rich second generation. But I have to say that this guy is definitely on par with today's popular male stars. Oh, this person looks familiar to me. Is he very popular on the internet these days? Lin Feng. It's Lin Feng. This person is the Lin Feng who saved young Master Tan. Now someone finally recognized that Lin Feng was the Lin Feng who had been very popular on the internet in recent days and was also a popular figure in Baohua building. It was only then that everyone realized that this person was the great hero Lin Feng who single-handedly fought against the robber gang. Although Lin Feng has never appeared on the internet, but with the speed of internet development in this era, even if Lin Feng has never appeared on the internet, but his photos are still very popular on the internet. Especially during this period of time, his popularity has been very high. So many viewers recognized that this person is a popular figure in Baohua. Chapter 89. And these reporters didn't guess who this person was at first. After hearing someone in the fan group say that this person was Lin Feng, the popular figure from Baohua building who had been very popular on the internet in the past few days, they all raised their cameras and pointed them at Lin Feng. It turns out that this Lin Feng is the one who outsmarted a group of robbers. At this moment, Lin Feng's popularity is not inferior to those popular young actresses, and he even has a tendency to surpass them. In fact, what happened to Lin Feng recently has also caused a great impact on the internet.
After all, everyone likes to gossip, and any small thing will be magnified infinitely once it is posted on the internet. But the matter of Bao building is not a small matter, and its influence can be imagined to be huge.
Lin Feng, who was exposed on the internet because of the Bao building incident, naturally aroused everyone's interest.
There are also many capable people on the internet. Within just a few hours, someone has already dug out Lin Feng's affairs. Although it cannot be said that all the information has been dug out, I do have a pretty good understanding of Lin Feng. So naturally, the news that Lin Feng bought a luxury car and a villa was also known to people on the internet. People on the internet already have mixed opinions, and what they say is even more mixed. So many people speculated, what kind of experiences did an ordinary young man have to go through to be able to be so generous as to buy a luxury car and a villa? After knowing Lin Feng's situation, all kinds of rumors about him spread quickly. Some even said that the source of his money was unknown, and that he might have been a swindler or a drug dealer. Everyone was guessing what kind of business Lin Feng was doing. The matter became more and more serious, and someone even reported it to the relevant departments, demanding a thorough investigation of Lin Feng's personal property. The relevant departments naturally cannot just sit back and do nothing. After all, the impact this incident has caused on the internet is too huge. For safety reasons, they also conducted a private investigation on Lin Feng. The truth about Lin Feng was also uncovered bit by bit. The relevant departments also issued a response after investigation. They said that after their investigation, they found that Lin Feng's money was of legitimate origin and there was no illegal behavior as those people on the internet said. Then some big bloggers on the internet spoke out to deny the slanderous remarks against Lin Feng. Some people even posted on Weibo to guess Lin Feng's identity, thus diverting the entire topic. After Lin Feng's legitimate identity as a wealthy man was investigated, more and more people supported him on the internet. Lin Feng also gained a large number of fans online because of his wealthy status and his outstanding performance in the Bao building incident. Among this large number of fans, naturally, women account for a larger proportion. Lin Feng knows almost everything about these things on the internet. Of course, Lin Feng said that he was not afraid of others checking at all. After all, he had the godly rich system. Although the source of the money given by the super rich system is indeed impossible to trace. But this doesn't mean he's not a good person. Besides, he didn't need to prove these things to others. This actually adds a touch of mystery to him. After adapting to the surrounding environment, Lin Feng walked the red carpet very calmly and even smiled back at the reporters around him. Lin Feng also prepared a special suit for this dinner. Now wearing it, he looks even more handsome. He smiled at the reporters, which actually caused screams from the fans. Some celebrities who had just walked the red carpet also expressed their surprise. I don't know who this person is, and how could he cause such a big commotion? Who is this guy behind me? I don't have any impression of him. Is he some handsome young man? I'm not sure either. I haven't seen him on weekdays. Su Nua, who had already walked the red carpet, also expressed his curiosity after hearing these people's discussions and the movements on the red carpet, and turned his head to look around. I want to see who is so popular. But when he took a look, he found that the person on the red carpet looked a little strange, and he didn't even know him. As a very popular young entertainer in today's entertainment industry, Su Nua is not only very good at dealing with people and things, but also has a handsome appearance. The most important thing is that he is very respectful and polite to his elders. So when he has time, he will learn more about his celebrity predecessors. After all, he understands the nature of the entertainment industry very well. Although I can't say that I remember everything about those celebrity seniors. But at least he still has some impression of them, so as to avoid any problems when interacting with these stars and offending the other party, which would be bad. So basically, he has some understanding of the celebrities who are active in the entertainment industry recently. But he really couldn't remember who the person on the red carpet was. You naturally don't know who this person is. After all, he is not from our entertainment industry. While Su Nua was still wondering, a voice suddenly came from behind him. A beautiful and elegant woman came up from behind them. Hello, Sister Ching. After seeing the person coming, Su Nua quickly greeted her. From his face one could see the respect he had for this woman. You just said this guy isn't from the entertainment industry, so where is he from? Su Nua looked at Sister Chang and asked. He really doesn't understand why this person is so popular even though he is not in the entertainment industry. But people like this must be very powerful. You should all know about the Bao building incident that has been very popular on the internet recently.
This man is the protagonist in it.
Bai Qingqing said to these people.
It turned out to be him. Su Nuo was surprised after hearing this.
How could he not know about the Baohua building incident, which has been very popular on the internet recently?
After all, such things basically don't happen here, but this time it happened very suddenly. Moreover, all those involved are wealthy people and second-generation rich people, so it is also very popular on the internet.
Don't underestimate this man because he is young.
He is very capable and has a great influence. This is not just because he saved Tan Jiaxu and the guests in the exhibition hall, but also because he himself has a great influence. Bai Jingjing looked at Su Nuo and said she was a little worried, but Su Nuo didn't take this man seriously. And according to my private investigation, this man is not only very mysterious himself, but he also invested in Tian Imo's film.
Bai Jingjing stopped there and didn't say anything further.
After all, she has already said this, so Su Nuo should have some idea of the situation. After all, Su Nuo is not a fool.
Chapter 90. What's going on? Are you saying that Tian Imo's latest movie was invested by this person? The one that invested hundreds of millions of dollars at once?
Su Nuo asked, staring at Bai Qingqing, who was standing in front of him in amazement. He found it a little hard to believe that this man had actually invested in director Tian Imo. He had also heard about the film when it was first being prepared. The investment is already huge, and there is still a gap of several hundred million. But just a while ago I heard that Tian Imo suddenly found an investor. At that time, Su Nuo was still wondering who had such a big budget to invest hundreds of millions in Tian Imo's movie at once. I didn't expect that this was the person walking on the red carpet right now. Bai Jingjing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Su Nuo standing in front of her with his mouth open in shock. She had to make Su Nuo realize the importance of this person. Bai Qingqing nodded at Su Nuo, indicating that what he had just said was correct.
It is indeed this person who invested in director Tian Imo's new movie. After getting Bai Qingqing's affirmation, Su Nuo was even more shocked.
But then he immediately calmed down and began to think about how to get along well with this person.
You should know your current situation.
With your popularity, you can set up your own studio, or join a big company directly. After all, your management company can no longer keep up with your development.
And I've already done some research.
Lin Feng has an entertainment company under his control.
Doesn't that mean he also has some ideas about this? I think you can go to his place and give it a try. Bai Qingqing looked at Su Nuo earnestly and said.
Well, I understand, Sister Qingqing, I understand all these things, and I will pay more attention to them myself.
Su Nuo looked at Bai Qingqing gratefully and said.
It was not until now that Lin Feng walked down from the red carpet.
He had to keep smiling on the red carpet.
After all, there were so many reporters with cameras taking pictures of him, and he couldn't have a gloomy face. That's why he now feels his face is a little stiff. But judging from the scene just now, we have to say that he has indeed become very popular in recent days.
It's already so popular.
Although he felt very uncomfortable, he had to admit that the feeling of being admired by others was really great. Although it was his first time experiencing such a scene and he seemed a little embarrassed, he still enjoyed the experience very much. While Lin Feng was tidying himself up, a group of rich second generations came towards him, and the person walking in front was smiling happily. This person was Tan Jiaxu. After he heard that Lin Fenggao had walked the red carpet, he rushed over to pick him up. The thought of Lin Feng being at a loss on the red carpet was very funny, so he rushed there in such a hurry, wanting to see Lin Feng's miserable condition.
How about it, little brother? It feels good to be a big star, right? Tan Jiaxu smiled and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Go ball.
Lin Feng looked at Tan Jiaxu's nasty smile and wanted to hit him twice.
Why is such a handsome guy smiling so obscenely now? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm here to introduce you to my friends at the party. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng and said.
He didn't care about Lin Feng's attitude and still had a smile on his face. Although Lin Feng and Tan Jiaxu were used to this, the rich second generations following Tan Jiaxu at the door didn't think so. They had never seen Mr. Tan get along so well with anyone before. After just a few minutes of meeting, they all knew very well that the relationship between Tan Jiaxu and Lin Feng was definitely not that simple. Originally, they were somewhat dismissive and indifferent towards Lin Feng. But after seeing Tan Jiaxu's attitude towards him, they all restrained their disdain and began to respect Lin Feng. Then Tan Jiaxu introduced to Lin Feng these rich second generations who followed him.
Each of them had a unique identity. There are some car salespeople, and there are dozens of 4S stores across the country. Others are in the energy business, and all of their subordinates are coal bosses. If you say that coal bosses cannot make money now, it is because they are unsuccessful. But their family is one of the few that is successful and has a very big business. This is how Tan Jiaxu introduced the coal boss. While listening, Lin Feng greeted these people and made friends with them. Just by hearing the identities of these people, Lin Feng felt that they were very valuable. The fact that Tan Jiaxu was able to gather these people together further demonstrates the strength of their Tan family. Originally, Lin Feng felt that he was a little inflated because of what had happened in the past few days. But after Tan Jiaxu introduced these partners to him, he also vaguely felt that he should be down to earth and not be so arrogant. After all, he only got to where he is today by relying on luck in the Xinhao system. However, the families of these people in front of him all relied on their own strength to have such a solid foundation. He still has a long way to go. After this introduction, everyone gradually became familiar with it. Originally, these people were of similar age, and they were also very curious about the danger that Tan Jiaxu and Lin Feng encountered in Baohua building, so they became familiar with each other after a few words. As they chatted, more and more people came to the banquet. Because this dinner was originally hosted by the Tan family themselves, it had no utilitarian nature, so naturally no host was invited to host the dinner. So everyone chatted for a while and then left. As the important protagonist of this dinner, Tan Jiaxu naturally could not stay next to Lin Feng and chat with him all the time. So after chatting with Lin Feng for a while, he left to deal with other things. Lin Feng watched these people leave him, and then were immediately surrounded by other people. He smiled and did nothing else, but found a sofa and sat down. Chatting for such a long time is really tiring, so I want to take a break. Lin Feng thought that no one would come to see him now, but he didn't expect that a very handsome man came to him just after he sat down. "Hello, can I sit here please?" After Su Nuo saw that everyone around Lin Feng had dispersed, Lin Feng sat down on the sofa. Su Nuo thought that he should take this opportunity to have a chat with Lin Feng. So he plucked up his courage and walked towards Lin Feng, thinking of taking this opportunity to get to know him better. Then we will have a chance to discuss entertainment company matters. Chapter 91. Lin Feng looked at the man standing in front of him and wanted to sit next to him. I have to say, he is very handsome and looks somewhat familiar. But Lin Feng did not recognize who this person was. But for some reason he had to sit next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng thought about it and thought that maybe this was some rich second-generation man, so he didn't say anything else but let the man sit next to him. "Hello, I'm Su Nuo. I guess you are Lin Feng, young Master Lin." Su Nuo looked at Lin Feng who was sitting next to him and wanted to reach out to say hello to him. "I didn't expect that. Am I already so famous? I know you're a very popular star now, and I've even watched a drama you starred in before." Lin Feng only realized after hearing the name Su Nuo that this person was Su Nuo, the popular young actor in the entertainment industry. When he first saw this person coming towards him, he felt that he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Only after hearing the name did he remember who this person was. You know, he was still watching a TV series starring this guy a few days ago. I have to say that he is indeed quite talented. It's really my honor to let Master Lin watch the play I act in. When Su Nuo heard that Lin Feng had actually followed his drama, he couldn't help but feel happy. I didn't expect that this wealthy man would also watch the TV series he starred in. But why did you come to me instead of chatting with those rich people and directors? Lin Feng looked at Su Nuo with some curiosity and asked. After all, in Lin Feng's opinion, shouldn't such a dinner be a rare opportunity for them, the stars? After all, the guests invited to this dinner are all wealthy people, and many famous directors are here. As an actor, shouldn't he go talk to the director and recommend himself? How did you get to him? After all, although Lin Feng is quite famous now, it is only to ordinary people that Lin Feng seems to be quite famous. But in the eyes of these wealthy people at the banquet, Lin Feng is probably just a small boss of a small company. After all, the industries under Lin Feng's name have not been exposed so far, so they are naturally incomparable with those wealthy people present. Moreover, although there were many famous people at the banquet, only a few of them could really look like Lin Feng. Moreover, most of the people he likes are very extraordinary, so they will not take the initiative to contact Lin Feng. Those who like Lin Feng are naturally not qualified and have no strength, so they would not dare to come to him so abruptly. So Lin Feng sat on the sofa for a while and no one came to chat with him. But Su Nuo is different. As a very popular star in the entertainment industry, his popularity is undoubtedly very high.
Although judging from Lin Feng's current identity, he is not much different from Su Nuo, but what he lacks from Su Nuo is the foundation. After all, Su Nuo is very popular right now, and he definitely has no shortage of money or resources. But it was Su Nuo who came to him, which made Lin Feng feel a little strange. Su Nuo was caught off guard when he heard Lin Feng directly ask him why he didn't talk to those big directors. After all, he didn't expect Lin Feng to speak so directly. He had originally thought of a lot of excuses to have a good chat with Lin Feng, but this question from Lin Feng completely broke his defense. Actually, I came to see you this time, Master Lin, because I have something I want to confirm with you. I wonder if you are interested in the entertainment industry? Su Nuo adjusted his mentality and looked at Lin Feng seriously and asked. Since Lin Feng has been so direct, he will not drag his feet any longer and might as well just state his original purpose directly. Why? That's an interesting question. Lin Feng didn't expect that Su Nuo would ask him such a question, so he sat up straight, looked at Su Nuo with a smile and answered, wanting to see what Su Nuo meant. Mr. Lin, we have heard about your investment in the film directed by Tian Imo. And we also know that you actually have an entertainment company under your name, which means that you are actually interested in the entertainment industry, am I right? Su Nuo smiled and said to Lin Feng. These were all his guesses, but Su Nuo felt that they were pretty close to the facts. So, the reason you came to me this time is also related to these? Lin Feng was not surprised when he heard Su Nuo say that he had invested in Tian Imo's movie. After all, he didn't deliberately hide this matter. I think everyone in the entertainment industry should be aware of his investments. Besides, there is no need to hide this. Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand me. I don't have any other intentions. I came to you today just to ask if your company is still short of people. Please take a look at me. Su Nuo sat up straight and looked at Lin Feng seriously and asked. Lin Feng had just put a sip of red wine into his mouth, but when he heard Su Nuo's words, he spat it out. He was stunned. Why did Su Nuo come to him to talk about this? Are you serious? Su Nuo was somewhat embarrassed after seeing Lin Feng's reaction, but he still nodded at Lin Feng very seriously. That shouldn't be the case. Considering your current popularity in the entertainment industry, it's impossible for you not to have an agency. Besides, even if you really can't find a good agency, you can still open your own studio. Why did you find me? Lin Feng took the tissue beside him and wiped the corner of his mouth. He was indeed a little impolite just now, but he was also too shocked. Lin Feng now felt that this promise was really strange. After all, considering Su Nuo's current popularity, as long as he is willing to join an agency, it is impossible that no agency will contact him. And even if he doesn't want to find an agency, there is no problem for him to open his own studio. There was no need for him to come to find Lin Feng at all, but the fact was that he was sitting in front of Lin Feng and wanted to join Lin Feng's entertainment company, which was why Lin Feng felt so strange now. Su Nuo lowered his head and smiled. He also knew what Lin Feng was wondering about. After all, Lin Feng's reaction is very normal. Although he also knew that after he explained this matter, others would definitely not believe it. But after thinking about it carefully, for the sake of his future, he still needed to patiently explain this matter to Lin Feng. After all, it would be beneficial to Su Nuo if Lin Feng knew him more clearly. Chapter 92. Actually, my previous company did help me a lot, but it was too small after all, and it couldn't keep up with my current development speed. The help they provide me is getting smaller and smaller. Even now, I have to find some programs and scripts by myself. Su Nuo explained to Lin Feng patiently. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He could understand what Su Nuo said. He also knew that Su Nuo was not very popular when he first debuted. Later, he met a noble person, and he himself worked very hard. This is why it becomes popular so quickly in a short period of time. His previous agency was just a small, unknown company, and judging from his current development, this company can really do very little to help him. Su Nuo also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Feng express his understanding of what he said. After all, if he changes jobs directly, it will have a very bad impact on him, and some people may even think that he is ungrateful. It seems that he no longer wants his previous company now that he has become popular, so it is still very troublesome to deal with this matter. After discussing with the company, I found that there are no big problems to deal with now. I actually thought about opening a studio on my own before. But I know what I am capable of, and I also know that I don't have much experience in this area. If I really open a studio, I will be noticed by others. That's why I wanted to join another larger company. I also looked into other companies, but in the end I decided to choose your company, Mr. Lin. Su Nuwa was still very excited when he narrated these things, but his voice became smaller and smaller towards the end. After all, he also felt that it was a bit embarrassing to say these words. In fact, after listening to Su Nuwa's words, Lin Feng felt a little speechless. After all, when Su Nuwa first said that he wanted to come to his company, he really thought that it was because he was now successful and popular that he was able to attract a star with such a high traffic like Su Nuwa. But I didn't expect it to be like this. From what Su Nuwa said, it's because his popularity is too high now, so he is afraid that if he goes out to work alone, he will be easily troubled by others. That's why I'm thinking about finding a better company. But if you sign a contract directly with those big companies, you will definitely not have that much freedom and the management will be very strict. But if he just finds a small company, it won't be of much help to him. That's why he said in the end that he wanted to join Lin Feng's company. Lin Feng thought about it and didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. After understanding what Su Nuwa meant, Lin Feng also thought that the reason why Su Nuwa was willing to come to his company was mainly because Lin Feng could protect Su Nuwa from being targeted by other people in the entertainment industry. After all, he helped the son of their richest man at the Baohua building exhibition. On the other hand, it is actually because Lin Feng's company has just been established and does not have much influence in the entertainment industry, and its foundation has not yet been laid firmly. In this way, if Su Nuwa comes to the company, the pressure on him will not be so great. Lin Feng thought about it carefully again, and after understanding the reasons behind these things, he began to consider whether he should agree to Lin Shunua's request. However, Lin Feng's answer to Su Nua's request was absolute, that is, he would definitely agree to your request. If you think about it carefully, anyone who refuses to keep a promise would be a fool. After all, Lin Feng was very interested in the entertainment industry, otherwise he would not have invested so much money in Tian Imo's movie. Moreover, Su Nuwa is indeed a very talented and popular young actor, so it would be a great thing to have him join Lin Feng's entertainment company. We are so glad to have you join our company. Lin Feng smiled and gave Su Nuwa a satisfactory answer. I should be happy, Boss Lin. Su Nuwa was very happy when he heard that Lin Feng agreed to his request. Don't be so distant. Just call me by my name in private. Lin Feng smiled and said to Su Nuwa. After all, Su Nuwa will be in the same boat with him from now on, so there is no need to be so distant with him. After dealing with this matter, the two chatted for a while. Su Nuwa was obviously not as restrained as before, and the two of them became much more familiar with each other. Seeing that Su Nuwa had been staying here with him all the time, Lin Feng felt that it was not a good idea to let him stay here with him all the time. So he told Su Nuwa to walk around more. After all, there were many wealthy people and big directors at the banquet. If Su Nuwa has the opportunity to cooperate with these big directors, then wouldn't it be a good deal? Su Nuwa obviously understood Lin Feng's intention, and he was indeed thinking about getting into good relationships with some directors at this banquet. After hearing what Lin Feng said, he left Lin Feng directly. Su Nuwa had just left when Tan Jiaxu came over. What were you two talking about just now? You talked for such a long time. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng with some curiosity and asked. He saw Su Nuwa walking towards Lin Feng early on. At first he thought he was just saying hello to Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was very popular now. But he didn't expect that Su Nuwa actually sat here and chatted with Lin Feng for quite a while, so he was very curious. After all, Su Nuwa is a very popular star in the entertainment industry. What can he do to find Lin Feng? What could a celebrity want from me? He just wants me to be his backer. Thanks to you, I am now really popular. Then we talked and I invited him to our company. He had wanted to join our company, which surprised me. But joining our company was a good thing for me, so I didn't refuse. Lin Feng felt that there was no need to hide this from Tan Jiaxu, so he told the truth. Besides, if we hide it now, won't it be the same when the news breaks out? It would be better for you to explain it yourself now. I see. What do you mean by thanks to me? You have obviously earned this popularity through your own ability. So don't give all the benefits to me. Besides, this star is really popular now. If he can come to your company in the future, it will be a lot of good for your company. I didn't expect that you would get a capable person at this banquet. Tan Jiaxu smiled and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said. Chapter 93. Hey, what are you doing here? You're not here just to ask me what this celebrity wants me to do. Lin Feng smiled and asked Tan Jiaxu. That's not the case.
The reason I came to find you is actually because my dad asked me to call you.
Tan Jiaxu smiled and raised his eyebrows at Lin Feng.
Come to see me, what's going on?
When Lin Feng heard that it was Tan Jiaxu's father who asked Tan Jiaxu to come to him, he felt a little strange.
In a corner of the banquet, several people are gathered.
The average age of these people is around 40 or 50 years old, and they exude the aura of strength. Although there were only a few people, their aura was enough to make people dare not approach easily. And around this corner, there were countless pairs of eyes staring at this place. But they only dared to take a look, but did not dare to take a step forward to reach this corner. I had no choice but to look around for opportunities.
What opportunity? An opportunity to become rich overnight.
Among the people here are wealthy people, second-generation rich people, some small stars, and big bosses. But no matter how rich and wealthy they are in the eyes of ordinary people, in front of these few people in the corner, they can only be regarded as small characters. If I can cooperate with any of them and get them to invest with me, then my script can be made into a movie. A screenwriter with slightly bald hair and square-framed glasses stared at those people silently and thought.
He is a very famous screenwriter in China now.
Any script he writes is sought after by directors of many domestic companies. But in his own opinion, he doesn't like the title of screenwriter. After all, his dream is to become an excellent director and make his own movie. Even now, he has become a little obsessed and wants to make his most proud script into a movie. He also traveled to many places for this purpose, trying to find people to invest, but the results he got in the end were so unsatisfactory. There were several men and women sitting at a table some distance away from screenwriter Li. This screenwriter Li is really pitiful. He insisted on making his own movies and directing them. If he wasn't so stubborn, he wouldn't have ended up like this. A middle-aged man whose hair was balder than that of screenwriter Fong looked at screenwriter Fong and said helplessly,
"Okay, don't worry about him so much. You know his personality.
He is just like that. If you let him suffer a few more times, he will know.
Then it will be much easier for us to find him again, right?"
Another man with a beer belly patted the bald man next to him and said,
"There's nothing we can do now. This is the only way."
The bald man sighed and said, "Although he has a good relationship with this famous screenwriter, he really has no way to help this famous screenwriter now. All right, we finally got to attend such a big dinner, so stop talking about these things." Another man in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked at the two of them and said,
"Hey, who do you think that person is?"
A woman in her 40s seemed to have suddenly discovered something and called out to them to look over. Everyone at the table looked over and found two young men walking towards the gathering place of the big guys in the corner. They recognized that the person walking in front was Mr. Tan Jiaxu, but they were not sure who the man following next to Tan Jiaxu was.
"Who is the man following Mr. Tan?"
the bald man asked in great surprise.
"How should I know?"
Several people nearby also shook their heads, indicating that they had no idea who this young man was.
"Why is it him?"
Mu Taoran, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke after seeing this man.
"Why? Do you still know this person? Taoran?"
After hearing Mu Taoran say this, the man with gold-rimmed glasses quickly turned his head to look at her. The people nearby were also very surprised and turned to look at the beautiful woman.
"It can be considered as acquaintance." Mu Taoran curled the corners of his mouth and smiled gently.
Then he told everyone present what had happened before. "I thought he just looked young, but I didn't expect he was actually a young man," the man with a beer belly said with a sigh.
"Unexpectedly, so many things happened during the time he was away."
The bald man next to him also nodded to show his agreement with what he said. Although he only listened to Mu Taoran's description of the situation at that time, he could tell how dangerous the situation was just from the gun-wielding robbers. The younger generations nowadays are really more powerful than each other. The man with gold-rimmed glasses also sighed. The person following Tan Jiaxu was indeed Lin Feng. He had just arrived here and attracted the attention of people around him.
"Dad, didn't I bring Lin Feng to you?"
Tan Jiaxu came to Tan Yao's side, first greeted the other bigwigs present, then looked at his father and said with a smile. After Lin Feng arrived here, he first greeted Tan Yao, then bowed and greeted the big guys here. Although he managed his facial expressions very well and appeared calm, he was actually very nervous. After all, he also knew that the person who could sit here with Tan Yao must have a very high status. This is Lin Feng, a very good young man. I'm sure you've all heard about what happened at Baohua building this time. The exhibition hall was also thanks to this young man, and he even opened his own company. If there's any cooperation in the future, you can't look down on him just because he's young. Tan Yao smiled and pulled Lin Feng to his side, introducing him to the others present.
Mr. Tan, please don't be so polite. Boss Tan, this is not the case. We will definitely take good care of this little brother. The people who work in this field are either cooperating with Tan Yao's Fenghe group, or he has a very good personal relationship with Tan Yao. After listening to what Tan Yao explained, they all nodded and agreed. What Tan Yao said now actually gave Lin Feng the opportunity to protect him. In the future, whenever there is business cooperation, everyone will have to give face to Tan Yao because of his reputation. Chapter 94. I don't know what kind of shit luck this kid has. Chen Xiqing was watching the goings-on here from the other side of the dinner. He didn't expect that Lin Feng's luck was so good this time that he could actually get to know those business tycoons next to Tan Yao. This was something he never expected. Although he knew that the success of Baohua Tower was indeed thanks to Lin Feng, he still didn't want to thank Lin Feng in his heart. After all, he always thought that Lin Feng could not accomplish anything. Now he did not expect that he would become so famous. Naturally, he was very uncomfortable with it. Moreover, he was the most shameful one in the Baohua building incident. The way he behaved in the hall was seen by the rich second generation in the hall, and he was even laughed at by them later, so Chen Xiqing felt very angry. Today's dinner was prepared by Tan Yao, and Chen Xiqing's family, as a large family comparable to the Tan family, was naturally invited to the dinner. After all, Chen Xiqing is also a party to this matter. When Chen Jiban originally heard about this banquet, he was very opposed to it. He really didn't want to come to this public place again. After all, this incident happened only a few days ago. He wanted to avoid the spotlight before leaving. After all, his performance at that time was really bad. But Chen Xiqing's father did not think so, and strongly urged Chen Xiqing to attend the dinner. After all, the people invited to the dinner are all bigwigs from all walks of life. Inviting Chen Xiqing to the dinner might lead to some opportunities, which would also be helpful for his future career. That's why Chen Xiqing listened to his father. If you want to know where his father is now, he is among the group of people sitting next to Tan Yao. Chen Wei looked at the man standing in front of him. This was the man his son Chen Xiqing mentioned. It has to be said that Lin Feng is indeed quite stylish. He does not show any signs of stage fright even in front of this group of business tycoons. In this regard, Chen Wei felt that Lin Feng performed quite well. However, after hearing that his son had a big grudge against him, Chen Wei still looked down on Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. I thought to myself, I am just a small boss, what ability can I have and what can I achieve? If it weren't for Tan Yao's face, he probably wouldn't even look at Lin Feng. Now it's just giving face to Tan Yao. After all, this dinner was hosted by Tan Yao, and they were invited. He could only be considered as a guest at the dinner party, so it was natural for him to give face to the host. But he still hopes that he will not meet Lin Feng again in the future, otherwise he will definitely regain face for his son. After separating from Tan Yao and Tan Jiaxu, father and son, Lin Feng had just walked a few steps out of that corner when he was surrounded by other guests at the banquet. In just a few minutes, more than 10 people gathered around Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a little dumbfounded. Even though he had just finished talking to those big guys, there couldn't be so many people coming to him. But Lin Feng couldn't just fool these people. After all, anyone who could come here to attend the dinner hosted by Tan Yao would not be of simple status. What Lin Feng lacks most now is personal connections. So at this time, I have no choice but to put on a smile and build good relationships with the people around me. When the people around him slowly dispersed, Lin Feng already had a thick bunch of business cards in his hand. There were also more than a dozen contact numbers given to him by some beautiful women. Lin Feng originally thought that after chatting with these people, he could finally sit down and rest for a while. But he didn't expect that two people came from the opposite side, and the person in the lead made him really angry just by looking at him. That's right, the person walking towards him was Tan Jiaxu, and following behind him was another handsome man whom Lin Feng didn't know either. He must be another good brother of Mr. Tan. You've only dealt with so many people, and you're already so exhausted. You're just weak after all. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng with a mocking look and said. Lin Feng glanced at Tan Jiaxu speechlessly and said nothing more. But when Tan Jiaxu saw that Lin Feng's face had calmed down, he immediately shut up. For some reason, the calmer Lin Feng's expression was, the more he felt that this was the calm before the storm, so he usually would not provoke Lin Feng. Let me introduce you to this guy next to me. He's also my good brother, Zhang Tao. His family also owns a big company, but he's pretty good at playing games. Tan Jiaxu pulled the man next to him and introduced Lin Feng.
Zhang Tao doesn't look too old and is of a decent height, about the same height as Tan Jiaxu, but slightly shorter than Lin Feng. But even though he can't compare to Lin Feng's looks, he is at least better than Tan Jiaxu. After seeing so many of Tan Jiaxu's good brothers, Lin Feng found that there were not many who were more handsome than Tan Jiaxu. But the Zhang Tao in front of him is indeed good looking, and is considered the most handsome one among Tan Jiaxu's good brothers.
Hello, my name is Zhang Tao.
I heard from Master Tan that you are quite good at playing games.
Let's play a few games together when you are free some other day.
Zhang Tao is a very easygoing person, unlike other rich second generations. Other rich second generations are more or less arrogant, but Zhang Tao is not. Zhang Tao spoke softly and always had a smile on his face, which made Lin Feng have a much better impression of him.
Hello, I'm Lin Feng.
I'll play a few rounds when I'm free. After introducing each other, with the help of several other good brothers, the atmosphere between them was no longer as strange as it was at the beginning, and they gradually became familiar with each other. Plus, they were all of similar age, so the atmosphere became a lot more relaxed after they joked with each other. Brother Feng, I heard that you were very skilled when you subdued the robber leader that day. I heard from Master Tan that you only took a few seconds to take down the robber leader.
You are so powerful, can you teach us a few moves someday?
Among the group of people, a girl named Diladala quickly became familiar with Lin Feng because of her cheerful and lively personality.
Now they became very casual when chatting.
When Wei Dashuan heard Diladala ask this question, he stopped communicating with his companions and turned his gaze to Lin Feng.
I want to hear about their thrilling experience in Baohua Building. After all, they have been hearing about Baohua Building these days.
Various versions have emerged, but they are basically just speculations from netizens who have nothing to do. But now the real person is right in front of them, so they are naturally curious about what the real situation is like.
Chapter 95. Yes, I also want to hear you tell me in detail what happened. I was completely stunned at the time. How did you subdue the robber leader in such a short time? Besides, when did you become so skilled? I haven't heard you mention it before.
When Tan Jiaxu heard someone asking about this topic, he hurried over. He still feels a little scared when he thinks about the feeling when the robbers rushed into Baohua Building that day. Now that several days have passed, he has finally recovered. And he didn't hate others bringing up this matter. After all, he himself was very curious about it.
Once you understand it clearly, you will have one more thing to brag about to others.
After all, if this is brought up in the future, he can be considered a person who has fought against robbers, and those were robbers with guns. I'm afraid no one else has had this experience. When Lin Feng saw that everyone around him was so curious, he thought about it carefully and felt that there was no need to hide anything. Besides, there is nothing wrong with bringing this up, and there is no need to avoid it. Speaking of what happened that day, I was actually quite dumbfounded at first. After all, I had no idea that armed robbers would rush into Baohua Building, which had such a good security system. I was stunned by the 2 gunshots. I was chatting with Mr. Tan at the counter at the time. Then 2 gunshots were heard at the entrance. In an instant, everyone in the hall was in chaos. After all, everyone is from a wealthy family who lives a life of luxury.
When have they ever seen such a scene?
They all found their own places to hide. Besides, let me tell you how I subdued the robber leader. In fact, I didn't dare to take such a big risk to hand over the necklace to them at the beginning.
But I thought about it carefully again.
The organizer of the exhibition hall at that time was Mr. Tan, and Tan Jiaxu did help me a lot. I was his brother, so I dared to stand up and confront the robbers in the end. After all, if no one had told them where the necklace was, the robbers would have pointed their guns at the heads of the people in the hall at the time. How could I allow such a thing to happen in front of me, especially since the necklace was in my pocket at the time? That's why I stood up and confronted the robbers directly.
To say that I'm good at fighting is not really the case. I can only say that the robbers really underestimated me.
The leader of the robbers didn't even pull out his gun, he just walked straight towards me. He really looked down on me. I've learned some fighting skills before, so I can be considered to have some martial arts skills. I took advantage of the moment when the robber leader wasn't paying attention and quickly subdued him. Otherwise, I'm afraid if I were a little later, I would be dead first. If I had been a little slower, I'm afraid my brain would have exploded by now, and I wouldn't have the chance to chat with you guys at this dinner. Even though the incident at Baohua Building happened several days ago, Lin Feng still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the thrilling moment of that day. Although the godly rich system had already used the skill card on him at that time, he had never done such a thing before. You have to know that he has never fought with anyone since he was a child. But the person who fought with him in Baohua building that day was a robber leader with a gun. It is conceivable that he was under tremendous pressure to take action, but fortunately, they all survived safely and the gang of robbers was subdued. After hearing what he said, everyone around Lin Feng nodded. They were also very frightened, and everyone knew that although Lin Feng described the process of this incident in a relatively simple way, the actual situation was definitely many times more thrilling than what Lin Feng said. They were already scared just thinking about having a robber with a gun standing in front of them, not to mention that Lin Feng actually had a real fight with the robber with a gun. There was suddenly a hint of admiration in everyone's eyes when they looked at Lin Feng. If they were in that situation, they would have been stunned and could only hand over the jewels honestly. How could they have the same reaction as Lin Feng? So they have to say that they really admire Lin Feng now. Tan Jiaxu, who was next to Lin Feng, was also very grateful to Lin Feng for his action at that time. After all, it was the first time he heard Lin Feng describe what happened in such detail. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng was still thinking of him at that time. As the organizer of the exhibition, if the jewelry was taken away by these robbers, he would suffer a huge loss. This is what touched Tan Jiaxu the most. After listening to Lin Feng's words, he finally understood how much psychological pressure Lin Feng was under at the time to make such a move. So he was even more grateful to Lin Feng, because he was his true good brother, Tan Jiaxu. He is so much more real than those second-generation rich people who only care about coveting his Tan family group. Alright, don't ruin this good atmosphere. It's been a few days, don't be so sad anymore. Lin Feng noticed that the atmosphere around him was becoming depressing, so he quickly changed the subject, trying to liven up the atmosphere again. Hey, Dilly, I heard that you recently took on a new role. How is it this time? Lin Feng saw that the guys surrounding him had no intention of speaking, so he turned his attention to Dilladala, who was eating fruit next to him. Dilladala was happily eating fruit and never expected that Lin Feng would call her to talk. He quickly swallowed the fruit in his mouth and answered Lin Feng's question. I have recently taken on a role in a costume drama. We are still preparing the actors, but it won't be long before filming starts. The name of the drama is Early Tang Dynasty. Dilladala is a girl from Xinjiang. She has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and looks very exotic. But her journey into the entertainment industry was not so smooth. She had been playing supporting roles in Hengdian for many years, and everyone who entered the entertainment industry with her at that time had already become famous. Even some younger generations who entered the entertainment industry later than her have become famous, but she is still playing supporting roles. This is really hard to understand. But after working so hard for so long, she finally got rewarded. Her efforts were rewarded and she finally became famous in an urban drama last year. It has to be said that the road from an unknown extra to a popular female artist in the entertainment industry is indeed very difficult. But Dilladala persisted. And her popularity is still growing, and she is gradually moving towards becoming a first-line star. Chapter 96. This new drama is your favorite costume drama. Congratulations. I will definitely go to see it when it is finished. Lin Feng smiled and said to Dilladala. Dilladala also smiled and thanked him. Hey! Yangmi, I heard that you have a big event coming up soon. You're going to open a studio, right? Remember to invite us over to show your support when the time comes. Tan Jiaxu seemed to suddenly think of something and looked at Yangmi, who had been silent beside him. After hearing this, the people around him quickly congratulated Yangmi. Lin Feng was quite surprised to hear that Yangmi actually opened his own studio. But then I felt that this was not surprising at all. After all, Yangmi's status in the entertainment industry is not like Dilladala's. Yangmi is the woman who supports half of the entertainment industry. Needless to say, his status in the entertainment industry. And Dilladala has just become popular. However, Yangmi's status and popularity in the entertainment industry are firmly in the top ranks. Moreover, the TV series he has filmed recently have been very popular and his popularity has been growing. In addition, she had been in the entertainment industry for decades, and the connections she had accumulated were more than enough to support her to become her own boss. Things haven't been finalized yet, but they will be soon. I will definitely let you know once the time is confirmed. Yangmi also has a very straightforward personality. This is the real reason why he can maintain his foothold in the entertainment industry and remain at the top. Another thing is that she has a very high emotional intelligence and is good at handling things, which is why she has been able to reach her current position. A few people started chatting again, and they started talking about gossip in the entertainment industry. They are all young people and are quite curious about this kind of thing. Once they start talking about it, they can't stop. Lin Feng and the others gathered together to discuss the current business situation. After the group of people had eaten and drunk their fill, a few girls became interested and even clamored to go to KTV. But Lin Feng was still very rational. After all, these people were all celebrities, and it was not appropriate for them to appear in public together. So he had no choice but to reject the invitations from these girls and said that they would get together again next time. After Lin Feng and Tan Jiaxu said goodbye to each other, Lin Feng prepared to leave through the back door. But just as he came out of the back door and was about to go home, he suddenly saw a very familiar person. Brother Feng. When Lu Hanni saw Lin Feng coming out from the back door, she hurried forward to greet him and called him softly. Why are you here? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Lin Feng knew that Lu Han was worried that he had drunk too much, but Lin Feng didn't drink much. He just looked very strange after seeing Lu Han. He couldn't figure out what had happened that made Lu Han come to this place to find him. Let's take a walk. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Han, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and suggested that they take a walk together. After hearing Lin Feng's proposal, Lu Han happily followed Lin Feng. Two people were walking on the side of the road, feeling the breeze. The evening breeze was a little chilly, just blowing on the two of them, dispersing the intoxication from the alcohol. Brother Feng, it's actually like this, Why do you keep calling me Brother Feng? Aren't we about the same age? You can just call me by my name. Lin Feng always felt something strange when he heard Lu Han calling him Brother Feng. Although the two of them are not very familiar with each other, they are not so distant. So Lin Feng suggested that Lu Han could just call him by his name, after all, they were about the same age. Forget it. I'll just call you Brother Feng. Lu Han understood this truth, he was not a fool. If he really listened to Lin Feng and called Lin Feng's name directly, but Tan Jiaxu and Lin Feng were brothers, then how should he call Tan Jiaxu in the future? Lin Feng can call him by these titles casually, but he, Lu Han, cannot. No matter his current status or the money he has, neither allows him to address these big shots so casually. When Lin Feng heard Lu Han say this, he didn't say anything more. It was just a name, let Lu Han call him whatever he wanted. He didn't care about these things anyway. Brother Feng, I heard that you have an entertainment company under you, but I wonder if your company is still short of people? Lu Han scratched his head and asked Lin Feng with some embarrassment. Lin Feng was dumbfounded when he heard this. What day is today? How come someone came to him again and asked to go to his entertainment company? Why did you come to my entertainment company? Lin Feng looked at Lu Han and asked. Although he had roughly guessed why Lu Han wanted to join his entertainment company, he still thought it would be better to ask. Finally, Lu Han told him roughly about his situation. In fact, it was indeed similar to Su Nua's, but it was obvious that Lu Han was under much more pressure than Su Nua. Although flower boys are more popular in today's society, the place where Lu Han debuted is not ordinary. Due to some political issues, the relationship between the two countries has also deteriorated. Although he and the other 4 members of the group later terminated their contracts with their previous groups, his popularity did not change much. But after returning to China, I still felt a little out of place in this position. Su Nua at least had his own network of contacts that he had slowly built up, but Lu Han had only been back in China for over a year and had no connections at all to build up. As to why Lu Han wanted to find Lin Feng and join Lin Feng's entertainment company, it was actually because he heard some information from his own agent. Then, seeing the relationship between Tan Jiaxu and Lin Feng, Lu Han made up his mind to come to Lin Feng to see if he could join Lin Feng's entertainment company. However, Lin Feng did not directly agree to Lu Han's request. After all, he could also see that Lu Han had only recently made the decision to join his entertainment company. Plus, I drank a little too much today, so it was inevitable that I acted impulsively. So Lin Feng was more worried about whether this young man would regret it. After all, this concerns Lu Han's future, so we should wait until he thinks it through more clearly before making a decision. After all, Lin Feng didn't want to recruit people casually. Chapter 97. Therefore, the best solution is to give Lu Han some advice first, let him go back and think carefully, and then decide whether to join Lin Feng's entertainment company. When Lu Han heard Lin Feng say this to him, he was actually very touched. After all, it was a sudden impulse that made him think of joining Lin Feng's entertainment company. Also, I drank a little bit of wine today, so I was a bit impulsive. He went straight to Lin Feng, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually advise him to go back and think about it carefully. So Lu Han felt that he should be quite grateful to Lin Feng. After listening to what Lin Feng said to him, his heart calmed down. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that he should go back first and think calmly about the future before making a decision. So I prepared to leave and would go back and discuss it with my agent before making a decision. After Lin Feng saw Lu Han off, he sat on the side of the road for a while and then returned to his home. And the next day, the entire internet was bombarded with news about what happened at the dinner the day before. Various celebrities on the internet have become hot searches with the topic. And topics about Lin Feng are endless. It actually occupied the top few positions in the hot searches on Weibo, and in this Weibo, Lin Feng's look on the red carpet last night was also posted online. Although Lin Feng was only wearing an ordinary black suit in the photo, his own advantages and superior appearance still won him a lot of fans. When Lin Feng woke up the next morning and saw how popular he was on Weibo, he was a little stunned. But he reacted quickly, registered a new Weibo account for himself, and then posted a new Weibo, tagging Tan Jiaxu and several other friends who were at the dinner yesterday. Because of the Weibo push, Lin Feng's Weibo post was discovered by many people on the internet as soon as it was sent out. His fans quickly increased to 200,000 or 300,000, and the growth rate has been increasing. There were many comments left on his new Weibo post. Lin Feng simply took a quick look at Weibo, replied to a few comments, and then left. After all, he had a lot of other things to do. After you've dealt with things on Weibo, you can put them aside for now. What is more important now is the entertainment company under his control. In fact, speaking of this entertainment company, Lin Feng initially acquired it with a try-it-out attitude. This entertainment company also has financial problems. Although he had a good foundation and was somewhat famous in the entertainment industry, this was far from enough. Later, Lin Feng found this company in the list of companies that Zhao Wen had compiled that could be acquired, so he acquired it under his own name. Fenghua Entertainment has not been so busy for a long time, but they are now back on track and busy again. The main reason is that their company has a new star, Su Nuo, who is very popular in the entertainment industry, so they have a lot of things to do. Just after Su Nuo officially decided to join Fenghua Entertainment Company, the person in charge of the entertainment company began to prepare some procedures. After all, they are going to hold a press conference in a few days, and their company has welcomed such a popular young actor, so it is naturally necessary to promote his reputation. It is good for their company and also of great benefit to Su Nuo himself. On the day of the press conference, a large number of reporters arrived at the press conference early, waiting for the person in charge of Fenghua Entertainment Company to come out and speak to them. In fact, they had heard some gossip before attending the press conference. Fenghua Entertainment Company has not had any activities for a long time. A long time ago, we cultivated some relatively famous stars, but for some reason, their fame gradually declined and was no longer enough to support this entertainment company. But I didn't expect that after such a long time, this company would come back to life. And I heard that there will be big news today, which will be announced at this press conference. That's why a large number of reporters stayed at the press conference so excitedly, wanting to see what kind of big news it was that could attract so many reporters. Before they came, they had heard that Fenghua Entertainment had recently signed a new big-name star, but they were not sure who it was. Some gossips released news saying that the signed star was Su Nuo, but most people didn't quite believe it. After all, everyone is well aware of Su Nuo's popularity, and he probably won't sign with this entertainment company so easily. After all, there is nothing special about this entertainment company, and it hasn't held any events for a long time. So it seemed impossible for them to promise to sign with such an entertainment company. After all, with Su Nuo's current development, it would be more than enough for him to sign with some of the top domestic entertainment companies. So how could he possibly set his sights on this small entertainment company? However, in order to get first-hand news, a large number of reporters still came to the press conference as scheduled. No way, big boss, it's already this late, why are you still sitting here drinking milk tea? You're really not nervous at all. As soon as Su Nuo entered the lounge, he saw Lin Feng sitting on the sofa next to him drinking milk tea, and felt speechless. It's such an important press conference, but he has the time to sit here and drink milk tea. He was almost nervous to death. Why did he feel that Lin Feng didn't feel anything at all? He made a great determination to join Lin Feng's entertainment company. To attend the press conference today, he went to get his hair done several hours in advance and dressed up nicely. But when he treated the press conference so formally, he found that his boss Lin Feng was so idle. Okay, why are you so nervous? Just sit down and relax.
I have nothing to be nervous about.
You are such a big star, you must have seen all kinds of scenes. How dare you be so scared of such a small scene? Lin Feng smiled, patted the seat next to him, and motioned Su Nuo to sit down. He really didn't feel nervous at all, it was just a small press conference. Besides, in his heart, he thought Su Nuo had seen many big scenes, and today's press conference should be a piece of cake for him. That's why he felt that Su Nuo didn't need to be so nervous. Besides, he has already prepared everything for the press conference, and he only needs to show up and say a few words later. Then he went to meet the reporters, and basically resolved today's issues.
Chapter 98.
Boss, you don't need to be nervous, but you also know that I have made a great determination and put in a lot of effort to join your entertainment company this time.
If something goes wrong, what will you let me do in the future? Su Nuo looked at Lin Feng anxiously and said.
But after hearing Su Nuo's words, Lin Feng just glanced at him lightly.
How could he not know what Su Nuo was thinking? It is true that this move of joining this entertainment company is very risky.
After all, when he is such a big star and is at the peak of his popularity, he actually joined such a small entertainment company. Moreover, this entertainment company has not held any activities for a long time. How could such a huge gap not shock others? It is true that if there is even the slightest problem, he might become a laughing stock after he has promised. It will also be a huge blow to his current popularity. However, Lin Feng didn't want to give too much explanation about these things. He just waited quietly for the press conference to begin. Then Su Nuo, who was standing next to him, gradually calmed down and relaxed after seeing that Lin Feng was not nervous at all.
You can go on stage now.
The staff came to the lounge and informed Lin Feng and Su Nuo that they could officially go to the press conference.
Okay, thank you everyone.
Next, please welcome the boss of Fenghua Entertainment, Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, and today's protagonist, Su Nuo, Mr. Su. Just as the person in charge of Fenghua Entertainment Company finished saying this, two people walked out from the backstage. In an instant, everyone at the press conference was attracted by the two of them. Everyone was very shocked when they saw these two people come out. They didn't expect that the rumor was actually accurate. The star who came to the scene today was actually Su Nuo, and Su Nuo had indeed signed with this entertainment company.
Oh my god, it's actually a promise.
Yes, and the boss of this entertainment company is actually Lin Feng.
The two of them actually cooperated.
Two people walked up to the press conference podium one after the other, shocking everyone in the hall.
Su Nuo's appearance was indeed big news for the reporters on the scene.
But what they found most incredible was that the boss of Fenghua Entertainment Company was actually Lin Feng. After all, some rumors had already spread before Su Nuo appeared, and these reporters more or less had a general idea of it in their minds.
But they never expected that Lin Feng was actually the boss of Fenghua Entertainment Company.
Indeed, only a few insiders know that Lin Feng is the boss of this entertainment company. Therefore, the agents of these stars were able to get the news, and Su Nuo also learned through his agent and by Qingqing that Lin Feng had this entertainment company. However, Lin Feng has never made public the fact that he owns the entertainment company. After all, he acquired the entertainment company with an attitude of giving it a try in the beginning, and he never thought that he would be able to recruit such a capable person as Su Nuo. Later, when it was confirmed that Su Nuo was going to join their entertainment company, Lin Feng also thought about whether he should announce that he was the boss of this entertainment company. But after thinking about it carefully, I felt that the timing was not right, which is why so many people were shocked at this press conference. The two of them then introduced themselves to the reporters present and took their seats one after another. The host announced the news that Su Nuo officially joined Fenghua Entertainment and became the first officially signed artist of Fenghua Entertainment. After accepting these questions, they will be interviewed by media reporters. These reporters interviewed Su Nuo a lot. After all, Su Nuo's status is there. He is indeed a very popular star in the entertainment industry. Now he has directly joined an unknown and insignificant entertainment company. This is indeed a very big topic. Su Nuo obviously anticipated what questions reporters might ask at today's press conference, so he prepared early. As for the question of whether he changed jobs because his previous entertainment company was too small, he was also prepared. He had anticipated this when he was preparing to join Lin Feng Entertainment Company. The reporters would definitely ask these sharp questions. So I made preparations early in case of emergency.
Excuse me, Mr. Su Nuo, under what circumstances did you decide to join such an ordinary small company?
A very courageous reporter asked this question in front of Su Nuo and Lin Feng that day. As soon as he asked this question, there was a burst of exclamations. After all, everyone knows that Lin Feng's status in the industry is not low, and this reporter actually asked such a sharp question directly. I have to say it's commendable courage. But the question he asked was indeed the one that the reporters present were most curious about. My partners and I thought about this decision for a long time before we decided to join this company.
I have great confidence in my current company and my boss. Su Nuwa smiled and answered the reporter's question without any panic. Then Mr. Su, can you think that you decided to join this company just for Mr. Lin Fenglin's personal influence?
After the first brave reporter asked a sharp question, other reporters were not willing to lag behind and asked sharp questions one after another.
You're actually right if you say that.
Su Nuwa smiled and answered the question very seriously. Su Nuwa's answer instantly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone turned their eyes to Lin Feng, who was sitting next to Su Nuwa. And because these reporters have been asking questions to Su Nuwa and have nothing to do with him, Lin Feng is now in a dazed and distracted state. But suddenly I felt these gazes and was startled. Then, with the explanation of the voice in the headset, he understood what the situation was at the scene and knew what question Su Nuwa had just answered. There is nothing wrong with what Su Nuwa said, but I certainly didn't expect my influence to be so great. Lin Feng also smiled and answered these reporters. He was indeed telling the truth.
Then Mr. Lin, does signing this promise mean that you are officially entering the entertainment industry?
Then another reporter asked Lin Feng questions.
Regarding this issue, I have actually been prepared for it since I own this entertainment company. Chapter 99.
It's just that I signed the contract with Su Nuwa quite late, and today's press conference is also to officially tell everyone, to give everyone a message, that I am indeed going to enter the entertainment industry. As for the development of our entertainment company, I will also invest a lot of energy.
So I also welcome other artists who want to join.
Lin Feng explained to the reporter seriously. The press conference lasted for several hours and there was not enough time to answer the reporters' questions. After all, they had too many questions. However, Lin Feng and Su Nuwa also had limited time, so they had to end the press conference within the specified time. If we say it was a stipulated time, it was actually well past the end time of the press conference. It's just because these reporters have too many questions to ask, so it has been delayed for so long. 1 hour after the press conference ended, everything that happened at the press conference had been posted online by media reporters.
There are also many reports on the internet about Lin Feng and Su Nuwa's press conference today.
The media also adopted a curiosity-seeking approach and published these reports with very exaggerated headlines, causing an uproar on the internet. But the result of this press conference was obviously very successful, and the popularity about Lin Feng and Su Nuwa has remained high on the internet.
Although regarding Lin Feng's promise of formal cooperation, both of them also posted on Weibo to confirm this content.
But it is still a little hard to accept for fans of both families, especially Su Nuwa's fans. After all, Su Nuwa is referring to a star with such high popularity, so naturally he has a very large fan base.
What on earth does Lin Feng do? Why did our Su Nuwa go to his small company? I really don't understand. There are so many good entertainment companies in China that would like Su Nuwa to join. Why does he insist on going to such a small company? Has he thought about his future development?
Some fans who didn't quite understand Su Nuwa's behavior posted these comments in a very angry mood.
Some even went so far as to go directly to Lin Feng's Weibo to provoke a fight.
And it is obvious that Lin Feng's fans are not pushovers either. They will never allow anyone to provoke a fight in their Lin Feng's comment section. No matter how popular the star is, they will not allow such behavior. I really don't know what you guys are cursing about in our Lin Feng's comments section.
Do you think your celebrities are so noble? I'm really impressed. Why don't you ask your Su Nuwa why he made such a decision?
You come to our Lin Feng's comments section and curse without knowing right or wrong.
Think about it carefully. If it weren't for Lin Feng's entertainment company accepting Su Nuwa, do you think your Su Nuwa would be living a good life now?
But it is indeed thanks to these fans that the popularity of this matter has increased again.
As a result, Fenghua Entertainment's popularity skyrocketed.
Lin Feng did not deal with these matters anymore. He had already handed them over to the person in charge of Fenghua Entertainment Company. After all, the person in charge knows much more about these things than I do. So it is safer to leave it to him, and Lin Feng really doesn't have that much free time to manage these things. It has been a long time since I went back to Lifeng Real Estate to deal with the issues there. Although Lifeng Real Estate did not have Lin Feng watching over it, it was still conducting its business in an orderly manner. Now his reputation in the business circle is growing. In addition, Tan Yao had said before that he would approach Lin Feng for some cooperation, so they have signed a lot of contracts recently. Lin Feng's cooperation with Yuan Wanqing has not been terminated, and Lin Feng naturally would not forget his cooperation with the beautiful sister. Therefore, for some issues that required design, he would work with Yuan Wanqing's Wanqing Advertising Company. This is what is called win-win cooperation.
Humph, this kid really fooled me. I didn't expect that he not only developed Lifeng real estate, but also took his ambitions into the entertainment industry.
I want to see how far a rookie like him can go. Chen Shiqing looked at the news about Lin Feng's recent events on his mobile phone screen and felt very unhappy. He has been at home for a long time. Although Tianyang Real Estate Company has also signed many contracts, it is not having an easy time now because of its strong competitor, Lifeng Real Estate Company.
In addition, with Tan Yao protecting Lin Feng, many large contracts have been transferred to Lifeng Real Estate, and their Tianyang Real Estate is really frustrated.
Chen Shiqing's father gave him a lecture a few days ago. They said that he just spent his days fooling around with beautiful women, thinking only of eating, drinking, and having fun, and didn't put any attention on his own company at all. That's why Tianyang Real Estate Company has developed into what it is now, and it is said that it will soon be overtaken by Lifeng Real Estate.
Chen Shiqing will not allow such a thing to happen.
As long as he is alive, he will never allow the villain Lin Feng to get ahead of him. But in the following period of time, Lin Feng focused all his energy on the subsequent development of Lifeng Real Estate. After all, this real estate company is the one he most wants to develop.
He first obtained the land development rights and then won a national certificate of honor.
Lifeng Real Estate is also considered a leader among listed companies. There has always been competition with Tianyang Real Estate, but Lifeng Real Estate has never lost out. Lin Feng stretched in the office. He had been in this office for 2 days. Because I have been so busy recently, I just acquired the land development rights in the west of the city and plan to build a shopping mall there. There was so much follow-up work that he could hardly handle it all. So I spent all my time eating, drinking, and sleeping in the office these days.
Although Lifeng Real Estate later recruited some very capable talents.
But Lin Feng also felt that he couldn't just leave it alone, so he did it himself. Even Zhaowen felt that his boss was working too hard. It was obvious that he didn't need to put so much thought into these things, and he could even let Zhaowen do all of them, but Lin Feng handled them all by himself.
This is something Zhaowen really admires.
You have to know that the former president of Lifeng Real Estate threw all these things to him and just became a hands-off boss. Comparing that president with Lin Feng now, there is a world of difference between them. The reason why Lifeng Real Estate has developed into what it is today is really all thanks to Lin Feng. Zhao Wendu never thought that the company could develop to this extent. Zhao Wen also expressed his great satisfaction.
Chapter 100.
In a very luxurious villa, Lu Han was sitting on the sofa in the hall in a daze. He had been in this state for several days, and just as he was in a daze, the cell phone on the table suddenly rang. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that his cell phone was ringing. He quickly picked it up and answered the call.
Xiaolu, turn on your phone right now. The call was from Lu Han's agent.
From his voice, he sounded very anxious. Lu Han was a little confused.
What was going on? Brother, what's going on? What happened to you? Why are you so anxious?
Lu Han also heard from his agent's tone that he was anxious, as if there was something very urgent.
So he asked anxiously, fearing that something bad might have happened.
You should check it out online first. I can't explain it to you clearly in a short time. You can find out these things by yourself. When the agent heard Lu Han ask this, he didn't know how to explain this matter to him, so he told Lu Han to go and take a look himself first. I think he should understand this matter at a glance. When Lu Han heard his agent say this, he knew something must have happened online, so after hanging up the phone, he went straight to Weibo. After all, if there is anything happening on the internet, you can see it on Weibo, so he opened Weibo out of habit to see what was happening. As a result, I just opened Weibo and saw the news ranked first on the hot search list. The hot search name is about Su Nuwa and a company called Fenghua Entertainment. But for some reason, Lu Han felt a little uncomfortable when he saw this trending search. So he quickly clicked on this trending search, wanting to see what the specific news was. After clicking on this trending search, the first thing you see is naturally the very popular male star Su Nuwa. The company he joined, Fenghua Entertainment, is also not a very big company, but the problem lies with this company.
Lu Han saw that Fenghua Entertainment Company actually belonged to Lin Feng.
When Lu Han saw the name Lin Feng, he was suddenly stunned, but he immediately realized what was going on.
No wonder Lin Feng was so calm when I approached him that night and told him that I wanted to join his entertainment company. It turned out that Su Nuo had already made a promise to Lin Feng long before he went to find Lin Feng. That's why Lin Feng was so calm towards his new idol. After all, he really can't compare with Su Nuo. And what Lin Feng said that day, asking him to go back and think carefully before deciding whether or not to join his entertainment company, was probably not really meant to comfort him. Maybe she just simply doesn't care about him. Thinking back on this, Lu Han felt very irritated. After experiencing such high popularity and having such a high reputation, it was the first time that he felt so unimportant in the eyes of others. So little attention. This feeling is very bad. It made him feel extremely frustrated. So he picked up his phone again and called his agent. He was now filled with anger and had no place to vent it. He couldn't understand why Lin Feng did this. Lin Feng clearly told him to go back and think carefully before making a decision that day, but in the blink of an eye he signed someone else. Is this really a good idea? Lu Han expressed that he didn't understand at all. Brother, I've seen all the information you mentioned online. I can't understand why he would do such a thing. He was the one who told me to come back and think about it carefully that day, but he was the one who turned around and signed a contract with someone else. I really don't understand his behavior. As soon as the call was connected, Lu Han started complaining to his agent. After all, in his opinion, it was Lin Feng who broke his promise first. After all, it was clearly agreed that night that he should go back and think carefully about whether or not to join Lin Feng's entertainment company before making a decision. But so much information that Lin Feng promised in the contract has now been uploaded on the internet. What should he do? Why, are you very angry now? Do you think this matter makes you very angry? As a result, the agent did not directly answer Lu Han's questions, but instead brought up a new question for him to answer. But he not only raised a new question, but also explained a lot of truths to Lu Han. From your perspective, you might think that Lin Feng advised you to go back and think carefully that day, so he would definitely wait for you, abide by the agreement with you, and then sign a contract with you, instead of signing a contract with someone else at this time. But why do you think they can't sign someone else? Why do they have to wait for you? It's been several days since you came back from the dinner that day, but you still haven't made a decision and have been hesitating. From the information I got, Su Nuo also approached Lin Feng at the dinner that day. But he was much more courageous than you. He went to Lin Feng directly with the intention of joining Lin Feng's entertainment company. After talking to Lin Feng, he decided to sign the contract right away, and he didn't even discuss with Lin Feng what kind of benefits he needed. The agent sighed, and felt that his words were a bit too harsh. After all, Lu Han's life was indeed not easy. I'm not saying these words to discourage you. You know in your heart that the reason you're so angry about this matter is not just because of Lin Feng, but because of Su Nuo, right? It's because you're unwilling to accept it, because Su Nuo signed with that entertainment company before you, and you were planning to join Lin Feng. Listening to his agent analyzing so much with him, Lu Han was actually a little defensive. While listening to his agent talking about this, he would respond from time to time. After all, the agent's analysis is indeed very reasonable. Although he and Su Nuo have no conflicts, after all, they are in the same industry and have similar development directions, so they are still common competitors. Even though the two of them don't know each other very well and don't have much interaction in normal times, it's hard not to be compared to each other just because they both exist in the entertainment industry. As for people who returned from other countries, because their previous group was very popular, their popularity has not diminished at all after they went solo. Chapter 101. But no matter what, even the popularity of these four people still cannot compare to Su Nuo's. What made him most unhappy was his personal acting skills. In fact, his resources are not inferior to Su Nuo, and his popularity is also very sufficient. But his biggest problem is that his acting skills have always been criticized, while Su Nuo's acting skills have always been praised by others. It was because of these reasons that he behaved so aggressively after seeing the information on the internet that Su Nuo had signed a contract with Lin Feng Entertainment Company. Brother, do you think I still need to join Fengwa Entertainment Company? After Su Nuo calmed down a little, he asked his agent again. He is now somewhat shaken and does not know what his direction is. So he needs an agent who can give him some guidance, so that he can clearly understand where his goal is. In my opinion, I think he should still join Fengwa Entertainment. Putting aside other things, the fact that Su Nuo has already joined Fengwa Entertainment proves that Lin Fan is very capable, doesn't it? Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted a big star like Su Nuo, so I think you should still join Lin Feng's company.
And the information I got can also prove that Lin Feng's strength is not just what you see on the surface. He is actually very powerful, but it is just hidden. Moreover, his entertainment company just happens to be in line with your current status. It's just that Su Nuo joined Lin Feng's company a little earlier than you did. But if you think about it carefully, there is actually not much difference between the two of you in terms of popularity and strength. So why are you unwilling to compete with him properly? Besides, you should have seen the announcement at the press conference a few days ago. Judging from Lin Feng's appearance, he will surely vigorously develop his entertainment company. And judging from the amount of money he invested in director Tian Imo, he is definitely very financially capable. The investment in the entertainment company will definitely be huge. If you give up joining his entertainment company now, won't all the benefits be taken by Su Nuo? If you want to compete with Su Nuo again at that time, it will probably be even more difficult. The agent's words actually grasped Lu Han's thoughts. How could he not want to really compete with Su Nuo? Brother, do you really think highly of Lin Feng? Lu Han was still a little hesitant and asked his agent. When the agent heard Lu Han ask this question, he knew that Lu Han was obviously moved. After all, the conditions on Lin Feng's side are really excellent. It's not a question of whether I think highly of Lin Feng, but all the signs he has shown now indicate that he is preparing to enter the entertainment industry. And I can guarantee that my information is very reliable, you can rest assured on this point. When Lu Han heard his agent say this, he knew that his agent was very sure that there would be great benefits on Lin Feng's side. Therefore, his best option now is to join the entertainment company under Lin Feng. After all, Lu Han is very clear about the strength of his agent. As an agent who has been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years, he can be considered an agent of the older generation, so his connections are naturally impeccable. Therefore, there was no need for Lu Han to hesitate any longer and he could make a decision immediately. If he really was hesitating here, someone might want to join Lin Feng's Fenghua Entertainment Company in the next second. At this time, Lin Feng was lying on the sofa in his villa and resting. Ever since the Shenhouse system had the famed taskbar feature, he had made many detailed plans. According to his plan, the first thing to do is to enter the entertainment industry and increase his own popularity. This is the only way to increase the fame value in the fame taskbar more quickly, so that you can buy more things in the mall of the Shenhouse system. Then, while entering the entertainment industry, we must continue to look for other types of high-quality companies to acquire or control. Although he is currently focusing on these domestic enterprises, he has not made detailed plans for overseas ones and can wait and see. After all, he is not in a hurry now. He has already reached this stage in the entertainment industry and it is going very smoothly. His plan has a solid foundation. What remains to be done is to gradually consolidate this foundation, make it more solid, and then add bricks and tiles to it. All the business currently being conducted is developing in the direction that Lin Feng expected. Although Fenghua Entertainment Company has just started to become active, it only needs one or several high-quality TV series or movies to successfully open up the situation of Fenghua Entertainment Company. As for these problems in the entertainment industry, he can put them aside for the time being. Early in the morning, Zhao Wen came to the villa to look for Lin Feng, bringing various folders and recent work plans. He would report his work to Lin Feng once a week. After all, the company's affairs were proceeding in an orderly manner. Therefore, there are not so many things that Lin Feng needs to do personally. However, in order to reassure Lin Feng, Zhao Wen still set the requirement for him to report on his work every week. Lin Feng took the various folders brought by Zhao Wen and took a rough look at the recently implemented work plans. After all, he still trusts Zhao Wen's abilities very much. Lin Feng felt very relieved to hand these things over to him. He took a rough look at all these works and found that they were all going very well, but now he was more concerned about another matter. We just won the land development rights in the west of the city. I mentioned to you some time ago that I was going to build a shopping mall there. Didn't I tell you to go over there to investigate the situation? How is your investigation going? Lin Feng asked while looking at Zhao Wen, who was standing in front of him. This was what he had instructed Zhao Wen to do some time ago. After all, building a large shopping mall could not be started casually. The surrounding communities, environment and basic facilities must be thoroughly investigated. Besides, he had obtained the land development rights with great difficulty, so he must succeed and not fail. Now it has been quite a while, and Lin Feng wants to see how things are going. Chapter 102. As for the fact that Lin Feng would ask about this matter, Zhao Wen was obviously already prepared. He took out a thicker folder from the one he brought and handed it to Lin Feng. All the information he had found these days was summarized in this folder. He also knew that this place was very important to Lin Feng. Moreover, if the shopping mall in this place is completed this time, the first place of Lifeng real estate will be greatly improved. So he also tried his best to investigate these things for Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the information Zhao Wen had investigated with satisfaction. It turned out that it was right to leave these things to Zhao Wen. Now that these things have been investigated clearly, we can start preparing for construction. Inside the president's office of Tianyang Real Estate, Chen Zicheng's secretary stood beside the desk trembling, not daring to act rashly. Ever since Lifeng Real Estate defeated Tianyang Real Estate and won the development rights for the land in the west of the city, the president of his company has become more and more irritable. After all, they had been looking at that piece of land for a long time and had made a lot of preparations to build an entertainment venue there. However, despite all the precautions, Lifeng Real Estate was still not able to be stopped, and in the end, the development rights of the land fell into their hands. This also proves that all the efforts made by Tianyang Real Estate over such a long period of time have been in vain. No wonder their president was so angry. As soon as Wang Jialing entered the office, she saw this scene. It was obvious that Chen Zicheng was taking his anger out on the secretary again. She sighed. Chen Zicheng had indeed been a little irritable these days. But she also understood very well why Chen Zicheng became like this. The cause of the incident was that she met a weirdo like Lin Feng on a blind date, which led to so many things later. She originally thought that Lin Feng could be easily dealt with. But I didn't expect that this person would do better and better. Now the company under him has developed as well as Tianyang Real Estate, and is increasingly showing a trend of surpassing Tianyang Real Estate. That's why Chen Zicheng was so upset. You know, Tianyang Real Estate was the largest company in the entire city before. When have you ever suffered such an injustice? And she also heard what Chen Zicheng said. Lin Feng also has an entertainment company under his control, and recently signed a very popular star, Su Nuo. She had followed this star before and was a big fan of his, but she never expected that her idol would join the company of her arch-rival. Wang Jialing was also very angry about this and immediately stopped being a fan. There are also a lot of reports about Lin Feng on the internet, and Wang Jialing has seen them all. She also couldn't understand what had caused Lin Feng to develop to this point. You have to know that he was just an employee of a small company at the beginning, but now his net worth has become beyond the reach of many people. What's more, Lin Feng has a very good relationship with Tan Jiaxu, the eldest son of the Tan family. The relationship between Tan Jiaxu and Chen Zicheng is somewhat difficult to describe, so the friend of the enemy is even more of an enemy. Chen Ziben originally just hated Lin Feng, but now he really wanted to eat Lin Feng into his stomach. Well, he's just a secretary. What can you solve by getting angry at him? Stop being angry. I brought you lunch. Come and have some. Wang Jialing sighed and said to Chen Zicheng. As he spoke, he signaled to the secretary that it was time to leave. In fact, she felt a little sorry for the secretary. Whenever Chen Zicheng had something wrong, he would take it out on the secretary. But the secretary could only accept it. There was nothing he could do, since Chen Zicheng paid him a high salary. I'm really impressed. I'm so busy here that my head is about to fall off, and you still have time to eat. You really have nothing to do, right? Chen Zikenji was also a little angry when he saw Wang Jialing, a woman. He has had too many worries recently and feels that nothing he does is going well. As soon as I saw this woman, I remembered that all these things happened because of her. Although I am still with Wang Jialing, I am already feeling a little tired. Wang Jialing didn't say anything after hearing this. After all, she knew that Chen Zicheng was so angry that he had no place to vent it. She also knew that Chen Zicheng had indeed made a lot of preparations regarding the land in the west of the city, and he had also worked all night in the office for several days, which was rare. This also shows that Chen Zicheng really wanted to take over that piece of land, but he really had no way and finally lost to Lin Feng. This is something that is irresistible, and we can't blame it all on others. After listening to Chen Zicheng's unpleasant words, Wang Jialing just curled her lips and said nothing. She knew that Chen Zicheng just wanted to find someone to vent his anger on. After saying these words and getting angry, he would still come over obediently to eat. After all, she has been with Chen Zicheng for such a long time, so she knows Chen Zicheng's temper very well. It's best not to provoke him while he is angry, so that he won't explode again, which would be difficult to deal with. Sure enough, after Chen Zicheng muttered a few more words and cursed, he felt a little tired and came to the food that Wang Jialing had prepared for him. Wang Jialing spent a lot of time preparing these meals. Knowing that Chen Zicheng had been busy recently, she specially learned a few dishes to cook for him, hoping to provide him with some nutritional supplements.
Is there really no solution to the Lifeng real estate issue?
Wang Jialing and Chen Zicheng were chatting casually, and Wang Jialing asked this question out of some curiosity.
Chen Zicheng did not answer Wang Jialing's question immediately. In fact, there are solutions, but they are not serious solutions.
And he hasn't used these methods for a long time.
Nowadays, everything has to be done in an open and above-board manner.
These little tricks were used by him in dealing with some small companies before.
But it will probably be useless against someone like Lin Feng. But Chen Zicheng was still somewhat unwilling, although he couldn't express his methods out loud. But it's better than having no solution.
He really can't stand the development speed of Lifeng real estate.
It won't be long before Lifeng real estate will trample Tianyang real estate under its feet. He is the president of Tianyang real estate. How could he allow such a thing to happen?
In addition, he already disliked Lin Feng, so he couldn't bear to let such a thing happen to Tianyang real estate.
Chen Zicheng's eyes darkened.
It seemed that it was time to take some measures.
Chapter 103. There is a very strange scene in a riverside cafe.
Those were Lin Feng, Su Nuo, and Lu Han. The three of them were actually sitting at the same table.
It was not surprising that Lin Feng was here.
He did not expect that Su Nuo and Lu Han were also sitting at the same table. The reason why such a scene occurred was actually because Lu Han submitted an application to Lin Feng to join Fenghua Entertainment Company. After reading it, Lin Feng directly agreed to his application. Thinking that they have never gathered together, I brought them together.
This cafe was also bought by Lin Feng. He thought its surrounding environment was pretty good.
In addition, Lin Feng liked drinking coffee, so he bought the coffee shop directly.
How is it? Do you think the scenery here is good?
Lin Feng asked while looking at the scenery by the river. The two men sitting opposite him were Su Nuo and Lu Han. Su Nuo and Lu Han sat together, both feeling a little awkward. After all, they both joined Lin Feng's entertainment company one after another, and their development paths were very similar.
Especially Lu Han, who has always regarded Su Nuo as his competitor.
But in fact, this was just the first time the two met. But Su Nuo had experienced many big scenes after all, so he quickly adapted to such embarrassing scenes. The scenery along the river is naturally very beautiful, and the decoration of this cafe is also very good, very meaningful and elegant. I have been drinking the coffee of this cafe for a long time, and it is indeed very good.
I just didn't expect that it would be bought by someone else. But luckily this coffee shop is still there and I can still drink such delicious coffee. Otherwise, I would feel a little regretful.
Su Nuo looked at Lin Feng, smiled and replied. Su Nuo really likes this coffee shop, especially the environment here is very quiet, which is very suitable for creation. Whenever he has free time, he would go to this cafe, order a cup of coffee, and stay here for the whole afternoon to relax himself. You know, he had been thinking about investing in this coffee shop before, but he didn't expect that it has been acquired by someone else. I also feel that the environment here is really very good, but I have only heard about this cafe from my friends before and have never been here. Come to think of it, this is my first time to come to this cafe, and it is just as they said, it is indeed a very suitable place to relax.
Lu Han also smiled and looked at Lin Feng and answered.
This was indeed his first time coming to this cafe, after all, he had not been back to China for that long. Of course, there are many places I don't know about, but I did hear about this coffee shop from friends. They all said that the decoration of this coffee shop was very unique and the coffee in the shop was very delicious. Lu Han had been thinking about waiting for a chance to ask his friends to bring him here, but he didn't expect that today he and Lin Feng Shunuo would come to this coffee shop together. Lu Han had agreed with Lin Feng yesterday to join Fenghua Entertainment Company, so when Lin Feng called him over today, he didn't think too much about it. But he didn't expect to meet Su Nuo as soon as he arrived here, which was quite a surprise for him. Su Nuo stayed at home to rest after finishing filming a TV series. After all, he had another crew to go to and could only rest for a few days. But unexpectedly, he was called over by Lin Feng.
He didn't know what was going on.
When he came here, he saw Lu Han.
I probably guessed that Lu Han also joined Phoenix Entertainment.
But judging from Lu Han's expression, he probably didn't know why Lin Feng asked him to come here.
To be honest, I bought this coffee shop.
Lin Feng picked up the coffee on the table, took a sip and said. After Lin Feng said this, the other two were shocked, especially Su Nuo. After all, he really liked this coffee shop at that time, so he wanted to buy shares in it. But later he got confirmed information that the coffee shop had been bought by someone else, so he had to give up the idea of buying a stake. It was incredible that the person who bought this coffee shop would be my boss Lin Feng. Although Lu Han didn't know much about this store, he knew that this coffee shop was a chain. Even if the value is not very high, it will at least be hundreds of millions. Even though Lu Han is very popular now and his appearance fee is very expensive, due to the country he was in before, the funds he saved after returning were only a few hundred million. And now, such a coffee shop, whose value far exceeds his net worth, was bought by his boss so easily. Sure enough, the gap between them and Lin Feng is not a little bit. But Lin Feng didn't pay too much attention to their shock, and continued speaking. I have always been very focused. No matter what I do, I must do it to the best of my ability and to my utmost satisfaction. So I also have this idea for the companies under my control. I will make achievements in every industry I participate in. Whether it is the coffee shop you are in now or the entertainment company you belong to, it is the same to me. Although Fengahua Entertainment has gone through a lot of things before and has been inactive for a long time, you should have seen that Fengahua Entertainment has become active again, and I will continue to increase my investment. As artists newly signed by Fengahua Entertainment, you two are the ones that our company will promote in the future. As long as you are willing, you will definitely not lack resources. We don't have any big rules in our entertainment company. As long as you have the ability and strength, you will be supported. I am not against competition, but I am against those unsightly means of competition. No matter which one of you two is found to have such behavior, I will immediately expel you from the entertainment company. Su Nuo and Lu Han sat up straight instantly. If they didn't understand what Lin Feng said, then they shouldn't stay in the entertainment industry. Lin Feng's words were very clear and understandable. He did have a lot of resources at his disposal, so he was not afraid of not being able to support these two stars. But if you get the resources and join the company, you must abide by Lin Feng's rules. No matter what they are like in their daily lives, it doesn't matter to Lin Feng. But what Lin Feng meant was that no matter how the competition was conducted, it must be done openly and honestly. Chapter 104. But if they took some unacceptable measures and were discovered by Lin Feng, then Lin Feng would definitely not let them go easily. Obviously, Lin Feng called the two of them here today just to tell them this. In fact, it is true that Lin Feng called the two of them to this coffee shop today just to give them a reminder. After all, they are both young people and very popular, so it is inevitable that there will be some competitive mentality. But Lin Feng was not so worried about these. After all, competitive mentality is very common. He would not object to this, as competition creates motivation. But Lin Feng was mainly worried that the two young men were too impatient and would use some despicable methods to deal with each other, which would be bad. Stabbing someone in the back does deal a blow to your opponent. In the end, if something goes wrong, the company that will suffer the most damage will be Fengahua Entertainment. Lin Feng naturally didn't want this to happen, so he thought of using this method to remind the two people. Now that all these things have been said, Lin Feng no longer wants to keep the two people here. Su Nuo had to rush back to join another crew, and he still had a lot of work to do, so he just left. And because Lu Han was just about to sign a contract with Lin Feng's entertainment company, there were still many things he had not prepared for regarding the contract. In front of the esports room, Lin Feng had already heard the noisy sounds in the room before he even entered the room. He smiled. It seemed that the group of people had started fighting fiercely. Originally, Lin Feng should have stayed in the villa to rest today. But Tan Jiaxu sent him a message, saying that they hadn't played games together for a long time, so he called Lin Feng to play together. Lin Feng thought about it carefully. Anyway, he had nothing else to do in the villa. It would be better to play games with Tan Jiaxu and others and relax myself. After all, he has had too many things to deal with recently, which has made him nervous and he hasn't played games for a long time. So he agreed. After leaving the villa, we drove to Tan Jiaxu's game room. Lin Feng knew that Tan Jiaxu was not only a very famous rich second generation, but also a person who was very obsessed with playing games. A specially sports room was built for playing games. When Lin Feng first heard about this, he was very shocked. Because for him, playing games is just a form of entertainment. He plays a few games to kill time. But this is not the case for Tan Jiaxu. For Tan Jiaxu, games are the most important thing besides eating and sleeping. So it is understandable that he could build something like an esports room. It is said that the computers and various gaming facilities in the esports room were purchased at a high price. Although Lin Feng had heard a long time ago that Tan Jiaxu had such an esports room, he had never been there. Today is a good opportunity to go in and take a look at what the esports room that Mr. Tan spent a huge amount of money to build looks like. Lin Feng smiled and opened the door. The person sitting inside was Tan Jiaxu, and there was another person, Zhang Hai. The last time I met Zhang Hai, he said we could play games together when we were free. I didn't expect that this opportunity would come so soon. Although Zhang Hai looks gentle, you can tell from the way he plays games that he has a very bad temper. But maybe I'm just more excited about activities like playing games. Tan Jiaxu and Zhang Hai were playing games and dancing, and didn't notice that Lin Feng had come into the room. Lin Feng didn't disturb the two of them. After all, when the game was in full swing, no one would want to be disturbed. And judging from the game progress on the screen, these two people have almost finished the game. It looks like this game is going in our favor, even the opponent's crystal has almost been pushed down. Lin Feng smiled, found a sofa nearby and sat down, waiting for the two of them to finish the game so that they could log in and play together. Hey, how come you came so quickly? Wait a minute, we'll finish this game soon. After we finish this game, I'll call my two sisters to join us when the three of us play together. When Tan Jiaxu turned around, he suddenly glanced at Lin Feng sitting on the sofa next to him, and then he realized that Lin Feng had been here for a long time. So he quickly told Lin Feng. The reason why he was so excited to call Lin Feng to come over to play games today was mainly because he had made an appointment with two sisters who were good at playing games. I want to introduce him to Lin Feng. After all, it's not as fun for a group of grown men to play games as it is to play with girls. Hello, Brother Feng. After Zhang Hai noticed Lin Feng coming, he quickly turned around and greeted him. Lin Feng smiled and signaled them to continue playing the game. Alright, Fengzi, hurry up and log in. I'll go and notify the two sisters now. Tan Jiaxu and Zhang Hai finished the game quickly and won the game. He asked Lin Feng to sit next to him and play games with him. After saying that, he quickly picked up his phone and sent a message. It seemed that he was sending a message to the two sisters he had an appointment with today. Lin Feng smiled, came to the seat next to Tan Jiaxu, and opened the game skillfully. It has indeed been a long time since I last played games, and I don't know if my skills have become rusty. Today is a good opportunity for me to practice. Hey, where did you get this girl from? Is she good at playing games? Lin Feng looked at Tan Jiaxu with some curiosity and asked. Generally speaking, Tan Jiaxu's sisters are all pretty, but pretty sisters are usually not very good at playing games. But seeing how enthusiastic Tan Jiaxu is today, these two sisters must be very good at playing games. Otherwise, Tan Jiaxu wouldn't be so happy. Although Tan Jiaxu does have many sisters, they are like clothes to him. He doesn't think changing one piece a day is too much, but this game is different. He loves this game deeply. Hey, let me tell you, these two girls are really good at playing games, and they are also anchors. When they log in, I will let you experience the joy of playing with beautiful girls. Don't lose control when the time comes. Tan Jiaxu approached Lin Feng and said slyly. Chapter 105. Lin Feng smiled and hit Tan Jiaxu. This guy is really frivolous, with a sly look on his face. I really want to give him a couple of slaps. But Lin Feng didn't say anything. He had never played this game with any girls before. It turns out that girls may not understand games as well as boys. So this game might be a little difficult to play, but there is indeed no shortage of girls who are good at playing games, but Lin Feng has never seen them very often. But it seems that the two beautiful anchors that Tan Jiaxu invited today have very good skills. Let us see what it is like in a moment. Come on, I'll get a room, you two go in first, and I'll bring the two sisters in. Tan Jiaxu excitedly called Zhang Hai and Lin Feng to go on the line first. The two sisters were already online, waiting for Tan Jiaxu to pull them into the room. So Zhang Hai and Lin Feng also went online quickly and went straight into the game room, waiting for the two sisters. After a while, two girls' avatars entered the room. Looking at their commonly used heroes, one is a mid-lane mage, and the other is a girl who plays support. Lin Feng smiled. As expected, there were more girls playing mages and supports. Lin Feng is responsible for jungling and confrontation, and he is actually quite good at playing shooter. It's just that I've been a little tired recently and I'm too lazy to play positions like shooter and jungler. I really need to set the pace, so Lin Feng is mainly playing in the confrontation lane now. Compared with other lanes, the confrontation lane is quite stressful, but one does not have to work so hard to set the pace, so it is quite relaxing for Lin Feng. Hello brothers, I am a game anchor on Grape Live. I hope to bring a good gaming experience to you brothers today.
A girl with the ID pink ear bunny spoke on the microphone. Just by listening to the voice, Lin Feng could guess that this girl must be a very cute type. But Lin Feng did not expect that this female anchor was actually the anchor of their Grape Live. But this cannot be blamed on Lin Feng, although he has already acquired the Grape Live company. But he doesn't usually watch these live broadcasts. He just goes to the live broadcast room occasionally to listen to songs, so it is normal that he doesn't know these people. Hello brothers, I am Aya, and I am also a game anchor of Grape Live. I hope to get a big score with all the brothers today. This girl's voice sounds very mature. And her ID is obviously different from the pink-eared bunny just now. This person's ID is a two-character name called, and at first glance she looks like a rather cool girl. Lin Feng had even imagined the scene of her playing games in the live broadcast room wearing black stockings. How about it, Brother Feng? Are you satisfied with these two beauties? Are you excited after hearing their introduction? Tan Jiaxu smiled, looked at Lin Feng and raised his eyebrows and said. He has great confidence in these two beautiful female podcast hosts. A lowly and a mature woman. No matter what Lin Feng likes, he can show it. He doesn't believe that Lin Feng, a straight man, will not be tempted. Okay, start your game now. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'm still waiting for you to get high scores together, so stop talking nonsense here. Lin Feng did not respond to Tan Jiaxu's topic, but urged him to start the game quickly. So the five of them played the game together and it went very smoothly. The strength of these two beautiful anchors is indeed not to be underestimated, and Lin Feng also expressed his satisfaction. After all, he hadn't seen a girl with such good gaming skills and awareness for a long time. It's rare to find girls who are good at playing games. In this game, there are actually two girls who are very good at playing games. Naturally, they would not lose, so they won all the way. This royal sister is indeed a player who plays the assassin role. As soon as Lin Feng heard her voice for the first time, he had already guessed what kind of hero she would play. It must be the type of offensive mid-laner. My guess was correct. And this auxiliary girl is not like most girls who can only play soft auxiliary roles. She can even play some high difficulty auxiliary roles with no problem. The operation was very good. They started a team fight every time and won every time, so it was like they were winning the whole afternoon. The live broadcast rooms of the two female anchors in Grape Live also have a large number of viewers watching them play games, and naturally they have received rave reviews. However, they probably could not have imagined that the person who was playing games with these two female anchors is the big boss of Grape Live. This game is really fun, but the group that plays this game is too small. Only a few smaller countries around us play it. Otherwise, we could definitely hold a very large-scale competition. After Lin Feng quit the game, he said to Tan Jiaxu and Zhang Hai. You don't. I've thought about holding a competition for this game before, but there's nothing I can do. This game can't be promoted, so naturally, there can't be a competition or anything like that. Tan Jiaxu sighed and said helplessly. He still likes this game very much. Yes, look at the game companies in our country, they are all focused on making money, and they don't focus on making good games. Even if we want to make good games, I'm afraid there is no chance. The games produced by the entire game market are all the same. There is no innovation at all. Zhang Hai continued the topic. He had already had this understanding a long time ago. After all, he was also a game enthusiast. Long before he met Lin Feng, he had played games with Tan Jiaxu many times. This is so normal. It's normal that there is no innovation. After all, everyone is here to make money. They will definitely do what makes the most money. Who would put so much effort into making a good game? What if after all this effort, the game ends up not making any money? That would be the end of it, wouldn't it? Lin Feng continued. However, after this period of time, there should be a new type of game released, which will definitely shock you and change our current game market. Lin Feng smiled and looked at what the two of them were talking about. What's going on with you? Are you saying you made a game? Lin Feng's words shocked several people present, even the two beautiful anchors were stunned. What's wrong with you? Why do you keep quiet about your work every day? You're developing a new game without even saying anything. Chapter 106. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng with some annoyance and said. He really didn't expect that Lin Feng still had the mind to make games. He thought that Lin Feng had a hard time managing those companies. But from what Lin Feng said, their new game will be on the market in this period of time. He was actually looking forward to it. After all, he also knew Lin Feng's character.
Some things should not be done, but if Lin Feng really decides to do something, then Lin Feng must do his best. Therefore, Tan Jiaxu also expressed his great anticipation for the game that Lin Feng will make this time.
That's not right. What are you thinking? Why are you thinking of developing a new game? Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng strangely and asked.
After all, in his opinion, Lin Feng didn't seem like the type of person who would decide to invest in something when he was in a good mood. But it was true that the decision to make the game was too sudden, which was a bit unlike Lin Feng's style. You have to know that Tan Jiaxu also knew about making games in the beginning. After all, he is an avid game fan. But after he really understood the production of this game, he gave up. After all, if you want to make a really big game, the research and development costs alone will cost hundreds of millions. And it takes a very long time. With Lin Feng's current status and position, if he were to make small games, it would really be a bit of a disservice to his status. But if it is a big budget game, the time is a bit unacceptable. Could it be a simplified version of the game? The more Tan Jiaxu thought about it, the more confused he became, but he also didn't understand what Lin Feng's real thoughts were. Of course I know what you are worried about, but I can guarantee that the quality of this game is absolutely excellent. You can rest assured about this, and there will be absolutely no problem in releasing this game this year. Besides, do you think I'm the kind of person who would make an unreliable game? I've invested 100 million renminbi in the development of this game, so even if there are flaws in the quality of the game, I would never agree to it. After all, I've invested so much money, how could I make a bad game? Lin Feng smiled and explained to them. But to be honest, he has indeed invested about 100 million yuan in this game. After all, the game was planned from the beginning, and the game company only needs to be responsible for making the models and the subsequent operation. They don't need to spend much time on other things either. Almost 2 months have passed since Lin Feng handed the game plan to them. After all, Lin Feng has invested so much money. Under the powerful financial strategy, the scale of this game company has directly expanded by half, and it has also attracted many technical talents. There are nearly 50 programmers involved in the development of this game alone. And just a few days ago, Lin Feng also went to the game company. He has received the news that the game is almost finished. Now we are doing the final check to fill in the gaps and make repairs. When Lin Feng first heard the news, he was also very shocked. After all, it's only been 2 months and the game has already been made. It is really fast. But after thinking about it carefully again, after all, the game plan has been given, and Lin Feng has also provided sufficient funds, so their speed must be more reasonable. When he heard Lin Feng say that he had invested 100 million yuan in this game, even Tan Jiaxu took a breath. It is incredible that Lin Feng can come up with 100 million yuan if he wants, and he puts it into game research and development. If he were to develop a game, it probably wouldn't be so grand. So, if you say so, after your game is finished, I will definitely be one of the first people to try it out. I am really looking forward to your game. But if this game is not as good as you said, I will scold you then. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng and said excitedly. He made no effort to hide his curiosity. After all, if this game is promoted in the identity of Tan Jiaxu, it will definitely be very influential. But no matter what, Tan Jiaxu is someone who has played many big budget games. Therefore, if this game is not good, it will definitely be criticized by Tan Jiaxu. After seeing Zhang Hai off, Lin Feng stayed at Tan Jiaxu's house. The two sat down, made a pot of tea, and started chatting. Brother Lin Feng, is the game you mentioned real? Don't brag so much in front of that beautiful live streamer. It will be bad if you can't produce such a high-quality game. Let me tell you, there are hundreds of thousands of people watching those two beautiful anchors' live broadcasts. What you said must have spread all over the internet. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng and said. After all, when they were talking about the game just now, they were talking in front of the two beautiful anchors. Moreover, the two anchors were broadcasting live, and Tan Jiaxu was well aware of the number of fans in the live broadcast room. There must be hundreds of thousands of fans. After all, these two beautiful anchors are very popular on the Grape Live gaming platform. It's not surprising that there are so many fans. But Lin Feng was just saying in front of hundreds of thousands of people that he could definitely make a high-quality, big-budget game. That's why Tan Jiaxu is a little worried now, afraid that Lin Feng will not be able to make such a good game by then, and it would be unreasonable to be slapped in the face. Of course I know why you're worried about me, but don't worry. Under normal circumstances, if nothing unexpected happens, this game will be released by the end of this year. When the time comes, I will definitely let you try it first.
Then you will know what my game is like after you play it.
Lin Feng saw Tan Jiaxu speaking seriously. He also knew what Tan Jiaxu was worried about for him. But he still explained to Tan Jiaxu very calmly. Moreover, Lin Feng's tone was very affirmative, and from what he said, it could be felt that he was very confident about this matter. So Tan Jiaxu calmed down and thought that maybe this kid could really make such a good game, so he wouldn't have to worry so much. But then Tan Jiaxu thought, how could this game be so simple? Chapter 107. If this game was really as simple as Lin Feng said, then Tan Jiaxu would not have lost all his money when he invested in it in the beginning. Tan Jiaxu shook his head, put the idea behind his head, and decided not to think about it anymore. Since Lin Feng could tell him so confidently that he would make a big budget game, it meant that Lin Feng still had his own considerations. Then he wouldn't need to worry so much about Lin Feng anymore. He suddenly remembered that there was something he hadn't had time to tell Lin Feng. Hey, are you free in a few days? We have a party next weekend. We may go to Sanya. There will be many rich second generations at the party, and we will also invite some celebrities. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng and said. When Lin Feng heard Tan Jiaxu telling him that there was a party, for some reason he thought of the Hai Tian feast. Is this what this party is like? Lin Feng, who was eating, suddenly became excited. After all, he has had the godly rich system for such a long time. Does this mean that now is the real chance for him to get in touch with this so-called circle? Lin Feng shook his head and couldn't help but blush. How could he associate it with an informal party like the Hai Tian Shinyan just because Tan Jiaxu mentioned a party with rich second generations and celebrities? This kind of thinking is not acceptable. After all, he is a good young man. I feel so sorry for my country and myself for always having such thoughts. You're asking this, is there any need to ask this? I'm definitely free, what time exactly? Lin Feng sat up straight, glanced at Tan Jiaxu, and spoke to him seriously. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng's reaction with interest. When he first saw Lin Feng's expression change, he thought it was because Lin Feng didn't like this kind of gathering. So I felt a little regretful about telling Lin Feng about this matter, for fear of making him angry. But he didn't expect that Lin Feng actually wanted to attend this party so much, which made Tan Jiaxu want to roll his eyes at him. If you had told me earlier that he was so interested, I would have thought Lin Feng was angry. The specific time has not been decided yet, and it has not been announced whether it will be on the weekend, but under normal circumstances, it should be on the weekend. If you have some familiar friends, you can also bring them along. But this party only allows young people with high net worth to attend. You have to remember this. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng and explained to him seriously. It is true that the exact time for this party has not yet been decided. It's just that everyone has the intention to hold a party like this, and wants to invite more talented and versatile people to make more friends. It also means they have multiple options. Tan Jiaxu had attended similar gatherings before, but had never met Lin Feng before. Now he has officially become good friends with Lin Feng, so he feels that he should not forget Lin Feng for such a good thing. That's why he told him about this party, and he felt that Lin Feng should have a lot of good friends there. The friends Lin Feng can make are naturally of very high quality. If he can bring a few more to the party, it will be a good thing for them. Okay, I understand. Lin Feng nodded and said to Tan Jiaxu. He's rich, wealthy, and multi-talented. He's talking about me, right? They're just short of saying my name and asking me to attend the party. Lin Feng whispered a sentence or two, touched his handsome face, and chuckled. It must be said that he was indeed narcissistic. But even though Lin Feng's voice was very soft, Tan Jiaxu, who was sitting not far away from him, still heard it. Tan Jiaxu rolled his eyes. He never expected that this man would be so narcissistic. I am really impressed. Moreover, Tan Jiaxu always had a feeling that Lin Feng said this on purpose for him to hear. He just wanted himself to admit that Lin Feng was a talented rich second generation. But Tan Jiaxu would not praise Lin Feng so easily. If it comes to handsomeness, in his heart Lin Feng can't compare to him. Besides, when it comes to the question of whether one is a rich second generation or not, he, Tan Jiaxu, is not inferior in this aspect. How could it be possible that no one had heard of the name of Mr. Tan? After returning from Tan Jiaxu's house, Lin Feng went straight back to his villa. And in his villa, there was a beautiful girl with big curly hair, wearing a black and white uniform, black stockings and high heels, waiting for Lin Feng. This person is Lin Feng's secretary at Fenghua Entertainment Company. In fact, Lin Feng didn't originally plan to have this secretary. He felt that he could still handle these things. But he didn't expect that things regarding the entertainment company would be so complicated, and he usually didn't have much time to go to the entertainment company. So in the end, I listened to the advice of the person in charge of Fenghua Entertainment Company and hired a secretary to work in the villa.
Go back and talk to Fenghua Entertainment Company about Lu Han joining the company.
Tell them not to rush to report it, but to release the information slowly first.
It's best not to release this accurate information before the press conference begins.
Try to delay it as long as possible, or discuss it carefully with them. It would be best to release this information a few days later, or within this week. Okay, boss. The secretary Yue, who was wearing black stockings, nodded and looked at Lin Feng and answered. Although she was a little unclear about why their boss arranged such a thing, she did not ask any further questions. After all, she knew very well what position she was in. She was originally just a secretary, and her only responsibility was to convey this information and be on call whenever Lin Feng called.
As for handling these detailed matters, she is naturally not needed.
The entertainment company also has a main person in charge, and all she has to do is stay next to Lin Feng. After telling Secretary Yue about these things and giving her a brief explanation, Lin Feng signaled the secretary that she could leave. He also wanted to take a rest, so after taking a quick shower and changing his clothes, Lin Feng came to the garden behind his villa. I made a pot of tea and took a rest on the lounge chair in the garden. Lin Feng felt that such a life was really comfortable. He had always dreamed of this kind of life, but he didn't expect it to come true so soon. Even now when I think about it carefully, it still seems a little unreal. If he hadn't woken up from a 2-meter high bed every day with a beautiful secretary in black stockings by his side, he would have thought he was dreaming.
Chapter 108.
Lin Feng thought about it carefully, since Tan Jiaxu had just said that he could bring his friends with him.
He couldn't help but think about it. Who should he take with him?
Tan Jiaxu meant that there would definitely be a lot of rich second generations and celebrities at the party, so why not take Su Nuo along? It could also help him contact those people and improve his interpersonal relationships. So thinking about it this way, bringing Su Nuo over here is a good idea. But I don't know if Su Nuo has time recently. After all, since the last time we met in the coffee shop, Su Nuo went to film in a new crew. And this party will be held next week. If I can't make time to fulfill this promise, then I won't be able to bring it to the party, right? Therefore, it would be better to wait until Tan Jiaxu confirmed the exact time of the party before he went to ask Su Nuo. Ask Su Nuo to free up 2 days, after all, such a gathering is really rare. Lin Feng thought about it carefully again and thought that maybe he could take Lu Han with him at that time. Although the news that Lu Han joined their Fenghua Entertainment Company has not been officially announced.
But no matter what, Lu Han is already a member of their Fenghua Entertainment Company.
If he really took Su Nuo to the party and ignored Lu Han, it would be a bit embarrassing. After all, the development of Lu Han and Su Nuo are closely related to their Fenghua Entertainment Company. Since there is such an opportunity, we must seize it. So Lin Feng thought that he could take Lu Han with him at that time.
Moreover, Lu Han has not had any important matters to deal with recently.
His main task now is to deal with the signing with Fenghua Entertainment Company. After this matter is dealt with, it seems that I will take a short break. So it is certain that Lu Han will be able to follow Lin Feng to attend the party at that time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt relieved. Although he was not sure whether Su Nuo could attend the party together, it would be nice to be able to take Lu Han with him. After all, it would be bad to waste such an opportunity, so we should seize it if we can. Lin Feng thought about it again and decided that it would be boring if he went alone, so he might as well ask Shang Yuan Wanqing to accompany him.
Yuan Wanqing probably doesn't have that much work recently.
Although Lin Feng was not completely clear about Yuan Wanqing's work arrangements, after all, Yuan Wanqing was cooperating with their Lifeng real estate company.
So Lin Feng can get some information about Yuan Wanqing's work arrangements from Lifeng real estate.
At the moment, Yuan Wanqing doesn't have much work to arrange. When the time comes, he will talk to Yuan Wanqing, and if Yuan Wanqing is willing, he can take her to the party.
First, I can accompany Lin Feng, and second, it also gives Yuan Wanqing a chance. After all, their Wanqing advertising company is still in the development stage.
It would definitely be a good thing for her if she could meet some big bosses who are interested at the party. After thinking about it, Lin Feng roughly decided in his mind who to take to the party, which meant that the matter was resolved. Now he is just waiting for Tan Jiaxu to inform him of the specific time of the party. And they were actually going to Sanya to attend the party. Lin Feng was really looking forward to it. After all, he has never been to Sanya in his life.
He usually just stays in this city, and before that he was just a small employee. Every day I just go to work. There is not much time left for myself. Now that there is such an opportunity, he can't miss it. And as long as you think that it is a party that Tan Jiaxu will attend, it must not be too bad. The people invited must be of very high quality. So Lin Feng felt that this party was very worthwhile to attend. It seems that he needs to prepare some clothes for this party in advance. After all, he has already worn these specially customized clothes in several large-scale events. After all, he has hundreds of thousands of followers on Weibo, so he can't dress too embarrassingly, right? It seems that I need to take a few days out to dress myself up and customize a few new clothes for myself. A few more days passed and the date of the party was set, which was next weekend. Today was already Wednesday, so Lin Feng had already started notifying Su Nuo, Lu Han, Yuan Wanqing, and the other three. If they can confirm the time, they should also make some preparations. Regarding Lin Feng's plan to have clothes customized for himself, the secretary originally said that she could prepare these for Lin Feng. At first, Lin Feng also thought that he could let his secretary do these things, so that he wouldn't have to run around. Moreover, he didn't have any high requirements for these clothes. As long as they fit well and were suitable for the occasion, it was fine. But after thinking about it carefully again, after all, this is my first time attending a gathering in this circle, so I should pay more attention. And you should prepare some accessories for yourself. After all, you have status and position, so you can't just be perfunctory in this regard. So Lin Feng finally decided that he should design these clothes himself. After all, he had been there several times, so he had some experience. He thought about it and decided to just go to the stores he had been to before. After all, he had worn clothes from that store before and thought the quality and style were pretty good, so he decided to continue going to their store this time. Since he was already an old customer of their store, Lin Feng took the time to buy himself dozens of clothes that fit him. The style of the suit chosen this time is more casual and not so formal. After all, we went to Sanya to attend a party, so there would definitely be a lot of eating, drinking, and having fun. It's not like the last dinner where I met so many big guys. That time it had to be so formal and we even walked the red carpet. Being surrounded by so many reporters taking pictures, there will probably be no reporters participating in this party. They just go there to relax, so a casual atmosphere is more in line with the atmosphere. According to Yuan Wanqing, she also went to prepare a few evening dresses. After all, they were not very clear about the specific arrangements of the party, so Yuan Wanqing told Lin Feng that it would be better to prepare a few more items. Yuan Wanqing had never attended this type of party before, and it was a very novel experience for her, so she was very grateful to Lin Feng for taking her to this kind of party. Chapter 109. On this day, a very unusual person suddenly came to Lin Feng's villa. Lin Feng looked at the man who came to his villa and sized him up and down. Although I can't say that this man is very handsome, he is middle-aged after all. But he is also a man of great temperament and looks very upright, but his skin is a little dark. However, this does not affect the man's high spirits at all. The man who came to Lin Feng's villa can truly be considered a big shot in the live broadcast industry. Because he is the founder of GrapeLive. Lin Feng can only be said to be the person who later acquired GrapeLive, but it was this man who actually created GrapeLive, a very large live streaming platform in China. This man's name is Wang Jun. Today was the first time he met Lin Feng. But the reason he came here today was definitely not just to meet Lin Feng, but he had something more important to tell Lin Feng. Among the companies that Zhao Wen had asked Lin Feng to investigate before, there were dozens of enterprises. Lin Feng just picked a few lucky ones and invested in acquisitions. Coincidentally, GrapeLive is one of them. In fact, when Lin Feng first decided to acquire GrapeLive, it was not because he thought this live streaming platform had any future. It's just because she has a favorite female anchor from this live streaming platform. So he bought the live streaming platform out of love for it. Regarding the conditions for the acquisition, founder Wang Jun did not have any special requirements. Lin Feng found this quite strange at first. But after learning more about it later, he found out that Wang Jun just hoped that after he acquired the Grape platform, his decision-making power would not be interfered with. Wang Jundao really doesn't need anything else. Lin Feng thought about it and answered. Although they did not discuss these matters face to face, it was written very clearly in the contract. Lin Feng felt that there was no problem, so he agreed. But he really didn't expect that Wang Jun, the founder of GrapeLive, would come to his villa today. He was more curious about what she was going to tell him today. After all, this was their first meeting. Mr. Wang, are you here today to discuss something important with me? Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could prepare for you?
Lin Feng smiled and looked at Wang Jun and spoke. After all, the polite words still need to be said. After all, this was the first time the two of them met. We are not that familiar with each other yet, so basic etiquette should still be observed. Moreover, Lin Jun has been in this circle for much longer than him. In front of Wang Jun, he is just a newcomer, and he still has a lot to learn from him in the future. That's why Lin Feng treated him so well. After all, he understood all these things and should be polite. Although he admitted that he had enough money to acquire Grape Live, the acquisition of this live broadcast did not mean that he could truly manage this live broadcast platform well. We will still have to rely more on these seniors in the future.
So naturally it did not dare to neglect Wang Jun.
Besides, Wang Jun took the initiative to come to his villa to find him today, so he must not come here for such a simple matter.
I guess something big happened at Grape Live. That's why Wang Jun came here in person.
As Lin Feng spoke, he asked Wang Jun to sit down on the sofa. It just so happened that there was a newly bought tea set on his desk. Lin Feng didn't buy this set of tea set on a whim. He actually learned how to make tea specially.
It's just that I've never made tea for others formally.
And since I have guests coming today, I might as well practice my skills. After all, he has learned it many times, so he has all the necessary appearances.
After he carefully brewed the tea, he poured a cup for Wang Jun and another for himself, then motioned to Wang Jun to taste the tea first to see how it tasted.
In fact, judging from Lin Feng's current appearance, he does have the aura of a big boss. Wang Jun was also a little confused by Lin Feng's moves. I really thought that the guy in front of me just looked young, but actually he has been in this circle for a long time. After all, it was his first time meeting Lin Feng. The way Lin Feng behaved today was indeed quite elegant, so Wang Jun became more alert. Wang Jun noticed that Lin Feng asked him to taste the tea, so he honestly picked up the teacup and took a sip.
This tea is indeed good, and Wang Jun can also taste that it is of a certain quality.
After all, someone of Lin Feng's status can't just drink ordinary tea.
Especially the tea brewed to entertain guests is naturally extraordinary.
The aftertaste is indeed lingering in the mouth, and the tea flavor is also very strong. As expected of this big boss's craftsmanship, it is indeed good. This tea tastes really good, and has a strong tea aroma. It's different from the tea I usually drink, especially since it was brewed by you, the big boss. It makes me feel that this tea is fragrant and delicious. It's really amazing.
Wang Jun was also tactful enough to praise Lin Feng's craftsmanship.
After Lin Feng heard what Wang Jun said, he almost dropped the teacup in his hand. He just learned the skill of making tea a few times. I just made him some tea casually. I didn't expect that Wang Jun would be so good at flattering. It really caught him off guard. After all, judging from Wang Jun's appearance, he must be at least 40 or 50 years old. Such a calm and steady person was now fawning on him, a man in his 20s. Lin Feng felt a little uncomfortable. Besides, Lin Feng is not unaware of his tea-making skills. He had actually experimented with Tan Jiaxu when he was learning tea art. At that time, Tan Jiaxu criticized him badly. So Lin Feng more or less knows where his level is. But he didn't expect that the middle-aged man in front of him would actually praise him so seriously. It was a bit embarrassing for him. After all, he really didn't deserve these praises.
Then, Mr. Wang, what brought you here today? Let's not beat around the bush and just get straight to the point. I don't like to say fancy words, so let's just get to the point.
Lin Feng smiled and said to Wang Jun. In fact, he felt that Wang Jun was not the kind of person who would beat around the bush. I guess he did things very cleanly and efficiently, but he still talked to Wang Jun about it. After all, Lin Feng is not someone who likes to beat around the bush.
Chapter 110.
In fact, when Wang Jun heard Lin Feng say this, he felt that it would have been better if he had not flattered him just now. He also knew that people like Lin Feng probably wouldn't like this kind of routine.
So he usually does things cleanly and efficiently and doesn't like to beat around the bush.
But this is my first time meeting this big boss, and I have no idea what kind of working style he likes. So I started with the most common flattery, but I didn't expect that I hadn't done it well. Wang Jun was a little embarrassed, but looking at Lin Feng's expression, he didn't blame him too much, so he felt a little relieved.
Actually, the main reason I came here today is to meet you, the big boss.
After all, when you gave so much money to acquire Grape Live, I didn't come to see you. I'm really sorry, so I hurried to visit you as soon as I had the chance.
Wang Jun didn't say this casually, but it was his true words. After all, when he heard that someone gave so much money to invest in Grape Live, he was really moved. Because they were also facing certain risks at that time. It was rare for someone to invest in them, so he was very grateful. If the investment funds had not been directly deposited into his account, Wang Jun would have thought he had been cheated by a scammer at first. After all, who would invest so much money in a live streaming platform that already has some problems? But fortunately, Lin Feng really invested in them. Moreover, the funds provided could completely solve the problems faced by Grape Live at that time. So Wang Jun is really grateful to Lin Feng, the big boss, from the bottom of his heart. But he was still very shocked after seeing Lin Feng today. Although he had heard that his boss was relatively young, he didn't expect him to be so young. Something happened today that really gave him a shock. After all, this big boss is actually a few years younger than his son. How could he not be shocked? It is truly remarkable that he has achieved such success at an age younger than his son. It's okay, Mr. Wang. After all, I have my own considerations when investing, so I won't ask too much of you. There are a lot of things going on at Grape Live, and I know all of them. Don't be so polite, I understand. Lin Feng smiled and said to Wang Jun. What Wang Jun said was really too polite. They were all busy people, so Lin Feng didn't force them to meet. But the other person actually explained it to him personally, so Lin Feng felt that this person was quite honest. Moreover, Wang Jun is already so old, but he is still so nice to a young man like her and doesn't look down on her at all. This can also be regarded as a kind of affirmation of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still very pleased. After all, he had met many such people before. The attitude shown towards him is very impatient. So Wang Jun's attitude today gave Lin Feng great affirmation. To be honest, I came to you today because of the company's business. The company did have some problems, otherwise I wouldn't have come here without notifying you. Wang Jun sighed, looked at Lin Feng, and continued. He revealed the real purpose of coming to the villa to find Lin Feng today. After your last investment in Grape Live has indeed improved a lot, and the level of Grape Live has also directly risen by several levels. We have also conducted some online surveys, and everyone's response has been very good. But the problem now is that we do have many excellent anchors and many loyal viewers on Grape Live. But the main thing is that we have the strength, but our reputation is a little behind. I have more or less understood the situation of other live streaming platforms. After all, I have been in this industry for a long time, at least 10 years, so I am very sensitive to these data. If we dare to claim to be the second now, there is absolutely no one who can claim to be the first before us. This shows that your investment has played a very important role. However, the situation in our country is not like this. The situation in China is still in a very embarrassing stage, because there are still a large number of people who think that there are certain problems with our live broadcast room, and even misunderstand our live broadcast platform. Some of them think that the anchors on our live streaming platform are just like clowns, performing all kinds of things for them, and some of the more special anchors don't solve their personal problems very well. That's why we can't get the relevant recognition in the industry. So now our live broadcast platform is in a stalemate. If we want to completely suppress the other relatively strong live broadcast platforms, it's actually quite difficult. Wang Jun sighed again when he said this. He had indeed been troubled by these problems for a long time. It was very distressing for him that he had not been able to find an effective solution. After all, Lin Feng has invested so much money. If he only improves the grade but fails to gain domestic fame, it would be equivalent to wasting all the money. Some of them are not worth it. That's why Wang Jun tried so hard to solve these problems. One is to enable the live broadcast platform to have better development, and the other is to give Lin Feng a better feedback. The live streaming industry actually only emerged in modern times, and in the beginning there were only a few people working in this industry. But gradually, more and more people tasted the sweetness. More and more people are joining the live streaming industry. So these people seem a bit uneven. Some anchors even have very bad behavior and are also broadcasting live. That's why so many people misunderstand their live streaming platform. After all, most people are still very conservative, and in their opinion, the anchor is really exposing himself to the public. Although it is a little different from the celebrities who appear in public, at least the celebrities' behavior is very proper. However, there are some very bad anchors in the anchor world who cannot be corrected. Originally, there is no high threshold to become an anchor, which is why it can attract so many ordinary people to try this industry. But it is precisely because there is no very high threshold that the current situation has arisen.
It is an easy change, but it is very troublesome to implement, otherwise he would not have put so much thought into it.
Chapter 111. In fact, Lin Feng was able to quickly understand what Wang Jun said.
He also knows that the current live broadcast industry is already very difficult to do, not to mention what the content of the live broadcast is like. Just whether these anchors have the right intentions is a big question. If you rely on your talent and interesting personality to attract fans to give you gifts, and then you make a profit from it, then this is a legitimate method. However, there are always some anchors who want to sell their looks through some crooked means, or even attract the top guy on the list to gain benefits. This is the type of anchor that Lin Feng hates the most. Although it is true that you can make money quickly this way, you are, after all, selling out your own integrity. Lin Feng doesn't want Grapelive to be tarnished by these people. Besides, the reason why Wang Jun came to the villa to find him today was because Grapelive failed to improve its reputation while rising to a higher level this time, and failed to gain recognition in the live broadcast industry, right? But in Lin Feng's opinion, this is not a problem at all. If there is no fame, wouldn't it be better to just invite a few celebrities to help promote Grapelive? However, the methods that Lin Feng could think of, Wang Jun could naturally also think of. After all, he has been in the live broadcast circle for a long time, and it is impossible for him not to think of such basic methods. However, because celebrities look down on the live streaming industry, no one is willing to help them become famous. The celebrities that Wang Jun wants to invite to help promote his platform basically look down on platforms like Grapelive. Wang Jun doesn't think highly of other small celebrities who want to help increase the popularity of Grapelive. If they want to increase their fame, they can only invite some currently popular stars to help promote them. Wouldn't it be useless to ask some less famous stars to promote them? So he really didn't know how to solve this problem, so he had to come to Lin Feng. In fact, it would not be impossible for Lin Feng to just come up with a solution to help. After all, no matter what, he is the boss of Grapelive, and he should do these things. But there are still some bigger problems that Lin Feng thinks should be solved first. That is, the anchors in the live broadcast room who have serious character issues should be cleared out. Let us not talk about how popular he is or how many fans he has on Grapelive. Lin Feng decided to clear them out of Grapelive. If they were not properly regulated, it would be impossible to solve these problems in the live broadcast. Otherwise, if the problem of Grapelive is solved first and its popularity is improved, then wouldn't these anchors benefit from it? But if Grapelive has problems because of these bad anchors, they can just walk away. If they just walked away, it wouldn't have anything to do with them at all. After all, the money they earn is definitely enough for them to squander. For them, Grapelive is just a platform to make money. But the same cannot be said for Grapelive. If it is affected by them in the end, the Grapelive platform itself will definitely suffer the biggest loss. Lao Jun, you don't mind me calling you that, right? Actually, it's not impossible for you to help me, but I have a very important matter that I need you to solve. You have to promise me now that you will solve this matter. Otherwise, I would rather Grapelive continue to develop in the current direction, and I will not help anymore. Lin Feng looked at Wang Jun seriously and said, "Boss, if you have any problem, just tell me directly. If I can solve it immediately, I will solve it. After all, I am doing this for the good of our Grapelive. It is impossible for me to leave these big problems unsolved. This is really unreasonable. No matter what, this Grapelive is my hard work, I can't just leave it alone like this." Wang Jun looked at Lin Feng and said seriously. He originally came to find Lin Feng in order to rescue this Grapelive. If he really had no sympathy for Grapelive and allowed things to continue like this, then there would be no need for him to find Lin Feng to discuss things today. But when Wang Jun heard Lin Feng say that he wanted him to promise to solve a problem, he was a little confused. He didn't know what Lin Feng meant. It is also unclear what Lin Feng is going to do. In fact, I am aware of the problems you mentioned, and they are not that difficult to solve. However, if we solve them in this way, these problems will not be completely solved. The main reason why our Grapelive is not recognized by everyone is actually because of these anchors. If the anchors bring some bad influence to the general public due to their own reasons, wouldn't it directly lead to problems in the entire live broadcast room? Although the live broadcast industry seems to be very lively and prosperous, the number of people watching live broadcasts is very likely to be no breakthrough at all. What I want you to promise me is actually very simple. When you return, you will immediately start to clean up our entire Grapelive platform. All anchors with character issues must be cleared out, no matter how popular they are. I don't care how many connections they have or how much traffic they can bring to Grapelive. As long as they have bad behavior, I won't allow them to stay on our live streaming platform. If we follow my method, although we may lose a large number of Grape Live members at the beginning, if we really do this well, the revenue after cleaning up the platform will definitely be much higher than it is now. In fact, Lin Feng doesn't have any particularly good suggestions on how to clean up and rectify some of the chaotic phenomena in the live streaming industry. However, this does not require Lin Feng to think so much. He only needs to raise the beginning of the problem, and the rest of the solutions and the solution process can be left to the professionals. After listening to what Lin Feng said, Wang Jun lowered his head and began to think. But he didn't answer Lin Feng immediately. In fact, he was very clear about what Lin Feng said about the problems in the live broadcast industry. Grape Live has proposed to rectify these problems more than once. This is already an issue they often talk about. Chapter 112. Originally, the threshold for becoming an anchor is very low, and it is relatively easy to accumulate popularity, so these anchors have always been ordinary people. Although we cannot directly deny that there are some rare and talented people among these anchors who are not recognized. But it was just one bad apple that spoiled the whole barrel. During the live broadcast, he made many silent comments and even cursed his own fans. In order to increase their own popularity, they give themselves some gifts, or even praise one and criticize another, and deliberately create some negative news about other anchors to highlight themselves. Moreover, there may be some vulgar and unpleasant songs and actions in this live broadcast room. Although they will indeed attract a large number of fans and can bring them very high popularity, it is precisely because of these phenomena that these anchors are labeled as vulgar. And because they sign such anchors, Grape Live has become a relatively vulgar live broadcast platform in the eyes of ordinary people, and naturally no one will be optimistic about them. These problems are interconnected, so if we really want to solve these problems, we must deal with the source of the problem, which is these hosts with improper behavior, vulgarity, and bad behavior. The live broadcast platform, which was originally operating well, has become a mess because of the addition of these people. And if it is really as Lin Feng said, and they start to clear and organize the live broadcast platform directly, then they will definitely terminate the contracts with these people. If these people are just small anchors with low popularity and a relatively small number of fans, then the contract can be terminated directly. It doesn't take a long time or waste so much energy. But the problem is that some of these anchors have gradually grown up and have a large fan base. His popularity is even higher than some positive energy anchors. If we really terminate the contract with them directly, it will be a huge loss for Grape Live. Wang Jun kept thinking, and his mind was very confused. He was actually struggling a lot, and he really wanted to do Grape Live well. But if the contracts with these anchors are really terminated, it is hard to say whether Grape Live can survive this crisis. That's why he was struggling like this. He wanted to save Grape Live, but he didn't want to use such extreme means to save Grape Live. He would rather solve these problems in a more peaceful way, but things have developed to this point. If he could really find a more peaceful way, he would not have to listen to Lin Feng talking about these things. Lin Feng sat opposite Wang Jun and drank tea calmly. In fact, he understood Wang Jun's inner struggle very well. However, as for what choice Wang Jun will make, Lin Feng will not choose to interfere too much. After all, if Wang Jun could figure this out, he would definitely agree to his request and start to reorganize the live broadcast platform after returning. Doesn't that mean Wang Jun really has a very broad vision and can think about the future of the Grape Live platform? But if Wang Jun rejected Lin Feng's request today, Lin Feng felt that he might not put more energy into the Grape Live platform. After all, even its founder didn't dare to make up his mind to solve his fundamental problems, so what big things could he, the boss who acquired him, accomplish? After all, the people who need to be dealt with are not just a time bomb for Grape Live. It is also a major stumbling block to the future of Grape Live. Wang Jun was a little hesitant, but he also clearly understood that Lin Feng raised this question because he really wanted to run Grape Live well. He also knew Lin Feng's strength very well. After all, the fact that he could spend hundreds of millions to acquire Grape Live showed that Lin Feng was very powerful. And now he also feels that Lin Feng is his strong supporter. He can only hold on to this tie to have better development. So after hesitating for a long time, he decided to agree to Lin Feng's request. He still chose to believe Lin Feng. After all, it is impossible that Lin Feng spent hundreds of millions to buy Grape Live and now deliberately brought it down. Boss Lin, I have carefully thought about the issues you just mentioned. I completely trust you now, so I will agree to what you said. When I return, I will immediately start to deal with those problematic anchors in our Grape Live. I will definitely not take it lightly this time. Wang Jun clenched his fist and looked at Lin Feng very seriously. Wang Jun is actually very famous in the live broadcast industry, but now that he has decided to follow Lin Feng, he has to give everything to Lin Feng. In fact, what Wang Jun said is indeed able to prove that he is really determined to do a good job in Grape Live. After all, if we really go back and immediately clean up the live broadcast platform and terminate the contracts with those bad anchors, given the current state of Grape Live, it will definitely shock the entire live streaming industry. It can even be said that he is very likely to offend those anchors, and his personal reputation will definitely be not very good in the future. Lin Feng naturally knew what the consequences would be if this matter was really implemented. In fact, it can be said that Wang Jun was taking the blame for Lin Feng. After all, it was Lin Feng who proposed this matter, and it was Lin Feng who urged Wang Jun to complete this matter, and Wang Jun was merely an executor. You have to know that trusting me is definitely not wrong. If you really start to clean up this live streaming platform today and get rid of those people, you will definitely not regret it in the future. In fact, there is no need to terminate the contract with them directly. You just need to tell them the requirements of our live broadcast platform and let them regulate themselves. As long as they meet the requirements we put forward, they can still be allowed to broadcast on our live broadcast platform. If they really can't even meet the basic requirements we put forward, then we can terminate the contract with them and they won't say anything. After all, we have given them the opportunity to make corrections. We have already given them the opportunity, and the requirements are not very difficult to meet. If they cannot make corrections and meet these requirements, it will have nothing to do with us. And I believe that as long as they want to continue to stay in Grape Live, they will not refuse these requirements at all.
Chapter 113. Besides, if we implement what I just said, when we really terminate the contract in the future, at least we will have an explanation from them, don't you think?
Wang Jun thought carefully about what Lin Feng said, and it actually made a lot of sense.
There is no need to directly enforce these anchors to terminate their contracts.
If these anchors make self-corrections, they will comply with the new regulations set by Grape Live. It's not impossible to keep them in Grape Live. If you think about it this way, this matter is actually not that difficult to handle.
Wang Jun's frown finally relaxed.
He had indeed heard a lot of useful things from Lin Feng. So he chatted with Lin Feng for a few more words, then said goodbye to Lin Feng and left the villa. Lin Feng looked at Wang Jun's leaving back, his eyes flashing. Just when he was talking about these things with Wang Jun, he suddenly thought of some other plans. Now that Grape Live is going to start to be rectified, the people who come to Grape Live to be anchors in the future will definitely be of very high quality. If he could pick out some with better qualifications and higher popularity from these high-quality anchors and package them at his Fenghua Entertainment Company,
then can't you debut directly?
Moreover, these anchors have already accumulated popularity in the live broadcast room, so it won't be a big problem if they make their debut at that time. Lin Feng gave himself full marks for this idea.
Doesn't this directly lead to the emergence of a whole production chain?
This Grape Live is equivalent to the trainee platform of their Fenghua Entertainment Company.
Oh my god.
Now that I think about it, the decision to acquire Grape Live was really worth it. Soon it was the weekend, and it was time for the gathering in Sanya.
No, boss, where are we going? What are we doing standing here? In the airport lobby, Su Nuo surrounded himself with a ball. He was wrapped in a mask, a hat, a scarf, and a big coat.
Even so, he kept turning his head to look around, afraid that someone around him would recognize him.
You've wrapped yourself up so badly, do you still need to look around? No one will recognize you, so what are you afraid of?
Lin Feng looked at Su Nuo, rolled his eyes, and felt speechless. It was the first time he saw someone wrap himself up like this. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Su Nuo felt a little embarrassed.
He smiled and said nothing more. Okay, since I asked you to come out, I will definitely not let you go to any shameful place. As your boss, I must have asked you to come out because I have something good to do. When we get to that place later, don't embarrass me.
Lin Feng looked at Lu Han, who was also wrapped tightly and standing next to Su Nuo, and said.
The last time he told them about the party, he didn't make it clear what it was for.
He just asked them if they had 2 days to spare for him.
So these two people still don't know that they are going to the party.
Hey, boss, are you taking us to that party in Sanya? Lu Han, who had been silent all this time, blinked and looked at Lin Feng curiously and asked.
Hey, how do you know about this party?
Lin Feng was a little surprised to hear Lu Han ask him this. He thought that these two people didn't know that they were going to the party this time, but he didn't expect Lu Han to know something.
I don't know for myself, I just guessed. I felt that we were going to a party. The other day when I was chatting with a friend, I mentioned it and said that my boss asked me to take 2 days off to attend an event. Then my friend told me that it might be the party in Sanya, and that the party was organized by a few very famous second-generation rich people in China, and only those who received their invitation could go. Then I knew that we should go to that party today. Lu Han shook his head and quickly explained. How could he know about this kind of activity? He must have heard it from others. Then I really didn't expect that your friend actually knew about this party. That's pretty impressive. Lin Feng didn't ask who the friend he was talking about was. In fact, there is no need to guess at all. He has just returned to China not long ago. How could he have any particularly good friends who also knew about this party? These must be the things that the agent next to him told him. After all, his agent is really powerful, and Lin Feng is very clear about this. So we're going to a party, boss. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have prepared for it. After hearing what Lu Han said, Su Nuo realized that they were going to a party today. But Lin Feng did not tell him that he was going to attend the party today. If I had told him in advance, he would have definitely prepared well. After all, he only brought his clothes casually. When Lin Feng called him that day, he felt a little strange, because Lin Feng also knew that he was filming on the crew. So he didn't know what was going on with Lin Feng. Later, when the call was connected, Lin Feng asked him to free up 2 days to attend the event with him. If he hadn't known the director of the drama, he wouldn't have been able to take the leave. After all, he was filming at the time. What's the big deal? What else do you want to prepare? Besides, there will be no shortage of these things at the party. I don't want to delay you for too long. You're already filming there, so 2 days is enough for you. I don't want to delay you anymore. Lin Feng explained to Su Nuo calmly. Su Nuo chuckled. He knew that Lin Feng was being considerate of him, so he was very grateful to him. Lin Feng glanced at Su Nuo, who immediately became happy, and curled his lips. After getting to know each other for such a long time, he also figured out Su Nuo's character. To be honest, he's just a funny guy. What kind of celebrity airs are there? Anyway, he didn't notice it at all, and he was usually quite cute in his silly way. Lu Han stood by and watched the two men fighting each other, feeling a little envious. Although he had almost understood everything from Lin Feng, he still couldn't compare to Su Nuo's personality. Therefore, he and Lin Feng still communicated very seriously, and there would be no such fighting scenes. But personally, he was very envious of the way Su Nuo and Lin Feng got along. Chapter 114. But even though he was envious, after his agent told him so much, Lu Han had already adjusted his mindset. It's not as depressing as I thought before. They were even very happy that Lin Feng had invited both of them to attend the party this time. At least from these aspects, Lin Feng treated the two of them no differently. He also heard from their agent about the party they were going to attend. It was a party hosted by a very famous rich second generation in the country, and other people had no way to attend it. Unless you are invited by these rich second generations. His agent was also very emotional about such a high-level gathering. Because for his agent, there is no chance to participate at all. However, this kind of gathering actually plays a very important role in helping Lu Han consolidate his position in the country. His agent had previously said that he wanted Lu Han to attend such a party, but he had never found a way. I didn't expect that I would have such an opportunity after just joining Lin Feng's Fenghua Entertainment Company. This is really a coincidence. In fact, not only Lu Han himself was surprised, but Su Nuo also felt very shocked to attend this party. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his decision to find Lin Feng and ask him to join his Fenghua Entertainment Company was indeed a very good one when he was so impulsive. It is because of this decision that so many things have changed. It also gave him so many more opportunities to work hard for his future. Having said that, joining Lin Feng is indeed a very correct choice. Lin Feng looked down at the time on his watch. Yuan Wanqing should be arriving soon by this time. He looked around the airport lobby anxiously. But there was no sign of Yuan Wanqing. If they waited a little longer, they would have to board the plane. Could it be that this beautiful sister had forgotten that she was going to Sanya with him today? Lin Feng became a little anxious. If I had known that they were going out, I should have told Yuan Wanqing again. Lin Feng told Yuan Wanqing yesterday that they would meet at the airport at the same time today. He also booked the air tickets for them. Now that I think about it, Yuan Wanqing couldn't have really forgotten that they were still waiting for him at the airport today. Lin Feng was just about to take out his cell phone from his pocket to call Yuan Wanqing when he suddenly heard Su Nuo next to him exclaim. He was a little puzzled. Why was this person making such a strange noise for no reason? So just as I was about to open my mouth to scold him, I didn't expect Su Nua to speak first. Boss, look, there's a beautiful girl over there. Look at her long legs. Oh my god, she's prettier than any of the female stars in our entertainment industry. You are so old now, why don't you find a wife quickly? How about this beauty? I think she is suitable to be my boss's wife. Su Nua talked a lot of things to Lin Feng, and pointed at a long-legged beauty walking towards him and asked Lin Feng to look at her. Lin Feng was still immersed in Su Nua's words that he was already very old. Unexpectedly, when I looked up in the direction Su Nua pointed, the long-legged beauty walking towards me was none other than Yuan Wanqing. I didn't expect Su Nua to be such a good judge of taste. That's right, he also felt that Yong Yuan was very suitable to be their boss lady. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Su Nua without saying anything. The direction the long-legged beauty was coming from was right towards them. Hey, look at this beautiful lady walking towards us. Oh no, she must have recognized me. I'm wrapped up so tightly, how can she tell that I'm Su Nua? This is bad news. Could this be another fan of mine? Su Nua chattered in Lin Feng's ear. He thought that the long-legged beauty was walking towards him because she recognized him. I'm now tidying up my clothes, thinking about how to talk to this beautiful fan later. Lin Feng looked at Su Nua's behavior and smiled helplessly. How come this person is so confident? Besides, he has been covered like this, how could anyone still recognize that he is Su Nua? Besides, he, Lin Feng, is such a handsome man standing here, can't he say that this beautiful woman is walking towards him? How was it? Did you wait long? I was stuck in traffic, so I was a little late. Yuan Wanqing walked up to Lin Feng, took off her sunglasses, looked at him and said, "This." Su Nua stared in amazement as the beautiful woman with long legs actually walked directly up to their boss and started talking to him. I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He just thought it was his beautiful fan. Just when they were about to extend their hand to shake hands with this beautiful fan, they didn't expect that this person actually came to see their boss. Judging from the look of things, could it be that the boss brought the beautiful lady to the party? No, we just arrived not long ago, and it's not too late now. We have to wait a little longer for our boarding time. Lin Feng smiled and said to Yuan Wanqing. It turned out there was a traffic jam. He actually thought Yuan Wanqing had forgotten about today's schedule. I didn't expect that I was late because of traffic jam. He looked at what Yuan Wanqing was wearing. She was wearing a short top that revealed her slender waist and a short skirt that showed off her straight long legs. I saw that Yuan Wanqing was carrying a small suitcase behind her. It seemed that it contained the evening dress that Yuan Wanqing had prepared. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that Su Nua had just said that maybe this was his beautiful fan who recognized him and wanted to come over to ask for his autograph. He couldn't help but find it a little funny. So he turned his head to look at Su Nua, and found that Su Nua was in a very embarrassing situation. So he raised his eyebrows at Su Nua, as if to say, "What do you think? This beautiful lady came to see me, but it has nothing to do with you." Su Nua naturally understood the look from his boss and must have understood what his boss meant. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If she wasn't his fan, then she wasn't his fan. It would be okay if she was his boss's wife, Su Nua thought. Lu Han next to him was also surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Feng actually brought a beautiful woman to attend the party and Sanya with him. As expected of their boss. There is actually this preparation. But this woman is indeed very beautiful, even comparable to those female celebrities in the entertainment industry. It seems their boss has a good eye. Let me introduce you, this is the beautiful boss Yuan Wanqing who is going to Sanya with us today. Lin Feng looked at Lu Han and Su Nua and introduced them. Chapter 115. These are the two stars that our entertainment company has just signed. This one is Su Nua, and the one next to him is Lu Han. Lin Feng introduced the two of them to Yuan Wanqing. Hello. Yuan Wanqing smiled and said to the two people. Boss, how can you introduce me in front of this beautiful lady? You should let me do it myself. Hello, beautiful lady. I'm Su Nua. I'm 185 centimeters tall and have 8-pack abs. Su Nua chuckled and said to Yuan Wanqing. She doesn't look like a star at all. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. This child was too familiar. When he first saw him in a TV series, he thought this kid was one of those very cool and aloof star types.
Unexpectedly, after they got in touch with each other, they found that Su Nuo was so funny. His personality is quite opposite to Lu Han's.
Lu Han's appearance makes him look very gentle and easy to talk to. But in fact, it is not like that. Lu Han's personality is still relatively cold. There is no nonsense usually, unlike Su Nuo. It turns out that the introductions of celebrities are so unique. Yuan Wanqing looked at Su Nuo and smiled. This guy is really down to earth. She didn't expect him to be so easy to get along with. He doesn't have the airs of those big stars at all. I've seen all the news about you guys on Weibo recently. It seems like all the hot searches during this period have been monopolized by you guys. But I haven't seen any information about Lu Han next to you officially signing a contract with your company. Yuan Wanqing smiled and looked at Lin Feng and said.
She had indeed seen on Weibo and in various news reports that Lin Feng's entertainment company had successfully signed the big star Su Nuo.
However, there is no information about Lu Han's signing yet.
But judging from Lin Feng's appearance, he must be almost ready and should not have released any news yet. Indeed, the information released so far only contains the information that we have signed the promise.
The information about Lu Han's contract will not be released until sometime later, and the press conference will be held in a few days. I'm afraid Lu Han will also occupy the top few spots in the trending searches by then. I'm quite confident about this. I'm very optimistic about Lu Han.
Lin Feng smiled, explained to Yuan Wanqing, and praised Lu Han a few words. Because he always felt that Lu Han lacked confidence, he could only encourage him more in this way and make him work harder. When Lu Han heard Lin Feng praising him like this, he smiled a little embarrassedly.
He has a rather dull personality and doesn't like to talk much on weekdays. He is even a little afraid of strangers.
But thanks to a good boss like Lin Feng, he was able to let down his guard and open his heart to these people he just met.
I never thought you would achieve so much.
I always thought you were going to concentrate on developing Lifeng real estate, but I didn't expect you to sign two big stars.
You really have the ability. President Lin. Yuan Wanqing smiled, looked at Lin Feng, blinked, and said.
Although their last meeting had been over half a month, they didn't feel strange at all. It's not just because their two companies are cooperating, but also because the relationship between Lin Feng and Yuan Wanqing is very special. Although she couldn't describe the feeling, Yuan Wanqing always felt that Lin Feng was different from others. A few people sat down and waited for a while before it was finally time for them to board the plane. It only takes 2 or 3 hours to get from here to Sanya, so the journey is not particularly far. For someone like Lin Feng who seldom travels far away, this is still tolerable. After all, it was one of the few times he took a plane. The seats that Lin Feng bought for them were all in the first-class cabin. In addition to them, there were some other passengers and several flight attendants staying in the first-class cabin to serve them. After Su Nuo and Lu Han got on the plane, they took off all their equipment, finally revealing their true appearance. There are several handsome men and beautiful women in their group, so they are naturally very attractive. In addition, Su Nuo and Lu Han are very popular, so generally younger people know them. So they had just sat down in the first-class cabin and taken off the masks on their faces when they were noticed by the flight attendant.
Hey, do you think those people next to them are Su Nuo and Lu Han? They look very similar to me. This is the first time I see them in person. I'm so excited that I'm even a little hesitant to confirm.
A stewardess looked at another stewardess next to her and said in a low voice.
It seems like they are really the two of them. I didn't expect to see them here.
Although we don't see many celebrities on a normal day, I am still very excited to see them both at once.
Another stewardess replied.
In fact, they met quite a few celebrities on the plane, but it was still very difficult to put together a flight with two popular young actors at once.
Moreover, it looked like the two of them were traveling together.
Even the other man sitting next to them and the beautiful woman were very pleasing to the eye.
Su Nuo, Lu Han, hello, I really like you guys, can I take a photo with you?
A uniformed stewardess wearing black stockings came up to the two of them, looked at them and asked in a low voice. Although she is very excited now, she is also very professional.
So I just came up to them very quietly and wanted to take a photo with them.
But even though his voice was very low, it still attracted the attention of the passengers next to him.
The first-class cabin suddenly became lively. Many passengers came to Lu Han and Su Nuo, wanting to take photos with them.
Lin Feng smiled helplessly.
He is so handsome, why doesn't anyone ask him to take a photo with them? Could it be that I can't compare to both of them?
Lin Feng shook his head and denied this idea. In his heart, he was at the same level as the two next to him. Just when Lin Feng was jealous, he suddenly felt someone pulling his sleeve. He looked up and found a lowly girl wearing JK standing in front of him. She looked a little embarrassed, but it seemed like she wanted to ask him something. Lin Feng expressed his curiosity and wondered what this little lowly in JK dress was going to do. Excuse me, are you Lin Feng? The little Lolita in JK blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Feng innocently and asked. She felt that the person in front of him must be Lin Feng, but she still wanted to confirm it again. Chapter 116. Lin Feng looked at the embarrassed little JK lowly standing in front of him with a look of shock. He didn't expect that this little lowly could actually recognize him as Lin Feng. I really didn't expect that one day Lin Feng would be recognized by his own fans. This is really cause for celebration. And her fan is actually a little JK lowly, so cute. I am so happy. Hello, I am indeed Lin Feng. Lin Feng answered in a low voice while looking at the little lowly standing in front of him. This little lowly is so cute, and judging from her age, she is probably only about 10 years old. I didn't expect that my fans are still so young. Lin Feng felt that if he spoke a little louder, it might scare the little lowly, so he spoke in a very low voice unconsciously when he saw her. Sure enough, the little lowly in front of him instantly became happy when she heard Lin Feng say that he was Lin Feng. At first, she just thought that this person looked like her idol Lin Feng, but she didn't dare to confirm whether this person was Lin Feng. After all, she had only seen Lin Feng's photo on the internet. That's why I thought of coming here to ask, but I didn't expect that by asking this question, I would actually ask the person himself. She is so happy. She started paying attention to Lin Feng after the Baohua building incident. This man is simply the man of her dreams. He is handsome, tall, righteous, and full of positive energy. He is exactly the ideal brother in her mind. That's why she became a fan of Lin Feng all of a sudden. I didn't expect to meet brother Lin Feng on a plane today. She thought about it and decided to take a photo with brother Lin Feng so that she could show off to her good sisters when she returned. Brother Lin Feng, can I take a photo with you? I like you so much, you are my idol. JK little lowly blinked her big eyes and said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart almost melted when he saw the little girl blinking her eyes. How could he not agree to take a photo with her? Of course. Lin Feng looked at the little girl and smiled. He quickly reached out to take the phone from her hand, raised it up, and took a few photos with her. The little girl immediately returned to her seat happily holding her phone and continued to admire the photos. The little girl quickly saved these photos and posted them on Weibo. She is the first fan to take a photo with Lin Feng. How proud of this! She had to show off. As soon as the little girl posted the photo of her and Lin Feng on Weibo, Lin Feng's fans immediately came to her comment section to comment. He expressed his envy that the little lowly had the chance to meet Lin Feng and took such beautiful photos with him. Ah, you are so lucky to have met brother Lin Feng. I envy you so much. Sister, you are so pretty. The photos you took with brother Lin Feng are also pretty. Is brother Lin Feng as pretty in person as he is on the internet? I really envy you. Wow, I also want to take a photo with brother Lin Feng, but I can't meet him. I don't have your good luck. I'm so angry. The little lowly looked at the comments in her comment section and smiled happily. Then I replied to them one by one. Lin Feng is indeed as handsome as in those photos circulated online, and he is even more elegant than in those photos. She is really very satisfied with her male idol. Lin Feng looked at the little Lolita staring at the photo of the two of them and laughing, and he felt very happy. After all, this is his first fan to work with, so he is naturally very happy. Alright, stop drooling. You are such a loser. Lin Feng was still secretly looking at the little girl and smiling, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice coming from the side. The voice was not Yuan Wanqing's, nor was it Su Nua or Lu Han's. But this voice was indeed very familiar, and Lin Feng quickly looked up to see who was next to him. Unexpectedly, the person standing in front of him was Diladala. There are so many celebrities on this flight. I didn't expect to meet Diladala here. Shouldn't Diladala be filming now? It seems like she is halfway through filming that costume drama, so why is she on the plane today? What's going on? Darla, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be filming on the set? Lin Feng stared in amazement at Diladala, who was standing in front of him in casual clothes. Yes, I was originally filming in the crew, but I received a message from Sister Me. She told me to go find her, so I asked for 2 days off from the crew. I didn't expect to run into you here, but where are you going?
Diladala smiled and said to Lin Feng. I'm different from you.
At least you were called by Sister Me, but I can't even receive Sister Me's message.
I'm so envious.
Lin Feng curled his lips, pretending to be very aggrieved, and said to Diladala.
Ha 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 ha, you're so funny. Diladala looked at the expression on Lin Feng's face and laughed.
She didn't expect that Lin Feng, who was usually so serious, could be so funny now. On the other side, Su Nua and Lu Han, who were busy taking photos with the passengers, also came back. Naturally, I also saw Diladala standing here. After seeing Diladala, Su Nua actually went up to her and patted her on the shoulder. It seems that the two of them seem to be quite familiar with each other.
Hey, Darla. Why are you here too? Su Nua looked at Diladala with great surprise and asked.
Their debut experiences are very similar, and they even played supporting roles together in the early years. Because they have similar personalities and can talk about the same topics, they are very good friends.
What?
You, a big star, are allowed on this plane, but I can't.
Diladala was also very happy when she saw Su Nua, so she looked at him deliberately and joked. How is that possible? I'm so happy to see you, how could I not let you get on the plane? I'm just curious about why you are here too. Su Nua smiled and sat back in his seat. How could he not know that Diladala was joking with him? The two of them are too familiar with each other.
Hello, Sister Dara.
Lu Han, who was following Su Nua, also greeted Diladala after seeing her.
The two of them were not very familiar with each other, but they had met each other.
Chapter 117. Then Yuan Wanqing also greeted Diladala.
Although she had never spoken to these people, this was the first time she met them. But she also knows these people, after all, they are all very popular stars recently.
How could he not recognize it?
This time, thanks to Lin Feng, she was able to meet so many stars. Although she doesn't usually chase stars and rarely watches TV dramas, after all, she is too busy, but she still knows everyone she should know. The plane was about to take off, so they all returned to their seats and sat down. The atmosphere in the first-class cabin also became quiet.
Hey! Dara, do you know why your sister Me asked you to come over this time? Lin Feng looked at Diladala and asked seriously.
Since it was Yang Mi who called Diladala over, it must be a very good thing. Of course I wouldn't just ask Dilada to pull her over so easily. But looking at Diladala's expression, it seemed that she was not very clear why Yang Mi asked her to come over. But for some reason, Lin Feng felt something strange. He always felt that he and Diladala had the same destination.
I don't know. Sister Me didn't explain it to me very clearly.
She just told me that it would be very beneficial to my future development, so she asked me to go over.
It sounds like you are going to attend a very important party. So what are you going to do?
It's fine if you go alone, but you're bringing two big stars and a beautiful woman with you.
This is definitely not just a simple trip. Diladala tilted her head and looked at Lin Feng and asked.
She really didn't know what Yang Mi asked her to do, but Sister Me would definitely not cheat him.
Really? We're not just going on a simple trip.
Besides, even if I have time to travel, these two big stars are busy as hell.
They definitely don't have time to travel with me casually. What a coincidence. We were also going to a party. Maybe we went to the same party.
Lin Feng smiled and explained to Diladala. Now that I heard this, the place Diladala was going might really be the same place they were going.
What a coincidence.
I didn't expect that Yang Mi would be at the party.
Oh, that's perfect. I was worried that I wouldn't know anyone at the party.
Since you guys are also going to the party, we can go together.
That way I won't be so embarrassed. Fortunately, you guys are here with me.
When Diladala heard that Lin Feng and his group were also going to attend the party, she instantly became happy. Especially when she heard Lin Feng say that they might be going to the same party, she was a little excited. On the way here, she was still thinking about how awkward it would be if there was no one she was familiar with at the party. She didn't expect that there would be several more people she was familiar with all of a sudden, which made her feel much more at ease. Because they were all familiar with each other, and the flight would take several hours, they all got together to chat. But since there were not only them but also other passengers in the first-class cabin, they couldn't discuss so loudly in such a public place. So they all chatted in a cautious and low voice.
I'm not saying anything bad about you, boss.
You're so rich, Why can't you buy yourself a plane? It's so convenient to have a private jet, and it can also let us enjoy the luxury.
Why do we have to wait for the plane in advance? Now we have to squeeze together with several people. Su Nua was a chatterbox to begin with, and now with so many people sitting here, he let himself go even more. He complained about this and that, and even Su Nua and Daladala, who were sitting next to him, were tortured by him. So Su Nua turned his attention to his boss and started complaining about Lin Feng. When Lin Feng heard Su Nua actually came up to him to complain about these things, he turned around and glared at him. After just glaring at him, Su Nua quickly shut his mouth and dared not say a word.
What's wrong?
What were you talking about me just now?
Lin Feng asked Su Nua, deliberately looking at him.
No, I didn't say anything. I was just talking to myself.
Boss, you should have a good rest.
I'm going to go play with them.
Su Nua was very tactful and did not repeat what he had just said. Instead, he turned around and continued to look for Daladala and Lu Han.
Daladala and Lu Han, who were sitting nearby, saw Su Nua's frustrated look and covered their mouths and laughed.
I didn't expect that Lin Feng could suppress Su Nua so easily.
This is really rare. After all, Su Nua's personality is really too noisy. Even his agent had trouble controlling him.
He didn't expect that Lin Feng could control Su Nua so easily.
In fact, Lin Feng had already heard what Su Nua said just now. I was just pretending not to hear. Actually, what Su Nua said is quite right. Why didn't he think of buying a private jet?
Lin Feng looked at the clouds outside the window and fell into deep thought. Although he is now a very famous and wealthy tycoon. Moreover, the friends around him are either super rich second generations like Tan Jiaxu, or very famous stars like Su Nua, Lu Han, and Daladala. But Lin Feng suddenly felt that he only had the appearance of a rich man, and in his heart he was still just a poor and destitute person. Even his thoughts are still on buying a car and a house. I thought this was all there was to the rich, but is that really the case? How is it possible for wealthy people to just buy cars and houses? Hey, what do you say? I should buy a private jet? Lin Feng spoke thoughtfully. Now that he has so much money, he can naturally start enjoying life. I hadn't thought about this aspect before, and I rarely travel far. But after what Su Nua just said, he started to think about it. Since you have money, why not make your life better? There is no need to treat yourself badly. You might as well buy a private jet, which will be convenient for you to travel far away in the future. What? Su Nua, Lu Han, Daladala, and Yuan Wanqing, who were sitting next to them, were all shocked by Lin Feng's casual words. He looked at Lin Feng with surprise, expressing his disbelief. What happened to their boss? Why do you suddenly ask this question? How could their boss speak so lightly about such a valuable piece of equipment as a private jet? Chapter 118. What's with that look on your face? Why are you staring at me? Is there something weird on my face? Lin Feng felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by them, so he touched his face. He really thought that there was something strange on his face, so they kept staring at him. The two bodyguards, David and Louis, who followed Lin Feng to Sanya, also looked at Lin Feng in shock. These two bodyguards were arranged for Lin Feng by Tan Jiaxu. In fact, they have been with Lin Feng for some time, but Lin Feng doesn't often take them with him on weekdays. After all, he doesn't go out every day. Today he brought these two bodyguards with him because he was going on a long journey. According to Tan Jiaxu, it is foolproof. After all, no matter what, Lin Feng is considered a small wealthy man. If something happened, it would be bad. In addition, Lin Feng had encountered an armed robber before, so he did not reject Tan Jiaxu's kindness. Moreover, Tan Jiaxu said that this was a foreign bodyguard he had specially found through his father. He is strong and knows fighting skills, so he can definitely protect Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt quite uncomfortable at first. After all, having two tall and strong bodyguards following him made it difficult for him to do anything. But later on, I gradually got used to these two bodyguards. Although he looked vicious, he was actually quite gentle when speaking to Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng is their boss. Before coming to Sanya this time, Tan Jiaxu specifically told Lin Feng to bring these two bodyguards with him. In order to avoid any trouble on the way, Lin Feng brought them both along. At first, when Tan Jiaxu said he would find a bodyguard for Lin Feng through his father, Lin Feng felt quite embarrassed. I feel there is no need to trouble Tan Ya with this matter. But Tan Jiaxu said that his father knew best about hiring a bodyguard. After all, his father has hired many bodyguards. There was certainly no one who understood this matter better than his father. Besides, he didn't need Lin Feng to pay the 2 bodyguards' salaries. He could just consider it as a thank you to Lin Feng for rescuing so many jewels for him in Baohua building. So Lin Feng didn't say anything later and let Tan Jiaxu find 2 excellent bodyguards for him through his father. Because Lin Feng knew that it would be unreasonable to forcibly reject Tan Jiaxu's kindness. Maybe Tan Jiaxu himself would feel guilty about it. So Lin Feng had no choice but to accept Tan Jiaxu's kindness. After all, the bodyguard was found through Tan Jiaxu's father Tan Yao, so Lin Feng was still very relieved. David and Louis looked at each other, thought for a while, and then Louis looked at Lin Feng and said, "Boss, actually, buying a private jet is a good idea for you. It not only solves your safety problem, but also makes your travel more convenient." From the perspective of Louis, who has extensive experience as a bodyguard, it is actually necessary for Lin Feng to buy his own private jet. After all, safety issues are very fatal. It would be fine if there is no problem, but if there is a problem, you will definitely lose your life. Although he had actually thought about suggesting to their boss to buy a private jet before. However, since he didn't really know his boss's ability, it would be bad to just say this. So I didn't tell Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who had originally wanted to buy a private jet, became even happier after listening to Louis's explanation. It seems that we need to put the purchase of a private jet on the agenda as soon as possible. Then when we get back, you two can help me choose which private jet company is better. I'll leave this matter to you. Find a more suitable company. I want to customize a plane for myself. Lin Feng looked at David and explained to Louis. After all, they are both professional bodyguards and they definitely know more about this than he does. Lin Feng felt very relieved to let the 2 of them handle this matter. After all, he himself can only take a limited number of flights. How is it possible to know so much about airplanes? Okay, boss, we'll start preparing as soon as we get back. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, David and Louis responded. Naturally, both of them were very supportive of their boss's plan to buy a private jet. After all, buying a private jet would greatly improve safety and allow them to worry less. Besides, their boss actually gave such an important task directly to the 2 of them. Doesn't that prove that their boss trusts them very much? So they were both very happy. Oh my god, what's going on? I was just complaining, boss, you're actually going to buy a private jet. Su Nuo still hasn't recovered from his shock. He just thought he was just complaining on purpose and had no intention of blaming Lin Feng for not buying a private jet. But he didn't expect that after he simply said a few words, Lin Feng actually decided to buy a private jet. His boss was too arbitrary. So what's the matter? Buying a private jet is such a simple thing, why would you hesitate for so long? Lin Feng smiled, looked at Su Nuo disapprovingly and secretly pretended to be cool. Lu Han and Diladala also admired Lin Feng's action very much. Yuan Wanqing, who was sitting next to Lin Feng, was also very shocked. She remembered that when she first met Lin Feng was just the boss of Lifeng Real Estate. He didn't have such strong strength at that time. I didn't expect that Lin Feng has reached such a high position in such a short time. What impressed her even more was that Lin Feng was not only developing himself, but was also driving the development of their Wanqing advertising company. For this, Yuan Wanqing has always been very grateful to Lin Feng. And after hearing Lin Feng say today that he wanted to buy a private jet, she was even more shocked. Does Lin Feng's current status and position allow him to casually talk about buying a private jet? She couldn't help but be shocked again. It seemed that Lin Feng's development speed was far beyond her imagination. However, Yuan Wanqing was also very happy that she could make such a friend. This friend has always been thinking about her and has given her so much help, which really touched Yuan Wanqing. Chapter 119. After several hours of travel, the group finally arrived in Sanya and got off the plane at the airport. When they got off the plane, because the news was leaked, Su Nuo, Lu Han and Diladala's itinerary was exposed. Now they were surrounded by fans, so they had no choice but to let Lin Feng and Yuan Wanqing leave first. Lin Feng also felt that there was really no solution, so he had to leave with Yuan Wanqing and 2 bodyguards. Lin Feng and Yuan Wanqing had just walked out of the airport when they heard someone calling their names. He looked around and found a black car not far away with a man with messy hair standing next to it. This man seems to be Tan Jiaxu. But Lin Feng didn't recognize that this was Tan Jiaxu. After all, his hairstyle was too messy today. After seeing Tan Jiaxu, Lin Feng took Yuan Wanqing and walked towards him. No, I was wondering what's going on up ahead.
Why are there so many people gathered here? I just wanted to go in to pick you up, but I couldn't squeeze in. Look at my hair, it's all messed up.
I specially got my hair done, but I can't squeeze in, so I can only wait for you here.
Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng with some curiosity and asked.
There weren't so many people here just now, but for some reason, they all gathered inside. He didn't know what happened inside, and now seeing Lin Feng just coming out, he wanted to ask him what happened inside.
You mean these people? Wasn't I originally traveling with Su Nua and Lu Han? Unexpectedly, I ran into Diladala while on the plane. I don't know how the news got out.
As soon as they got off the plane, they were surrounded by their fans. I'm afraid they won't be able to get away for a while, so I had to bring my friends here first.
Lin Feng looked at Tan Jiaxu helplessly, shook his head and explained. This is your friend. I never realized, Fengzi, that you actually have such a good-looking friend. Why haven't you introduced her to me before?
In fact, Tan Jiaxu noticed the long-legged beauty following Lin Feng as soon as Lin Feng came out. It turns out that this is Lin Feng's friend.
I never thought that Lin Feng is so lucky.
Such a beautiful girl would choose to be friends with Lin Feng.
Don't have any bad ideas, this is a beautiful boss. We have known each other for a long time. Didn't you organize this party really well?
I just wanted to bring her here, maybe she can help their company. Lin Feng glared at Tan Jiaxu and explained. He really had no chance to introduce Yuan Wanqing to Tan Jiaxu before. After all, Yuan Wanqing had originally been working with Lin Feng. If she took the time to ask Tan Jiaxu out alone to introduce the two of them to each other, it would seem a bit deliberate.
So it was not until now that Yuan Wanqing was properly introduced to Tan Jiaxu. Is that so?
You should have told me earlier that you had such a beautiful friend. I also took her to all the previous parties.
It's okay, beautiful girl. If you have any questions, just ask me directly.
Or if your company needs any help, you can also come to me.
I'm no worse than Lin Feng.
Tan Jiaxu smiled at Yuan Wanqing and explained. He could naturally understand what Lin Feng meant by these words. He thought that this long-legged beauty must have been reserved by Lin Feng a long time ago.
But it doesn't matter. A friend's wife should not be bullied. Tan Jiaxu would never do such a despicable thing.
Since he is Lin Feng's friend, he just needs to treat him well.
I have heard of your reputation, Mr. Tan, for a long time. After meeting you today, I find that you are indeed extraordinary. Yuan Wanqing smiled, greeted Tan Jiaxu, and didn't say anything else.
After all, he was not very familiar with Tan Jiaxu. If she talked too much, it would seem that she was a little too active.
Then let's go first and don't wait for them. We'll send someone to pick them up later. I guess they won't be able to leave for a while.
Tan Jiaxu said to Lin Feng.
Okay, then let's go first. Thank you for your help. Lin Feng nodded and said to Tan Jiaxu. Don't be polite, take your beautiful friend to the car.
Tan Jiaxu patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said with a grin, indicating that he could get in the car with Yuan Wanqing. Tan Jiaxu sent several cars to pick them up today because he didn't know how many friends Lin Feng brought with him. So I thought it would be better to have a better appearance. Unexpectedly, there were only 3 of them on the convoy, and 2 of them were bodyguards. Wait a minute, I have arranged dinner first, let's go eat first, and the party will start in the afternoon. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng and explained. Tan Jiaxu told Lin Feng about the specific time arrangements, and then talked about some taboos at the party. Lin Feng listened carefully. He also knew that Tan Jiaxu did this for his own good, so it would be better to write these things down. After all, people at the party cannot be offended easily. If something goes wrong, it will be difficult for Tan Jiaxu to explain himself.
Hey, do you know everyone at the party? Or do you know who will be there? Is Yang Mi going to come to the party as well?
Lin Feng looked at Tan Jiaxu and asked curiously.
Hey, what's going on with you? How did you know Yang Mi is here too?
Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. Then Lin Feng told Tan Jiaxu about his encounter with Diladala on the plane.
Is that so?
I was wondering how you knew Yang Mi was coming. She did come, and I was the one who invited her. Tan Jiaxu smiled and raised his eyebrows at Lin Feng, as if to show off to him that he could invite a big shot like Yang Mi. Lin Feng looked at Tan Jiaxu and sighed.
How could he not know what Tan Jiaxu was thinking?
After all, when he first met Yang Mi, Tan Jiaxu's eyes were almost glued to her. But it is a pity that Tan Jiaxu is destined to be jealous of Yang Mi.
Why do I say so? Because although he didn't have much contact with Yang Mi, he could tell from her appearance that Yang Mi was also a very strong woman. Judging from Tan Jiaxu's personality, the two of them are really not suitable for each other. Besides, Yang Mi seems to have a boyfriend. However, Lin Feng would not say much. After all, this was their own business. The final result depended on themselves. Chapter 120. Inside the Blue Ocean Hotel. Don't be so listless, all of you. Come on, cheer up. I'm telling you, the people coming to our hotel are all important people. Come on, hurry up, do you hear me? The lobby manager stared at his staff and said. The big shot who is coming soon is really not an ordinary big shot. Even he has to receive him carefully, for fear of offending these people. The lobby manager looked at his watch. The time was almost up. There were still more than 20 minutes left before their scheduled time. These people would probably be here soon. So he quickly ordered people to stand in 2 rows at the door, ready to welcome this important man. He even put down what he was doing and just stood quietly at the door. Hey, what are they doing? Aren't the people standing in the first row the lobby managers? Are they waiting for someone here? A young couple who had just come down from upstairs were a little curious when they saw the scene at the door. After all, under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be so many people standing at the door to greet you. While Yang Mengmeng was holding her boyfriend's arm, she looked at the people at the door and asked curiously. I don't know either. It should be a more important guest. Luo Tian looked at the scene at the door and shook his head in confusion. But the person who can make the lobby manager come out to greet us must be someone very special. After all, the Blue Ocean Hotel is a chain of 5-star hotels. We can all see how rich its assets are. Besides, I heard that the lobby manager's identity is also very special. He is a relative of a shareholder of the Blue Ocean Group. Usually, he looks down on everyone in this hotel, but now he can be asked to stand at the door to greet us personally. This person must be extraordinary. Luo Tian explained to his girlfriend. He raised his head and glanced at the scene at the entrance of the hall, and couldn't help feeling a little envious. Although his family has some assets in Sanya, it is still nothing compared to the entire Blue Sea Hotel. After hearing what her boyfriend said, Yang Mengmeng felt even more shocked. Unlike her boyfriend, she also knew the background of the lobby manager. She knew nothing, so she was even more shocked when she heard her boyfriend say these things. At this moment, a convoy appeared at the entrance of the hotel, and several cars stopped in front of the hotel. The person who got off the car was a tall and strong man in a black suit. These people all walked to the side of the middle car, opened the door, and welcomed the people inside to get out. The 2 men got out of the car first, and following closely behind them was a very beautiful woman. They had just got out of the car when the lobby manager, who had been waiting at the hotel entrance, came up to greet them. Welcome, Mr. Tan. The box you requested has been prepared for you. Please come this way. The lobby manager looked at Tan Jiaxu respectfully, smiled and said. He couldn't afford to offend such a big shot easily, so he could only treat him well like this. How about it? Tan Jiaxu raised his eyebrows at Lin Feng beside him, and it was not difficult to see his pride from his face. After all, the lobby manager's respectful attitude towards him made him feel very comfortable. That's why he wanted to show off when looking at Lin Feng next to him, as if he was seeking Lin Feng's praise. Yes, Mr. Tan is really amazing. Now it's okay. Lin Feng looked at Tan Jiaxu helplessly and smiled. How could he not know that Tan Jiaxu wanted him to praise him? After saying that, they walked straight into the hotel. The lobby manager couldn't help but be surprised after seeing the conversation between Lin Feng and Tan Jiaxu. Where on earth did this person come from? He didn't even give Mr. Tan any face, and judging from Mr. Tan's performance just now, it seemed that he was very familiar with this man's behavior. While the lobby manager was still sighing about their relationship, Tan Jiaxu, Lin Feng, Yuan Wancheng and their bodyguards had already continued walking forward. After entering the lobby of the hotel, almost everyone in the lobby's attention was attracted by them. Everyone is guessing who these 2 people are? Who on earth could have made the Blue Ocean Hotel send so many people to greet us at the door? It turned out to be Mr. Tan from the richest family. But who is the man next to him? He looks familiar to me, but I can't remember his name. Luo Tian looked at these people thoughtfully and said. Luo Tian recognized this man's identity when he first saw Tan Jiaxu. But when he saw the other man following Tan Jiaxu, he found that he couldn't seem to figure out who this man was.
But this young Master Tan kept following this man, constantly talking to him, and even acted as if this man was the master of the house, which made Luo Tian even more confused.
Who is this person? There were many people in the hall who were as curious as Luo Tian.
After all, most of them could recognize this young Master Tan. After all, he is the eldest son of the richest man's family, and his reputation is quite high, so they all know it.
However, they couldn't remember the man who followed Mr. Tan.
Some of them felt that he looked familiar, but they just couldn't remember his name.
I know who the man next to Mr. Tan is. Isn't that Lin Feng? Just when Tan Jiaxu and his friends had already walked into the elevator, someone in the hall finally remembered Lin Feng's name. At this time, the people in the hall suddenly realized what was happening. No wonder they all felt that this person looked familiar. It turned out to be Lin Feng, who was very popular recently. But they couldn't help but feel strange.
According to the news, this guy doesn't seem to be particularly rich.
He doesn't seem to be able to compare with Mr. Tan.
Even if he had helped Master Tan at Baohua Tower, it wouldn't have made Master Tan treat him so well. And watching how the two of them get along with each other, I always feel that this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Led by the lobby manager, Lin Feng, Tan Jiaxu and Yuan Wanqing came to the private room that the lobby manager had prepared for them in advance. There is a large floor-to-ceiling window in this box, from which you can directly see the vast ocean outside.
This private room is really nice. Chapter 121.
It seems that the lobby manager really put a lot of effort into welcoming them. Just looking at the location of this box, it is already very good. It seems that Mr. Tan's reputation is really very great. Lin Feng had heard of the Blue Ocean Hotel before.
It is a 5-star hotel chain. I just received a call.
Su Nuo and the others have already left the airport. I sent them our location and asked them to come directly. Lin Feng put down his phone and said to Tan Jiaxu. I originally thought that Su Nuo and the others would have to wait a long time before they could get out of the airport, but I didn't expect that after just over an hour, they had already solved the problem.
It seems that the airport security is really effective.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to rescue the three of them from so many fans.
Okay, just send them the location directly. There will be several other people coming over to our place later.
Tan Jiaxu glanced at Lin Feng and said seriously.
Is there anyone else coming to our place? Who is it? Could it be Yang Mi?
Lin Feng asked Tan Jiaxu curiously. Yes, but in addition to him, I also invited two other friends of mine, whom you have met, Wei Xiaoxuan and Lin Go. They will come together later.
Tan Jiaxu directly called out his good brother, Lin Gengxin, by his nickname.
Taking advantage of the time when others had not arrived yet, they started chatting.
Hey, I remember you invested in a movie some time ago? It was Tian Imo's movie. How is the filming of that movie going now? Why do I feel like there is no news about this movie recently? Is it finished?
While cracking the melon seeds in his hand, Tan Jiaxu looked up at Lin Feng and asked curiously.
Lin Feng was concentrating on eating melon seeds.
When he heard Tan Jiaxu ask this, he suddenly raised his head, a little confused.
What movie was it? Tan Jiaxu was stunned for a moment when he saw Lin Feng's reaction. What kind of reaction is this from Lin Feng?
His heart suddenly skipped a beat.
Could it be that this guy had forgotten that he had invested in a big movie? It's really funny.
I have to take this opportunity to laugh at him for forgetting such a big thing.
Lin Feng was indeed stunned when he heard Tan Jiaxu asking him about the movie.
When Tan Jiaxu suddenly mentioned that he had made a movie, he really didn't associate it with the movie he had invested in for Tian Imo. But even if he really forgot, he couldn't just admit in front of Tan Jiaxu that he had forgotten.
This is so embarrassing, so I have to pretend that I remember it. Well, how could I forget?
I was just too engrossed in eating sunflower seeds. Besides, I invested hundreds of millions in this movie. How could I just forget it?
Don't spread rumors about me.
Lin Feng looked at Tan Jiaxu and said seriously. Now Tan Jiaxu couldn't tell whether Lin Feng had really forgotten about this matter or was pretending to have forgotten it. But he did not continue to ask, but changed the topic to another matter. You should all know what kind of business we are in. We will build a Fenghe cinema in every Fenghe plaza. We have been building various cinema chains in our country since a few years ago. As of now, we already have more than 2,000 Fenghe screens, which is definitely one of the top cinema chains in the country. And if we continue to develop with our financial resources, it won't be a big problem for us to become the best in the country or even the world in the future.
In fact, what Tan Joshu said seemed like bragging.
After all, they haven't even got the first place in the country yet, but they are already setting their sights on the whole world, which sounds a bit too reliable. But for Lin Feng, he didn't think that Tan Joshu was bragging.
I didn't even feel that he was exaggerating.
He is not quite sure what the 2,000 screens now represent. He doesn't know much about these things, and he doesn't know how many cinemas and screens there are in the country. But the only thing he knew was that Fenghe Group was rich.
So Tan Joshu is very awesome, and it's even more awesome that his father is the richest man.
In fact, Lin Feng had more or less guessed why Tan Joshu told him all this. After Tan Joshu expressed his emotions, he couldn't help but get excited again when he saw Lin Feng's reaction, and continued to talk to Lin Feng. We are already #1 in the domestic box office market, but among so many theaters in our country, there has never been a person who can really take over.
However, facing such an attractive big cake, how could anyone not be tempted by this?
So after careful consideration and discussion with senior management, our Fenghe Group has decided to separate the Fenghe Cinema from him and set up a subsidiary.
Tan Joshu looked at Lin Feng and said very seriously.
What he is telling Lin Feng now are all confidential matters of their Fenghe Group.
After all, this matter has not been publicized externally. Only Lin Feng and Yuan Wanqing who were present knew about this matter.
Lin Feng was originally just listening to what Tan Joshu was saying very seriously. But when he heard Tan Joshu say that he wanted to separate Fenghe Cinema and set up a separate subsidiary, he was shocked.
Separating the cinema and setting up a subsidiary, isn't this just preparation for trouble? Doesn't the fact that Fenghe Group is willing to separate these cinemas mean that they are becoming a little impatient when faced with this big piece of cake? Doesn't taking action now mean that they are ready to take action?
If those other big guys who own movie theaters heard this, they would definitely be shocked.
So now, as my good brother, I want to ask you if you are willing to join us?
We can take this big cake together. Tan Joshu looked at Lin Feng seriously, his eyes sparkling, as if he placed all his hopes on Lin Feng.
What? Lin Feng was even more shocked now.
But his first reaction was disbelief, then he thought about it carefully and calmed down.
He couldn't help but start to feel curious. Why was this happening? Why did Tan Joshu think of dragging him into this matter?
Even if they are good brothers, it would be inappropriate to drag an outsider like him into such an important matter.
Chapter 122. Why do you want to bring me along?
Lin Feng looked at Tan Joshu blankly and asked.
He is really curious now.
Because he didn't know whether this was a decision made by Tan Joshu or his father Tan Yao. Although Lin Feng does have quite a few companies under his control, their combined assets are worth hundreds of billions. But to the Tan family, this was just a drizzle and meant nothing to them. He really couldn't figure out what was so special about him that made the Tan family have such high expectations of him.
Hey, I've thought about it a long time ago. You will definitely ask me this.
Tan Joshu looked at Lin Feng and chuckled, with a confident expression on his face. It was as if he had guessed all of Lin Feng's actions.
If I don't explain this matter to you clearly, you won't agree to my decision just now, right?
Tan Joshu looked at Lin Feng again and asked. Lin Feng thought about it carefully again and realized that it was true. If Tan Joshu didn't explain the matter clearly to him, he really didn't want to do this with him. It's not that Lin Feng doesn't want to, but because Lin Feng's understanding of himself is too clear. He felt that he was not yet capable of such a large-scale collaboration with someone like Tan Joshu.
Well, let me explain this to you. In fact, the decision I just made was ultimately my father's idea.
Otherwise, even if I were his biological son, he wouldn't listen to me on such an important matter. In the end, he still has ideas about you. After all, after Fenghe Cinema became an independent subsidiary, we don't have the ability to run it on our own. So what we need most at this time is a very reliable ally for us. This is a prerequisite. And the ally we need must at least be complementary to us.
We don't need any in terms of industry.
What we need most now is content, so we have set our sights on some film and television companies. But after looking at the domestic film and television companies, there are only a few that are truly powerful. However, these powerful film and television companies always have some biases. It's just like Huaxiong Pictures. It looks like the largest film and television company in our country, but it's actually a bit weak inside. Although it is true that many first-line stars have emerged, their subsequent development is too ordinary. Either they don't have much energy, or they have all the famous artists, but they lack the ability to create independently. So after looking around, we finally decided to focus on your Fenghua Entertainment Company. Although it has only just started to become active, its foundation not long ago was still very good. Moreover, you have also signed popular stars like Su Nua and Lu Han. So we also foresee that the future development will definitely be very good. Looking at the content of your entertainment company, just based on the fact that you helped Tian Imo make that movie this time, if you want to make a movie in the future, there will definitely be someone to take over. Then there is your own strength. Although the fact that you own those companies is not a big secret, for our Tan family, as long as we want to check, can't we naturally find out? Even the fact that Lu Han had signed a contract with your company before the official press conference was held can be known with just a little investigation. Looking at our relationship, I am very grateful to you for the incident at Baohua Building. You have done a favor to our family. I will definitely think of you first. Tan Jiaxu talked a lot to Lin Feng. They told Lin Feng all the basic details and their ideas. After listening to what Tan Jiaxu said, Lin Feng was also silent. He knew that Tan Jiaxu was afraid that he would worry too much and that Lin Feng would misunderstand them, so he told him these things in such detail. Let alone owning a cinema of their own, just having a small stake in this cinema would probably bring significant benefits to the future development of their Fenghua Entertainment Company. Even after the movie directed by Tian Imo is officially released in the future, it can be shown in their own theaters. After thinking it through, there was actually nothing else that needed to be considered, so Lin Feng made his decision very quickly. You've already explained it to me in such detail, how can I refuse? But how much of your shares are you going to give? And how much do I have to pay? Lin Feng looked at Tan Jiaxu and asked. Tan Jiaxu also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that Lin Feng had agreed to his decision. In fact, there was another reason why he said so much, which was that he was a little worried that Lin Feng would not agree with their approach. Now as long as Lin Feng agrees, everything else will become very easy to deal with. Since Fenghua Cinema has become an independent company, it only has the cinema business, so the valuation must be 35%, which is worth 35 billion yuan. Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng and explained. Is the market value actually 100 billion? Lin Feng was a little dazed. At first, he really didn't understand the importance of this cinema, and he didn't know much about the specific situation. Just looking at this Fenghua Cinema, it is not the number one in the country yet, but the cinema can already be valued at so much money. From this point we can see the future market situation. As for whether this was a real valuation, Lin Feng felt that Tan Jiaxu would not joke with him about such a thing. Besides, if he didn't believe this kind of thing, he could just call Zhao Wen and ask him to investigate. Wouldn't he know the truth immediately? But since I have already promised Tan Jiaxu to participate in this matter, why not participate a little more and satisfy myself? Just as Lin Feng lowered his head in thought, Tan Jiaxu was also very nervous. Although he is a little better than Lin Feng, after all, it has been so many years, and he is also clear about the specific assets of their own company. But when he first learned the valuation of the cinema, he was still shocked by the amount. This is a high price for just a subsidiary, so what does the small company he runs count for? Chapter 123. Thinking of this, Tan Jiaxu even felt that his company was run in vain. Compared with this subsidiary that has already been spun off from Fenghua Group, it is nothing. But in fact, he was still a little nervous when he said this to Lin Feng. Because he didn't know whether Lin Feng could come up with so much money. After all, this is 30 billion, and it will take him 2 days to think carefully before making a decision. And he just told Lin Feng about this matter today, and he wants Lin Feng to make a decision. Isn't it a bit too difficult for Lin Feng? Tan Jiaxu didn't know what to do next because Lin Feng was still thinking and hadn't responded to him. How about this? You don't have to give me 35% anymore. Just give me 45% and I'll give you 55 billion. What do you think? Lin Feng, who was still thinking, suddenly looked at Tan Jiaxu and spoke. Tan Jiaxu was still in a daze, thinking that Lin Feng was going to reject his request, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to ask for 55 billion. He even felt as if he had been struck by lightning and was so shocked. He was still worried about what to do if Lin Feng couldn't come up with so much money. As a result, this guy Lin Feng not only took out 30 billion, but now he is going to take out 55 billion to buy these shares. This is RMB, not those worthless game coins. Tan Jiaxu didn't know why, but he felt very angry. He didn't expect that this guy was richer than him. He felt very unbalanced. Tan Jiaxu felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running through his heart. It was the first time for him, the son of the richest man, to think that someone else had more money than him.
Tan Jiaxu took 2 deep breaths and calmed himself down.
Although Lin Feng's words really shocked him, he didn't want to lose face.
After all, he is the son of the richest man. He has seen all kinds of big scenes.
It is unreasonable that he was scared silly by 55 billion.
I can't give you an answer on my own about what you said. After all, this decision is not something I can make on my own. After this party is over, I will go back and discuss it with my dad, and then give you a satisfactory answer.
Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng and said seriously. After all, what Lin Feng wanted was not the 35% of shares as they planned, but a full 10% increase. It has increased to 45% of the shares, which is beyond their expectations. If Lin Feng just wanted the 35% shares, then Tan Jiaxu could make the decision for him. But now 45% of the shares are no longer under his control, so this matter cannot be decided lightly. He still had to wait until the party was over, then go back and discuss it with Tan Yao before telling Lin Feng what to do. After listening to what Tan Jiaxu said, Lin Feng also said that he could understand it. After all, it was indeed not a small matter.
Yuan Wanqing, who had been sitting next to Lin Feng, was now beginning to lose her composure.
When she was listening to the two business tycoons chatting, she was thinking about secretly learning some experience so that she could improve herself. The topic these two people talked about at the beginning was indeed quite normal. It was nothing more than chatting about business, or making a little joke or something, and he would also bring Yuan Wanqing to discuss it together. However, Yuan Wanqing found that the direction of the discussion between the two people was becoming increasingly biased, and she was increasingly unable to participate.
Now they are actually discussing a 55 billion project. How would she, the boss of a small advertising company, feel? She now felt that she was not worthy of being at this table and having this meal with the two of them.
Looking closely at Lin Feng's friends and business partners, it seems that each of them is better than himself.
Yuan Wanqing was a little discouraged.
When she first met Lin Feng, she felt that the gap between her and Lin Feng was not that big. I thought I had met a good partner, and his personality was so suitable. So I have always liked Lin Feng very much. But now the gap between them is getting bigger and bigger, making Yuan Wanqing start to feel a little unconfident. In fact, when Lin Feng first invited her to the party, she had thought a lot in her heart. She did have work these days, but she also thought that Lin Feng had finally asked her out. If I refuse again, we may not see each other for a long time.
So Yuan Wanqing put her work off, since it wasn't a particularly urgent task anyway.
It's actually okay to wait for her to come back from the party 2 days before dealing with these things.
There is another thing she has been thinking about, which is whether there is a girl around Lin Feng who is better than her. After all, the current Lin Feng is no longer the previous Lin Feng. The current Lin Feng is very popular. He even has hundreds of thousands of fans on Weibo. Yuan Wanqing was also secretly following Lin Feng on Weibo. At first, I thought Lin Feng had encountered some good opportunity, which was why he was able to climb up so smoothly. But now it seems that Lin Feng is really working hard. Moreover, he has a very good business sense and has very unique ideas about many things. Yuan Wanqing has always known this.
From the time they started working together, Yuan Wanqing could see that Lin Feng had a very good future. Later, Yuan Wanqing felt that if there were other girls next to Lin Feng, he would probably not ask her out again. So Yuan Wanqing plucked up her courage again, bought herself a few well-fitting evening dresses, and followed Lin Feng to attend the party. She didn't know at first whether anyone would come to the party. When she saw Tan Jiaxu just now, she was actually quite surprised, but then she thought about how he and Lin Feng had a very good relationship, so she didn't think much about it.
But Tan Jiaxu said that even the very popular first-line female star Yang Mi would attend the party. Yuan Wanqing began to feel that this gathering might not be that simple.
Lin Feng also brought 2 of his own artists to participate.
Yuan Wanqing began to feel a little overwhelmed.
After all, she was just the boss of a small company.
I wonder if there is anyone more ordinary than her at this party.
But Lin Feng has always been very careful in guiding Yuan Wanqing, so Yuan Wanqing gradually became less anxious. After all, Lin Feng was with her, but what Lin Feng and Tan Jiaxu just talked about really scared her.
Chapter 124. Lin Feng also noticed Yuan Wanqing's abnormality at this time.
After all, Yuan Wanqing hadn't said much since he started chatting with Tan Jiaxu just now. One reason was that he and Tan Jiaxu were talking about business matters, and the other was that Yuan Wanqing might not be very familiar with Tan Jiaxu, so she didn't say anything. But Lin Feng felt that Yuan Wanqing seemed to be in a very low mood. It was indeed his fault that he had been busy talking and chatting with Tan Jiaxu and had not paid any attention to Yuan Wanqing at all.
What's wrong?
Lin Feng looked at Yuan Wanqing and asked with concern. Yuan Wanqing was still in a daze thinking about her own things when she suddenly heard Lin Feng next to her ask her a question. She was a little startled, so she quickly looked at Lin Feng. He realized that he and Tan Jiaxu had finished their conversation, and now they were both looking at him.
It's okay, just keep chatting, I'm fine.
Yuan Wanqing quickly looked at the two of them and waved her hands, fearing that they would think something was wrong with her.
Fengzi, this is your fault. You let such a beautiful girl sit next to you and kept chatting with me.
You really didn't take good care of her. Tan Jiaxu, who was watching the fun from the side, said without thinking. After hearing what Tan Jiaxu said, Lin Feng turned his head and glared at him. This was not the right way to joke around casually.
We were so busy chatting just now that we neglected you a little.
Sorry. Lin Feng said to Yuan Wanqing embarrassedly.
It's okay. You guys were talking about business. It doesn't matter to me. I can learn from your experience by listening to you guys talking about these things. It's quite interesting to listen to you two talking. Just continue.
Yuan Wanqing smiled and looked at Lin Feng and explained. She did find the conversation between Lin Feng and Tan Jiaxu quite interesting.
Because neither of them has any hypocritical feeling and is very easygoing.
Even some of the jokes they made were very funny, and she laughed along, so she thought it was quite interesting to listen to them chatting.
Lin Feng looked at Yuan Wanqing's expression and it didn't seem like she was deliberately saying that she was fine, so he didn't keep asking.
I was just thinking in my heart that I must take good care of Yuan Wanqing's feelings and not let her feel neglected here. After all, he knew everyone around him, but Yuan Wanqing only knew himself.
Lin Feng suddenly felt that maybe it was not a good decision to invite Yuan Wanqing to attend the party this time.
After all, there were indeed no friends she was familiar with here. But Lin Feng was doing it for Yuan Wanqing's own good in the beginning, so he thought of bringing her to the party as well. But now looking at Yuan Wanqing, it seems that she is not very happy. That's why Lin Feng felt a little regretful and blamed himself for not thinking it through so comprehensively.
If I had known earlier, I should at least let Yuan Wanqing bring a friend she knows along. Maybe this way it wouldn't be so embarrassing.
20 minutes later, Su Nua, Lu Han and Daladala arrived at the Blue Sea Hotel. Among the three of them, only Su Nua met Tan Jiaxu for the first time. After introducing each other, they sat down and chatted together. Because they were all about the same age, they had a lot of common topics, and after chatting for a while, everyone became familiar with each other. Lin Feng looked at Yuan Wanqing, who was sitting next to him. Ever since Daladala sat next to her, Lin Feng felt that Yuan Wanqing seemed happier. It seems that it is better to have a girl accompany her. After a while, the door of the box was opened again, and 2 men and 1 woman came in. They were Wei Xiaoxuan, Lin Gangxin, and Yang Mi. When Daladala saw Yang Mi come in, she immediately waved at her enthusiastically and motioned Yang Mi to sit next to her.
Sister Mi, come quickly and sit next to me.
I have a beautiful sister here with me.
Daladala pointed at Yuan Wanqing and said to Yang Mi. Hey, I'm telling you why you're here too, what's going on?
However, when Lin Gangxin saw Yuan Wanqing, he pointed at her with a look of surprise and said. When Lin Feng heard Lin Gangxin talking to Yuan Wanqing, he was a little surprised.
What was going on?
He hadn't heard it, but he had heard from afar that someone as important as Lin Gangxin knew him.
And it was very strange, how could Lin Gangxin know Yuan Wanqing? Aren't they supposed to have no social interaction? Hey, how can you talk to your sister like that? What did I teach you when you were little? You are so rude. You should say hello to me when you see me. Yuan Wanqing also looked at Lin Gangxin very impolitely and said.
From the way she spoke, it seemed that they not only knew each other, but also had a very familiar relationship.
Lin Feng was even more dumbfounded, and even the other people present expressed great surprise.
Because they didn't know who this beautiful woman was, they only knew that she was a friend brought by Lin Feng. But I never expected that this woman actually knew Lin Gangxin.
Who is Lin Gangxin? He is a well-known rich second generation among celebrities.
Although it is not surprising that he knows a lot of people, it is really rare that he knows Yuan Wanqing. After all, Yuan Wanqing looks like a gentle and honest girl, while the girls around Lin Gangxin are more playful than each other. They were all not very serious people. They had pretty faces but were just flower vases who only wanted to get money. That was why they were so surprised that Lin Gangxin and Yuan Wanqing knew each other.
No, Lin Go, how do you know this beauty? What's going on? I'm stunned. Isn't this Lin Feng's friend? When did you get to know such a beautiful lady? Tan Jiaxu obviously didn't expect the current situation. So he quickly looked at Lin Gengxin and asked.
He has been playing with Lin Gengxin for quite some time, but he has never heard Lin Gengxin say that he has such a beautiful sister.
What? This is my neighbor from childhood. We grew up together until we were in our teens. After all, this is my childhood sweetheart. I'm really sorry for making you see things strangely.
Seeing that everyone was so surprised about how he and Yuan Wanqing knew each other, Lin Gengxin gave a brief introduction. Then he raised his eyebrows at Yuan Wanqing. These words from his childhood sweetheart were quite misleading.
Don't talk nonsense. Who is your childhood sweetheart? They are just ordinary neighbors. Don't flatter yourself. Yuan Wanqing rolled her eyes at Lin Gengxin and said. Chapter 125.
She is 1 year older than Lin Gengxin, so she has always called herself Lin Gengxin's sister. They were indeed neighbors when we were kids. I still remember that I often took him to play with me when I was little. When he was a child, Lin Gengxin was not as lively as he is now. He was a rather dull boy. Yuan Wanqing has been lively and cheerful since she was young, so she always likes to take her younger brother to run around with her. Later, they went to school together, grew up together, and naturally became familiar with each other.
But later, Lin Geng's family moved and they officially separated.
But we do have each other's contact information, but we only contact each other once or twice in a long time. Knowing that Lin Gengxin has become a big star now, Yuan Wanqing usually doesn't take the initiative to contact Lin Gengxin. After all, Lin Gengxin is a star, so we should avoid suspicion to avoid being photographed by paparazzi who don't know the situation. It would be bad for Lin Gengxin. So when they celebrate festivals or something like that, they just send each other greeting messages and chat for a while, all on their phones. It has been a long time since we last saw each other. I didn't expect that we would meet again at this party after such a long time.
So Yuan Wanqing was also very surprised.
Although they haven't seen each other for a long time, they are still very familiar with each other. When it comes to speaking, one is naturally a little casual. Lin Feng nodded in understanding.
This was a good thing.
There happened to be someone Yuan Wanqing was more familiar with, so she wouldn't feel so unfamiliar here. This is fine, but he does mind Lin Gengxin's words childhood sweetheart. The beautiful sister can't be childhood sweethearts with others, he has to protect this beautiful sister.
Have you ever been so lucky since you were little?
Such a beautiful girl has grown up with you. Tan Jiaxu glanced at it and said to Lin Gengxin who was sitting next to him. He has been playing with Lin Gengxin for a long time.
So he also knew what kind of personality Lin Gengxin had. It can be seen that Lin Gengxin really regards Yuan Wanqing as his own sister.
He had no other intentions towards her, otherwise he would never have allowed Yuan Wanqing to grow up safely by his side. I don't know when she was kidnapped, but it's better this way, as it makes Lin Feng feel more at ease. After all, he could also see that Lin Feng still liked Yuan Wanqing very much.
But after all, who doesn't like this beauty? Tan Jiaxu also likes beautiful women.
It's just that there is no such beautiful woman around me. This was the first time Lin Feng met Wei Xiaoxuan. Wei Xiaoxuan and Yang Mi had a good relationship and seemed quite close.
Moreover, Wei Xiaoxuan is from northeast China.
He is also very funny when talking, making everyone at the table laugh, which makes the atmosphere in the private room more lively.
Wei Xiaoxuan took a look at the people in the box. In fact, he knew most of them.
He was not very familiar with them, but he had met them before. The only people he didn't recognize were Lin Feng, who was sitting next to Tan Jiaxu, and Yuan Wanqing. But just looking at the relationship between Lin Feng and Tan Jiaxu, you can tell that it is not simple. After all, anyone who can talk to Mr. Tan is definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, he had also read the news online and learned a little about Lin Feng on Weibo. So they didn't feel too unfamiliar when they met, and he actually liked the way Lin Feng spoke. He was very polite and didn't have the airs of those rich second generations at all. Although Wei Xiaoxuan's family is quite powerful, he doesn't like others talking about his background. He only likes others to see his ability. This may be a kind of obsession of being a star. But this Lin Feng is indeed good at chatting, so Wei Xiaoxuan is still quite optimistic about Lin Feng. Everyone talked to each other for a few more words and got to know each other, so they could be considered to know each other. Finally, he could order the Blue Sea Hotel to serve them food. Lin Feng felt that he had been hungry for a long time. If there weren't so many people waiting, and if these people weren't of very high status, he would have started eating with Tan Jiaxu a long time ago. No one drank alcohol during the meal, but everyone enjoyed it very much. Especially Diladala, Su Nuo and Lin Gangxin and the other three. It seemed like he started eating as soon as the food was served and continued until the end of the meal, with no image at all. Lin Gangxin had just finished eating the leg of a king crab. When he looked up, he saw the mess on Diladala's table opposite him. He couldn't help but be surprised. Is this a female celebrity? Dara, aren't you afraid of gaining weight by eating so much at once? If you gain weight, won't you look bad on camera? Lin Gangxin looked at Diladala blankly and asked. Diladala, who was peeling shrimp shells, put down the prawn in her hand, stopped her actions, raised her head, and looked at Lin Gangxin seriously after hearing Lin Gangxin ask her this. I can't gain weight even if I eat so much. What do you think I should do? Besides, I'm not the one who eats the most at the table. The one who eats the most hasn't stopped yet, so how can I stop? Dara looked at Lin Gangxin meaningfully and said. After saying that, she ignored him and picked up the shrimp on the plate again and started peeling it. Lin Gangxin took another look at the pile of shrimp and crab shells next to Diladala's table and couldn't help swallowing. Once again, I picked up a king crab from the table. But his eyes were always on the prawn in Diladala's hand. He swallowed his saliva while watching. Seeing Diladala eating so happily, he was really greedy, but unfortunately, the prawn had been eaten up. And the one in Diladala's hand is the last one. It's really shameful when you think about it that Lin Gangxin, a common man, can't even compete with Diladala, a female star. But he looked at Diladala again. This little girl really didn't gain much weight. It seemed that she always ate a lot. But when she appeared on camera, I didn't notice any changes in her, and it seemed that she looked the same every time I saw her. Lin Gangxin couldn't help but start thinking, why some people can eat so much without gaining weight. But he can't do that. He eats so much so that he can go back and exercise. Otherwise, you will gain weight, and when you go back to film or participate in TV shows, you won't look good in the videos. Lin Gangxin frowned, said nothing, and quickly started eating the food in his hand. Gaining weight is one thing, but with so many delicious foods, it would be a shame not to eat them. He won't allow himself to have any regrets. Chapter 126. Lin Feng looked at the two of them and actually found it somewhat funny, but he didn't say anything. The most important thing is that everyone enjoys their meal. But he suddenly remembered that Su Nuo had also eaten so much, and he couldn't help but look at Su Nuo, who was still drinking seafood porridge, with some worry. I really don't know how this kid can eat so much. Although he is indeed over 1.8 meters tall, he can't eat so much at once. He also had no idea whether Su Nuo had a physique that was prone to gaining weight. He ate so much at once. Wouldn't he have become a fat man when he returned to the crew to film? He is the one who is filming a movie right now. How could he have no idea of self-control? Su Nuo, who was eating, seemed to notice someone was looking at him, so he looked up. He found that Lin Feng was staring at him blankly, which shocked him. Could it be that his boss thought that the way he ate was too ugly, so he looked at him like that? Su Nuo quickly straightened up and ate elegantly, thinking that their boss would not scold him. Lin Feng watched Su Nuo's little movements. Wow, he went from wolfing down the food just now to eating it piece by piece now. Although his movements have become much more gentle, the amount of food he eats has not decreased at all. He really couldn't help it and had to remind people of the promise. Don't let him lose control now, or he will gain weight when he returns to the crew in a few days, and he won't look good on camera, which will be a bad thing. Su Nuo, aren't you also filming? Lin Feng didn't say directly that Su Nuo ate too much. Instead, I wanted to remind him indirectly that he was still filming a movie, so it would be better for him to eat less and stay in shape. Yes, boss. Haven't you always known about this? Why are you still asking me? As a result, Su Nuo didn't understand the meaning of Lin Feng's words at all, but was still wondering what was wrong with his boss. It was clearly him who called me over from the crew, so how come he didn't even know whether he was filming or not? Lin Feng was speechless. Su Nuo really wanted him to say directly that he ate a lot, right? It's such a waste of his high IQ that he can't even understand what such obvious words mean. I mean, you eat so much, how can you maintain your figure? Aren't you still filming? You should eat less. Don't wait until you are filming and you don't look good on camera. It will be too late for you to regret it. Lin Feng glared at Su Nuo and said it directly. He just thinks Su Nuo eats too much, so he wants him to eat less and not be so embarrassing. It's as if their company doesn't even care whether they have enough food to eat, so they just let him come out to have a meal like this.
Su Nua was stunned for a moment, then he realized that it was his boss who disliked that he ate too much and was worried that his figure was getting out of shape. No wonder he suddenly asked her if she was filming. It was also his fault that he didn't hear the hidden meaning of their boss, but he didn't eat much, right? This is just his normal appetite. Why does their boss care so much? Really, as a male celebrity who makes a living by his looks, how could he not know how to manage his body?
It's just that he has always eaten bigger than others since he was young. Besides, he is so tall, so it shouldn't be too much for him to eat a little more, right? Su Nua glanced at Lin Feng again and found that Lin Feng was still staring at him. Boss, let me tell you, I don't really eat a lot. This is how much I usually eat. Ask Lu Han, I also eat this much in our company's cafeteria. It's just that the food I eat is different. You can't assume that I eat so much just because you haven't seen me eat. Think about it, I have to grow taller, right? I'm only in my 20s. How much food do I need to support a tall figure like me? Su Nua looked at Lin Feng somewhat aggrievedly, then looked at Lu Han beside him. He gestured to Lu Han to explain to his boss that he ate so much because he had a big appetite. Yes, boss. Su Nua usually eats a lot in the company, almost twice as much as I do. After receiving Su Nua's gaze, Lu Han immediately understood what he meant, so he looked at Lin Feng and explained. To be honest, Lu Han felt that when he first met Su Nua, he was simply meeting a pretty boy. But he didn't expect that this pretty boy could eat a whole bowl of rice by himself, which really surprised him. The first time he had dinner with Su Nua was at the company. The company's meals are indeed quite good, especially since there are so many employees in the company, and the nutritional mix is also very balanced. There are also some more novel dishes, all made by the company's dedicated nutritionists. He doesn't eat much normally, so he is very satisfied with the meals in the company. But when Su Nua came to the company's cafeteria to eat that day, he actually ordered 4 or 5 dishes by himself, as well as a huge portion of rice. He watched Su Nua eat all the food. At that time, he was not very familiar with Su Nua, so he just sat at the table opposite Su Nua. They didn't talk much, but from that moment on he realized that Su Nua was actually a big eater. Although Lu Han is not short, he is nearly 1.8 meters tall. But he doesn't need to eat so much. He has always had a small appetite, and usually a bowl of porridge is enough to fill him up. Maybe it's a personal habit, he has to drink a bowl of porridge for every meal to feel satisfied. But Su Nua is different. Su Nua can eat all kinds of food and he is not picky about food. Although Su Nua is only half a head taller than Lu Han. But no one expected that Su Nua could eat twice as much food as Lu Han. After Lin Feng heard what Lu Han said, he looked at Su Nua doubtfully. Although he knew that tall people might eat bigger, he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Su Nua has basically been eating since the beginning of the meal and has not stopped until now. He doesn't eat in fits and starts like Dala, so he takes a long time to eat. He keeps eating without stopping, so Lin Feng is surprised that he doesn't need to manage his body shape. I didn't expect that this child always eats so much. It was indeed his misunderstanding of the promise. It seems that I have to ask the cafeteria aunt in the company to prepare more meals for this child, so that Su Nua will not be hungry in their company. That would be bad if it got out. If Su Nua's fans knew about it, they would probably scold Lin Feng. Chapter 127. Okay, I was wrong about you. Then just eat quickly and pretend I didn't say those words just now. Lin Feng looked at Su Nua, waved his hand and said. After lunch, Tan Jiaxu took them upstairs to rest, saying that they would gather at the entrance of Blue Sea Hotel at 2 p.m. How are you doing lately? I've seen a lot of news about you on Weibo. Yuan Wanqing looked at Lin Gengxin beside her and said with a smile. Although she didn't have much contact with Lin Gengxin on a daily basis, every time she went on Weibo, she could always see some news about Lin Gengxin. The key is that Lin Gengxin has so many fans that even if Yuan Wanqing doesn't pay special attention to Lin Gengxin, she can still see a lot of things about Lin Gengxin. All this is thanks to Lin Gengxin's fans, so Yuan Wanqing can sometimes even see what Lin Gengxin ate for lunch. What? I am still the same. Although I am usually very tired, I am really happy. After all, I have so many fans who like me and accompany me. My life is really good. Lin Gengxin smiled and looked at Yuan Wanqing, who was standing next to him. Now, Yuan Wanqing has to lower her head to look at her. When she was young, she had to look up at this sister who was 1 year older than her. She didn't expect that such a long time would pass in the blink of an eye. Now they have all grown up, and Yuan Wancheng is even more beautiful than before. I still remember that when they broke up, they were only 15 or 16 years old. It has been 5 or 6 years now.
How are you doing lately? I don't know how you're doing, and I can't get any messages from you.
You can still see my messages on Weibo, but I'm miserable.
I don't even know what you're doing lately. You are so cruel that you didn't even send me a message. After all, when I was a kid, I followed you around and asked you for candy.
You really don't miss me at all.
Lin Gengxin joked and said to Yuan Wanqing. In fact, he also knew why Yuan Wanqing didn't send him messages often.
It was simply to avoid suspicion.
No matter what, his identity as a celebrity comes with many taboos.
Who knows, one day the paparazzi might take some pictures of you, use them to write some news, and post them online.
That would be bad.
So Lin Gengxin has actually always been very careful in this regard. He also knew that Yuan Wanqing was afraid that if she contacted him too much, the paparazzi would write false news about her, and that was doing it for his own good. But he still blamed Yuan Wanqing a little bit for not sending him a message for such a long time to tell him what she was doing, and only knowing to greet him during holidays.
I just opened a company. It wasn't going well before, but now I've met a new person.
With the cooperation with him, my company is doing pretty well, especially in recent times.
Business is really good. Don't worry about me so much.
Of course I know you are my brother.
I am doing fine, right?
Why would I tell you this?
You are busy with your own things every day, so how can you have the time to care about me?
Yuan Wanqing curled her lips and said to Lin Gengxin.
The little boy who used to follow her around and ask for candy when she was little has indeed grown up and can now stand on his own.
He also has so many fans who like and protect him. In fact, as a sister who is 1 year older than him, she is quite relieved. I remember when Lin Gengxin said he wanted to be a star when he was a kid, Yuan Wanqing laughed at him.
How could he become a big star when he is so short?
I didn't expect that after so many years, Lin Gengxin really became a big star. It turned out that his childhood dream had really come true, and Yuan Wanqing was very pleased.
Is the person you know the man who sat next to you today?
I think he is quite extraordinary, and he seems to have a good relationship with Tan Jiaxu, so he must be very capable.
Is this man pursuing you? I think he treats you very well.
Lin Gengxin raised his eyebrows and said to Yuan Wanqing. After all, she was sitting with that man, and Lin Gengxin could still see some of their little movements from the opposite side. The man was still picking up food for her, and it was not difficult to see that the relationship between them must be unusual. But you can also see a little distance between them, probably because their relationship has not been formally established yet.
Actually, that man, Lin Gengxin, looks quite nice. He seems to be quite upright and attentive.
And judging by his relationship with Tan Jiaxu, they must be good brothers. Anyone who can be called a good brother of Tan Jiaxu is naturally extraordinary, and anyone who can be invited to this party by Tan Jiaxu is naturally even more extraordinary. He has been playing with Tan Jiaxu for quite some time, so he knows very well what kind of person Tan Jiaxu is.
Tan Jiaxu never makes useless friends. He never looks down upon those rich second generations who are only after money and status.
Those who can become good brothers and close friends with him are people with potential or strength. So from this aspect it can be seen that Tan Jiaxu is very satisfied with Lin Feng.
Doesn't that just show that Lin Feng's strength is extraordinary? Otherwise, how could she be favored by Tan Jiaxu?
Lin Gengxin is usually very busy, so his schedule is quite full. Although he is not filming any TV series or movies now, he is still filming variety shows. This time, because something happened over there, the filming was temporarily stopped, so he had time to attend the party. Otherwise, he would really have rejected Tan Jiaxu's invitation. So he was actually not aware of the fact that Lin Feng suddenly became popular on Weibo. He was very busy with his work and his phone was kept by his agent. Even when it is in his hand sometimes, he doesn't have time to check Weibo, and occasionally just checks the messages from his fans. So he naturally didn't know that Lin Feng had become popular on Weibo, and it was also the first time he met Lin Feng today.
But he did have a pretty good impression of Lin Feng.
If he was really interested in Yuan Wanqing, then he felt that Lin Feng still had a good chance. Although he and Yuan Wanqing haven't seen each other for a long time, he still knows very well what kind of person Yuan Wanqing is. Yuan Wanqing has always liked people who are very energetic and have positive energy, and Lin Feng happens to be such a person.
Chapter 128.
So Lin Gengxin could also see that Yuan Wanqing must have a good feeling towards Lin Feng, otherwise she would not have agreed to let Lin Feng attend the party with him. Lin Gengxin thought it would be a good thing for Yuan Wanqing to find a boyfriend as soon as possible. Just like Yuan Wanqing said just now, she is now running a small company, so it must be somewhat difficult for her to manage it by herself. But it was precisely because of Lin Feng's arrival and her cooperation with Lin Feng that she became energetic again. It seems that Lin Feng had a great influence on her.
What do you mean by chasing or not? What do you know, you little brat? Don't say anything nonsense here. We are just ordinary friends. He may feel that I am just an ordinary friend too.
He takes care of me so much, maybe because he thinks that I don't have anyone familiar here.
That's why he takes care of me more. Don't say anything nonsense.
If he doesn't mean that, it will make me look a little self-indulgent if you spread your words out.
Yuan Wanqing suddenly blushed and said to Lin Gengxin.
After all, she didn't know what Lin Feng was feeling, and she always felt that it was not good for them to discuss Lin Feng secretly here. Besides, although she really liked Lin Feng, she always felt that Lin Feng treated her as just an ordinary friend. Maybe he was invited to this party just because of their previous relationship, so he thought of bringing her along.
Yuan Wanqing has always tried not to think too much about this kind of thing.
Just let it be and don't think about it all the time, it makes her seem a little self-indulgent. If Lin Feng was also interested in her, then after they had been in contact for such a long time, Lin Feng should have taken some action. So Yuan Wanqing doesn't want to continue to worry about these things now.
The most important thing is to do her best.
Now that the company is in the development stage, she is unable to take care of her own personal emotional issues, so let's talk about these things later.
What do you mean by little brat? You are only 1 year older than me. You keep calling me little brat even though I'm already in my 20s.
You're making me lose face by calling me that. When Lin Gengxin heard Yuan Wanqing still calling him a little brat, he looked at Yuan Wanqing with some grievance and said, "These were his nicknames when he was a child, why are they still being called today?" However, when Yuan Wanqing called him by this nickname, he really felt like he was back in his childhood.
But things and people have changed a lot now.
They have all grown up and have their own careers. They are no longer the carefree children they were when they were little.
The two chatted for a while on the rooftop, then went back to their rooms to rest for a while.
After all, I have an itinerary arranged by Tan Jiaxu in the afternoon, so I should go back and have a rest at noon to recuperate, as I may have to meet more people in the afternoon. The lunch break passed quickly, and they all got into the car prepared by Tan Jiaxu and left the Blue Sea Hotel for the next location.
After walking for a while from the Blue Sea Hotel, they arrived at a small pier on the seashore.
Oh my god, this is so beautiful.
See, here I come.
As soon as Diladala got out of the car, he saw the blue sea outside and ran over excitedly.
Yes, this place is really nice, the air is so fresh and the scenery is so beautiful. It is definitely worth coming here.
Lin Feng got out of the car and took a deep breath. The air here was so fresh. It seemed that he had come to the right place.
Tan Jiaxu looked at everyone's reactions and smiled with satisfaction.
It seemed that the location chosen this time made everyone quite satisfied. It's good that everyone is satisfied, otherwise he would have prepared so many things in vain. The group followed Tan Jiaxu and continued walking towards the dock. At this time, they stopped beside a very luxurious yacht. Tan Jiaxu looked at the people behind him and spoke to them. "I have arranged for our gathering to be held at sea. Since no one has prepared a yacht, you can just follow me later." They all said they were following me, so what are you going to do? Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng again and asked. When this kid came, he probably didn't expect there would be a yacht link.
"I won't go with you.
You can take me to see if there is a more suitable yacht.
It's not convenient for a few of us to follow you. It's better for you to come with me."
Lin Feng turned his head to look at Su Nuo, Yuan Wanqing, and the others beside him and said. Yang Mi, Lin Gengxin and Wei Xiaoxuan who were standing nearby all looked surprised. You have to know that this yacht will cost at least several $1,000,000, and even a more luxurious yacht can cost tens of millions.
These are all very common things. They didn't know much about Lin Feng.
At most, they knew that he was relatively wealthy and had a good relationship with Tan Jiaxu. But they still don't know how rich Lin Feng is. Ignoring the reactions of the people around him, Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng and nodded. He knew that Lin Feng was a rich man. Since Lin Feng had already said that he was going to buy a yacht to take his friends out, he didn't need to say anything else. After all, Lin Feng was so rich, so buying a yacht shouldn't be too much. Besides, it's not bad to pretend in front of his beautiful friend. Let Su Nua and the others stay here for now, and we too will go check out the yacht first.
Tan Jiaxu looked at Lin Feng and said.
Lin Feng thought about it for a while, nodded, and agreed with Tan Jiaxu's statement.
So he left Yuan Wanqing, Su Nua and the others here, and he left with Tan Jiaxu.
Lin Feng followed Tan Jiaxu and their bodyguards to a dock where many luxury yachts were parked.
It seems that this is the place where Tan Jiaxu brought Lin Feng to buy a yacht.
Lin Feng took a look and found that each of the yachts was very beautiful. But just by looking at its appearance, you can tell that it must be very expensive. Lin Feng frowned and said nothing. After all, when he just talked about buying a yacht, he had actually already thought that it would cost a lot of money. But he didn't hesitate at all. After all, he was bringing Yuan Wanqing and several others with him.
Buying a yacht would be like taking them for a ride.
It would be somewhat inconvenient if I kept following Tan Jiaxu and the others. Besides, judging from Tan Jiaxu's appearance, there should be other people at the party.
Chapter 129.
After Tan Jiaxu arrived at the place where yachts were sold, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Then a man with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared and walked towards them.
Oh my god, my dear friend Jiaxu, why are you here to visit me today?
When Hal saw Tan Jiaxu, a big smile appeared on his face.
He walked up to Tan Jiaxu and gave him a big hug. I just wanted to introduce you to a business.
Besides, I haven't seen you for a long time, so it's a good opportunity to catch up. Tan Jiaxu hugged Hal and said while looking at him.
Let me introduce you. This is my good brother, his name is Lin Feng.
Tan Jiaxu pulled Lin Feng and introduced him to Hal.
Oh, what a handsome boy. Hello, my name is Hal, and I usually like to be friends with you most.
When Hal saw Lin Feng, he praised him, then walked up to Lin Feng and gave him a hug as big as the one he gave Tan Jiaxu.
Ah, hello, thank you for the compliment.
Lin Feng hugged Hal in a daze. He was not quite used to this way of greeting, but the other party had already walked up to him and wanted to hug him, and he couldn't refuse him and embarrass him. Besides, hugging might be the Western way of greeting. Lin Feng felt that although he was not used to it, he should still respect others. After saying hello, Tan Jiaxu told Hal that Lin Feng wanted to buy a yacht. When Hal heard that Lin Feng wanted to buy a yacht, his eyes lit up as if there were stars, and he blinked at Lin Feng.
Then I wonder how big a yacht this handsome gentleman is going to buy. We only have medium-sized yachts and small yachts here.
The medium-sized yacht can carry 15 to 20 people, while the small one is the standard 12 people. Hal looked at Lin Feng and explained to him carefully. Generally speaking, the standard for a yacht is 12 people, excluding one person responsible for driving the boat. There are 2 waiters on the yacht, and the rest depends on how big you need it to be. Tan Jiaxu was afraid that Lin Feng didn't quite understand what Hal said, so he looked at him again and explained it to him again. In fact, Tan Jiaxu felt that Lin Feng could just buy a small yacht, which would be enough to carry his friends. If it was a bigger yacht, it would be a bit of a waste.
And it's really not worth spending so much money.
Besides, he might only stay in Sanya for a few days and it's hard to say whether he can come here after that, so the best way is to buy a small yacht directly. After hearing Hal and Tan Jiaxu's explanation, Lin Feng did a quick calculation and found that, minus the 2 waiters who drove the boat, there were still 9 seats left. The only 4 people he needed to take with him were Yuan Wanqing, Su Nua and Lu Han. With this calculation, it seems that this small yacht is more than enough. If he buys a medium-sized yacht, it will be of no use to him. Not to mention whether he will come to Sanya in the future, the main thing is that the price is not cost-effective. Besides, he doesn't need to carry so many people, and it's really a waste to have only the shell of a medium-sized yacht. So Lin Feng decided to just buy a small yacht. Then let's go take a look at the small yacht that can accommodate 12 people. Lin Feng said to Tan Jiaxu and Hal. Okay, Hal winked at Lin Feng and motioned him to follow him to the other side. They came to an anchorage. On the calm sea there were many exquisite yachts of various types. It was not difficult to see that these yachts were really beautiful. The silver-white yacht in front of you is called Shanghai 205. It is the latest product of Faraday. The length of the yacht is 28 meters. It is equipped with very luxurious facilities, including a restaurant, kitchen, bathroom, etc. The overall design is stable and comfortable, which is very suitable for you and your friends to ride together. Hal looked at Lin Feng and introduced her to her as they walked. Lin Feng looked at the silver-white yacht in front of him. The overall shape was very exquisite and it was indeed very attractive. However, Lin Feng did not decide on this yacht immediately. He planned to go and see what other yachts were like. So then Lin Feng and the others followed Hal to look at several yachts again, and the yachts introduced later were not inferior to the first silver-white yacht at all. They followed Hal to see several exquisite yachts and were really dazzled. Especially the bodyguards following behind them. Although they usually seem to have expressionless faces, they also showed admiration on their faces when facing these yachts. After looking at so many yachts, Lin Feng was having difficulty making a decision. He really didn't know which yacht to buy. He felt that every yacht was pretty good, but the fact was that he couldn't buy all of them. After all, he didn't need so many. In fact, in Lin Feng's mind, in addition to the first Qianhai 205, there is also a Phylon 130. If the Qianhai 205 is a comfort type, then the Phylon 130 seen behind has a very large overall structure. Its hull is over 30 m long and the various spaces on board are arranged very reasonably, giving people a very spacious feeling. Those two were the ones that satisfied him the most after seeing so many yachts so far. What he had to do now was to choose one of the two yachts and buy it. Lin Feng thought about it carefully again and finally made up his mind. Hal, I think I'm going to buy that Submariner 205. How much is it? Lin Feng looked at Hal and asked. He thought a lot and finally felt that the design of Qianhai 205 was more humane and most suitable for them. Oh, my handsome Mr. Lin, don't you want to think about it again? You know, the Qianhai 205 you like is very expensive. When Hal heard Lin Feng asking about the price of Qianhai 205, his eyes lit up. He seemed to have seen Lin Feng turned into a lot of beautiful banknotes and walking towards him. That's fine. I've already thought about it and I'm ready to buy the Submarine 205. Lin Feng looked at Hal and said seriously. He had spent a lot of time thinking about which yacht to buy, and now that he had made up his mind, he would not change it. Chapter 130. Hal looked at Lin Feng's determined eyes and thought for a moment. After all, this handsome man was introduced by his friend Tan Jiaxu, so he had to give Tan Jiaxu some face. Well, since you were introduced by my good friend Tan Jiaxu, I will give you a small discount. Just give me 15 million. Hal looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile. 15 million. Good job. The bodyguards following Lin Feng and his companions were suddenly frightened after hearing the price of the yacht. They never expected that the yacht would be worth so much money. Although their previous bosses also owned their own yachts, they were not very clear about the prices. They just vaguely felt that the yachts of those bosses should not be too cheap, but they did not expect that the price would be so expensive. They had experience as soldiers before, so when they became bodyguards later, they had no conditions to come into contact with these things. They only knew to protect their boss wholeheartedly. In their impression, the most expensive thing must be a house, but the yacht in front of them is worth several houses. The bodyguards also looked at the silver-white yacht with great envy. Who would not like this kind of thing? But the price of 15 million was really beyond their reach. Lin Feng ignored the reactions of the bodyguards behind him. He turned sideways to glance at Tan Jiaxu, who was standing next to him, as if asking him about the price with his eyes. When Tan Jiaxu noticed the look Lin Feng was looking at him, he nodded at him to indicate that the yacht could be bought. Okay, then I'll buy this one. Thank you so much today, Hal. Lin Feng smiled and said to Hal. Ha, handsome Mr. Lin, please stop saying that. It's also thanks to you that I was able to make such a big deal today. Hal is in a very good mood now. After all, he signed such a big order so easily, how could he not be happy? After buying the yacht, Lin Feng took his bodyguards and Tan Jiaxu directly boarded the yacht. Submarine. Let's go. Lin Feng now stands on the deck of the yacht like a middle school boy. With one hand on his waist and the other pointing forward, he directed the yacht forward. Following behind him were his two bodyguards. Although they still have expressionless faces and it's hard to tell their specific expressions, one can still feel from their eyes that they are very excited. Okay, stop showing off like a brat who has never seen the world. Be honest. I just told Yang Mi and the others to go first. We will be able to meet up in front later. Tan Jiaxu walked out from behind Lin Feng with 2 glasses of red wine in his hands. He looked at Lin Feng's useless appearance and laughed out loud. He didn't expect that Lin Feng, a man with such a high net worth, would be so happy just because he bought a yacht. This was really not like his style. Because Tan Jiaxu and Lin Feng went to buy a yacht and replenish some items, they were delayed for quite some time. In order not to delay the upcoming party, they set off directly from the pier. Let Diladala and the others go first and decide to meet up in the sea ahead. The silver-white submarine sped across the ocean, leaving white waves on the surface. After the yacht had been speeding for more than 10 minutes, a very conspicuous white shadow appeared in front of the Qianlong.
It was Diladala and Yang Ni and others who were coming towards them. What's going on, Lin Feng? Did you really buy this yacht?
After meeting Diladala and the others, Diladala looked at Lin Feng's silver-white Shenlong yacht with shock and was very shocked. She couldn't believe that Lin Feng had bought a yacht so quickly. After Su Nuo and Lu Han arrived on the Qianhai, they looked very surprised. After hearing from others that the yacht was worth 15 million, they were even more shocked. They didn't expect that their boss would be so generous.
No way, boss, how can you be so generous?
After seeing how generous you are, I decided that I will never run around again.
I will definitely follow you wholeheartedly.
Su Nuo immediately came up to Lin Feng and said to him in a flattering manner while looking at him.
Okay, stop sucking up to me. It's like you didn't belong to me before.
Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Su Nuo, the 1.85m tall man standing in front of him. Why is such a big girl acting like a spoiled child in front of him? He said that if he followed him from now on, it would be as if he had not followed him before. Yuan Wanqing was also surprised when she saw Lin Feng driving such a yacht over. Although he was quite surprised when Lin Feng first said he wanted to buy a yacht. Because in Yuan Wanqing's opinion, for the few of them, it should be okay to rent a small yacht, after all, they would only come here once. But then I thought about it carefully. After all, the people around me are all big stars and big bosses. It might be a bit unreasonable to rent a yacht, so she thought that Lin Feng's idea of buying a yacht was quite correct. But she never expected that Lin Feng actually bought such an expensive yacht, spending 15 million. Although she knew that these yachts would definitely not be cheap, she did think that Lin Feng's yacht was a bit too expensive. She couldn't even imagine that she could spend 15 million to buy such a yacht.
How about this new yacht I bought? Does it look good?
After getting off the yacht, Lin Feng walked to Yuan Wanqing's side, looked at Yuan Wanqing and said seriously.
He must have known that in Yuan Wanqing's opinion, this yacht was not worth the price.
But he has bought it now, and he thinks this yacht is really beautiful. From the structure inside to the turn outside, it is very design-oriented.
So Yuan Wanqing should also think this yacht is beautiful, which is why he came to ask her specifically.
It's beautiful, but I heard that this yacht costs 15 million. As expected of President Lin, he probably spent 15 million without even blinking an eye.
Yuan Wanqing smiled and teased him.